A warm summer evening. The sun was slowly hiding behind the tall silhouettes of high-rise buildings at sunset. A light breeze rustled among the green leaves, as if whispering about something. Anna Dickinson had no regrets that night. Danny was just gorgeous. Ah, that smooth skin, that relief of body. It seemed like there was nothing to regret, and everything was wonderful. Danny went as Anna's lover. He was about to leave the country for 2 years, and just then, it was Anna's 23rd birthday. On this special day, the girl gave him the most precious thing she could. "Dina, awake already? You were exhausted last night." The man whispered quietly in a sleepy voice, and before he had even opened his eyes, "Not true, Danny. I was ready for this," Anna replied. Oh, and then both Anna and the man lying next to her opened their eyes abruptly. The man was startled by the fact that he was called Danny, and Anna was startled by the fact that she was called Dina. The man reached his hand lightning fast to the light fixture and turned it on. Anna looked dumbfounded at the man and asked who he was and why he was here. Then the girl called loudly to her Danny. The man flashed his eyes in surprise. He jumped out of bed and, wrapped in a sheet, declared that this was his room. And he had a question. How did this strange girl end up here? Anna replied that it was Danny Vent's number 1216, and her friend had given her a card from him. What was all this about? The girl was frantically wondering why Danny wasn't here. She remembered yesterday's conversation with her friend Linda, that she was going to Milan for a fashion show. Anna heartily congratulated the girl, and the latter in turn admitted that she had heard that Danny Vent was going abroad for 2 years. A friend advised Anna not to waste 2 years. There, grab this man immediately. Then she handed her a map and told her that Danny was waiting for her at the Hilton Hotel number 1216. Looking at the confused girl, the stranger took out a cigarette and said he understood. Then he carelessly asked the girl how much he owed her. He did not believe a single word Anna said and thought that she could have found a better reason. Oh my God! Anna suddenly realized what had happened and cried. She said she didn't want any money. Oh, I couldn't believe this was really happening to her. "Where's Danny?" Gareth Calhoun looked at the girl in bewilderment. When she cried, the man was also confused for a moment, trying to understand what was wrong. After all, just yesterday he was sure that Dina had come to him. Ah, that perfume of hers. Gareth recognized it from the perfume she was wearing. But how could he be wrong? Was it really someone's cold calculation? The man's musings were interrupted by a phone call. Oh, it's Dina calling. As soon as he picked up the phone, Gareth immediately asked Dina how to understand all this. The girl apologized and said that she had to fly to Milan for a fashion show. She reminded the man how long she'd dreamed about it, so she couldn't miss the chance. Dina then remarked that she had sent Gareth a present as a small compensation. She wondered how he liked it. "Your present?" Gareth interjected, still not sure what she meant. Dina replied that it was the best she had found. "She was a virgin, but did you like it?" the girl asked. Gareth looked at the bed where the stranger was still sitting up, tucking her head into her lap and crying. "Of course, with such an amazing girlfriend, how could it be otherwise?" he said ironically. He looked at Anna in some shock and decided for himself that no one must know about all this. Anna thought it was all just a bad dream. She hoped that she would wake up and everything would be as it was before. But the reality remained that bitter tears continued to run down her cheeks, burning her skin. Ah, why had this happened? Soon, Anna was standing under the jets of the shower. She couldn't move. Her body was racked with self-loathing and helplessness. The jets of water poured down her hot body, but they couldn't wash away the dirt of the night. Gareth was writing something. With a calm expression on his face, he suggested to the girl that the incident of yesterday should be hushed up. Then he added that there was a check for $5 million on the table and offered Anna to take it. But in return, Gareth wanted no one to know about the story. "Ha, he's trying to pay you off? $5 million is a lot of money." Such a suggestion made Anna doubly disgusted. In this situation, Gareth's money was even more insulting to Anna. She wished so much that this was all just a dream. Oh, I think the girl heard a knock on the door. Is that Danny? With thoughts that it might be her lover returning, Anna rushed to the door in one towel. The girl had a small hope that Danny might have just gone out in the morning, and that's why she hadn't found him. Huh? And this stranger probably went to the wrong room! The girl consoled herself as best she could, and as she ran to the door, she hoped that this nightmare would end right now. She opened the door abruptly and called out to Danny. Oh no, disappointing. It's just breakfast delivered to the room. The peddler gave Gareth the food and left, wishing him a pleasant appetite. All of Anna's hopes were dashed with a crash in an instant. This night had really happened after all, and that indelible shame is now with the girl. But why? Why did this happen? So far, Anna didn't have an answer to that question. Gareth asked the girl if she was going to have breakfast. Anna replied with an emphatic no and turned away from Gareth. After a little while, she was already dressed and heading for the exit. Gareth calmly ate his breakfast as if what had happened was normal for him. As Anna walked past him, the man reminded her to pick up the check on the table. "Who needs your money?" said Anna bitterly. "Ah, it's a shame you can't just wake up." Unfortunately, there's no turning back the clock. And as much as I'd like to, I have to live with that now. Anna left the room and slammed the door loudly. God, how could I even look Danny in the eye after that? Who could tell her how to be and what to do now? A wave of despair washed over the girl. Gareth was left alone with his thoughts. Outwardly, he was calm. Gareth finished his coffee leisurely and ate breakfast. He was used to dealing with all his questions on an empty stomach. That's how one morning made a difference in the fates of several people. A check for $500,000 was left lying on the table. When Anna opened her phone while she was already outside, she found a message from Danny. He assumed she hadn't come yesterday because she was scared. But Danny texted her that he could wait. He asked Anna to wait for him and promised to come back with presents. But Danny wasn't in the room, was he? In that case, Anna couldn't understand why he said he was waiting. Had Linda Becker given her the wrong keycard? But it seemed to Anna that such a thing simply couldn't happen. Why would Linda do this? Oh, Linda, is it really you? The girl dialed her friend's number in desperation, but heard only the voice of the answering machine, which said that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. God, it seemed to Anna that she and Danny would never again be able to get back those beautiful moments they had. In her mind, she was already saying goodbye to him. Now it seemed to her that her whole life had gone down the drain, and nothing could be undone. The girl was absorbed in bitter thoughts and didn't look around at all. She didn't care about her own life now. Crossing a busy highway, Anna didn't notice a truck that was speeding away. Oh, the whistling of the brakes seemed to make the girl come to her senses a little. She turned her head in horror and froze as if in a stupor. People looked at Anna in bewilderment. No one understood why this girl ran out into the middle of the road. Many people were simply indignant about crossing the road in the wrong place. Fortunately, the driver managed to slow down, and Anna calmly walked on. Only the truck driver shouted from the truck as he drove away, asking if she had had enough of life. "If you're going to die, leave the others out of it," he said indignantly. The girl sighed. Suddenly the phone rang. Anna twitched. "Oh, it's Danny's mom calling." Why was her aunt calling her? The girl was wary but picked up the phone. The woman on the phone, without even greeting Anna, said that her son had gone abroad for advanced training and would be even more promising when he returned. The woman said that she had been against their relationship from the beginning, but Danny loved her, and there was nothing his mother could do about it. Now she hoped Anna would leave him alone and not pry further. Danny admitted that her son hadn't flown off alone, but with a girl. She also noticed that that girl matched her Danny in status. Anna simply remained silent. Danny's mother thought that this girl would be a good daughter-in-law for their family. The woman did not forget to remind Anna that she came from the village and therefore could not be her son's equal. If we tell him, he won't listen. But if we break up, suggest you, she continued. At this time, a thunderstorm began. Powerful jets of rain poured down from the sky, flooding everything around them. People began to scatter out of the street, and Anna stood alone under the floods without the slightest desire to go anywhere. She just heard the voice of Danny's mother on her phone and realized that from now on, her life would never be the same again. "Understood. I'll do as you said," Anna replied. That was it. The girl looked doomedly at the sky. Her gaze was empty, just like her soul at that moment. I wanted to weep with the rain. Only, it seemed that the tears had run out. Only the emptiness and the feeling of hopelessness from within. Anna just didn't want to live anymore. Oh, Gareth was just passing by and noticed a familiar silhouette. He was surprised to see Anna in the middle of the street, alone and soaking wet from the rain. Tonight, and the whole situation in general had been on his mind, except he didn't know what to do with it all. So this time Gareth just passed it by. After all the events, Anna decided to take a vacation for a few days. The girl was overcome with intense homesickness. She really wanted to see her mother. And so Anna packed a suitcase and decided to go on a trip. Oh, how she missed her mom! The bus drove the girl quickly through the streets of the city. Multi-story buildings were replaced one after another. Anna did not think about anything. It seemed that there was no strength for anything at all. The girl could neither sleep nor enjoy the trip. And now she was finally home. As she approached the door, the girl heard a noise. What's going on in there? Is Grandma really abusing Mom again? Anna hurriedly pushed open the door. Indeed, the grandmother shouted at Anna's mother, swearing and cursing. She rebuked the woman, saying that only crap would come from crap. Look at your beautiful daughter! The milk is still wet on her lips, and she's already hanging around hotels with men! Her grandmother shrieked with no choice of words. Oh, she threw some pictures right in Shanna Dickinson's face! A multitude of pictures scattered around Shanna. The woman couldn't say a word. Oh my God, what are these pictures? They're of the man in the room! And Anna's right next to him. Oh, where did all this come from? Anna opened her mouth in surprise, unable to find the words. The grandmother then rebuked Shanna for not even being able to give birth, and calling her worthless, swung a glass of water at the young woman. Anna opened her mouth in shock and screamed. Shanna cried out too and covered her face with her hands. The girl rushed to her mother. What else would you expect from a corrupt wench? The grandmother shouted, and threw a glass of water in the direction of her daughter and granddaughter. Anna ran up to her mom and put her arms around her and shielded her from the old woman. The glass painfully flew into the girl's back. Anna cried out in pain. Shanna asked her daughter why she had come back. Then she immediately asked how Anna was, and if she had hurt herself. Meanwhile, the old woman, deliberately banging her wooden stick loudly against the floor, swept up to see that Anna had returned just in time. Someone sent these pictures today. Look at this filth yourself! She added angrily and started waving the pictures in front of the girl's face. Ooh, the TV on in the house suddenly started broadcasting the news. The anchor announced that this morning, the chief executive of In Finance Group, Gareth Calhoun, had been secretly photographed by a journalist after a stormy night with a mysterious stranger. My grandmother was literally shaking with anger. She resented the fact that this filth was now also on TV. Why was such a disgrace born into our family in the first place? She wailed like a madwoman, and swinging her stick at Shanna and Anna, told them both to get out. Clamping her eyes shut and expecting another slap on the back, Anna pleaded for her grandmother to stop. Suddenly the door to the room opened. Colin Dickinson, Anna's father, came in. He asked Shanna why Mom was angry again. "Daddy!" exclaimed Anna and looked at her father, expecting him to stand up for her and her mother. His gaze was somehow detached and indifferent. Glancing at his daughter, he immediately took his gaze somewhere to the side. God, why is it that when one problem comes, it always leads to a chain of others? The girl looked disappointedly at her father. Oh, he doesn't need her and Mom anymore, does he? Father took out a cigarette and asked his mother in a calm voice who would cook if Shanna left. Grandmother defiantly went to the kitchen. The old woman grasped the knife and declared that she was still able to cook. In fact, Grandma was a skillful manipulator. Grabbing the knife, she waited for her foolish son to figure out how to help her. She was beginning to feel like he was waiting for her to give up. But it was Shanna, as usual, who gave in first. She looked into the kitchen and said in a concerned voice that it was not good for a grandmother her age to overwork herself. Then Shanna asked permission to do the cooking herself. The old woman was very angry that Shanna dared to mention her age. She glared angrily at her sister-in-law. Shanna, however, fell on her knees before the old manipulative woman and, grasping her leg, wailed, "Mom, even though I, a worthless daughter, have not done any good to your family for so many years, I beg you to have mercy on me this time." Shanna assured her mother-in-law that it would never happen again, and that she had already realized everything. The old woman condescendingly forgave her daughter and told her to start cooking and then beg for forgiveness at the altar for 2 days and 2 nights. This woman is a certain master of manipulation to achieve what she wants. That's what Anna's family is like. Dad's weak. Even when Mommy is yelled at and her hand is raised, all he can do is stand back and watch. Mom only knows how to apologize on her knees. Nothing's changed. Enough already! Enough! This family is only driving Anna to despair! The girl decided she should leave. Well, in that case, Anna should make enough money and get her mom out of that rotten family. The message about Danny came through again. He asked what had happened to Anna, since she hadn't answered the phone in 2 days. Danny asked to call back as soon as she read the message. Anna shuddered. Tears came to her eyes again. "Oh, Danny, what a pity!" The girl looked at her phone in despair, and the oppressive bitterness filled her whole soul again. Anna misses Danny very much too, but she doesn't want to and can't hurt him. The girl wanted him to just forget about her, and now Anna is in the big city. Without a prestigious education and overseas internship, she was very lucky to get a job at a large financial company. In addition to her job, she also worked here part-time as a logistician. This was the reason why Anna came to work earlier than the others and left later. The time is 9 o'clock. From the corridor came the clatter of coworkers. Anna said a friendly hello to everyone, but they all walked past the girl as if she didn't exist for them. Oh yes, Anna's relations with her colleagues didn't work out so well. They ignored the newcomer and did not let her into their circle. It was as if no one noticed Anna. Suddenly, it was announced that the CEO had just returned from a business trip. Employees were rushed to finish their reports as quickly as possible. Oh, this news seems to have taken a lot of people by surprise. The manager brought in a stack of documents and said that they all had to be finished before lunch and brought to him for his signature. The employees unanimously dumped their papers on Anna. The girl couldn't refuse. Soon, all the workers were lined up in the office to meet the executive director. Colleagues fussed and jostled, but finally, they had to calm down. Tapping the heels of expensive shoes, a man entered the office. All the colleagues were lined up in a crooked row, and Anna, at the end of the row with a huge stack of documents in her hands, staggered under their weight. She had forgotten about that day and the man who had caused her life to fall apart. The executive entered the office to the enthusiastic cheers of the workers. Of course, the man was handsome. Oh my God, I think Anna's losing her balance. The girl's legs were getting stiff, and it was getting harder and harder to stand on her heels. Anna realized that the inevitable was about to happen. However, she could not stand any longer. The girl shrieked, and a huge pile of papers flew to the side. Colleagues began to get visibly nervous. Some asked the director to be more careful. Others quietly hissed, calling Anna an idiot and asking what she was doing. Oh, it all happened rather quickly. But even in those seconds, Gareth Calhoun had time to look at the new employee's face and recognize her. Anna seems to have followed the documents. What a bad time. Unable to keep her balance, the girl fell right into Gareth's arms. The man instinctively caught the girl, and it happened that she ended up in his arms. Well, there they were again. Anna looked up to apologize, but something seemed to suddenly make her feel sick. It was as if everything in front of her eyes was blurring. The man's image was blurring, and the girl's consciousness was falling into darkness. Gareth wondered if she was okay. Losing consciousness, Anna still managed to note that the voice sounded familiar. Just like that, she passed out right in the principal's arms. The girls in the office immediately whispered. One was particularly surprised that Gareth had hugged Anna. She thought he was disgusted to be around girls. The other couldn't say a word at all. The director, meanwhile, told me to take this girl to the hospital since she was a company employee. One of his assistants immediately set about the task, mentally noting that the director was acting strangely today. Nevertheless, Gareth's assistant lifted the girl into his arms and headed toward the elevator. The girls continued to whisper behind the chief's back. Emily thought that Gareth liked Anna after all, and her colleague Layla asked her friend to be quieter. Suddenly, Gareth turned and gave the girls an angry look. Oh, did he really hear everything? Both girls shrank back in fear. Papers! He sternly addressed his subordinates. The girls immediately started picking up everything that fell on the floor. God, what a terrible look the chief has when he is angry. But his eyes are very beautiful. Emily couldn't take her eyes off the chief, while Layla was angry that she had to collect everything by herself and asked her friend not to worry. Gareth, meanwhile, turned around and headed for his office without paying attention to anyone else. So now Anna was his employee. How interesting. The man had a lot to think about now. After a little while, Deputy Sid had already taken Anna to the hospital. The girl was taken away for examination, and soon the doctor with a shining face expressed congratulations to the man who delivered Anna to the hospital on becoming a father. Oh, she's pregnant? The doctor's words shocked the deputy. What father? Sid asked the doctor in amazement if it was true, and if there could be no mistake. Hearing no answer, Sid grabbed the doctor by his robe and was already trying to get a response to his answer in another way. Really? She's really pregnant. The doctor replied in confusion, not understanding the reasons for this violent reaction. Sid wondered. So, since the headmaster had given Anna to him for an errand, was this child really from him? The man thought he was a genius for thinking of such a thing. But he had no idea how accurate his guess was. For a moment, Sid staggered back. After all, if everything was as he assumed, it meant that the chief had a special trust in him. All these thoughts made the boy indescribably delighted. He was so proud of himself. The realization that the chief himself trusted him gave Sid a feeling of special significance. With shining eyes, he grabbed the phone to tell the chief the news immediately. The nurse was puzzled and asked the doctor why the guy was so happy. Meanwhile, the director was attending an important meeting. One of the members of the meeting emphasized that their chairman had great respect for family members. After all, in his opinion, only those who can value family are capable of lasting cooperation. Mr. Gareth Calhoun, but perhaps you have already learned the value of family bonds, Mr. Jeremy Barnes asked the principal. Gareth smiled and replied that his family was very conservative, so he appreciated it very much. There was a call from Sid. Gareth apologized and said he had a very important call to take. Jeremy Barnes looked curiously at the puzzled Gareth and asked, Mr. Gareth, is something wrong? Gareth Calhoun decided it was best not to take that call right now. He stated that it could wait, though, and put the phone aside. After the meeting was over, Jeremy shook Gareth's hand and promised to stop by next time to sign the necessary papers. Gareth remarked that he was honored to work with them and looked forward to further fruitful cooperation. Jeremy also hinted that next time the chairman might be with his wife. He hoped that Gareth would be lucky enough to have a wife until then. The director avoided talking about it and said that he would look forward to the next visit. Soon the honorable delegation left the company's office. Gareth breathed a sigh of relief. The tension had finally subsided. He risked a whole lot of money on a contract because of that girl. Looks like it's time to pay the bill. With these thoughts, he started to get ready to leave. Oh, I guess I can't leave unnoticed. The journalists, having just noticed the director leaving, immediately rushed after him. When they finally reached the parking lot, however, Gareth's car was gone. No one could even figure out where he had gone so fast. Already in the car, Gareth dialed Sid and asked what he was after all. I just wanted to congratulate you. Anyway, congratulations! Sid mumbled over the phone. The principal told him to speak more clearly, and Sid explained that as soon as the doctor examined Anna, he immediately said that she was 6 weeks pregnant and the baby was healthy. Oh, this news seemed to shock Gareth. He couldn't believe that just one night then could have produced such a result. No way. But if it's 6 weeks, then it makes sense. I knew something wasn't right. That's what she's up to, Gareth pondered. The man turned the car around sharply. He headed the other way, contrary to his original intentions. With thoughts of what a mercurial wench Anna was, Gareth rushed to the hospital. It didn't take him long to get there. The man was very angry and agitated. He was greeted at the entrance by almost the entire hospital staff. Gareth asked in surprise what the pandemonium was about and wondered if they were expecting someone important. The doctor replied that Madam Chairman had just arrived and was on her way to the top floor. Oh, what's this news? Gareth couldn't understand what Grandma was doing here. The doctor offered to escort Gareth out, but he replied that he could manage on his own. Stepping out of the elevator, Gareth immediately saw the grandmother talking to the doctor. Good. The baby is fine. Our family will take care of him, the older woman assured him. Finally, they noticed Gareth, too. The doctor immediately reported to Gareth that the girl's health was now unthreatened, and the pregnancy was progressing wonderfully. Gareth looked at the doctor irritably. He was ready to throw up, but he couldn't do it. But despite his feelings at this moment, the man made a happy face and greeted his grandmother. Tracy's grandmother was happy to see him, too. Gareth turned to the doctor and asked that he and the chairman be left to talk one-on-one. After this request, the hallway instantly emptied. Gareth asked Granny what she was doing here and suggested that if she wasn't feeling well, it would be better to call a doctor at home. Tracy's grandmother asked Gareth not to pretend like he didn't understand. The woman explained that she was here about her great-grandson. Grandma, you're confusing things. Dina doesn't want to get married yet. What great-grandson are you talking about? Gareth was taken aback. Grandmother sternly declared that she didn't want to hear anything about Dina. She thought that this girl was no good for anything, as she was always worrying about her career, and Gareth should have forgotten about her long ago. You think I'm the head of In Finance Group and wouldn't know about the girl carrying your child under her heart? Tracy asked indignantly. As she left, the woman asked how long Gareth was going to wait for his Linda Becker. Grandma, you're not going to approve of this girl giving birth, are you? Asked Gareth in amazement. Tracy reminded her grandson that he had promised her that he would marry before he was 28. She also added that Linda was forever sitting on his neck and making no promises, and there was no point in talking about results at all. Grandma asked perplexedly why she would even want Linda as her heiress. At this time, Anna began to slowly come to her senses. The girl didn't understand where she was or what had happened, but when she woke up, she heard someone saying something about Linda Becker. "The patient is awake! Hurry up and get everything ready!" came a loud voice from the corridor. The patient? Anna strained her memory to recall the recent events. Oh, right. She had fainted in the office the other day. The girl thought it would be better to go back to work as soon as possible. The door to the ward opened. Tracy's chairwoman entered the room, accompanied by a doctor and a nurse. She was audibly pleased that the girl was finally awake and remarked that Anna had kept them waiting. Waiting? Anna asked in surprise, not realizing what kind of woman this was. The older woman asked the girl not to overexert herself, imploring her not to do so, as Anna was now a very important member of the Calhoun family. The girl waved her hands negatively. She apologetically started to object that the woman must have made a mistake. Anna said that she was just an office worker, and it was time for her to go back. The woman smiled, and as she stroked the girl's face, she remarked that she didn't need to go back anywhere. The woman told Anna that she was the chairman of the In Finance Group and also the grandmother of Gareth Calhoun. She then asked what the girl's name was. Anna was shocked and started to justify to Mrs. Chairman that she had not done it on purpose. The girl assured that as soon as she returned to work, she would work as hard as she could. She begged the woman not to fire her and promised that this would not happen again. Tracy put a finger to the girl's lips, letting her know not to be so nervous. Calm down. I am around and no one will dare to fire you, the chairman said in an affectionate voice. She asked the girl not to worry about anything and just give birth to this child. Oh, what is she talking about? A mute question froze in Anna's eyes. She looked at the chairwoman in bewilderment, but Tracy wished the girl would take care of herself and headed for the exit. Anna continued to sit on the hospital bed with her mouth hanging open in surprise. Had that woman said something to her about Anna having a baby? But what did it all mean? "Girl, don't worry. Your baby is fine. A real tough guy," the doctor happily informed Anna. Oh, those words were like an electric shock to the girl. Anna felt hot from head to toe. She grabbed the doctor by his robe and re-examined what he had just said. Anna had no way of realizing and believing that she was really pregnant. Oh my God, why? When she finally realized what had happened, she sobbed bitterly. Why is this happening to her? Her life is going down the drain, and she's pregnant by another man. It's like a nightmare. Meanwhile, Gareth was indignantly proving to his grandmother that he would not marry Anna no matter what he was told. Gareth Calhoun had his principles, and he was determined that he would never marry without love. Tracy's grandmother advised the man to think carefully. She pointed out that the first thing at stake was a partnership with a successful company. The woman also reminded him that the chairman of the company and his wife would be visiting soon, and that family was their first priority. Tracy also added that if those important people found out that Gareth had knocked up the unfortunate girl and then just dumped her, their reaction would be far from the most favorable and pleasant for Gareth. Then the grandmother said that she thought Gareth's marriage to that girl was simply necessary, and that the option of letting her have a quiet birth and throwing her out was unacceptable to Tracy. Gareth lit his cigarette nervously. "Gareth Calhoun, do you know how many relatives are marking your place?" Tracy asked. She emphasized that all it would take was for Gareth to make the slightest slip-up, and they would all eat him alive. In addition, the woman pointed out that their company couldn't exist with an empty CEO chair. Letting out a column of smoke, Gareth turned to his grandmother. After a little thought, he stated that he agreed to marry that girl and accept that child. Granny was very pleased with this answer and praised Gareth for this decision. "Now do me a favor and talk her into it too. I'm sure you know what to do," she said one last time. Gareth stood on the balcony of the clinic and stared puzzledly off into the distance. Suddenly, a nurse ran out and called for the director. She couldn't explain anything clearly because of her excitement, but only said something about the patient. Yes, Gareth Calhoun. Looks like you're starting a new life full of challenges and adventures." Anna fell into despair. The nursing staff were actively discussing today's news. All of them considered it a real happiness for the girl that her child could be the heir of the Calhoun family. Neither the doctor nor the nurses genuinely understood why Anna was so sad. With quick steps, Gareth entered the room. The doctor was glad that Mr. Calhoun had come at last, for they had no idea at all how to behave with a patient who was in extreme despair. Hearing a familiar last name, Anna looked up sharply. Yes, it was he, the one responsible for all her sudden problems. Gareth and Anna met each other's gazes. The doctor wanted to say something, but Gareth replied that he knew everything and asked to leave him and the girl alone. When everyone had left, Gareth asked in a cold tone what Anna had decided in the end. "Answer quickly, I've got a lot to do," he added sharply. Tears were running down Anna's cheeks, and now she realized with absolute certainty that she would never be with her lover Danny again. Oh, I feel so bad. After all, she'd almost been kicked out of the house by her grandmother before. Anna realized that if they found out about her pregnancy at home, she was finished. And with her and her mother, who had been unhappy all her life. After a little thought, and weighing all the pros and cons, the girl agreed to the wedding and said she would give birth. "Since that's the case, that means you're my contract wife from now on," Gareth emphasized in a dry, disgruntled tone. Some time has passed since then. In the office where Anna worked, gossip was rife. Colleagues were discussing that Anna Dickinson had been on sick leave for a long time, but she hadn't lost her salary, strangely enough. Emily assumed it was all because of that fall of Anna's the day their principal returned. Dora Miles is one of the sexiest female employees overheard gossiping and decides she seems to have a chance to make it big. Dora has decided it's time for action, and now she's plotting to woo the principal. As soon as Dora heard that the CEO had arrived at work, she went straight to meet him. As soon as she saw Gareth, Layla pretended to feel sick. Saying that she was dizzy, the girl began to fall down defiantly, hoping that it would be the same with her as with Anna, and the chief would immediately pick her up and surround her with care. "Oh, looks like Dora's plan has failed," Gareth didn't even move an eyebrow, and the girl fell to the floor right in the company hallway. In a stern and cold tone, Gareth told the girl to go to the personnel office, collect her paycheck, and that he wouldn't see her here tomorrow. Dora tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, but the chief wouldn't even listen to her. Layla and Amelie, who witnessed the scene, noted that this trick didn't seem to work with everyone. Meanwhile, within the walls of the hospital, the spring fragrances of beautiful flowers wafted in the breeze near the hospital beds. It seems that the gardener who took care of all this beauty loves plants and is a real master of his craft. Anna went for a walk outside and enjoyed the beautiful weather and the pleasant coolness of the day. She wanted to enjoy every moment, to touch every beautiful flower. The girl closed her eyes and set her face to the fresh breeze. The wind fluttered Anna's hair, and the thin sleeves of her silk dress fluttered in the gusts of this wind like the wings of a butterfly. Ah, how beautiful spring walks are! The worried nurses ran outside after the girl. One of them tried to talk some sense into Anna, saying that it was too windy and that it would be better for her to go back and rest soon. Anna had to agree. Of course, the conditions here are not prison conditions at all, but there are still enough restrictions. When the girl returned from her walk, she was informed that lunch was ready. As soon as Anna entered the room, she was stunned at what she saw. As it turned out, the food here was like a restaurant. Vegetables and seafood were waiting for the girl. There were many dishes for every taste. Everything looked so appetizing and beautiful that Anna was even confused at first. "What's this? The girl has never seen such exquisite dishes in her life! I wonder where the hospital gets such food from." Anna was very surprised. Was it really all just for her alone? Ha! But what was the feast in honor of? There were many questions. And then the head chef explained that this meal was ordered to be prepared by Madam Chairman herself. The cook immediately warned that if Anna did not like something, they would change it immediately. The girl embarrassedly replied that she liked everything, but she added that she couldn't eat so much on her own. "Mr. Gareth will be arriving to dine with you. Lunch is prepared for his arrival," the cook explained. Oh, this news seemed to discourage Anna a little. Is he really coming? "Mr. Gareth!" The name suddenly sounded like thunder. Anna flinched. A moment later, Anna was already sitting at the table across from Gareth. The silence in the room just pressed in from all sides. No one dared to speak first. What an atmosphere! Anna felt uncomfortable even sitting at this table, let alone eating. She felt constrained under Gareth's gaze. Anna was the first to tire of playing the silent game and mused aloud that Gareth didn't really need to come here. The man replied that since he had consented to this marriage, it was his obligation, merely a duty. Anna reached for another piece of red fish. "That's your third piece of salmon," Gareth remarked. The girl didn't even have time to react to these words, as the servants immediately removed the dish with fish. Mr. Gareth here is understood half-heartedly and obeyed his orders even if they were not direct. After watching the salmon being taken away with a resentful look, Anna turned and asked Gareth angrily why he cared how much she ate. The man replied that it wasn't Anna he cared about, but the baby. Their gazes suddenly met. It was a silent confrontation of characters in which the winner had already been decided. It was Gareth. Oh, Anna's phone rang. "Oh my God, it's Danny!" The girl looked up startled. Gareth wondered who the call was from, but he kept silent. Anna flipped the phone screen down. The past still wouldn't let go of the girl. How come Danny still hadn't picked up on Anna's behavior? It's a shame that time can't be turned back, and once again just live the life she had before her fateful encounter with Gareth. Gareth wondered why Anna wasn't answering the phone. The girl replied that it was nothing important. God, she couldn't believe that she could apply such words to the most important person in her life until recently. Gareth didn't emphasize the call and suggested that Anna had better eat her porridge from the swallow's nest. With those words, he held out a bowl of flavorful food to her. Despite the lovely aroma that clearly whetted the girl's appetite, she replied that she wasn't hungry. Gareth stepped closer and scooped porridge from his plate with a small spoon. "Everything has to go perfectly with this baby," he emphasized. Anna looked at the man in bewilderment. What does he want to do now? Gareth addressed Anna as if she were a small child and asked the girl to say, "Ah." Anna mentally called Gareth the devil in the flesh. The man stood across from her and tried to spoon-feed her like a baby. "Wait, I'll do it myself," the girl said, and when she opened her mouth at the last letter A, Gareth took advantage of this and stuck a spoonful of porridge into it. Unwillingly, Anna had to eat the treat. Gareth praised the girl, calling her clever. Anna sat staring at this unusual man and could not utter a word. Ha, is he seriously spoon-feeding her? If you look closely, his eyes are so beautiful. Anna's gaze slid from Gareth's unusual eyes to his lips. Her heart began to pound harder for some reason. God, what were these thoughts all of a sudden? Anna remembered that very night with Gareth. Those words he'd whispered in her ear. A shiver of excitement suddenly gripped the girl. Such unexpected thoughts made the girl cringe. "Oh, I think the cereal made Anna sick! We should probably run!" Gareth understood without words. He thought it would be better if Anna hadn't eaten so she wouldn't vomit now. One of the workers noticed Gareth's agitation and asked him not to worry, explaining that the mistress was simply indisposed. Anna stood in the restroom and looked at her reflection in the mirror with surprise. She felt a little better. And now the girl was asking herself a question. Why did she suddenly think of remembering that nightmarish night? She just couldn't believe it. Soon the girl returned from the restroom. When Gareth saw Anna, he noted that whether she wanted it or not, she still had to eat. "You may not be hungry, but the fourth-generation boss living inside you sure is," he added, thereby pissing Anna off. The girl quickly grabbed a plate of porridge. Gareth could only watch Anna in silent bewilderment. Her actions seemed impulsive to him, but he decided not to interfere. Anna brought the plate to her mouth, and in an instant emptied it in quick gulps. A moment later, the empty plate clattered loudly on the table. Anna sighed tiredly and wiped her mouth. Gareth looked at the girl in surprise. Then he smiled. Now he no longer seemed so cold and indifferent. Anna couldn't figure out why he was grinning like that. Night has fallen. Lying in bed, Anna thought about the fact that today Gareth must have heard her throw up. Wasn't he disgusted? The girl pondered. She couldn't understand this man at all. Anna couldn't sleep at all, and she suddenly wanted to get up and walk around. Reaching for the doorknob, the girl suddenly stopped. The nurses could be heard talking outside the door. Anna listened. I wonder what or who they were discussing. Through the slightly ajar door, every word was clearly audible. Anna realized that they were talking about her. One of the nurses told the other that it was all the chairwoman's will. The girl admitted that she had personally heard her and Gareth talking. Anna grinned bitterly. But what else could she expect? Of course, as painful and unpleasant as it is to realize, it turns out that Gareth did all of this at his grandmother's behest. Oh, and it wasn't for Anna at all. It was for her child. Gareth's child, to be exact. Gareth once again arrived at the hospital to visit Anna. Heading towards the building, he looked up and spotted Anna on the balcony. He held his gaze for something. For some reason, he was pleased and interested in watching this girl. Since this balcony wasn't very high, Gareth even noticed Anna smiling. Unexpectedly, the man noticed that she had a beautiful smile. Meanwhile, Anna was on that balcony tending the hospital plant. The girl trimmed the branches and told the hospital worker that the tea tree should be in a cool place and in the shade to grow well. Anna also pointed out that this tree should not be left in the sun for long. The girls, mouths open in rapture, marveled at how much the mistress knew. Anna admitted that her grandmother loved to mess around with plants. She wanted to add that she had to take care of the flowers at home properly, otherwise her mother would suffer for it. But Anna decided it would be unnecessary to tell the nurses, so she kept silent. The girl just smiled and replied that she knew so much about plants because she grew a lot of them. Oh, suddenly the nurses fell silent. Then Anna heard them greeting Mr. Director in a friendly manner. The girl looked away from the flowers and turned around. Gareth had come in. But it's too early for lunch. I wonder what he's doing here. Gareth stared at Anna curiously. He noticed that the girl had just cut them off. The flowers do look beautiful after her hands. Gareth asked Anna if she liked flowers. The girl just kept quiet. Without waiting for Anna's response, Gareth walked past the girl and told the staff to ask someone to move some flowers from the lower floors down here. The nurses gasped aloud at the way the master was taking care of mistress. But Anna realized that this concern was not about her at all. She knew that the reason for Gareth's behavior was the one who lived inside her. At that time, it was just announced that it was time for the inspection. Anna had to go. The doctor was scheduled to do an ultrasound today. Wow! As soon as the doctor ran the machine over Anna's abdomen, a distinct sound came from the monitor. Oh my God, it was the baby's heartbeat! What is that? Is that his heart? Gareth asked in surprise. The doctor smilingly explained that it was the baby's heartbeat, and the sound was heard so clearly because the baby was healthy. The doctor noted that the daily care seemed to be paying off. Anna was impressed with today's procedure, and so was Gareth. The girl gently touched her stomach with the palm of her hand and thought that she should start eating more in order for the baby to grow strong. Inexplicable feelings overwhelmed Anna at that moment. Now the girl realized especially clearly that she had two hearts beating inside her, and that soon she would become a mother. Gareth, in turn, also experienced a hitherto unknown sensation. The realization that this girl was carrying his child turned Gareth's whole soul upside down. After a while, the best chefs once again prepared lunch for Anna. They watched in bewilderment as Gareth ran around Anna today. It was unusual to see the headmaster so solicitous. Gareth really didn't leave Anna alone for a minute. He urged her to eat and kept emphasizing how thin she was. It was strange to Anna that this previously cold man was suddenly so soft. He also kept spoon-feeding her. Well, since Anna had decided to give birth, she should take care of the baby properly. With these thoughts, the girl obediently ate everything Gareth fed her, except there was no problem. When the girl ate something, she would vomit very often. Gareth saw the strange look on Anna's face and asked, "Is something wrong? Is the meat unpalatable?" Without waiting for an answer, he suggested that the girl eat some more vegetables then. Anna couldn't understand what kind of a man was in this man today. And then she remembered his words about everything having to go perfectly with her baby. So all his words and actions are for the baby's sake. Well, then maybe Gareth shouldn't feed her like that. The girl sighed sadly. Heavy thoughts burdened her. However, Anna still continued her lunch, obediently eating the vegetables as Gareth had said. It's a beautiful new day. Gareth visited Anna again with his grandmother. Today, the nurses and the doctor gathered in the ward. The doctor reported that thanks to the daily care, there is no longer any threat to Mrs. Health. He also added that further checkups can be done on an off-site basis. Grandma Tracy was very excited about this wonderful news and thanked the doctor and nursing staff from the bottom of her heart. The woman then turned to Anna, suggesting that since she was already fine, they could go to her family tomorrow to discuss the wedding. Anna, who was just drinking water, almost choked on that statement. Oh, I guess Gareth didn't expect that either. I guess his grandmother had her own plans, which she didn't tell many people about. Gareth asked his grandmother what the rush was about. The woman reminded him that it was only 10 days until their partners arrived. She wondered if Gareth and Anna weren't married by then, how the grandson was going to introduce the girl to them. Gareth realized his grandmother was right about something. "I hear you," he replied with a sigh. Anna looked at Gareth in surprise. Did he really just say yes? Gareth in turn looked at Anna to see if she minded. Anna had no other choice. She realized that in her situation, they would have to get married sooner or later. Except she had no idea how her family would react to the news about her. How could her mother be so stunned by the news of the baby and the wedding at the same time? Anna was afraid that her mother might lose her senses from such a spectacular homecoming. After apologizing, the girl asked if she could go home on her own for the time being, without their escort. Anna explained that she wanted to explain everything to her family first. Tracy was adamantly against it. She was worried that God forbid something might happen to the child. The woman simply asked to give life to the child and emphasized that it didn't matter at all what happened to Anna's family. Anna explained to the chairwoman that it was not the difference in the status of their families that worried her. The girl said that she did not doubt the Calhoun family's influence, but Anna did not want to scare her mother. Tracy looked sternly at the girl. Anna promised again that everything would be fine. In her mind, she was already determined that Gareth's grandmother wouldn't agree to it. Anna decided to go all the way and looked at Gareth with the most miserable look she was capable of. The man took this as a sign that she was asking for his help with the situation. Well, it's probably within his power to help this girl now. Granny, but she's not a child, and she's long since accepted her situation. Gareth addressed the chairwoman. The woman finally smiled indulgently and declared that Anna could go to her kinswoman alone and tell her all about it. Yay, it worked! The girl was so grateful to Gareth for his help. However, Tracy also added that Anna was now part of the Calhoun family, and she just couldn't send her there all alone. The woman then turned to Gareth and said that his secretary who had delivered Anna here, named Sid, seemed like a trustworthy young man. Tracy suggested that he should be the one to escort Anna home. After these words, the girl literally glowed with happiness. For a moment, Gareth already regretted helping Anna. Anna, on the other hand, was happy that she had succeeded in getting what she wanted. Ah, how good. Soon she would finally get home. She was afraid of her family's reaction, but she was happy that she would be the first to tell them about the news. Soon he and Sid were on their way. They quickly drove to the desired address in the car. Oh, there's Anna's house at last. Oh, so this is where you live, Sid said with interest as he held the gift box in his hands. Anna motioned for him to come inside. The two of them entered the house. The house was a familiar setting. Everything was as usual, her grandmother and her half-sister Sheila sitting at the table, talking about something. Anna's mother running around them, doing all their whims and serving. When her mother saw Anna, she exclaimed with joy. Grandma didn't share Shanna's joy. When she saw her granddaughter, she banged her empty glass loudly on the table. Calling Anna a girl of easy virtue, Grandma Rhonda angrily asked how she dared to come back here. Sheila looked at Anna with a sneer. There had never been much love between the sisters. Sheila thought she was better and prettier and more successful than Anna. And at the same time, she also managed to be jealous of Anna. Sid watched the relationships in this unusual family with interest. The young man left a gift for Anna and said he would be out for a while. Sid felt that he should inform the director of everything he had heard and seen. Without wasting any more time, he immediately dialed the chief's number. "Grandma, I'm here with some presents. Why don't you unwrap them?" I tried to lighten the mood. Grandma looked very angry. To tell the truth, she only loved Sheila, and she didn't recognize Anna, just like her mother. A pile of presents stood on the table and chairs, waiting for their moment to arrive. But Grandma Rhonda was in no hurry to open them. She angrily asked if Anna was thinking of bribing her with these cheapies, and declared that she had no shame at all. Rhonda then announced that Sheila's fiancé and his family would be arriving tomorrow to discuss their wedding. The woman declared that she would not tolerate any filth here during that meeting. The old woman called the girl worthless and told her not to set foot in the house tomorrow. Contrary to her scolding, Rhonda was not going to give the gifts back, even though she called them cheap. The woman stood next to the pile of boxes and continued to grumble. Anna stated that she had come to talk to her about her wedding herself. The girl explained that all these boxes were gifts from her future husband, and the man who came with her was his personal secretary. Rhonda thought for a moment. She'd already seen that the gifts were expensive, and Anna's personal secretary had brought them. She knew Danny couldn't afford it. This guy is even too generous, but the heads of families must meet to discuss the wedding. That's the tradition, the old woman reminded him. Anna agreed that everything was right, and she made a point of coming here only to warn her kin that her fiancé and mother would be here soon. Sheila jumped into the conversation. She sarcastically remarked that Anna's future husband was throwing money to the wind. The girl wondered how Anna had managed to find herself an enviable husband. Sheila stepped closer to her sister, clomping her thin stilettos. "What kind of brother-in-law am I gonna have? A bald freak or a freak of some kind?" she asked mockingly. Anna replied that when he arrived, Sheila could see for herself. Sheila went to her grandmother and said in a pitiful voice that she and her sister both wanted to get married, but that it was impossible to have two weddings at the same time. She emphasized that her fiancé's relatives would be here tomorrow. Sheila reminded her grandmother that they had already agreed on everything and had even packed a dowry. She reminded her grandmother that they had already arranged everything for her, even the dowry. Grandmother had always been on Sheila's side. So this time, she said that if Anna's fiancé could afford the gift, he could afford to wait. Rhonda thought that her Sheila should be the first, especially since the dowry had taken the whole family several years to collect. Shanna lowered her eyes sadly and listened in silence to her Anna's disadvantage. Her grandmother, meanwhile, continued to lament that her parents were not rich enough to raise another dowry. She suggested that Anna should ask her fiancé to help her in this endeavor. Anna listened silently to everything her grandmother said. She then replied that she had no intention of disturbing Sheila. "That's fine. The groom's family is coming tomorrow to get married, so you and your mother can work together. Maybe you'll get lucky in marriage, too," Grandma Rhonda said. She also added that Sheila hasn't done anything since she was a little girl, so Anna, as a sister, should help her. Anna just silently agreed to it. Sid asked the chief on the phone if he had heard everything. Gareth raised his glass. Reluctantly, the man took one sip of the semi-dry drink. Yes, Gareth had heard everything from beginning to end. He told himself that Anna, as part of the Calhoun family, was no longer to be a simpleton. Gareth then told Sid on the phone to get the men ready for the viewing tomorrow. Oh, Gareth seems more determined than ever. The long day of preparations was finally over. Shanna, along with her daughter, worked tirelessly from morning until the evening. All the furniture and floors in the house were scrubbed clean. Anna and her mother had worked hard to keep the house looking good until Sheila's fiancé and his family arrived. Her mother, seeing how tired Anna was, asked her to rest for a little while, and she would finish everything herself. "It's okay, Mom. I'll do it myself." The girl smiled, trying not to give away her tiredness. Just then, Grandma Rhonda came out with Sheila. The woman smiled and enthusiastically called Sheila beautiful. Grandmother leaned over and said aloud to her granddaughter not to make an example of this disgrace, referring to Anna. Sheila asked her grandmother not to worry and declared that today she would be an example to everyone and make them love their family. Anna was already used to these conversations, sneers and taunts, and had already learned not to react to such outbursts of her grandmother and Sheila. Oh, there was a sudden clap. "I think the guests have arrived." Grandmother, accustomed to commanding, asked Anna why she stood up like a stumbling block and told her to go and meet the guests. A car pulled up to Dickinson's house. A young man named Ulysses Ford got out of the car. When he saw Sheila Dickinson's house, he was surprised and told his mother that perhaps he should not have asked for so much money as a dowry. Delia told her son that 30,000 wouldn't be too much, and at this time, every penny counted. She asked Ulysses not to worry so much, because after all, they would soon be related to them. Delia also noticed that they had prepared gifts today, but she wasn't sure if the girl's family had been able to do the same. The whole conversation between mother and son was heard by Anna, who had just come out to greet the guests. They are not even related yet, and they are already counting money? Anna said hello and introduced herself as Sheila's sister. The girl explained that her grandmother had asked her to meet the guests and invited them into the house. Ulysses looked a little confused. As soon as the guests entered the house, Grandma wondered why they had arrived so early. Delia noticed that they wanted to arrive as soon as possible. The women hugged each other happily, patting each other on the back. A woman named Gemma asked how much dowry the family had prepared. Delia replied that 30,000 had been promised. Then Jemima shouted to the matchmaker to stop dangling in the clouds and carry the tea faster. Sheila's father and her grandmother began fussing around Ulysses's mother, offering to sit down or cool her off a bit. Sheila watched smugly as her half-sister served the guests. The girl wasn't even going to move from her seat. Oh, something unpredictable happened. Anna tripped over something and dropped the tray of glasses. The glassware clattered to the floor and shattered into many small shards. Anna froze in horror, imagining what Grandma Rhonda's reaction to all this would be. "Even on such a joyous day, you can't help but piss me off!" Rhonda shouted. Anna's mother immediately threw herself at the old woman's feet and begged her to forgive her, promising that she would clean it up right away. Rhonda kept yelling that it was some kind of family curse. She said out loud that she regretted that they had let someone like Shanna into the house. Rhonda also rebuked the unfortunate woman for being picked up with her child and grief-stricken, while she ended up continuing to tumble around with her lover. How foolish we were to take in a hen who can't lay eggs! What a mother is such a daughter! Disgraceful! The old woman continued, exasperated. As was her habit, Rhonda took the glass in her hand again and swung it, intending to strike Shanna. The woman instinctively covered herself. Anna grabbed her mother by the shirt and pulled her away from her grandmother. The glass flew past Shanna and shattered on the floor with a clinking sound. Anna hugged her mother. Oh, how she wanted to protect her mother, to take her away from this eternal humiliation and suffering. Rhonda turned her attention to Anna and shouted angrily at the girl, asking how dare she interfere. The woman was literally seething with anger, and she wanted to finish the job and have the last word. Rhonda swung her cane at Anna and her mother. Ulysses quietly remarked how sad it was to see a man driven to such a state. Everyone stood and watched the scene indifferently, not risking to interfere. Apart from Anna, no one would even think of standing up for Shanna. Anna covered her mother with herself and froze in terror, waiting to be hit with a wooden stick. Sheila sat back and grinned gloatingly. In her mind, she thought they had it coming. She had never liked this woman or her daughter. Suddenly, a man's voice coming from the street interrupted the conflict in the house. Luckily, Rhonda didn't have time to strike with her cane. When she heard the stranger's voice, she stopped. Delia sipped her water and thought that apparently word of their arrival had already spread around the neighborhood, and they must have come to congratulate them. Grandma Rhonda herself headed for the door to see who was there. "Headman, what brings you here?" she asked in surprise. The man stood with a box in his hands and smiled. Rhonda noticed that there were many gawkers gathered near the house. All these people were staring in the distance, pointing their fingers somewhere. The headman remarked with a smile at how lucky Mrs. Rhonda was to have an upcoming wedding. He simply could not put into words how lucky she was. Rhonda proudly replied that her Sheila was indeed just a lucky girl. However, the man objected that he was not talking about Sheila, but about Anna. He also added that there were as many fancy cars driving there as he had ever seen in his life. Grandma Rhonda was stunned by these words. In addition, the headman confessed that they had even brought them gifts so that they would also come to participate in the viewing. He stated that Anna's fiancé was on his way. Ulysses and his family and Sheila along with them were all in indescribable shock at the news. Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, was Gareth really coming so soon? Oh, indeed, there was a long line of prestige cars pulling up to Dickinson's house. There had never been a viewing like this in the area before. All along the street leading up to Anna Dickinson's house stood crowds of people. Contrary to the usual everyday silence of desertedness, today it was crowded and lively. Anna's family, including Sheila and her fiancé and his family, gathered outside the house to greet the guests. Sheila wondered aloud why this man would marry Anna, since he was so rich and beautiful. "I'm sure it's some kind of old man, freak, or just a dwarf, right?" she asked Anna with a mocking smile. Anna was so dumbfounded by everything that she simply didn't hear her half-sister's words. So the first car in this motorcade pulled up right in front of Anna's house. The first to get out of the car, as is customary, was the driver. Walked over to the passenger door and opened it courteously. And the first to emerge from this representative car were expensive, black, shiny men's shoes. Gareth Calhoun, like a handsome man from the cover, got out of the car and looked around at those present. Wow, everyone seemed to be just shocked by his appearance. Some people even took out their phones to take pictures. But Sheila, of course, was the most surprised of all. It seemed to her that such a thing could not be. Contrary to all her expectations and ridicule, the man in the car was not bald, ugly, or dwarfed. Oh, that man was handsome. Now Sheila's envy was at least justified. Anna, seeing Gareth, mentally noted that she had known this would happen. The girl was glad she had come here alone at first. Gareth turned around and asked his grandmother to be more careful. He made a noble gesture and gave Grandma Tracy his hand. Getting out in the auto, the woman straightened her back. Her face, her hair, and her posture. Everything about this woman was of status and showed her noble origin and high position in society. With her grandson at her side, they walked confidently towards Anna's house. Grandma Rhonda just seemed to be at a loss for words from shock. For those few seconds, as Gareth and his grandmother walked from the car to the door of the house, silence hung in the air. Tracy Calhoun quickly assessed the situation with her experienced eye. God, how conspicuous it was that her future daughter-in-law Anna was all soiled and looked tired compared to the rest of the family. Tracy said hello to Anna's grandmother and stated that she had come with her grandson to discuss the wedding. She offered the woman a small gift and asked her not to refuse it. Gareth told the assistants to bring the gifts. Disobediently, they set out to carry out the order. When the helpers brought in the boxes and opened them, Rhonda was nearly blinded by the opulence she saw. The first box contained ginseng, which strengthens qi, improves blood vessels, benefits the spleen and lungs, and has sedative properties. The second box contained young deer antlers. They are used to tonify the kidneys, awaken male strength, improve blood circulation, and strengthen bones. And in the third box, a tea set glittered with a bright golden shine. It was an incredibly beautiful set made of dragon gold. Wow, how exquisite! The Ford family couldn't recover from the shock. Yeah, they can't compete with the Rolls-Royce supercar with their wreck of a Santana. Ulysses was losing to Gareth on all fronts. Gareth's lifestyle, money, status, and looks simply overshadowed the unassuming Ulysses and his mother. Rhonda was so dazzled by the glamour and costliness of the Calhoun family's gifts that she stopped paying attention to the Ford family. She didn't care about them anymore. Where had all that anger and pride for Anna gone? Grandma Rhonda suddenly took Anna's hand, probably for the first time in her life, calling the girl granddaughter, grandmother, hypocritically squinting her eyes, wondered what Anna had not said before about what a wonderful young man she had. Rhonda instantly transformed from an angry old lady to a sweet grandmother and invited the groom and guests to pass through rather than stand on the doorstep. Gareth took the girl's hand. Oh, Anna didn't seem to expect that at all. The girl even opened her mouth in surprise. Gareth looked intently at Anna, trying to count her emotions at this moment. Taking Anna by the arm, he dragged her into the house. But the girl, deciding she didn't need it, let go of his hand. Gareth turned and looked at Anna unhappily. He asked her to be kind and play along at least a little, whether it was for real or not. After all, I'm doing you this favor. Where's the payoff? He asked quietly, leaning right into Anna's face. Such proximity made Anna shiver. Perhaps it's only now that Anna really realized that all that wedding talk was no joke. Gareth took the girl's hand again, penetrating his fingers between the fingers of her hand. There's no going back! With these thoughts, the girl obediently headed after Gareth. But is this really her destiny? But that's not what Anna had in mind. And just like that, Gareth Calhoun showed up at Anna's viewing. Taking the girl by the hand, he led her into the house, and the crowd of gawkers remained outside waiting to see how this incredible story would end. Anna was alarmed. She was uncomfortable with the amount of attention that came with having such a fiancé. Now she was worried about how her family would react. Gareth glanced at the girl curiously. He could not help but notice her obvious excitement. But the man could not understand what Anna was so afraid of. Was she afraid of him? Out loud, the man remarked that Anna shouldn't be nervous, as it could have a bad effect on the baby. Having said that, Gareth immediately regretted it. He didn't know why he had brought the child here. However, what is said is said. Anna heard his words and wondered. So Gareth's family was doing all this just so her bad mood wouldn't affect the baby? After a little thought, the girl asked Gareth not to worry, assuring him that the baby would be fine. She added that this little thing was nothing at all. After these words, the girl removed her hand again. Gareth sincerely didn't understand the reason for Anna's behavior. Once again, she felt completely useless in this world. As soon as there was a feeling that life was getting better, it turned out that it wasn't. Meanwhile, back at Anna's house, the guests and her family settled each into their own seat. Tracy Calhoun. In a conversation with her grandmother, Rhonda emphasized that Gareth was so enamored with Anna. She wished that God would gift their grandchildren with a future fourth-generation head. As long as the kids are happy, so am I. But I'd like to tell you about our dowry, Tracy added with a smile. The woman said that in addition to the $8 million, the villa, worth $1 million, would be signed over to Anna after the birth of her great-grandchild. Rhonda just opened her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe her ears. The numbers were already running through the old woman's mind. In addition, Tracy promised some other trinkets like jewelry, graded papers, and bonds. Having said that, Gareth's grandmother hoped they wouldn't be refused. Rhonda hypocritically pointed out that there was no need to be so ceremonious. She said that even if they hadn't offered anything, she would still have agreed. Tracy rejoiced and said that since Rhonda had no objections, it was settled. And now they could discuss the costs of the wedding. As soon as the woman said this, an assistant in a suit and carrying a black briefcase approached her. The suitcase and Tracy explained that it contained $200,000 in cash for expenses. The woman asked just to let her know if the money suddenly ran out. "Ha ha ha! You're really being overly ceremonious," Rhonda exclaimed happily. Oh my God. When Grandma saw this amount of money, she was ready to burst into tears of joy. She had never dreamed of having so much money. Tracy asked if there might be something bothering Anna's mom. Shanna stood modestly and quietly to the side, hesitant to say a word. Rhonda just waved her hand in Shanna's direction and said that only Grandma decides everything in this family. Anna couldn't bear to see her mother humiliated. It hurt her to see tears in the eyes of the dearest person in her life. Gareth noticed that the whole situation was upsetting the girl, but he couldn't interfere yet. Anna offered to show Gareth around, noting that it was probably his first time in their village. The suggestion seemed to take the man by surprise and puzzle him a little. He looked at Grandma Tracy, and she nodded approvingly, agreeing that the kids should really go out while he and Rhonda went over the details. Meanwhile, Ford's family, left unattended, took great offense. Delia went to the car, and dragging her son Ulysses behind her, she was indignant that she had to get away from these people who only knew how to brag about their money. Oh, how angry Sheila was, I can't tell you. At that moment, Anna and Gareth had just stepped out to watch the neighborhood and passed Sheila. The girl was filled with envy and hatred. Anna had noticed it. Now she was afraid that because they had interfered with Sheila's auditions, she would have to take it out on her mother. The realization of it made everything in Anna's soul shrink. Sheila was ready to explode with the hatred she felt for her sister. She promised herself that one day she would take everything away from Anna, no matter what it took. Once outside, Gareth wondered if Anna hadn't brought him out here to talk. He asked the girl not to be afraid and to speak up if things were as he thought. Anna suggested that Gareth come into her room for a while. The girl was embarrassed that there were so many guards following them all the time. The man accepted the offer. A moment later, they were in Anna's room. Garrett was surprised that it was so empty. The room was impersonal, as if no one had lived in it for a long time. But it was, after all. Suddenly, something in particular caught the man's eye. Oh, he saw Anna's baby picture. She was such a cute and happy baby in it. The little girl holding a huge, soft bear in her hands was so joyful and completely different from the sad Anna who was beside him now. Gareth took the photo in his hands. Anna reacted with lightning speed. She was beside the man in a flash and turned her picture upside down, slamming it down on the table. Looking Gareth straight in the eye, Anna indignantly stated that his family didn't have to spend like that at all. She also added that even if it was a tiny amount, she didn't need it. The man has swept up that it is not a waste of money, and after the birth of the child, all those funds would be transferred to Anna's account. In addition, he said that then the girl would be able to dispose of that money as she herself would like. Gareth looked around, and once again he saw something. Wow, this is a photo of Anna from her university graduation, and on it she is also shining with happiness. For some reason, Gareth was impressed by these photos. Anna was opening up to him as a person. The man touched the photo with his hand, intending to take it. Anna froze for a moment. To her, it looked like an attempt to invade her personal space. Gareth seemed to have touched something special, something very important to Anna. The girl asked Gareth in a harsh tone not to touch the photo. The man was taken aback by her reaction. But what had he done? Looking at Anna, he mentally observed that even when this girl was angry, she was still beautiful. Those bottomless eyes. I think he was starting to like Anna. This is getting interesting. Gareth had a lot to compare it to. And this unusual girl who carried his child under her heart was very different from his beloved Dina. Distracted from his thoughts, the man smiled. He wondered if Anna really cared that much about the picture. Oh, suddenly, Gareth was leaning too close to the girl. So close that Anna's cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Being in obscene proximity to the girl's face, Gareth asked, "Or was this photo only allowed to be seen by the dearest of people?" Anna sharply pushed the man away from her. She lowered her gaze and held the photo to herself. The man stared at Anna in bewilderment. Oh yeah, that was a really special photo for Anna. It was her treasured memory of Danny. But I guess it's too late, and you can't undo the past no matter how much you want to. Now everything is as it is. And Anna could only go with the flow. Now her fate did not depend on herself. Suddenly, Gareth's hand rested against the wall, right next to Anna's head. The man's impulsive and unpredictable behavior drove Anna to frenzy. The girl froze on the spot and looked fearfully into Gareth's eyes. "Sweetheart, don't forget that you are mine from now on," he stated in a confident tone and smiled. Gareth gently took Anna by the chin and looked directly into her eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate her soul. Anna forgot how to breathe at that moment. Gareth suddenly thought of his Dina. Her smile, soaked in falseness, would remain falseness. Her mercantile intentions had been in the air the entire time she'd been around Gareth. That arrogant girl had no scruples about asking to finance her career. Of course, in bed, Dina is great, sensual and passionate. Once Gareth could call his feelings for this girl love. At least he thought he felt that way about Dina. But the girl herself thought that the whole world revolved only around herself. Such a concept as love was alien to her. One day, Gareth proposes to Dina that she and he discuss their future together. It seemed to the man that it was time to think about getting married. That time, Dina replied that it was still early and she hadn't accomplished much. That's what Dina was like, calculating and cunning. After a stormy night, she could often leave Gareth behind, disappearing without warning. These behaviors confused the man because he wanted a serious relationship, and Dina and serious intentions are something from fiction. Well, perhaps this was the moment when Gareth realized it most clearly. Oh, Anna, she's completely different, the complete opposite of Dina. Her joy and sadness are so genuine and visible. A certain feminine grace and at the same time childlike modesty and naivety. Her smile is like a ray of sunshine on a rainy day. Something has definitely changed in Gareth's life since Anna arrived. He seemed to feel needed. Anna's personality traits made Gareth see Dina in a different light. It was as if his rose-colored glasses had suddenly been removed. Suddenly a notification arrived on Gareth's phone. A reminder came to them to head to the church and get ready for the wedding. Now the exciting hour has arrived. But it seems that not only the newlyweds-to-be showed up at church today. A beautiful woman in a seductive outfit looked excitedly at the church from afar. It's Dina! And she's really pissed. After all, the girl was counting on everything being hers in the end. More precisely, from the very beginning, everything was supposed to be hers. Dina angrily clutched the branch in her hands and determined to get her own back. The dark corridors of the church were lightly illuminated by the sun, which penetrated through the window panes. The dark corridors of the church were lightly lit by the sun, which penetrated through the window panes. Wow, Anna looked beautiful today! Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Anna thought she saw a stranger there, so unfamiliar to her, such a luxurious outfit and jewelry. No, it was Anna, the new Anna. At this time, the principal was notified that Mrs. Dina had suddenly returned to the country and was heading towards the church right now. Looks like she's up to something. Gareth grinned ironically. Still, she decided to come back. The aide pointed out that Dina didn't even have an invitation and asked if it would be better to intercept her. "No, let her come," Gareth replied. He felt that he and Dina needed to dot the I's, and if he put it off, it wouldn't be as much fun. He asked Sid to order security to let this woman pass. In the room, Anna was changing clothes and didn't suspect anything yet. Suddenly, the door opened. Anna turned around anxiously. "Oh my God, what's going on?" Dina burst into the girl's room like a madwoman and slapped her in the face. Anna lost her balance. Before she had time to realize anything, she thought of her child first. She leaned on the edge of the table and managed to keep herself from falling. Dina asked Anna indignantly if she'd thrown her conscience away to feed the mongrels. She yelled indignantly that Gareth was her man and couldn't understand why Anna was marrying him. "Linda, it's about time you came back. I was wondering why wasn't Danny in that room then? Why Gareth? Where was Danny then?" Anna bombarded her friend with tons of questions in shock. Linda, as if nothing had happened, replied that she couldn't know how Anna had gotten into her man's room. According to her, there could have been a mistake, and Anna had mixed up the right card and taken Linda's card instead of the right one. "And why would I give you a map to my room? Anna, aren't you ashamed to accuse me? Why don't I deserve to be treated the same way I treat you?" Linda indignantly berated her friend. Anna was confused by this onslaught of both Linda and the flood of accusations in her direction. Everything seemed to be going according to Linda's plan. She smiled smugly, realizing that it wouldn't cost her anything to convince this naive fool of what she wanted. Letting out a theatrical tear, Linda suddenly sighed and suggested that the cards might have gotten mixed up because they were drunk at the time. Anna stared at her friend with her mouth open, unable to think of what to say. Linda, meanwhile, continued to lament what would happen to her if Anna married Gareth. Linda continued to act like a hurt friend, asking why Anna was doing this to her. She reproached Anna for not caring about her friend, and she pityingly mentioned Danny. Linda reminded her that the guy had devoted himself to Anna since university and asked how Anna could have forgotten that. "He's only been gone 2 months. Anna, don't you have a heart? I didn't expect this from my heart friend. I was so blind. I trusted you. Your family trusted you. Danny trusted you. Why are you doing this to us?" Linda persisted. She then apologized to Anna for hitting her. Throwing herself into Anna's arms, the girl begged for Gareth back. She assured her that she loved him. Linda also insisted that Anna had Danny, but she had no one else. Anna suddenly cried. She didn't know what to do because she was no longer innocent. Anna confessed to Linda that she had gotten pregnant that night. She also explained that she didn't want to marry Garth, but she was worried about what would happen to the baby, so she didn't know how best to proceed. Linda advised Anna and Tick Danny and tell him about the incident. Her friend advised her to tell him that Anna had the wrong room and that she would never betray Danny willingly. "He loves you so much. I'm sure he could love a baby, too," Linda coaxed. Linda remarked that Anna didn't like Gareth and he didn't like her. According to her, their marriage could only bring misery. Suddenly, Anna realized that Linda was right. She decided that she loved Danny and only him. The girl decided that she had to see him urgently. With these thoughts, Anna pushed Linda away. Spurred on by her friend and overcome with excitement, Anna ran barefoot out of the room. All her thoughts were on her lover, Danny. It seems Linda was easily able to achieve what she wanted. The girl smiled smugly. "Danny, just wait for me! I'll find you!" Anna screamed in her head. She was in tears, and under the influence of her emotions, she rushed to the exit of the church. As if in a fog, Anna ran out into the street. She ran without noticing anything around her. There was only one goal in her mind right now. One of the guards noticed the girl's escape and became alert. A second later, 2 bodyguards were already blocking Anna's way. The 2 bodyguards were already blocking Anna's way, and they all said that the wedding was about to start and asked the lady to go back. But the girl told them to get away and stay out of the way, shoving the men away from her. Anna threatened to do something to the baby if they got in her way. With those words, she pulled one sharp bobby pin out of her hair. Hatem the girl put a sharp object to her stomach, and began threatening the guards that if anything happened to the Calhoun heir, they would have their heads twisted off. "It's naive to think they wouldn't unscrew you in that case too, Anna." Gareth's voice suddenly sounded nearby. Oh, the sudden appearance of the man had unnerved Anna. She turned and, trying to justify herself, began to mumble something inaudible. Gareth smiled at the fact that she hadn't even noticed what she was wearing as she rushed to her ex-boyfriend's house. "If you want to meet him so badly, be my guest. If he agrees to take you away from here, I'll cancel the wedding," Gareth promised suddenly. Oh, Anna just couldn't believe he was serious. She stared at Gareth incredulously, trying to make sure that he was really going to let her see Danny. At that moment, an automobile quietly pulled up to the church. Anna's eyes widened in surprise. She'd expected anything, but she hadn't expected this meeting right here and right now. It's her Danny! Anna's love. It's him, the one and only one with whom the girl wanted so much to tie her fate. Anna smiled happily. She was so happy to see Danny, especially since she had something to say to him. Except that Danny, when he saw Anna, only sighed and looked away. What's wrong with him? Anna mentally noted that he wasn't the same as before. Even his gaze was as cold as ice. She turned sharply to Gareth and asked angrily what he had done to him. Gareth calmly adjusted the cufflinks on his jacket. His calmness and confidence at this moment was enviable, but it was annoying to Anna. Gareth slowly approached Anna. He explained to the girl that he had only brought the one she was so anxious to see here. Danny could tell he was nervous. The boy asked why he had been brought here. "Mr. Danny Vent, I just wanted to know how much you value your love for Anna at," Gareth replied, still as calmly. Danny didn't realize what he was talking about. He confusedly replied that Anna had always been more precious to him than anything else in the world. But what's going on?" Danny turned around, not realizing what was wrong. Oh, suddenly, Gareth's bodyguard put a suitcase on the car that brought Danny in. As soon as he opened it, everyone present was surprised because there was money in the suitcase. $500,000! Danny drew his eyebrows together contemptuously and emphasized, looking at Gareth, that love wasn't measured in money. But as soon as he said this, a second suitcase was immediately opened in front of Danny, containing the exact same amount. $1 million, Gareth remarked with a calm and smug smile. Anna tensed visibly. She was literally shaking with anxiety. Gareth's whole look at that moment expressed his superiority and complete mastery of the situation. "Maybe you're not satisfied with the yuan?" asked Danny. Without giving the guy even a second to think about the answer, the suitcases with the yuan were quickly removed, and 2 new suitcases were placed on the hood of the car. Oh, wow! These suitcases were completely stuffed with wads of dollars. Gareth clarified that the total here is $500,000. Anna stared at the hesitating Danny in a stupor and could not believe that he could make a choice in favor of money. But the length of his silent pause alarmed her. Oh God, Danny seemed to have lost his mind a little. He knelt down in front of the car. Emotionalized by this sudden offer to get rich, the boy was overcome. He was shaking all over, and his eyes seemed to see nothing but the stacks of $100 bills in front of him. As she began to realize where this was going, the whole world seemed to darken for Anna in an instant. Gareth, by the look of him, had expected exactly that reaction. He stood there, calm as a boa constrictor, and mentally cheered. "Mr. Vent, I only gave you a choice," he said. Gareth suggested that Danny pick this girl, marry her right now, and leave with her. Or he could have forgotten Anna, taken all that money and gone off on his own. "Ah, speaking of which, that rare brand of Bentley. You can drive right off in it," Gareth added, becoming like a tempting serpent to Danny. Danny couldn't utter a word at first from shock. When he turned to Gareth and Anna, you would have thought from the look in Danny's eyes that he was distraught. Anna thought it couldn't be. What was that look in Danny's eyes? She'd never seen him like that before. God, he'd told Anna so many times that their love was priceless. But as it turns out, everything in this world has a price. And for Danny, $500,000 in a car were enough to sell his love to a stranger. It was this man who had once told Anna that they could achieve anything in the world together. Admire it, Gareth whispered, leaning right up to the girl's ear. He asked Anna to take a good look at the face of the man she loved so much, and Anna watched dumbfounded as the guy she once loved, with delight in his eyes and drooling, without the slightest hesitation, traded her for a car and sold her for money. Oh, would her Danny do such a thing? Anna wasn't sure of anything anymore. She was looking at a completely different person. The girl still couldn't let go so easily of what she felt for this man. She rushed over to Danny and grabbed his sleeve, begging him to leave together. Anna assured Danny that they didn't need Gareth's money, and they could earn it themselves. But the guy wouldn't even listen to her. He just roughly pushed the girl away from him. Oh, it hurts so much. This betrayal was so hard to bear. It was a pity that Anna felt only her own pain at that moment, not thinking about the pain she herself had caused Danny by simply disappearing from his life without explaining anything. Gareth watched in silence. He deftly grabbed Anna, who lost her balance after Danny pushed her away. Danny Went at this time was absorbed in his acquisition. Like a gold fever patient, he raised his hands to the sky and laughed gleefully that it all belonged to him. Anna rushed to the boy again. She still held out hope that he would come to his senses and they could start again together. But Danny was so engrossed in his new car and money that he didn't hear anyone around him. He was rich now. Barely had Anna had time to touch his hand before he brushed the girl off again and said he was fed up with her. Gareth hadn't interfered yet. He only watched to make sure Danny didn't cross the line where Anna would have to be protected. Gareth reminded the guy that it was time for him to make a choice already, and his time was limited. "Of course I choose the money. The girl is yours," Danny said without even turning around. These words were more painful to Anna than a hammer blow to the head. No, it can't be. Is he joking? When he reappeared in her life, would she have to lose the one she loved so much just like that? Anna couldn't believe that Danny would leave her alone. She thought they had loved each other so much. Had he forgotten their wonderful past? Anna still remembered his every touch and every look. She couldn't believe it would never happen again. So Danny traded his feelings for Anna for money? Okay, the money and the car are yours, Gareth stated coldly but smugly, holding a distraught Anna by the arm. The girl was trembling, and he could feel it. Without another word, Danny got behind the wheel of the cool new car and sped off. Anna stood in a kind of stupor, as if none of this were real. You could see through the glass that Danny didn't regret his decision one bit. This devastated Anna even more from the inside out. It was as if her heart had been shattered in an instant. Oh no, not again! Anna wrenched her hand from Gareth's palm in desperation. The girl ran out into the road and tearfully watched the car drive away. She prayed in her mind that he would stop, that this was all just a cruel prank. But the miracle didn't happen, and Danny drove away with suitcases of money, leaving his love broken-hearted and with a strange man. Streams of bitter tears flowed down Anna's cheeks. She had been so afraid of this, and now her fears had come true. Danny left her. Now Anna will have to build her new life, starting from scratch with a new man. Impressed by everything that had happened lately, Anna collapsed to her knees in the middle of the highway. She seemed to suddenly feel sick. Nausea pulled Anna back to reality, reminding her that she now had two hearts beating inside her. God, how many times since meeting Gareth had she wished it had all been a dream? How Anna wished she could wake up and get her carefree life back. But in the end, reality won out. "Danny Vent, I hate you!" Anna wanted to shout to the whole world. Watching from the sidelines, Linda Becker realized that bad things were happening. It looks like things haven't gone according to plan. The girl decided that this wasn't going to work, and she needed to find Gareth and talk to him quickly. But that wasn't so easy. Two of Gareth's guards blocked Linda's path. "What are you standing up for? I'm Dina, Gareth's girlfriend, and I need to see him right away," she said in a raised tone of voice. But one of the guards explained that the director had ordered that, since Dina had been so happy in Milan, she should be sent back there. Linda refused to believe it. She believed that Gareth wouldn't have left her, and it was the guards who were deceiving her. "I've got to talk to him. I'm the one who should be the bride, not Anna," the girl resented. A hard day full of emotions was finally over. Night has fallen. A fresh breeze blew coolly into the bedroom. Anna, in her wedding dress, sat on the edge of the bed and tried to put her thoughts together. She's now Gareth Calhoun's wife. I can't believe it. What a dramatic change in her life. But for some reason, she didn't feel happy at all. The girl listened. There was the sound of water coming from the shower. Ah, there was Gareth now. Anna tensed and looked anxiously at the door. Yes, she and Gareth got married today. And now she's the wife of one of the most powerful men in the world. Think about it. Maybe marriage to him is for the best. Stroking her still small tummy, Anna thought that at least the child would have a father and the baby would grow up in a full-fledged family. And since Anna had nothing left now, she couldn't lose this child. With Danny Went, it was over, and Anna's love was gone. At all costs for her child, Anne is determined to get back on her feet. There's no way she should just break down like that. Though the girl realized that this marriage was only a formality, it didn't matter to her. Oh, suddenly the door from the shower room opened. Anna looked away, embarrassed. When she dared to raise her eyes, Anna's cheeks blazed with a blush. As if some god descended from the pages of mythical stories, Gareth stood silently burning her with his piercing gaze. Wow, that incredible firm body. Drops of water running down the embossed outlines made my imagination awake. Oh no! The more Anna looked at the man, the more uncomfortable she became with the sensation she was feeling at this moment. Gareth looked back at Anna with a glare. "Bathroom's free, hurry up," he said quietly. Anna was as if confused. She couldn't understand if she really needed to sleep in the same room with a stranger. Although, in the light of recent events, what kind of stranger was he to her? Lowering her head, Anna embarrassedly agreed and was about to head to the bathroom. Oh no! As she was walking away, she accidentally stepped on the hem of her own dress and tripped. God, it all happened so fast that both Anna and Gareth were both in shock. Anna has lost her balance and looks like she's about to fall. As she fell, she instinctively reached out and grabbed the first thing that came to hand to steady herself. The towel that Gareth had wrapped himself in after the shower was the first thing that came to hand. Anna had fallen and bruised herself a little. The towel lay carelessly on the floor. Oh, I think Anna finally realized what was in her hand. She wanted to fall through the ground with embarrassment. Gareth stood as if nothing had happened. It was awkward, of course, but with a body like his, you could parade around instead of just standing there. Anna lifted her head and froze. Standing before her was a completely naked Gareth. Handsome and cocky, he stood there without even thinking to cover himself with his hands. Anna's scream was clearly audible even on the street. Blazing with embarrassment, the girl turned away in panic. Her face was all flushed. Anna didn't know what to do in this situation. Gareth was still standing there like a statue. He finally put his towel back on. Holding out his hand to Anna, he motioned for her to get up. His calm, velvet voice made her feel a little better. She looked at her new husband in surprise. That calm and gentle gaze. Why do you feel so safe around him, even in an awkward situation like this? Anna took the hand he held out to her, mentally noting that Gareth wasn't even angry with her. It was strange, but Anna found herself thinking more and more that Gareth looked so attractive to her lately. The man helped Anna up off the floor and told her that he would sleep in his office tonight. He also asked Anna not to stay out late, as he thought she had had a hard day. After saying that, Gareth walked leisurely out of the room. Anna only looked at him confusedly. Should I take his words as concern? Anna thought about it and decided that most likely Gareth just didn't want her to be nervous and hurt the baby. That's why he was acting like this. Gareth walked out, closing the door behind him. Standing outside the room in the hallway, he suddenly remembered something. The situation with the towel had discouraged him, too. In spite of his outward calm, the man was also a little agitated. It was only on his way out that he remembered he hadn't brought his clothes. It's morning. Anna struggled to open her eyes. It had taken so long to get to sleep last night. You bet. Such an emotional outburst from meeting Danny to that situation with Gareth's towel. Soon, Anna was on her way downstairs. Sid was the first to greet her. The girl wished him good morning in return and wondered where Gareth was. Sid replied that the principal had gone to work early in the morning. He also mentioned that the principal had asked him to make sure that Anna got a good night's rest. Sid asked him to let him know if the girl needed anything. Anna stepped closer. The girl surprisingly stated that she didn't need any more rest. After all, she realized that if she didn't send the money to her family soon, her mother would get it again from her grandmother. However, Anna's words angered Sid. He emphasized that it was the chairman's order and the director's will. According to the chairman, Anna would not even be allowed to go to her relatives. The girl was supposed to be at home and take care of the child. "Well, no way. Then I'll call the chairman. I can't sit at home. I have work to do." Anna was indignant. Sid only sighed. He couldn't convince this girl on his own, so he decided to contact his boss. When Gareth heard what Anna was going to do, he was very surprised. It was strange to him that the girl wanted to go back to this semblance of a job, despite the fact that she was just a desk rat. However, he replied to Sid over the phone that if the chairman agreed, he would let Anna come and be his assistant. "Let's see how good she is. She asked for it," Gareth muttered quietly to himself. Anna immediately seized the opportunity and called the chairman. It looked like the grandmother had agreed to the girl's request. Anna thanked the chairman with a satisfied voice and bright eyes. Sid stood aside and only clapped his eyes in surprise. Barely had Anna had time to hang up the phone when Sid immediately gave her pass. That really surprised the girl. How could he have gotten a pass so quickly? Indeed, it was a ready-made pass in Anna's name and with her picture on it. Did he really know about everything beforehand? Anna tried to reassure herself that she was just being paranoid. "Are we co-workers now?" she asked Sid. "Yes, mistress," he replied. Sid exulted in his heart at the news that Anna would be on the job. After all, now the mistress would always be in sight, and there would be no need to fear the head any longer. Anna finally made it out to work. Heelless shoes are just what she needs in her interesting position. The girl entered the company building with excitement. As soon as she appeared, immediately whispers and discussions about her person began everywhere. Everyone, and especially the girls, were wondering what the relationship between the principal and Anna was, since he had put Sid on her. The female co-workers were not shy about gossiping that Anna and Gareth were probably having a carnal relationship. Some speculated that it wouldn't end well for Anna. Others didn't understand why Anna wasn't already in the director's office if she cared so much about the boss. Sid had heard bits and pieces of the gossip, and he'd picked up on it. Anna, trying not to pay attention to anyone, walked to the checkpoint and attached her pass. Sid wanted to support Anna somehow, realizing how she might feel about such gossip, but the girl replied that it was fine and she wasn't going to pay attention to them. With a confident gait, Anna entered. She no longer cared what anyone said about her, because Anna was sure that she absolutely did not love this man. At the principal's orders, his male bodyguards quickly lined up in front of Anna's arrival. "Oh, here comes the elevator. That must be the boss's wife." Stepping out of the elevator, Anna rounded her eyes in surprise. She was met in front of the elevator by a bunch of security guards. Alina, all wearing business suits, dark glasses, and calling her mistress. The girl was dumbfounded by such a reception, so much so that she even blushed. Embarrassed, Anna asked that she not be called that here. "As mistress says," she was answered. Finally, Anna walked into the principal's office. It seemed that the man was so engrossed in his work that he did not immediately notice who had entered. Mentally, Anna remarked that Gareth was so serious when he was working. Sid called out to the boss, and he looked up. Seeing Anna in front of him, Gareth looked her over from head to toe. He scrutinized every detail of her closet. Of course, the fact that she wore shoes without heels was not without attention. Gareth smiled contentedly. He was glad the girl had thought of the baby. "Starting today, you are my assistant. It's your responsibility to help me with any work-related issues. Can you handle it?" Gareth asked, smiling. "Of course," Anna replied confidently. Gareth mentally noted that the girl's tone was overconfident, and he wanted to see Anna at work as soon as possible. "In that case, help me with this first," Gareth ordered with some irony and arrogance in his voice. With those words, he tossed a folder on the table. The girl calmly agreed. Well, Gareth wanted to see what Anna could do as soon as possible. He didn't think it would be a big deal if she didn't succeed. In fact, he was sure she wouldn't. The girl decided to herself that she would not let this arrogant headmaster look down on her. So the workflow reigned. Everyone sat at his desk and did his work. Anna was focused on the workflow. Gareth, in turn, was focused on watching Anna. He definitely enjoyed watching this girl. Now he knew what Anna looked like when she was working. There was silence in the office for a long time. Only the tapping of keys on the computers of one or the other could be heard. Oh, the secretary walked in. The girl put a cup of coffee on the table next to Anna. Anna was just about to thank the secretary. Before she could utter a word, however, Gareth asked the girl to put the coffee away and emphasized that Anna only drank milk. Both girls stared at the headmaster in surprise. His voice had sounded so unexpectedly, as if it had come out of the blue. "Be a dear and bring it. And don't forget to heat it up. Go," Gareth grumbled without taking his eyes off his laptop. Seeing the secretary's hesitation, he wondered if he had given her such a difficult assignment. The girl quickly put the cup of coffee away and promised to do his bidding in a flash. Anna looked at her boss in bewilderment. He cares so much about the baby. The girl decided that she should try harder, too. She began to work even harder on Gareth's assignment. Anna didn't doubt a bit that she would succeed. After going through a mountain of folders and documents, the girl all managed her task. "President, I'm done!" Anna announced contentedly, standing by Gareth's desk with her daddy in hand. Oh, the receptionist just walked in, too. The girl brought warm milk and carefully placed it on the boss's desk. After that, she hurriedly withdrew. Studying what Anna had done, Gareth didn't look away from the paperwork and told the girl to drink the milk brought to her. However, Anna stated that she did not want to. "Do I have to force it into you?" Gareth asked coldly, raising a stern gaze. "No need, I'll have a drink," Anna replied obediently and placed the folder on the table. Against her wishes, the girl had to take that glass of milk. Anne tried to drink it in a gulp. Warm milk wasn't the tastiest thing she'd like right now, but Gareth, as if mocking her, asked her to take her time. He seemed to be watching her every move. Anna couldn't understand why this man was so meticulous. She even wondered if he was a Virgo. "A Scorpion, actually," Gareth replied abruptly, as if he had read Anna's mind. Anna almost choked on her milk in surprise. What news? The girl was scared. Was Gareth definitely human? How long had he been able to read minds? Gareth noted with a sneer that he seemed to have overestimated Anna's abilities, as she even managed to choke on her milk. "Yes," Anna pointed out. "Gareth is just incredibly meticulous, just a nerd." Suddenly, the principal asked what Anna's zodiac sign was. The girl replied that she was a Cancer. "Ha, here it comes. Sid's finest hour." He opened a book and said that the boss and Anna were 100% compatible. Gareth and Anna stared dumbfounded at Sid. The girl didn't know how to react to this information from Gareth's assistant. Sid smiled smugly. Gareth seemed to take note of his words. Anna looked at the two of them, confused. She was already regretting answering that question at all. There was no way Anna wanted to be compatible with this man. It had been a year already. Anna went out on the balcony and looked at the huge full moon in thought. A lot has happened this year. Some of the memories still made the girl ache. Danny sold her and Anna's feelings, so the girl decided to leave him in the past. Anna thought of her mom. She wanted to believe that she was doing well there. Oh, and then just then my mom called, as if sensing her grown daughter's longing. Anna happily answered the phone and wished her mother a happy new year. She then asked how Mom was doing. The mother answered something and in turn asked Anna the same question. The girl did not know what to answer. There was a lot to tell. But after a little thought, Anna simply replied that she was doing wonderfully and asked her mother not to worry. "Grandma doesn't bother you?" Anna asked. Her mother assured Anna that everything was fine and asked if they would come to visit in the new year. The girl had expected such a question, but she was not ready to answer it. Anna was silent for a few seconds, thinking about her own thoughts. Her mother had already started to worry and asked why Anna was silent. But the girl blamed it on a bad connection. Anna then decided to reply that Gareth was busy for now, and so she wasn't sure about coming. "Of course we'll come." Gareth's voice suddenly came from behind her. Anna was a little taken aback. Stepping closer, Gareth wondered if Anna didn't want to visit her mom. The girl looked confusedly into his eyes. Gareth asked to be put on the phone. He was going to talk to Shanna Dickinson himself. When he picked up the phone, he immediately announced that he and Anna would be visiting the other day. It looked like Gareth was going to make up for lost time apart. Shanna was happy, but she asked him not to bring gifts like she had then. She was so anxious to at least see her children. Gareth asked his mom not to worry and emphasized that he wasn't hurting Anna. "Haha, good. I hope she's not giving you any trouble," Shanna replied. "God, and who is she saying that to?" Anna muttered unhappily under her breath. Gareth said goodbye to Shanna Dickinson and looked at Anna. "What did you mumble in there?" he addressed the girl. Anna flinched at the sound of his voice and pretended she hadn't said anything. Gareth leaned over the girl and wondered if she was cold. Anna was so embarrassed when Gareth was in such close proximity. "Maybe a little," she replied, and Gareth leaned even closer to the girl. Anna's heart pounded frantically. It felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. "Oh, what's he doing?" Anna shrieked in surprise. Like a piece of fluff, Gareth picked the girl up in his arms and motioned that it would be best for them to go back inside. Anna tried to pull away, saying that she could walk on the ground herself and she didn't need this. But Gareth suggested she do it another time. And just like that, Gareth carried Anna in his arms into the house. He seemed to enjoy her embarrassment and outrage. Wow, there's a picture of their wedding on the shelf. Except it's not the wedding Anna wanted to elope from. Over the course of this year, even though things weren't as good as I would have liked, things turned out to be not so bad for the girl. Let's go back to the days when Anna carried Gareth's baby under her heart. "Oh, finally finished my milk." Anna heroically tapped the empty glass on the table. I just can't believe she was able to get through it. Pregnancy made Anna realize that now eating or drinking something can be a feat for her. "Oh, there's that awful nausea again!" Anna pressed her lips together. With all her legs, the girl rushed to the restroom. Sid looked dumbfounded at the girl who ran past him. He only made a hand gesture to stop her, but it was too late. Sid knew that Anna had run to the principal's private restroom, where no one was allowed to enter. But Gareth didn't seem to care about that. The boss had asked Sid to have food delivered here every hour. The boy couldn't recover from the shock. He was amazed that Gareth had allowed his mistress to use his bathroom. And with his squeamishness, Gareth himself was puzzled by something else. He decided that since Anna didn't like this milk, he would have to find another. Anna almost gave her soul to God in the restroom. She felt so bad. Toxicosis was showing itself in all its glory. The girl leaned over the toilet, and all the milk she drank begged back. Oh, how sick she felt. Anna felt so nauseous that tears came to her eyes. What the hell is that? Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my God, does this toilet bowl have a gold rim? I mean, how luxurious is that? When she felt a little better, she stood up and looked around. The whole room was literally glittering with gold and luxury. Anna didn't understand such wastefulness on Gareth's part. Soon the girl was back in the office. Walking past the principal's desk, she returned to her workstation. And just as Anna sat down at the table, another cup of unfortunate milk appeared before her eyes. God, is he kidding me? Just from the mere sight of this marvelous drink, Anna was already starting to feel queasy. The girl looked furtively at Gareth. She thought she couldn't bear the torture any longer. Gareth stood at the window. He, smiling, was talking to someone on the phone. Still, overcoming her disgust, Anna drank the milk. As she listened, she was surprised to hear Gareth speaking in Korean. He could do that too. The boss ended his conversation and disconnected the phone. After the conversation, Gareth looked somewhat puzzled. The man turned his head and noted with satisfaction that his newly made wife was very sensible, for she drank all the milk. Anna was concentrating on her work. Suddenly the girl felt a stare on her and raised her head. And she wasn't wrong. It was Gareth who was burning her with his gaze. Smiling, he complimented Anna on what a good job she'd done. Well, it had finally dawned on Gareth that his wife was more than just a pretty wrapper. Though I went overboard with the pretty one. The man immediately added, completely ruining the first impression of his praise. Anna knew very well she wasn't pretty herself. She could not boast of wealth or money. And she doesn't go to work in expensive suits like most people. Even so, to ridicule it on Gareth's part is just low. The girl exhaled and tried to calm herself down and set her mind to the fact that she didn't care. I don't have a prestigious education or foreign practice. If you don't work hard, you won't get anywhere, especially in such a big company, Anna said. The girl realized that Gareth was not just an employee, but the president of the company, who chose his own employees. Anna decided that it would be better not to inflame the situation. Gareth grinned in response to Anna's words about working hard. The man walked over to Anna's workstation and rested his hands on her desk. Such spontaneous outbursts of the chief worried Anna very much. She immediately blushed and was embarrassed. "Tell me, what else can you do?" he whispered quietly, right in her face. Anna could feel his warm breath, and her heart began to beat faster again. "Well, it's not like I asked anything supernatural," Gareth added as if nothing had happened. He took the girl by the chin and looked carefully into her eyes. Anna couldn't understand what he was already up to. His unusual eyes were so frighteningly close. He moved closer again, and Anna's cheeks flushed scarlet. Oh, what is he going to do? Oh, Gareth couldn't seem to contain himself any longer. He was about to kiss Anna. His lips were almost touching hers. Anna felt numb. Not to say that she was uncomfortable with it, but she had never been so embarrassed to be with this man before. "Oh, there's a knock at the door!" Anna sat with her eyes closed, not daring to move. She didn't know what to do. Her heart was beating a drumbeat and her insides were clenching. Ha! Sid came in. He needed the president right away. Gareth turned around and gave the guy an evil look. Anna felt as if she had been saved from something imminent. Such relief. Sid, realizing that he had entered at a very bad time, froze in place, waiting for the righteous anger of the chief. "Oh, bummer!" He quickly bowed out and tried to leave, but Gareth stopped the guy. Sid stared dumbfounded at his boss. He was afraid to even think about what the boss might have said to him. However, contrary to all fears, the director did not scold him, but simply stated that he was having a lunch today with the deputy manager of the company, so he asked his assistant to prepare everything. When Anna heard that, she was already glad. She thought that since Gareth had something to do, she could rest. But Gareth was quick to dash all her hopes of a vacation. He announced that Anna would go with him. Sid, satisfied that he was not being punished for showing up at the wrong time, asked to be informed if Anna had no appetite. Anna was stunned by Gareth's words. Gareth walked calmly past her desk. "What chickened out?" he asked, noticing the look on Anna's face. Anna wondered. He seemed to be referring to something that an executive director's wife should be able to handle. Well then, challenge accepted! Anna promised Gareth that she wouldn't let him down. The man smiled contentedly and mentioned that he would be waiting for her at 12 o'clock on the 3rd floor of the banquet hall. He asked Anna not to be late. Of course, deep down, the girl was very excited. After all, up until now, she had been a simple office worker, and she had never had such a lunch in her life. Anna was afraid that she would just get lost there. Ha ha ha. Arriving at the appointed place at the appointed time, the girl was really lost. Everyone around was staring at her and whispering every now and then. Anna could even hear some gossip about herself. She was called the president's mistress, and some people could not understand how the girl managed to do it. Suddenly, someone grabbed Anna's arm. "Oh, that's so painful!" Before Anna could recover from the shock, some girl started yelling at her. "You're not allowed in here! You've already forgotten the company rules!" The manager named Martha Dilly yelled at the top of her voice. All the while, she continued to hold Anna's hand. Anna, on the other hand, tried to keep her cool. She realized that she needed to calm down for the sake of the baby. Pulling herself together, the girl explained that she was here by order of the president. She asked the manager to let her pass. Oh, finally, Sid appeared next to her. Anna looked at the boy and winked, signaling for him to help her. "Madam President and her guest are already waiting for you," Sid hurriedly said. Finally, Martha let Anna go!" Sid asked the girl if she was okay. Anna assured him that she was fine. She was ready to leave. Martha was seething with anger that she couldn't get that bastard Anna yet. She couldn't go against the president's right hand. And yet Martha Dilly was indignant. She couldn't get her mind around all this. In her opinion, even the fact that Anna was the president's personal assistant didn't give her the right to go up to the third floor. She looked puzzled at this girl, her unassuming outfit, and Martha's anger only grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Sid walked Anna to the correct door. Standing in front of this door, Anna felt a slight thrill. When she first started working here, she had a lot to put up with from her coworkers. But she got through it. Anna decided that she needed to believe in herself. With these thoughts, she knocked on the door. Mr. Gareth, as the head of the In Finance Group, can rightfully raise the market value by 20%. Then it will come down by 5 percentage points. These were the words Anna heard as she stood in front of the door. Someone on the contrary convinced Gareth that they shouldn't do it, as they might lose profits. "Who is it?" thought Anna. It was a woman's voice, and such a charming one at that. For some reason, the girl suddenly remembered the moment when Gareth had almost kissed her. Now that she heard that voice, something akin to jealousy pricked at her heart. "Mistress, let's go," Sid pronounced, seeing Anna's confusion. He realized why the girl's mood had changed so much. Anna seems to have taken it all the wrong way, Sid thought. But Anna had already set up to go in. Sid was frozen for a moment. He didn't know what was wrong, or whether he should open the door. Anna tried to focus and convince herself that everything she was doing now was for the safe future of her child and herself. And besides, she's just a formal wife who married Gareth because she was pregnant. Anna chased away the resentment and intrusive thoughts and pushed the door open with confidence. The girl decided she shouldn't care about her boss's relationship. Entering the office, Anna apologized for being late. The girl bowed obediently and apologized once more for being late. Garrett looked at Anna demurely. He said nothing to her apology. Anna suddenly noticed who that charming voice belonged to. Standing beside Gareth was a girl she didn't know. She put her hand on his shoulder. "Gareth, what does that mean? Didn't you say this was a private conversation?" she asked. Wow, you couldn't take your eyes off this beauty. Her figure, her hair, her makeup. All of it couldn't leave anyone who was near Margot unnoticed. Anna was simply shocked by the beauty of the stranger. She had time to appreciate the beauty of this woman. To lighten things up a bit, Sid came over and pushed back the chair, inviting Anna to sit down. Finally, the boss bothered to speak. He introduced Margot Ruby to Anna as his deputy. Anna said hello to Margot, and in turn introduced herself as well. Margot, on the other hand, mentally marveled that Sid had helped Anna sit up. She had time to note that this Gareth girl was really unique. "I hear Mr. Gareth has a very talented assistant," Margot remarked in a flattering voice. Margot suggested aloud that a personal assistant must have special qualities. Raising her glass, she paid her respects to Mrs. Anna and offered her a drink. "Oh, just like in homage." Anna stared at Margot in bewilderment. Anna modestly remarked aloud that Mistress Margot was flattering her. The girl stared at the glass in a stupor. What should she do in this situation? After all, Anna was not allowed to drink wine. The situation didn't bear long deliberation. She needed to make a decision very quickly. Anna looked at Gareth with the hope that he would help her pass out. But he looked completely indifferent. What shall we do now?" Anna looked at Margot again, mentally noting that she had offered her a drink, as if the honor of the company depended on it. Margot held her glass expectantly. She wanted to see what was so special about this girl. What to do? Anna thought frantically. Unable to think of anything better to do in such a short time, Anna reached for her glass with her hand. Oh, and then finally salvation arrived. There's Gareth. How could you just sit there and wait so quietly? Anna stared at the man in surprise. She's only an assistant. Why the attention, Mistress Margot? Gareth emphasized and glanced at Anna unhappily. The boss suggested that the deputy would rather have a drink with him. Anna was ready to melt at such an act of Gareth. Had he really done it for her? Except why Gareth keeps acting like Anna's not here. He's just not paying attention to her. Margot, as an experienced heartbreaker, despite Gareth's disguise, had already drawn some conclusions for herself. Gareth didn't act like that with girls. Now she wondered, who was this Anna to him? Oh, suddenly there's a knock on the door! I wonder who that could be. Everyone looked at the door expectantly. Gareth got up from the table and asked who was there. Margot sipped a little from her glass with the thought that apparently there were quite a few people who wanted to participate in this feast. Anna offered to go and open the door. She was about to get up, but Gareth suddenly covered her hand with his palm. Ah, he had touched her again. Anna felt strange sensations from his touch. Gareth said Sid would open the door. Ha! It seemed that at this moment, while he was standing next to Anna, the girl froze and even stopped breathing. Gareth changed his tone and reminded him sharply that he had asked that no one disturb them here today. Sid jerked at the sound of the chief's voice. Martha Dilly stomped down the hallway without waiting for the door to be opened. She was puzzled that no one had opened the door for her. Mr. Gareth, I forgot to report something to you during this morning's meeting. It's important. Can I say it now? Martha gibbered somewhere outside the door. Her sudden appearance seemed to have put a strain on everyone present. Sid understood without a word and told his boss that right now he was going to ask her to leave. Anna smiled quietly to herself, recognizing the voice of the manager in the girl who had kept her at the entrance. Distracted from Martha, Anna looked at Margot again. Margot threw her a glance back at her. Their gazes met. Anna couldn't understand why Margot kept looking at her. The girl could not understand the reason for such attention to her person. The girl couldn't understand the reason for such attention to her person. Margot, at the same time, thought Anna was some kind of strange girl. She didn't understand how it could be funny when someone was trying to seduce your man. Sid came out to Martha and she asked him where the president was. The guy replied that Martha had better leave now, as the president did not want to talk to her now. Martha's eyes flashed with an angry glint. Martha's eyes flashed with anger, and she was ready to burn both Sid and that upstart Anna if she caught her eye. There were already whispers about the situation in the corridor. The girls were discussing with bewilderment how the president had driven away the head of the sales department. Martha drew her own logical conclusions from the situation. She thought that the president had refused to meet with her because of bloody Anna. Turning sharply around, Martha gave herself a promise of revenge on Anna Dickinson. The meeting came to an end, and Anna left the office. She walked down the stairs. While Gareth was in the study talking to Margot, Anna stayed out of the conversation. But she had learned a lot from their discussions. "Oh my God!" A familiar female voice called out loudly to Anna again. The girl visibly tensed. What did this Martha want from her again? Martha gave Anna an angry look and asked what the girl had done that the president refused to meet with her. Anna stared at Martha in silence, not knowing what to say to these baseless accusations. "Foxy! I didn't work so hard to get fired because of you!" Martha continued to shout at the whole room. Anna listened silently to these loud speeches, and saying that she had done nothing of the sort, turned around. She said that she had to go and was about to leave. Martha felt a fierce hatred for this girl. It was because of Anna that Martha, in her opinion, had to look like a complete fool in the eyes of her boss and many of her colleagues. Martha threatened Anna that she would not get off that easy. She asked Anna in an orderly tone to be nice and explain herself first, and only then to get the hell out of here. The fact that Anna was silent infuriated Martha even more, and she grabbed the girl sharply by the shoulder. Anna looked fearfully at the manager. God, she was mad as hell. But why? Anna didn't understand what Martha wanted from her. The manager, at the height of her emotions, began to allow herself more. She had already started pushing Anna. It seemed that what was happening was already attracting too much outside attention. "I have nothing to say," Anna replied briefly, and it was true. Martha, however, took her words as arrogance. The manager continued to shake Anna. She insulted the girl, calling her a doormat who keeps here as if she were the president's wife. Anna looked at the furious Martha in horror and waited apprehensively to see what else she might do. Martha noticed that Anna was clearly lacking in discipline. "Then I'll teach you a lesson!" the manager shouted and swung her hand at Anna. Those present had different reactions to this scene. Some could not contain their laughter, others looked at these two with apprehension. Surprised exclamations of shocked guests rang out from everywhere. Anna, on the other hand, was expecting a punch and thought that it must be her destiny to constantly succumb to humiliation. But why didn't she hit? It was as if time had stopped and everyone around them had fallen abruptly silent. Anna gingerly opened one eye. Wow! Someone's masculine hand intercepted Martha's arm, preventing her from striking. It was Gareth! Like a comic book superhero, he had appeared just in time. How unfortunate, he said in a cold tone. Martha froze on the spot in horror. Somehow she had not thought that the president might come down here, too. Her eyes were wild with fear and despair. Oh, there goes the girl! Without thinking long, Gareth sharply threw her hand aside. I didn't realize it was the sales department's responsibility to gouge my people, he quipped. And you just stand there waiting for it to hit! Gareth grinned perplexedly, turning to Anna. Martha turned pale with fear and hatred. Who is she? Asked Gareth, leaning over Anna's head. He declared in full voice that Martha was not even worth a finger of Anna's. The girl blushed again, but she felt so pleased at this moment that the chief had stood up for her in front of everyone. This situation became a topic of active gossip. Everyone was talking about what Gareth had said to the manager. It was a real shock when Gareth called Martha no match for Anna. Martha had not yet realized that she herself had tightened the noose on her career. She blamed Anna Dickinson for everything. Gareth looked at Anna puzzled. It was a mystery to him that in private this girl acted so boldly, while immediately shutting down as soon as she went out in public. The director held out his hand, thus signaling his assistant Sid. Sid took the hint and put a napkin in his boss's hand. Gareth defiantly wiped his hand, the one he'd used to keep Martha from hitting him. He seemed disgusted that he'd even realized he'd touched her. Gareth Calhoun gave Martha a chilling look and told her to report to the Human Resources Department for dismissal. After these words, he threw the napkin carelessly in Martha's direction. With this gesture, he showed the highest degree of his displeasure and the insignificance of Martha Dilly's position. Oh, no one could believe that the director had actually been able to fire Martha so easily. Colleagues were whispering in corners, discussing the incredible news of the day. Gareth took Anna's hand. God, how safe she felt at once! In one motion, it was as if he had shielded her from all the troubles and ill-wishers with their evil tongues and intentions. Anna looked at her fictitious husband and boss as if he were a savior. At that moment, she was very grateful to him. Gareth's own gaze was mixed. It was a mixture of anger and kindness, cold and warm. It was both affectionate and prickly at the same time. To everyone's quiet chatter and perplexed looks, he led the girl away. Anna could barely keep up with him running, so sprawling were Gareth's steps. Today's situation had not left the girl's mind. While her hand was in his, Anna pondered why on earth was this man always bailing her out? Why is the man who seemed to have ruined her life overnight now the only one whose strong back protects Anna from all sorts of trouble? Wait! I'm the sales manager. I've brought the company so much profit! Martha shouted indignantly at her boss and his assistant. She was filled with resentment and resentment. She felt that she had been treated unfairly. She glanced at Sid, who stated that if Martha didn't want to lose her termination compensation, she should leave in silence. The girl even now did not understand why they had done this to her. A wave of despair came over Martha. Sid, however, mentally noted that the boss was just too damn angry this time. In the president's office, Gareth, like a personal bodyguard, led Anna back to the workplace. Anna was finally able to exhale and stop. At the pace Gareth was dragging her from there, she wasn't really able to move now. Gareth let go of her hand. He looked back and looked at Anna. The girl caught his gaze and immediately apologized for causing Gareth so much trouble. Gareth, on the other hand, replied that he was just worried about the baby, or he wouldn't have helped. You're a mother, after all, and you should realize that everything that happens to you affects your child as well, the man pointed out reproachfully. Anna only lowered her head guiltily. Of course, he was completely right. She realized from his words that he only cared about the baby, and he didn't care about her. She looked up to look Gareth in the eye. He looked so stern that it even became awkward and a little scary. Ha! Gareth seemed to realize how tense his fictitious wife was and tried to make his expression more affectionate. He even smiled. "You," he exclaimed suddenly, pointing a finger at Anna. Anna shuddered again. God, this man is so unpredictable! Gareth reached his hand out to Anna. Then he leaned his finger gently on her lips. Smiling, he asked Anna not to be so embarrassed. But Anna was already red. Her whole face was burning as if she had been doused with boiling water. Oh, and Gareth, meanwhile, was coming closer and closer. The girl asked him to stop. In the panic that covered Anna from head to toe, the girl sharply pushed Gareth away from her. Then she quickly tore toward the door. Anna grasped the huge door handles and tried to open that heavy door with thoughts that she needed to get out of here faster. Oh, but he caught up with her here, too. Gareth's hand slammed into the door beside Anna, blocking her from getting out. Anna was trapped in his grasp. Oh, what to do now? Gareth grasped her hand. He was strong and strong in his hands, but he didn't hurt her. Instead, his movements were gentle, but at the same time insistent. The man turned Anna around to face him. Ah, and here's Anna facing him like a caged bird, frightened and confused. Gareth, like a cat that had finally cornered its prey, asked if Anna thought she could escape. God, his eager, burning gaze had immobilized Anna. She was frozen. It seemed to her that she was caught, and now he was planning to do something. Anna closed her eyes and shrieked. Like a tempting serpent, Gareth moved his face right up to Anna's ear. He seemed to want to whisper something to her. Anna really did feel like a cornered animal. Oh, and then there was a knock at the door. Gareth looked up. I think Sid had just called him. Oh, God, the little bugger had come at such a bad time again. What is it? Queried Gareth without opening the door. And Sid replied that the German embassy had sent a document that required immediate attention. Gareth pulled away from the girl, and Anna was relieved to think that she was saved again. When Sid entered the office, there was just a sepulchral silence. It was as if nothing had happened before, Anna sitting at her desk, and Gareth walking to his desk. For some reason, Sid had that strange feeling again, like the time he had caught the chief with his young wife so unwillingly. Awkwardness seemed to permeate the air. Sid felt like he'd done something wrong. The guy's instincts were right. Gareth glared at him, wishing in his heart that he could just kill Sid. Sid wanted to fall through the ground under the chief's gaze. He'd regretted coming here 1,000 times already. Anna, on the other hand, looked at Gareth's assistant with undisguised gratitude in her eyes. Sid was her savior, and from now on she decided she would treat him a little better. "President, if that's all, then I'll—" The guy mumbled inarticulately, hoping he'd just leave like that now. But Gareth didn't let him finish and added overtime to the guy for the night. "Got it," Sid mumbled in a stupor. The working day had come to an end. The employees were already busily going home. The street in front of the office was crowded. Anna walked out of the building. Her workday was thankfully over, too. She sighed with relief. It was good not to sit at home these days, but even after work, Anna was like a squeezed lemon. Oh, something really surprised the girl, and it seemed she wasn't the only one. The employees were staring enviously and excitedly at the same place Anna was staring at. Taking a better look, Anna was even more surprised. Gareth pulled up in a cool car. Wow, I can see why everyone was staring. There was a lot to be envious of. The new car glinted in the sun. "Get in!" Gareth invited Anna into his auto in public. The girl felt the envious stares of her female colleagues burning through her skin. You bet. It wasn't every day that the president invited someone for a ride. Anna had no choice. She got into the car and they drove off. Gareth was taking her for a ride. Anna squirmed and squirmed in her seat. She was scared out of her wits. They were going so fast that the wind was whipping her long hair in every direction. One strand touched Gareth as well. Despite all his concentration on the road, the man couldn't help but notice it. With a sideways glance at the girl, he still slowed down a bit. Anna was still sitting immovable. She was under the impression of such a fast ride. To her, this ride was fast even after Gareth had slowed down. I wonder if this was his way of making an impression. Where's his proverbial concern gone? What did he want to show her with this speed? Anna was mentally boiling over. But she told herself not to give in to her emotions. Today's incident was still replaying in her mind. The girl didn't know what she was going to do tonight. Taking his eyes off the road a little, Gareth looked at Anna. She could see his fleeting smile. I wonder why he's suddenly smiling. Meanwhile, the car pulled up to its destination. The man opened the door and they entered the house. And then Anna realized that there wasn't a soul here. Weird, what's going on? What was he up to? The girl's heart began to beat faster again. Yes, there really was no one in the house. The girl was stunned for a moment at the realization of her situation. Pulling back his tie, Gareth informed her that the servants would arrive in the morning and the new gardener and maid would start work tomorrow. The girl listened to his words, trying to understand where he was going with this. Suddenly, she realized that she and Gareth would be alone in this empty house tonight. A wave of fear washed over her. Anna frantically began to ponder what she should do now. The girl wanted to run away. If only it were that easy. Gareth went to the second floor, and Anna stayed downstairs, pondering what to do next. Escape. It's certainly good, but the girl was well aware that nothing would come out of it. Oh God, though of course Anna was just as aware of what might await her at night if she didn't escape. Images of her one and only fateful night with this man flashed through her mind. Now she was definitely finished! Anna stood there frightened, unable to move. Oh, and suddenly she heard footsteps approaching. It sounded like Gareth was coming back. The girl looked up doomedly, but Gareth, on coming down, announced that he was flying to Germany tonight. You decide about dinner, he added. Anna couldn't believe her ears. God, how well everything had ended for her today! The girl tried to hide her joy somehow, and, making a serious face, asked Gareth to be careful in such a case. Then the girl smiled, though in truth she was terribly tempted to just jump with happiness. The door slammed shut behind Gareth, and Anna was left alone. Oh, now she could finally breathe freely and not worry all the time, or be embarrassed. For a while, the girl still stood still for decency. Happiness overwhelmed Anna more and more every second after her fictitious husband left the house. Ha! I'll no more strength to restrain myself. What happiness! The girl jumped and laughed. She even felt like dancing with the sudden joy. Yeah, Gareth still wasn't far enough away from home that he couldn't hear what was going on outside the front door. He was surprised that Anna had reacted so positively to his departure. He glanced around to see if he had guessed wrong. He looked back to see if he was wrong, but all Gareth could see behind the glass of the door was Anna's calm silhouette, waving goodbye. Well, you could write it off as him just hearing that Anna was pleased. Ha ha ha. He should have seen the girl's satisfied face at that moment. She couldn't wait for Gareth to disappear from the horizon, so she couldn't hold back her emotions of happiness any longer. Finally, Gareth left, and Anna was left alone. She decided to make the most of his absence. The first thing the girl did was to take a bath. Humming a song, she sank into the warm water and gave in to the pleasure. The foam caressed her body, and the water seemed to wash away all the bitterness of the past days. Anna felt happier than ever. The girl closed her eyes and dreamed. It had been a long time since she had felt as relaxed as she did now. She wanted to breathe and enjoy every minute of this blissful solitude. It felt so good. After her bath, she rushed to her room. Wrapped in a towel, Anna flopped down on the bed. Such a soft, pleasant bed. That's happiness! Such a wonderful evening, nothing to mar it. The girl looked around at everything in sight with the thoughts that this house was hers alone for the day. It was nice not having to think about what she looked like in Gareth's eyes anymore. She could just lie there in the towel and enjoy the peace and quiet, and not have to think about her appearance, or her hair, or anything. Or you could just sleep peacefully. Anna didn't realize how she'd fallen asleep. She dreamed that she was holding some child's hand. Oh yes, that's her son. He laughingly leads her somewhere, showing her the way. Anna is amused and pleased. But who is he taking her to? Suddenly there were footsteps behind me. But who is it that is following them? Who is he, this mysterious man? Anna walked forward anxiously, afraid to look back. She kept walking and walking through the flower field, holding the little boy's hand. And the mysterious man was walking quietly behind her. But the girl was not afraid. With her soul, she felt who he was. "Who are you?" asked Anna without turning around. The man cautiously extended his hand toward her. He suddenly put his arms around her from behind and pulled her to him. How exciting and warm at the same time. What strange feelings suddenly came over the girl? "Your husband," a familiar voice whispered softly in her ear. Anna flinched. Oh yes, she knew whose voice it was. Anna couldn't mistake it for anyone else. Suddenly she saw his image clearly in her dream. The image of Gareth, that cocky man with the perpetually smug smile. Anna suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes wide and was finally convinced that it was just a dream. The girl got up. But it was necessary to fall asleep right like that after the bath, in a towel. But why did she dream about him? Why? Anna puzzled, clutched her head. Well, she was probably just too nervous about Gareth to dream about him. After that dream, Anna's previous calmness faded away. She didn't even want to sleep anymore. She got up and went to the closet. Mentally, she tried to calm herself with the fact that Gareth had said that he would go to Germany. She should be here alone. Anna carefully studied the woman's closet and noticed that all her clothes were sleeveless. Well, we'll have to make do with little. She still couldn't pick out anything from the women's closet, so she opened the men's and found a wonderful shirt there. The girl got dressed and thought she should relax. This was a chance to relax for once. So why not do it? After all, it would be very good for the baby, too. After leaving, the girl walked barefoot outside. A fresh, warm breeze blew a gentle coolness over her feet. Oh, what marvelous weather! Anna closed her eyes and stretched. A sweet languor flowed through her body. She decided that now would be a good time to take care of the garden. She was the best at what she did. Without thinking long, Anna found a pair of garden shears and approached the bushes. Oh, I think someone's moved into the mansion grounds.
It's Gareth! And as always, he's with his assistant!
As they got out of the car, the men heard someone singing in the yard. They listened. It was Anna's voice. She was singing some romantic pop song about how everyone can be loved. So with you I'll be nice. To you I want to belong. Anna belted out the song. Gareth's eyes smiled. The girl was tending the garden. Embraced by a garden sprayer, the girl was twirling around and singing her romantic song. She was so engrossed that she didn't hear or see anything around her. Wow, it seems that along with the song, Anna did a great job. The flowers after her caring hands looked simply magnificent. Roses gratefully spilled their delicate fragrances as if as a gift to the girl for her care. Gareth looked up. He wanted so badly to see Anna now. Sid, on the other hand, seemed about to weep with joy. So much was he enthralled by the singing of his beautiful mistress. Gareth glared at his aide, almost incinerating him with his angry gaze. Sid understood and shifted his gaze to the other side. The boss knew how to put him in his place without words. Sid got into the auto and drove away from the yard. Anna kept humming the song, opening her arms to the warm wind and sunlight. Oh my God, did I hear footsteps? The girl stopped singing and froze in place. It was as if everything went cold inside her. It was as if Anna felt Gareth's presence in her back. The sprayer fell out of her hands and hit the floor with a resounding thud. Oh yes, it was Gareth Calhoun! He stood looking at Anna from head to toe with no shyness. The girl tried to gather her thoughts and understand how this man was here at a time when he should be in Germany. Anna even began to hiccup, either from the cold or from fright. But why is he here? What are you going to do in such a lovely outfit? Asked Gareth with a conspiratorial smile. Was it just Anna? Or was there a hint in his question? The water from the flower sprayer spilled directly onto Anna's feet and formed a small puddle on the floor nearby. The girl looked at Gareth puzzled, trying to make sense of what he had just said. Gareth continued to look her straight in the eye. Oh, what a man he was! Even the mere sight of the man was disconcerting. Anna was blushing at the sight of him. And then Gareth was suddenly thinking of coming over. Anna sensed he was up to something again, but she couldn't even run away from here in her shirt. Oh, and once again his lips were in such dangerous proximity. He's so persistent. Having failed in the office at the door, he must have made up for it here. Anna looked at the man, dumbfounded. God, what's he doing? The girl's heart began to pound so frantically that it felt like it was going to jump out. Like a piece of fluff, Gareth lifted Anna into his arms and carried her into the room.
What are you doing? Let me go!
The girl screamed, trying to resist. Only in his strong arms, any movements were simply useless. Gareth took Anna into the bedroom. She was already aware in her mind of what might await her here. The man threw Anna onto the soft bed. She was still screaming and outraged. Oh no! What on earth was he thinking? Anna watched apprehensively as Gareth calmly began to undress. Quickly his tie came off, then his jacket.
Stop! You're not being seduced!
Anna mentally yelled, but in reality she couldn't get a word out of herself from the surprise. The last thing she wanted to do right now was watch Gareth undress, but his things flew mercilessly to the floor. God, he's really getting naked! It seemed to Anna that now she was like a hunted animal with no way out. Anna was overcome with excitement and anticipation of the inevitable. Gareth loomed over the girl. He rested his hands on either side of Anna on the bed, and his knee was right between her legs. She seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. "You won't escape this time," said Gareth, leaning in. "Don't!" cried Anna, dropping her head onto the pillow. Anna's cheeks lit up again. You could see the desire mixed with fear in her eyes. But for now, it was more fear. Gareth could feel all her emotions. Only he knew what he wanted more at that moment. The man pulled the sheet. Anna at this time covered herself with her hands, and clasping her eyes, trembled like an aspen leaf in the wind. What Gareth did in the next moment was the last thing she expected. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Gareth just lay down behind her and put his arm around her. Anna wiped her eyes. She didn't understand how to behave further. In spite of all her fears, Gareth just lay beside her and didn't even move. "Let me sleep," he whispered softly. "Even so, you don't have to hug me," Anna mentally resented. No way. Did he really just fall asleep like that? Anna just couldn't believe it. The girl's heart slowly began to equalize its rhythm. However, this position still made her uncomfortable. The girl was afraid to even move. Anna decided that she would have to keep Gareth company. A light breeze blew in through the open window with a pleasant coolness. The sound of the wind and the cries of birds outside the window woke Anna up. She opened her eyes and looked around sleepily. Just how long had Anna slept? She couldn't gather her thoughts yet. Oh, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't fallen asleep alone. But the seat next to me was empty, and where was Gareth? Anna looked around puzzled. It hadn't even been an hour since they'd fallen asleep. Had he already left? It was strange, of course, but Anna decided to change her clothes first, and then to find out what was wrong. Soon she was on her way down to the first floor. Oh, and what was the girl's surprise when she reached the first floor? Right at the bottom by the stairs were lined up people on either side. They were guys and girls in maintenance uniforms. At the sight of Anna, they all bowed and greeted the girl, calling her mistress. God, Anna was just stunned by this encounter. She froze in bewilderment and stared at all these people in a stupor. Why are they here? Still in a bit of shock, Anna tried to clarify who they all were, but she could barely string together a couple of words. Seeing the girl's confusion, a woman explained to Anna that they had been hired by the principal to take care of the young lady. The woman introduced herself as Judy Bradbury and emphasized that from that day on, they were all responsible for Anna's life. "I see. You may proceed," was all Anna could reply. Judy informed Anna that they were to study etiquette after lunch. Anna had to prepare herself to be taught lessons in proper communication after the meal was over. Judy also mentioned that they were supposed to have dancing in the afternoon, but given the young mistress's pregnancy, they decided to replace that with music. The young mistress suddenly felt that she was somehow not feeling well. Suddenly the phone rang. Judy answered the phone. Anna was alert, but she couldn't hear what the conversation was about. For a while, Judy was on the phone. Looks like it was Gareth who called. "The gentleman left some papers in the study, if the lady can," Judy began. As soon as Anna heard those words, her eyes lit up with joy. The girl was happy that she could finally get a break. In her gaze, you could literally read, "Freedom!" Without waiting for Judy to finish speaking, Anna immediately replied that she would hand over those documents. A little while later, Anna was already rushing with the paperwork to Gareth's workplace. Yeah, to think. And just a few days ago, she was squeezing into the subway and working as a desk rat. And now Anna had her own car and even a chauffeur. The realization made me feel uncomfortable, but in a good way. Looking out the window, Anna thought. Sometimes it seemed to her that all this was not happening to her, and that all this was just a fantasy. However, the next incident brought the girl back to reality, making her realize that it was not a dream. Oh, suddenly someone crashed into their car! The sharp bang startled Anna, who was daydreaming about her own thoughts. The girl banged her forehead against the front seat. "Mistress, are you all right?" The driver turned around and asked worriedly. The girl was in a state of shock, but she replied that she was fine. Soon after the shock and bewilderment, Anna was already feeling angry at the driver who had managed to crash into them. The girl decided that she must see who it was and by all means talk to him. Anna got out of the car full of anger and determined to deal with the hapless driver. When she saw what had become of their car, Anna was horrified. The girl realized how expensive this car was to maintain, and the fact that now it had a lot of scratches on it would cost them a lot. "Sorry, girl, my driver didn't see it. It's the first time such a thing has happened." Someone started to justify themselves to Anna. The girl turned around and looked curiously to see who the culprit of the incident was, after all. And the first thing she saw were the man's sky-blue eyes. He seemed very surprised when Anna turned to him. "Amber!" the man exclaimed, turning to Anna. He looked quite puzzled and agitated. Anna stared at the stranger with incomprehension. Who the hell is Amber? It seemed that this fellow had confused her with someone else. Oh, suddenly the man took Anna's hand with both hands. "You are alive!" said the stranger, with eyes glistening with incomprehensible feelings, rejoicing. Anna twitched instinctively. She was afraid this guy might have a problem with his head. Maybe he just wants to move out of paying for the repairs. Looking into those blue eyes, Anna was lost in speculation. Who was he? And why does he act like he's known her for a long time? So many questions and no answers yet. The girl resented this behavior and insistence and tried to break free from the stranger's tenacious hands. She pulled her hand out of his clutches with a few sudden movements. Looking indignantly at the stranger, Anna inquired sternly what he was about and asked if this was his way of getting rid of paying the bill. The stranger seemed a little confused himself. He was obviously expecting a different reaction from this girl. Suddenly, the doors of the cars behind the stranger's car started to open like dominoes. As if on cue, a bunch of men in uniforms and glasses lined up behind the stranger. They called him Principal Adrian. "What is this? A group payoff waiver?" asked Anna indignantly, looking at the whole spectacle and not understanding what this was all about at all. Adrian Gray signaled to his subordinates not to interfere. They all obediently went to their cars, letting the boss handle the conflict himself. When they were all separated, Adrian touched Anna's hair and asked her not to worry, promising to reimburse all expenses with a brand new Mercedes. Oh, what a request! Anna stared at the man in bewilderment. Then she abruptly pulled his hand away from her and declared that she didn't need a new one, but needed to fix this one. Adrian looks confused. I wonder why. Why does he have such a strange reaction to Anna's words? The man coughed awkwardly. Then he handed Anna his business card. Anna was surprised, but still took the stranger's business card from him. The girl looked first at the card, then at his card. I wonder who he is. The card had his name on it. The man's name was Adrian Gray. Mentally, Anna noted that Adrian was very tall and not at all like the locals. For a moment, the girl was confused. She didn't know how to behave. The blue-eyed man decided to speak first and asked Anna how he could address her. He then inquired if by any chance the girl had a twin sister. "You hand the money to the driver and that's it. Do you understand?" Anna said without answering Adrian's question. "Okay, I still have things to do. I've got my business card. You can't refuse to pay," she said as she left. Adrian looked at her with a puzzled expression. Anna Dickinson's car door slammed loudly shut. Anna got into the car and told the driver to drive faster. She already knew that if she delayed, Gareth would kill her. Adrian Gray watched confusedly as her auto drove away. He followed Anna's car with his gaze until it was out of sight. What did he see in Anna that made his heart flutter? Why did this girl seem so familiar to Adrian? The man told his deputy to run the license plates of the car that drove away. "Do you think she looks alike?" he asked suddenly. The aide remarked that this girl was the spitting image of Miss Amber Vault, though the character was the exact opposite. Adrian felt the same way too, only to find that his Amber wasn't as healthy. "Let's go," he said to the aide. It didn't matter to this man who his new acquaintance was. He decided for himself that he would find out who she was anyway. Anna, meanwhile, had completely forgotten about the recent incident and was thinking only about her upcoming meeting with Gareth and handing over important documents to him. After a while, Anna had already done all her business. She walked out of the office building and thought. Covering her eyes, the girl sighed. The car was hit. The document was almost delayed. Yes, Gareth, when he got his papers, declared that it was safe to assume that Anna had made it. As a reward, he let her go shopping. Wow, he even gave her his card. How generous. Except Anna absolutely hated the way Gareth Calhoun threw money around. The girl wasn't going on any shopping trip at all. She decided to go to a rented apartment instead. Without thinking long, the girl waved her hand to stop a passing car. "Oh, I think Anna spotted some kind of scuffle by the road. Oh my God, what's going on out there?" I think Anna suddenly recognized someone in the crowd. Oh, it's Margot Ruby, the recent acquaintance whom Gareth had introduced as his assistant and deputy. She was standing amongst a crowd of other women. There seemed to be some sort of relationship dispute going on. Seeing Margot being pushed, Anna told the chauffeur to slow down. The girl plucked up her courage and ran out of the car. She looked appraisingly at the showdown, thinking how best to act in this situation. Oh God, something irreparable could happen now. One of the girls picked up a brick and swung it at Margot from behind. Yeah, this is bad. The solution came to Anna's mind lightning fast. She can't be allowed to watch a crime being committed right now.
I mean, Margot could have been seriously hurt.
Anna was at Margot Ruby's side in an instant. "Run!" she shouted, and taking the girl by the arm, dragged her running toward the car. Margot didn't even have time to realize what was going on, but still obediently ran after Anna. Either way, it was the best solution to the situation. "You?" she wondered as she walked. Margot wasn't very good at running fast and asked Anna to slow down. "Less words, more deeds," replied Anna, realizing that the scuffle participants were about to catch up to them if they continued to procrastinate and chatter. Anna jumped into the car and ordered the driver to go. Margot only stared at the girl, thanking the higher powers in her heart that she had been there at the right moment. The women who ran after them were left to stand helplessly by the roadside and stare at the departing car. "Run while you can! Die, you fox!" they shouted after them. After driving around for a bit, Anna was finally able to exhale in relief. The girl was happy that they had managed to get away. Margot puzzledly asked Anna why she had helped her. Anna didn't understand the point of the question. For her, this act was obvious, as she and Margot were partners and acquaintances. "How nice," Margot said indifferently. Anna, ignoring Margot's tone, asked the girl if she was all right. Margot replied that she was fine, and this situation was just business as usual for her. "But I'm out of luck today," she added a little quieter, fixing her disheveled hair. Anna was confused. Soon a car brought them to the right address. Anna opened the door and invited Margot in a friendly manner. "Do you live here?" asked Margot, and Anna replied that she had lived here before. Deputy Garetha mentally noted that it was clean enough. "Before? And now?" asked Margot, taking a seat in the chair Anna had obligingly pulled back for her. Anna laughed awkwardly and wanted to reply, but Margot interrupted the girl. "Okay, I get it, she said, letting Anna know she wasn't particularly interested. Anna was a little confused, but still decided to ask why those women had surrounded her. Calmly sipping her drink, Margot revealed that the woman with the brick was the wife of one of her clients. The girl admitted without too much modesty that that woman's husband had once sworn his love to her. According to Margot, that man wanted to divorce his old lady to marry her. She couldn't help but think of his advances and gifts. But then his wife showed up. Margot sighed tragically and waved her hands. "Oh, what a melodrama!" Anna supported the girl with the same sigh. Margot then began to justify herself. She asked Anna to understand her correctly and explained that she had not seduced the man, but that he had followed her around. Margot didn't think she was guilty of anything. Whose fault is it that I grew up so beautiful? Margot sighed again and remarked that she wished she could live a quiet life. The girl also added that she had never seduced a man in her entire life. Margot asked if Anna believed her. Anna looked at this infinitely beautiful girl and realized the difference between them. Unlike Anna, Margot doesn't have to do anything. Men chase after her for nothing. Anna was different. From her childhood to this day, except for Danny the jerk, no one had looked after her. Anna was very critical of her appearance, and especially of her figure, which she considered too flat. In the girl's opinion, it was very strange that someone could like her at all. With these thoughts, Anna set her glass on the table. Anna suddenly thought about it and pictured Gareth next to that beautiful Margot. She was eerily curious as to what Gareth's thoughts had been when he'd first met Margot. The girl caught herself at these intrusive images and thoughts and patted her cheeks to recover. Anna urged herself not to think too much, reminding herself that her and Gareth's marriage was a sham. Margot stared at the girl in surprise, not understanding why she had such a strange reaction to the question of whether Anna believed her. Anna finally did come to her senses and remembered what Margot had asked her. "I do, of course I do," she replied in a somehow worried voice. Margot, on the other hand, could not understand the reason why Anna was suddenly so agitated. "By the way, what's the matter with you and Gareth Calhoun? I've never seen him treat a girl like that," Margot said suddenly. The name brought Anna out of her musings and into another state of confusion. Why was she suddenly asking that? Nothing, Anna replied quietly. And as a matter of fact, what could she answer such a question? Oh, she suddenly remembered that very night again. The warmth of his body and his gentle touch. It was like an electric shock through her body. Margot reached for her purse. "Okay, you don't want to talk. I won't make you. Thank you for today. You helped. I'll repay you," Margot said, standing up from the table. After that, Margot turned around and headed for the door. Anna also got up to escort her guest out. Reaching for the doorknob, Margot stopped suddenly. "If you're only with Gareth Calhoun for temporary gain, I'd suggest you start looking for a loophole to leave." Margot turned and looked at Anna with a piercing, hard stare. Lastly, Margot advised Anna not to sell out, emphasizing that she was too young to chase money. Anna tried to figure out what it was all about. She stared silently at the closed front door for a few more minutes and pondered. With a little sadness, the girl looked around the apartment. Now the place was getting empty for some reason. For some reason, it seemed to Anna that she would never go back to that house again. In a slightly frustrated state of mind, Anna walked back to Gareth's house. The one immediately from the doorstep asked Anna where she had been. With apprehension in her gaze, which read perfectly, the girl replied that she was walking. Gareth squinted his eyes. He could see the fear in Anna's eyes. But why is she acting like that? This behavior was upsetting to Gareth. He turned around. The way Anna behaved and the way she spoke to him gave Gareth certain associations. In his opinion, Anna was acting like a prisoner. Suddenly, Gareth announced that important people were coming today. He asked the girl not to embarrass him. This news stunned Anna like snow in the middle of summer. The girl stood at a loss, digesting what Gareth had said. She didn't understand what was required of her, who was coming, and what was going to happen. Just at that moment, Judy Bradbury arrived. Referring to Mr. Gareth's orders, the woman said that the makeup artist would be arriving soon. She also suggested that the girl take a bath, noting that she was ready. Anna was still in a stupor. She didn't know how to do it so as not to embarrass herself. After all, she had not learned etiquette yet, and she did not understand much. Soon after the bath, Anna was being helped to dress. The corset was just about to be tightened. The woman who was helping Anna dress noticed that the lady had lost weight. Even though she was wearing the smallest size, the dress was still too big in the waist. But the woman knew how to fix things quickly. She could just do a little bit of tailoring in the waist of the dress, especially since she had such skills and could do it quickly. Except I have to go downstairs to get a sewing kit. The woman asked Mistress to stand like that briefly, with her dress unbuttoned while she ran off to fetch a needle and thread. Anna remained standing still. She tried to hold the edge of the corset from behind, as the craftswoman had shown her. But it didn't work. Her hand couldn't reach where it needed to go. Ah, how unpleasantly her arm ached. Anna suddenly realized she couldn't bend over properly. Was it the pregnancy? Suddenly someone came to her rescue and helped her with her dress. Anna realized by the familiar scent of perfume, without even turning around, that it was Gareth Calhoun. The girl froze in place. Again he appeared so suddenly! Anna turned and silently thanked Gareth. However, the girl wasn't quite sure why he had come here now. Gareth couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Wow, how carelessly her curl tangled, dipping behind her dress! Somehow it was so mesmerizing to the man. He admired her fair and soft skin and held himself back with great difficulty from touching her. Oh no, still the urge to do it took over the man. With his other free hand, he reached for Anna. With a light, gentle motion, he pushed some of her hair back so it wouldn't get in the way. Anna felt the touch of his fingers and shuddered. The girl froze and blushed. Gareth pulled a tangled curl, freeing it from beneath her dress. Each movement he made ever so slowly, as if stretching out the time to savor the tactile sensations of touch for longer. Anna, on the other hand, couldn't figure out what the man was going to do. Gareth admired the work he had done, and glancing at Anna's hair, mentally noted that this was probably better. He seemed to notice that the girl was blushing, so much so that even her ears were scarlet. I wonder why that was. Red as an apple, that's what it is, thought Gareth. He leaned in close to Anna's ear so that she could hear his silent breathing. Director, I'll do it myself, Anna said, hesitating suddenly. Gareth let go of the dress. How hard it was for Gareth to resist hugging her right now. Wow, that back, that skin. The supple contours of the girl's graceful body were turning Gareth on and driving him crazy. The man hovered for a moment and took a gulp of saliva. Anna froze and lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Once again, her heart threw off its rhythm. For some reason, Anna had this strange feeling. Why would that be? The girl was so ashamed of herself for blushing so much. Oh, what a shame! Also that unbuttoned dress. Her heart beat even faster. Gareth suddenly leaned in again, and emphasizing that they were not in company now, asked Anna to call him by his first name. He pressed himself against Anna's back from behind. The girl, who had only just managed to pull back a little, blushed again. Oh my God, she was turning purple. All the blood seemed to rush to Anna's face at that moment. "Gareth Calhoun!" she exclaimed. The man leaned into her hair again, and barely touching Anna's ear with his lips, whispered, "Call me Gareth." Why would he want to do that? With those thoughts, Anna said his name so that he would finally get away from her. At that moment, a woman with sewing supplies also entered. She was just about to apologize for taking too long to look when suddenly her eyes rounded. Of course they did, because the principal was in the room. Gareth, as if nothing had happened, calmly turned around. "I'm waiting downstairs." He tossed to a still red with embarrassment Anna. For the girl, these embarrassments were a real torture, because she couldn't control it. How skillful this man was at making her blush. Gareth walked away thinking that he had frightened Anna with his behavior. Maybe he should have been a little more restrained with her. "Gareth, sorry to keep you waiting," Anna said as she walked down to her fictitious husband after all the preparations had been completed. The man looked at the girl with admiration. He noted in his mind that this new outfit suited her so well. It was impossible to look away. Yes, and the new hairstyle and makeup only emphasized the beauty of Anna, given to her by nature. Beautiful jewelry around her neck drew attention to the grace and whiteness of the girl's skin, and the dress complemented the image, making Anna look like a lady of noble blood. However, Anna herself didn't think she was that beautiful, so she couldn't understand why Gareth was staring at her like that. Anna looked at Gareth and their gazes met. How awkward! The girl thought it would be a good idea to diffuse the situation. Luckily, Judy Bradbury came up at that moment, breaking the awkward pause between Gareth and Anna. The woman had noticed that it was time for them to go. Gareth gave Anna his elbow in a gentlemanly manner. Thus, he gave her a sign that the girl could take him under her arm. Anna looked at the man hesitantly. Was he really testing her manners? Anyway, the girl took Gareth's hand and they walked to the event together. More than ever before, Anna wasn't embarrassed now. She felt good around Gareth. The girl mentally noted that this was the first time this man had evoked pleasant feelings in her. Meanwhile, many guests had already gathered in the hall. Looking at the number of strangers, Anna felt uneasy. So many people. Anna realized that all those gathered here were mostly celebrities or businessmen. She felt embarrassed. She had never forgotten who she was and had no illusions about being next to one of the most influential people in the city. Gareth sensed Anna's tension. He said the girl could relax since no one was watching anyway. But as soon as he said it, he was immediately approached. The young man who had called out to Gareth Calhoun stared at Anna in surprise. His eyes were full of questions. He did not hide his curiosity. The boy wondered aloud if this was the first time Gareth had brought a companion. Ha! He seemed to say it so loudly that many of the people present began to turn their heads towards Gareth and Anna and stare at them from all sides with undisguised interest. Said no one would be watching? Asked Anna wryly. Gareth didn't know what to say. He didn't like the attention, but he couldn't do anything about it. However, Gareth did take charge of the situation and introduced Anna as his companion. "Hello, my name is Anna Dickinson," the girl smiled. The guy looked at Anna from head to toe, as if mentally trying to grade her on some criteria of his own. Well, he noticed that Gareth's companion was quite beautiful. "Hello, I'm Roby Wills." The guy introduced himself in turn and smiled. Gareth was starting to get a little tense about this smiling fellow. He gave him a disgruntled look, arching his eyebrows. Gareth wasn't supposed to show his emotions in a place like this, though. He asked Roby how he was doing, and noted that rumor had it that some big shot was coming here today. "Yes, everybody's waiting for him. They say he's as good as you," Roby remarked. The guy then pointed out that if this type that everyone was looking forward to wanted to settle here in town, Mr. Gareth would have some serious competition. Roby said he'd heard about how that bumpkin's capital was two families' money. "Oh, after your story, I'm even interested," Gareth stated and took a glass from a passing waiter's tray. Gareth greedily sipped the red drink, savoring every sip. The man smiled and said that it had been quite a long time since he had met a worthy competitor. So this meeting intrigued him very much. He expressed hope that the rumors are not false, and today's guest will turn out to be a really worthy opponent, and not another empty with a big name. Anna was thinking of something else entirely. She looked at the female guest with horror and was literally breaking out in a cold sweat from the awkwardness of her own situation. It seemed to Anna that all the gazes of the girls and women present were drilling into her from the moment Robbie had turned his and Gareth's attention to her. Anna felt out of place here. Panic was slowly spreading inside her, and she wanted to run away from those hateful female gazes. In her mind, she justified herself to the crowd. "Girls, you've got it all wrong. I'm not going to take Gareth Calhoun away from you. If you like him, go ahead." At last, Gareth turned his attention to his companion. There was a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Seeing Anna's confusion, he said, "I need to greet my host, and you can go get something to eat since you're not comfortable here." Oh, those words made Anna gasp in surprise. He had noticed that she was uncomfortable here. The girl nodded her head affirmatively, thinking that it would still be good to eat. Gareth wanted to add something else, but Anna was already gone. The man looked at her in surprise. "Just don't eat a lot of junk food and don't drink alcohol," he shouted after the fleeing girl. "I know," Anna replied without turning around as she raced happily away from the tense situation. "Is that really Mr. Gareth?" Roby thought to himself, looking at the headmaster with a puzzled expression. He didn't know the man that way. Once at the buffet tables, Anna glowed with delight. Oh, how much food there was here! She decided that she had to try everything. Anna darted from one table to another without much embarrassment, trying a little bit of each dish. She tried almost everything: seafood rice, cakes, and spicy legs. And she wanted more and more. Anna devoured with pleasure everything that seemed appetizing to her. and every dish here was appetizing. The girl mentally noted that this buffet was simply amazing. Something seemed to have distracted Anna from eating. The girl was staring puzzled. Of course, a lot of people gathered around Gareth. All of them, especially the women, were flatteringly admiring Mr. Calhoun's beauty. The ladies sighed in their languid voices and gave Gareth seductive glances. Anna hesitated. She stared and couldn't take her eyes off her fictitious husband. Yes, it's worth recognizing that wherever Gareth Calhoun ends up, he will be cherished and nurtured. Anna finally felt completely satiated by the food and satisfied all her taste buds. The girl was even full. Anna couldn't believe that she could eat so much food on her own. Sighing heavily, Anna headed for the exit. The girl decided to walk a bit to let the food settle. She stepped outside and walked wherever her eyes took her past many strange men and women. Soon, Anna found herself in the garden. Wow, it was beautiful here! Calm and quiet, unlike the bustling event. A light, cool breeze blew through the flowering alleys, filling everything around her with the scents of blossoms. The girl walked along the narrow paths and enjoyed these evening landscapes and scents. Everything around here seemed beautiful to her. Anna's long and graceful legs, even in heels, stepped so carefully and quietly that from the outside one could think that she did not touch the ground at all. Oh, what's that? Anna suddenly turned her attention to a single flowering tree. Wow, what a beautiful flower! The girl decided that she should definitely plant one for herself. With these thoughts, Anna reached up with her hand, wanting to reach for the beautiful flower. It was quite high. Anna tried to reach as hard as she could, but could only touch her fingertips to the petals. In an attempt to get what she wanted, the girl even stood up on her toes. God, it's so hard! Suddenly someone's foreign hand right in front of Anna penetrated the branches and reached for her flower. Anna was frightened. She was quite sure she was alone here. Someone rather tall was standing right behind her back. Who was it? The girl looked back. In front of her stood a really tall man with bright blue eyes. Smiling, he handed the surprised girl the flower she had been reaching for. Anna thanked the man. "You don't remember me?" he asked, seeing Anna's perplexed look. Anna didn't know what to say. She really didn't remember who he was. She stared at his face, trying to remember where they might have seen him, but all her attempts were in vain. Adrian, in his heart, just resented the surprise that this girl could forget him so quickly. "Do you know each other?" was all Anna could ask disconsolately. She looked at the man with a blank and absent gaze. And Adrian, leaning over slightly, reminded her that his car had accidentally snagged the girl's car this afternoon. He also reminded her that he had given her his card. Adrian stood waiting for Anna to finally remember him. It seemed to have gotten to Anna. As she went over the events of the day, Anna remembered the incident on the road. "So it's you!" she exclaimed, as if he had just crashed into her car again. After calming her emotions a little, Anna wondered if he had come to give her the money. Adrian smiled and, squinting his eyes, called Anna a charmer. Anna thought, looking at the man in surprise, that he was a very strange type. Adrian suddenly noticed that the girl had never told him her name. He wondered if he would be lucky enough to get her name this time. What a weirdo. Should I tell him? Anna thought. At that moment, the phone rang in the girl's purse. The girl apologized and said she had to take the call. Mentally, she was glad for the call. In this situation, it seemed to be her salvation. "Oh, it's Gareth calling." The girl looked puzzled at the phone screen. Anna decided that she should run back as quickly as possible because Gareth was probably looking for her and might get even angrier. "I'm sorry, but I have to run. Things to do," Anna told Adrian. The man did not even have time to answer her because Anna immediately turned around to run back to the banquet hall. Suddenly, she stopped a few paces away, as if she remembered something. Anna turned around and asked Adrian to remember to give her the money back. The car was expensive. Adrian looked at the girl in a sort of stupor, with his jaw hanging open in surprise. Unable to find words so immediately, he only stared silently after this strange, fleeing girl he thought he had once known. She stirred Adrian's soul after all. The man thought for a moment. Adrian concluded that this girl was very unusual. He decided for himself that this would not be the last time they met, and he would definitely find out her name. Yes, she's unusual, but with the amber vault that Adrian knew, this girl had absolutely nothing in common. The man gave himself his word that she would be sure to remember him next time. It was late at night when Gareth and Anna returned home from the event. In his speeding car, Gareth was going to drive his companion home in a breeze. Even he, though he'd been to many such meetings before, hadn't thought it would take so long this time. They fastened their seatbelts, and the car started up. Gareth glimpsed a glimpse of Anna. He was worried about the girl getting sick. Gareth had seen how much she had eaten today, but Anna seemed to be sleeping a blissful sleep and not worrying about anything. The busy day had completely drained her of her energy, and Anna fell asleep immediately as soon as they started driving. Gareth noticed that the girl was shivering through her sleep. Is she cold? Maybe we should slow down." Gareth stopped. He took off his jacket and went to the other side to cover Anna with it. Wow, that's very thoughtful. Looks like Gareth likes to take care of her. As Gareth covered Anna with his jacket, he accidentally, or maybe not, touched her face with his hand. The girl sighed through her sleep. Gareth looked intently at her face. He wanted to look at her again and again. She was so beautiful and pure, and especially when she slept. Gareth suddenly decided to take his jacket back off the girl. This girl, in such a defenseless state, made his male heart even more restless and drove him crazy. Without realizing why, he suddenly touched his finger to her lips. Anna continued to sleep as she did. Daring to do so, the man ran his finger over Anna's lip, mentally noting how soft and tender her lips were. Seeing that the girl didn't respond to his touch, Gareth grew bolder and checked to see if she would wake up to more insistent touching. He stretched her cheeks into a smile and noted to himself that Anna had fallen asleep like a cat. But there's no way the kitten should catch a cold, Gareth thought, and decided that he should still put Anna back into shelter. In the middle of this deserted night street, without cars or people, Gareth couldn't take his eyes off Anna, who was asleep. She mesmerized and beckoned him. When he touched her soft lips, he wanted to taste them. He leaned over the girl and stood frozen in indecision for a few seconds. Where had she come into his life? And how could he contain the passion raging inside him? Gareth ran his hand over her cheek. Her skin was soft and she wanted to touch it again. It seems now he would finally be able to do something he had been dreaming of lately and had never been able to realize. Gareth pressed his hot lips to the sleeping girl's lips. It was as if 1,000 fireworks exploded in him at that moment. What a sensation he felt from this unusual and desirable kiss. Oh, he didn't want to pull away from her warm lips. Gareth wished the kiss could have lasted longer. He finally broke away from the kiss and looked at Anna again. I want more, he thought. The fire inside Gareth was burning, and it was getting harder and harder to put it out by sheer force of will.
Oh, I think Anna is starting to wake up.
The girl started to toss and turn and moo something. A moment, and Anna slowly opened her eyes. Where are we? Have we arrived home? She asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Gareth was already behind the wheel, red as a tomato. But he tried to look as indifferent as possible, as if nothing had happened. In fact, there was a hurricane raging inside him right now. Why are you red? Too drunk? Anna asked, not realizing what had suddenly become of Gareth's face. She'd never seen him like this before. No, Gareth replied with the utmost coldness. Now he felt like a teenager caught doing something indecent. The girl stared at Gareth in bewilderment. He felt her gaze on him, and it made him blush even more. He didn't know what he was feeling. One thing he knew for sure was that he wanted those sweet lips. You didn't guess. Let's go. He finally answered Anna's question and pressed the gas pedal. The car sped away at breakneck speed. Gareth seemed to want to use the adrenaline from the speed to displace the feelings that were now burning him from the inside out. Gareth Calhoun, I'm pregnant. What are you going to do if I get sick? Anna screamed in shock. Gareth, on the other hand, was trying to figure out what had happened to him, to the cold-blooded and indifferent guy everyone had always known him to be. Anna tried to talk some sense into him, telling him that he was going 120 when he should be going no more than 40. But Gareth, assuring her that he knew what he was doing, kept going. Finally reached, and Anna exhaled with relief. Gareth got out of the car. Seeing the man's condition, Anna couldn't understand why he was so nervous. Also now, Anna concluded that he was no gentleman at all, not even to open the door for her. Something made her wince and wonder. Anna looked down at her lap and was surprised to find Gareth's jacket on it. I wondered why she had it. Did he really stop to shelter me? Anna began to speculate. Gareth went forward with remorse, so as not to show his feelings. He didn't know what had come over him, or why he'd done what he'd done. Anna followed behind. Holding Gareth's jacket in her hands, she thought with a smile that the man seemed to be a reliable man. She even thought for a moment that if their relationship wasn't under contract, and if they were in a different position, they might actually have something with Gareth. "Thank you, Gareth," Anna said suddenly and smiled. Anna's voice sent an electric shock through the man. He shuddered and stopped. He interrogated what Anna had said, but the girl simply replied that she was tired and offered to go inside. A couple days later, the morning of a new day, Anna is trying hard to pronounce some word or phrase that is new to her. "Serenhai," the girl shouted loudly in Korean, which translated meant, "I love you." Oh, Gareth walked in at that moment. When he heard that, he froze in place and stared at Anna in surprise. She said the same thing again, and Gareth's heart thumped harder. I wonder what that means," Anna pronounced to herself. She was looking at the dictionary, not even noticing that Gareth had entered. "Doesn't this mole know the meaning of the phrase?" Gareth thought to himself. Anna continued to stare at the book, wondering if she had just confessed her love in Korean. "Serenhai," she said again with expression. Gareth's insides flipped again. He had already thought that the girl had repeated it on purpose. It seems that Anna liked the new knowledge and wanted to repeat the word again. But suddenly, feeling a stare, the girl tore her gaze away from the dictionary. Gareth Calhoun stood right in front of her and stared without taking his eyes off her. Anna couldn't understand when he'd come and how she'd missed him. What a shame, the girl thought, and hid the book quickly behind her back. "Welcome back," she smiled at the man. Gareth wondered why Anna was learning that phrase. Oh dear, he had heard it all after all. The girl replied that her etiquette teacher told her to learn, so she had to cram. Gareth hesitated, but from the outside it looked like he was angry. Anna looked at the man apprehensively. His moods were so fickle. The girl couldn't understand why he was angry again. Had she said something wrong? Soon they were sitting at the table with Gareth. An awkward silence hung in the dining room. Anna ate her food in silence and looked anxiously at Gareth. She was worried that they would soon have to meet the chairman from South Korea. But the girl didn't know how they could handle it with Gareth so aloof. The man sipped his coffee in silence and looked as cold as ice. Anna continued to eat and stare intently at Gareth. The one finally couldn't stand it and broke the silence that hung like a dark cloud. "What are you looking at? Is there something you want to ask me?" he asked. Anna nodded her head vigorously. At last the tense atmosphere could be diffused. "Ask." Gareth exhaled, not even looking at the girl. He couldn't get that recent kiss out of his head, so he tried not to look at Anna. "My grandmother told me that the chairman from South Korea and his wife would arrive this weekend. Today I clearly realized that Korean is not my thing," Anna confessed, unexpectedly. "And," said Gareth with a pout of coldness and indifference. He hoped in his mind that Anna would ask him to teach her, for he was better at Korean than the etiquette teacher. Anna, however, did not meet his bright hopes, and asked if she could just smile and be quiet at the reception. Oh, that girl would drive him crazy! Gareth slapped his forehead in frustration. I should have thought of something like that. Then he slammed his palm on the table. He seemed angry about something. Anna involuntarily twitched at that loud bang. The girl was completely unable to catch Gareth's mood. Had she said something wrong again? The man got up from the table and, frowning his eyebrows, walked past Anna. The girl was perplexed by his behavior. After all, it seemed to her that he had just been pleased. Anna gave the departing Gareth a surprised glance. Gareth really wasn't happy. He was angry at Anna for being so stupid and not thinking to ask him to teach her Korean. Anna was left sitting alone at the table in complete incomprehension. How could this man's mood change so quickly? Oh God, how do I stop provoking him to righteous anger? Judy, letting a theatrical tear fall, remarked that Sid had said it was as if the gentleman hadn't eaten lunch, and yesterday he'd hardly eaten at all. The woman wondered aloud how his body was holding up so well. Anna hesitated for a moment. So what made Gareth suddenly refuse to eat? The girl was thinking about how to help this man not starve to death. She tapped her fingers on the table in puzzlement. How so? Let me get a plate. I'll take the food to him myself, Anna offered. Not long after Gareth had left the dining room, there was a sudden knock on his office. Come in, Gareth invited, already knowing who was knocking. Anna entered with a bright smile. The girl brought him a light snack, noting that she had heard that he hadn't eaten today. Anna was holding a tray with cups and dessert, which she carefully wanted to hand to her fictitious husband. Gareth didn't look up from his computer. It seemed to Anna that he didn't even care about her attention at all. The girl thought Gareth was still angry. However, she wasn't going to give up so easily. I'll put it here then, and if you want to eat, tell me, I'll heat it up, Anna added, and carried the tray of food to the table. She was still a little sad that Gareth hadn't responded in any way to her impulse to care. Well, she decided to just sit in his office and read for a while. The girl took out her book of Korean words and phrases and studied it with interest. She read out loud, though not very loudly, the words in Korean. Suddenly, Gareth heard the very phrase she had repeated several times this morning. The man tensed and listened. This phrase had been bothering Anna herself. For some reason, she focused her attention on it, until suddenly she laughed. She found the transcription so funny. Ha! Turns out Korean study can be fun! Anna was so engrossed that she didn't even notice when Anna approached her. She only stared at him in surprise as he took the book from her hands. Gareth looked sternly at the girl and wondered who was teaching her phonetics. You tell me, I'll fire him. Come on, repeat after me, he added. Gareth stood next to Anna with the book in his hands, as if he were a teacher waiting for her to repeat what he had just said. Anna stared at the man in bewilderment. What? Did he really want to teach her? God! But it was too late. Anna thought that she would never learn anything. In her heart, Anna thought it was better that Gareth had agreed that she should just keep quiet at the upcoming meeting with the foreign guests. Are you going to watch it like that? The man inquired, looking at Anna, who sat as if in a kind of stupor. The girl had to quickly distract herself from her thoughts and listen to her new teacher. First, Gareth suggested that we start a daily speech. He sat down next to the girl, and Anna tensed a little. Shouldn't he be standing at the blackboard? Why was he sitting so close all of a sudden? Anna suddenly noticed that her heart was beating so fast. I wonder why. That she was starting to feel something special for this man. Gareth noticed her habitual embarrassment and hummed smugly. He asked the girl to repeat after him. Saranghai. He suddenly uttered a phrase that Anna had grown fond of lately. The girl felt as if she had been electrocuted by his voice. Gareth's voice was so confident that Anna felt uneasy. The girl seemed to shudder at the man's timbre. Why are you so quiet? Say it again, Gareth asked again. How Gareth loved it when Anna was so embarrassed. He smiled again, after a while. With a trembling hand, Anna continued to stroke the lines with Korean words. Gareth was a rather strict teacher. He glanced at Anna every now and then, making sure she didn't make any mistakes. Treating her as if she were a child, the man took her hand in his and ran his finger over the pages of the book. Gareth was a rather meticulous teacher. He mumbled and whined under the girl's ear, trying to put the meaning of some sentences into her head. But Anna just flapped her eyes in confusion. She couldn't concentrate on her studies when this man was so close. The girl's heart was pounding frantically. It felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. The closer Gareth got to her, the more confused Anna became. She was so nervous that she didn't even dare to look up at the man. Gareth, for his part, was also a little worried. But it was on the inside. The man was very skillful at hiding his excitement. Anna suddenly jerked her hand away from the book. I'm taking a long time to get to me, too. she said, and rose abruptly from her seat. Without saying or explaining anything else, she silently walked away to the door. Soon the door behind the girl slammed shut, leaving Gareth alone in the library. The man stared at the girl, puzzled, and didn't understand what had suddenly happened. Why did she suddenly run away? But Anna herself couldn't understand what was wrong with her as she ran away. She asked herself this question several times in her mind. It seemed the girl was beginning to realize that she was starting to have some feelings for Gareth, and that made her uncomfortable. Anna raced down the hallway to get to her room as quickly as possible. Slamming the door behind her, the girl froze briefly and thought for a moment. Anna realized that she could not think about love right now. She thought it would only bring her pain and disappointment. And besides, can you really have feelings for a man who bought you? Anna had no answers to that question. Or rather, to say that she did, but she was afraid to admit it to herself. Under the influence of some unusual, incomprehensible, and hitherto unknown emotion, Anna rushed to the bed. She sank down on the bed tiredly and began to mentally berate herself for her feelings. Oh, Anna, could it be like this? The girl tried to convince herself that everything she felt was bad. No, she definitely couldn't get attached to this man. Anna tried to use her common sense and think hard. After thinking about it, the girl came to the conclusion that she and Gareth were bound only by the contract, and nothing more. But the mere memory of the man made her cheeks turn red again. Tired of her own thoughts, the girl closed her eyes. The nightlight burned with a pale yellow fire, spilling into Anna's room. Oh, what's that? The girl suddenly heard someone open the door. Anna froze and listened. Someone's careful footsteps were approaching her bed. She didn't even have to turn around to realize who it was. She had sensed it was Gareth from the moment he opened the door. When Gareth entered, he was almost certain that Anna was already asleep. So he tried to be careful and quiet so as not to wake the girl. The man tried not to make even the slightest rustle. He began to undress slowly, stretching his shirt. But Anna was awake, of course. She was starting to doze off, but when she heard a rustle, she decided to open her eyes. Oh, abs? Whose abs are those right in front of her? The girl jumped up on the bed in a flash and asked Gareth what he was doing. As if nothing had happened, he continued to silently remove his shirt. As if on purpose, he did it slowly, savoring every movement. He wanted very much to see Anna's reaction to it, and to admire it to his heart's content. Anna stared at Gareth in a stupor. She couldn't say a word, but she couldn't look away either. The man seemed to mesmerize her. Gareth looked intently into the girl's eyes and smiled slightly. Resting his hands on the bed, he loomed over Anna. Oh God, those eyes were too close. Even the man's silence was maddening, perhaps more so than his speeches. He asked Anna what she had just said, but the girl only opened her mouth and could not answer him. Only some confused sounds came out of her mouth. The girl looked away, trying to shift her thoughts to this beautiful body she had just been forced to see in such indecent proximity. Suddenly, Gareth asked the girl to give him her hand. Anna was surprised. What had he already thought of? Not waiting for the girl to come to her senses, the man took her hand himself. Oh, his look is so confident. He's like a predator who's caught his prey. As if under hypnosis, Anna stared into the man's eyes, thinking about how tough he was. Oh God, he ran Anna's hand over his abs. The girl sat silently, letting Gareth move his hand. She couldn't, and didn't want to take her hand away now. In a strange emotion, Anna suddenly wanted to feel the feel of his skin. Wow, it was soft, firm, and textured. The girl was both curious and uncomfortable at the same time. Finally, Gareth let go of her hand, and Anna, closing in, pulled her against him. God, it was her embarrassment again that was putting Gareth in a special state of mental satisfaction. He loved those flushed cheeks and the innocently lowered gaze. But for today, the man decided that Anna had had enough. Having charged the girl with a dose of feelings and charged himself, Gareth let Anna go. The man turned around and walked away from the bed of his embarrassed princess. Anna felt strange about this new feeling that had recently settled in her soul. It gave her such a range of sensations that words could not describe. She didn't want to believe that she was gradually falling into the power of this man in body and soul. Gareth walked into the dressing room and, in front of Anna, threw off his shirt. The girl watched him, fascinated by the relief of his body. He carelessly tossed his homemade shirt to the floor. Then Gareth picked out another outfit and began to dress. "Leaving?" Anna inquired. At last she could speak. Adjusting his tie, Gareth admitted that he had a meeting today. Anna sighed. She seemed to be a little sad. Garrett regarded her sigh in his own way and asked if she wanted to go with him. The girl certainly didn't want to go anywhere at the moment. She nodded negatively and said she needed to rest. Anna remarked that she didn't want to go anywhere and asked Gareth to come back early. "Well, try not to stay up late," Gareth replied. With those words, he corrected his watch and headed for the exit. Anna was left alone in the room. There were many different thoughts in her head right now. Oh, she would have to be able to deal with all those thoughts. After waiting a couple seconds for the talk to go away, the girl got out of bed. Slowly, she walked barefoot to the open door leading to the balcony. Anna cautiously looked outside and spotted Gareth, who was just about to get into the auto. What's he doing dressed up at this hour? Looking at him, Anna thought about it. She seemed to regret a little now that she hadn't agreed to go with him. In her mind, she wished Gareth would be more careful on the road. It was the morning of a new day. Today was the day for the meeting with the important foreign guests about which Anna was so anxious. "Young mistress, eat slowly, don't rush, we still have time," Judy urged Anna. Anna, despite all the entreaties, was still in a hurry. It was involuntary, as the girl was very worried. The girls surrounded Anna to help her get ready for the meeting. There were still many things to do: manicures, hair, makeup, and attire. "Don't worry, mistress. Your nails are almost dry," they reassured Anna, who was not sitting still. Gareth had just arrived. He wanted to get an outsider's view of Anna's preparations. The girl was indignant and tried to turn away from the help. It seemed to her that she could do without a manicure, but the girls stubbornly did their work, and Anna was transformed before her eyes. The manicure master convinced Anna of the need for her nails to look neat. That way there would be jewelry on the girl's fingers. Anna was told that the director had bought the ocean heart set at auction yesterday, especially for the young mistress. The girls admiringly discussed how lucky Anna was. The girl only hummed tiredly. She was exhausted, even though the meeting hadn't happened yet. So it was still a question of who was the lucky one. Gareth grinned as he watched the scene from afar. "No time, everyone in the car," he mumbled as he walked into the girls. One of the assistants grabbed Anna's arm in a flash. Before the girl could even think of anything, they all ran to Gareth's car. Gareth strode businesslike to the car, followed by his assistants, who led Anna under their arms. Already in the limousine, Anna began to be brought to mind, hastily fixing her hair and completing her image as a whole. "Gareth Calhoun, would you stop it? I'm not used to it," the girl asked with a pleading look in her eyes. She was being pulled back and forth between one side and the other. Gareth looked down and noticed that her dress was a little too informal. He asked Anna her opinion as to whether the chairman and his wife would appreciate her outfit. The man spoke, but he himself didn't take his eyes off his tablet. He was looking at the information about their guests, and he couldn't concentrate. Anna's outfit was new to him. Gareth was so absorbed in his own thoughts, however, that he did not immediately notice the change in Anna's mood at his words. Soon he looked up and caught a glimpse of the girl. Anna, like a little kitten, looked at the man with such eyes that at once you wanted to give her everything in the world and allow her anything she wanted. Gareth coughed awkwardly. The aides immediately remarked aloud that the principal was blushing. Gareth immediately turned back into ice and told the assistants to get out. The women had to get out of the car, and though they tried to apologize and admit that they had behaved tactlessly, Gareth's car sped away without them. Anna was glad to finally be able to breathe out from those annoying assistants. The girl fixed her curl tiredly and sighed. There was pleasant music playing in the salon. Gareth looked up and looked at Anna. The girl took off the bracelet with the stones and put it back in the jewelry box. Then she pulled a hairpin out of the hairdo the girls had spent so long trying to construct for her. With a bold and carefree expression on her face, Anna simply braided her hair. She thought it looked much better than her hair, which was disheveled. Gareth stared at the girl in silence, not saying a word. Did something suddenly catch Anna's attention? She suddenly noticed a pair of beautiful, expensive watches. Wow, what a watch! That's what she liked right away. The girl took a smaller watch, which was a woman's watch, and put it on her hand. Suddenly raising her eyes, she suddenly met Gareth's gaze. The man suddenly reached out and took Anna's hand. He pulled her to him. Anna was puzzled, trying to figure out what he was going to do. Gareth sat the girl down beside him and continued to still hold her hand. Looks like he just wanted to zip her watch. Anna looked at her fictitious husband in surprise. She was surprised that Gareth wanted to wear a paired watch with her, but she definitely liked the initiative. In turn, the girl took his hand too. With gentle motions, Anna slipped the man's watch onto his strong arm and helped him clasp it. Wow, what a beautiful moment. It was so symbolic that Gareth couldn't resist taking a picture. "From now on, we are a happily married couple. Don't let me down," Gareth said. He then emphasized that they have a multi-million-dollar contract to sign. Gareth also added that Anna should understand the consequences if things fall apart. Anna tensed up. Only she managed to relax. But suddenly, his words brought the girl back into a state of fear. Oh, looks like Gareth posted a photo of their hands with a watch online. It managed to fly around the internet and gain a few 100,000 likes and a lot of comments. "What a blessing," commented Sid. Everyone who needed and didn't need to see the photo had already seen it. And Margot and Sheila and even Dina, they were all shocked by the photo from Gareth. Anna was terribly worried. But she had no choice but to accept her fate and face her guests calmly. She wanted to fulfill her role and help Gareth achieve what he wanted. When the car arrived at its destination, Anna was very surprised. The girl asked Gareth why they were welcoming their guests here. A powerful wind blew directly in her face so that Anna's braid fluttered behind her. The destination turned out to be at the airport. There was noise and hum everywhere from the departing and landing airplanes. It was noisy, cold, and very windy. Anna mentally noted that poverty seemed to have limited her imagination a bit. Noticing Anna's surprised look, Gareth admonished her. "Wipe your drool. It's all gone." He grinned wryly. Anna's jaw literally dropped with surprise and delight. There was some childish, naive joy in her eyes. It was the first time she had been in such a place. The girl took Gareth's words too literally, and with her hand she carefully wiped her mouth. "All of it?" she asked. But the girl immediately realized that she had fallen for Gareth's joke without realizing it. The girl was angry as Gareth turned away and laughed. Meanwhile, Gareth's assistant reported that the chairman and his wife's plane would be landing in 5 minutes. Gareth immediately became serious. He took Anna's hand. The girl tensed visibly, too. Excitement washed over Anna from head to toe. The kitten tensed up again, Gareth mentally noted. He seemed to sense Anna on a subconscious level. Oh, a heavy rumble went up, indicating that the plane was coming in for a landing. Wow, the big thing had landed right next to me. Gareth stood with his named wife, holding hands, and behind him stood his assistants. Everyone was in anticipation of the Korean guests. "President Madam, you are welcomed by InFinance Financial Group." The guests said hello. "Hello and welcome," Gareth greeted the guests in Korean. The chairman's wife remarked with a smile that she had never imagined that Director Gareth would be even prettier than he looked in the photo. "Is that Mistress Anna?" the woman asked, glancing at the girl next to Gareth. Without waiting for an answer, the chairman's wife immediately hugged Anna. The woman smiled and remarked that Mr. Calhoun was very lucky to have such a beautiful wife. The girl smiled sweetly as well, though she had absolutely no idea what this friendly mistress was talking to her about. And then Gareth decided to intervene. The man explained that his companion's name was Anna, and she didn't speak Korean well, so he apologized for that in advance. Anna also apologized in broken Korean, emphasizing that she had only been learning the language for 3 days. The woman gently took Anna's hand. She replied that it was all nothing, and she could speak the language Anna knew. Mistress asked Anna not to worry and assured her that language would not be a problem in their communication. Anna mentally admired the beautiful pronunciation of Mrs. Melanie Bowie. Ah, that voice and pronunciation are a delight to the ears. As the women talked, the chairman paid attention to various details, and the first thing that immediately caught his eye was the paired watches on Gareth and Anna's hands. Mr. Frederick smiled good-naturedly. For him, this paired watch was a symbol of great love. As a true family man, he positively appreciated this sign. "Let's not just stand here. Let's go get some rest," Gareth suggested. The chairman and his wife immediately accepted the proposal. They smiled so sweetly at each other that it was immediately clear that the love between them had not yet faded. The Bowie couple held hands and walked forward. Anna immediately looked at Gareth. "Let's go," he suggested to the girl. Anna could not make out what was in his gaze, whether it was displeasure or excitement. The girl obeyed her husband. He decided to take Anna by the hand, too. The girl mentally noted how warm his hand was, despite the cold at the airport. The fictitious married couple followed the visitors from Korea. All the while, they were walking, and while Anne's hand was in Gareth's, the girl was thinking. And she had made up her mind that today she must certainly accomplish her task and play Mrs. Calhoun well. For this, Anna needs the smallest thing, to pull herself together and stop worrying. She needs to imagine that all this is not a game, but for real, and then everything will definitely work out. After all, it's really just a production, which means it shouldn't be difficult. The main thing is not to worry. Already indoors, Anna mentally noted how slowly time was dragging by. The foreign guests were all talking about something. The conversation was mostly with Gareth, as he could find common ground with anyone, and he knew their language perfectly well. Looking at how cute and cheerful they were chatting, Anna concluded that it would be over soon. So she smilingly waited for this meeting to end soon. But finally Miss Melanie Bowie has turned her attention to Gareth's spouse as well. Looking at Anna, Melanie wondered how she spent her free time. Anna frantically tried to find the answer to her question in her head. How does she spend her free time? Yes, Anna is busy with something all the time. The girl suddenly thought about what she did outside of work before. After some thought, Anna answered that when she had a couple of extra hours, she cooked. The girl admitted that she considers this activity a good way to spend time in a pleasant and useful way. Especially when you cook for your lover. Seeing him satisfied with your cooking makes you feel warm and happy at heart, Anna added smilingly, and Gareth visibly tensed at her words. A little while later, though, he suddenly smiled. The man thought that the further this game went, the better it got. Perhaps he was pleased with this response from Anna. "It turns out Principal Calhoun really likes Miss Calhoun's dishes," Melanie Bowie quipped. Gareth replied that he loved Anna's cooking and praised his wife's excellent cooking. She was surprised at how quickly he answered. Anna thought about his words. To be honest, compared to what the girl ate every day, her cooking skills paled in comparison. "Anna, the president and his wife say they rarely visit this country. They also ask to eat here in company, and I can't refuse them," Gareth stated suddenly. The girl stared dumbfounded at her fictitious husband, and then at Bowie's family. Yes, we like to keep it simple, without all that pompousness. It will be most comfortable in company," Melanie and Frederick said in one voice, nodding their heads. Anna was outraged at this decision by Gareth, but it was not in her power to decide anything in this situation. Seeing Anna's emotion of shock, Gareth patted the girl's shoulder encouragingly. "We learned from a TV program on Korean TV that the president and his wife like Chinese hogo. Is there any difficulty with that?" Gareth whispered his question directly into Anna's ear. At the same time, he pulled the girl closer to him. Anna didn't know what to say, but Gareth explained that everything was already prepared in the kitchen. And besides, he suddenly admitted that according to his grandmother, if Anna did well today, she would be allowed to go home. "Honestly?" Anna asked, not believing it all. Gareth convinced that his words were true and asked the girl to stick to the role. Calling Anna sweet, Gareth thanked her so that the guests could hear and kissed her gently on the cheek. Anna blushed and her heart raced, thumping somewhere in her temples. The girl mentally reprimanded her daredevil husband for his unpredictable spontaneity. Bowie's spouses, however, were only amused by these cute displays of affection in young people. "Don't worry about me," Anna reassured Gareth, letting the man know that she would do her best to do the right thing. Then the girl got up from the table and declared that she would go right away and prepare a treat for the guests. Anna walked out, sighing heavily. Now she had to get out of this situation somehow. Rubbing her cheek where Gareth had kissed her, the girl thought indignantly that he had just taken the opportunity to taste her cooking. "Mistress, the dining room is on the 33rd floor." Sid's voice suddenly sounded behind Anna's back. The girl was glad to hear him, as was the fact that he was finally free. Sid asked only not to remind him about that overtime. The boy added that he had come to tell Anna the news. And Sid said that in the following days, Anna, together with the director, would have to accompany the president and his wife on all walks and events. According to the guy, all the details had already been agreed upon in advance. It was worth understanding that if the president and his wife were satisfied, it would only make everyone feel better. Anna, thinking about how much there was to do, was already tired just thinking about it. Somehow it seemed to her that it wouldn't just end like this. "If this works out, then your contract can be canceled," Sid turned suddenly and said. However, he immediately expressed his fears about what could happen if it was revealed that Anna and Gareth were not real husband and wife. Anna understood everything perfectly well without his words. There was silence in the corridor for a while. Sid and Anna just stared at each other in silence. Only now, in the moment of that long pause, did Sid suddenly realize that he had said too much. He looked at Anna, confused, and wanted to add something, but the girl replied that she knew. Sid shuddered, for that look in Anna's eyes was so like the chief's when he was angry or disappointed. This is bad, he thought. Anna headed in his direction. However, against all of Sid's fears, the girl simply walked past him and asked him to tell Gareth Calhoun that she wasn't going to spoil anything. "That clause is in the contract," she added coldly without turning around. Sid called out to the lady, but Anna did not hear him. The girl's thoughts at that moment were on something else entirely. Gareth's kiss, albeit on the cheek, was still on Anna's mind. Oh, she had taken that kiss seriously like a fool! The girl touched her cheek once more. She felt as if she still had the warmth of his soft and gentle lips on hers. The elevator jingled, and Anna stepped out on the 33rd floor. Right on the way out, the girl was immediately met by a crowd of men in suits and glasses. They were all aides from Gareth's security detail who had been assigned to the girl for protection and assistance. "Head, try your best. The kitchen is here," the guys said in one voice as if they had practiced before. Anna couldn't understand why there were so many people. She was met in the kitchen by a whole squad of chefs on the forehead with the head chef. All of them also greeted the lady in a friendly manner. This time, Anna tried to get away from the shock as quickly as possible. It seemed she had to get used to so many people. "Mistress, the broth is almost ready. You only need to prepare the garnish, and you can serve," the chef immediately reported to the girl. Sith had noticed that he should be on his way by now. He asked to be released as soon as Anna had any questions. He glanced around once more and looked at the girl. Sid hoped the young mistress wasn't affected by her emotions. Anna, on the other hand, was mentally setting herself to work. She decided that she should put her thoughts aside and just start cooking. She took a quick glance around the kitchen and sniffed. "Oh, it smells so good!" The broth was already simmering on the stove. It was just as the chief had said. Anna leaned over to the boiling pot and mentally noted that it did smell good. Just then the chief came over and informed the lady that this broth on the bones had been brewing since the morning, pouring from a large pot to a slightly smaller one. Looking puzzled at the cook, Anna thought that it looked like Gareth had gone to great lengths to receive his Korean partner and his wife with dignity. Well, in that case, she would have to do her best too. And suddenly, the girl felt such a burst of energy that she immediately wanted to get to work. She was ready for the job. The first thing Anna did was chop the mushrooms. She handled that one easily and quickly. Like a master craftsman, she wielded the knife as deftly as if she had been doing it all her life. "Mistress is a masterful wielder of the knife," the chief remarked, and suddenly noticed your show director. Anna smiled. Slicing was a familiar task for her because she, too, sometimes fiddled with small dishes in the kitchen. Until Gareth came here, everyone was more relaxed, she thought. Mr. Calhoun watched the process from the side. He liked to watch the girl's delicate white hands deftly handling the cooking. Oh, he suddenly stepped closer and held out his hand to Anna. Grabbing the girl by the waist, he pulled her to him. Anna gawked and tensed. Gareth Calhoun was all she could whisper. The excitement made it hard for her to breathe. Now slicing was no longer as easy for her as before, for the knife in her trembling hand was also shaking. The blush flushed again to the girl's cheeks. Anna suddenly turned around and wondered why he had come, since there were already tons of people here. Gareth moved closer to her face, and touching his nose to her cheek, replied that he had come to see his wife's cooking. Anna froze for a moment. She didn't understand why he wanted to do this. Do you have to do whatever comes into your head? The girl tried to get out of his tight embrace, but Gareth's arms were strong, and he smilingly continued to hold her. Just at that moment, the chairman and his wife entered. They wanted to see how things were going in the kitchen. As the chairman noticed the young couple embracing, he realized how much Principal Calhoun loved his wife. The president and his wife are watching us. Play along, Gareth asked Anna in a whisper. Was the girl surprised that they had followed? She was already tired of participating in the whole show, but Anna had no other choice. The chairman's wife continued to watch and to marvel at the Calhoun couple.
Oh, what a bad time for them to come! Why now?
Anna was confused and didn't know what to do next. On top of that, this man was standing behind her back. Gareth was breathing down Anna's neck, and it made her heart beat faster, making her forget all about cooking. She didn't understand why he was suddenly here. Gareth was chatting so nicely with the guests downstairs, and now he stood behind her and pressed himself against the girl in a way that made her feel as if the ground was leaving beneath her feet. Who'd have thought it was Sid's fault that the principal had come into the kitchen, followed by the guests? He felt bad about what he'd said to Anna without thinking. And to save the situation, he'd thought of nothing better than to call Gareth into the kitchen to see Anna. Soon enough, everything was ready. Anna politely invited the president and his mistress to pass. The president smiled. His wife intercepted this positive emotion and remarked aloud that Mrs. Anna was so kind. Gareth, in turn, also tried to be polite and invited the guests to take a seat at the table. Anna bustled about, doing her best not to let down Gareth's hopes. Her efforts couldn't go unnoticed, and Melanie Bowie couldn't get enough of how hard Mrs. Calhoun was working. When everyone was seated at the table, Melanie was the first to tell Gareth that he was an incredibly lucky man. The woman suggested that the director must be happy to come home to such a homely wife who also liked to cook. A familiar blush appeared on Anna's cheeks. She was curious to hear what Gareth's response to those words would be. She even felt uncomfortable thinking about it. Yes, Gareth replied calmly and placed his hand on top of Anna's. Then the man added that dinner with his wife was the best thing he could have all day. With these words, he looked affectionately at Anna. Oh, how much tenderness there was in that look. Anna was about to say something, but suddenly her gaze stopped on Gareth. She stared and thought. More and more often, Anna began to catch herself thinking that it felt good to look at this man. He had such a gentle smile. God, for some reason at that moment, she wanted so badly for Gareth to look at her even for a moment. Anna had a special inner need. She wanted so badly to feel, just a little, that she and Gareth were a real family. She wanted to make up for the feelings she'd been deprived of as a child, but Anna tried to suppress any thoughts of all this. The girl realized that no matter how it was, the only thing she had in common with this man was a contract. Gareth was alerted by Anna's stupor, and he glanced at the girl. The man asked Anna if everything was all right. Anna seemed to wake up to his voice. The girl immediately smiled and assured her husband that everything was fine. Gareth smiled too. However, something about Anna's behavior made him uneasy. Meanwhile, their guests were watching the young family with amusement. "Look at them! They are a copy of us when we were young," whispered Melanie enthusiastically in Mr. Bowie's ear. The man was in full agreement with his spouse's opinion. Watching the young Calhoun family was a pleasure for them. The hot dish on the table exuded pleasant aromas. Ah, it seems to have worked. The guests dined with appetite. Empty plates and satisfied faces showed that they enjoyed Anna's cooking. Ah, the girl was so pleased that she had not tried in vain. Anna was very pleased that the Bowie family liked her food. Mr. Fedrick called his assistant over to him and asked him to fetch something. Mrs. Melanie smiled approvingly. In her mind, Anna exulted. Ah, it looked like everything had turned out just right, and she would be able to live up to Gareth's expectations. A few minutes later, Mr. Bowie's assistant was already back with a folder in hand. "Director Calhoun, this is our contract with you. See if there are any questions," said Chairman Fedrick. Gareth smiled contentedly. Ah, it seemed to work out just the way he wanted it to. He finally sees the long-awaited contract he's been dreaming of for so long. The man cautiously reached for the contract folder, as if he couldn't believe this was actually happening. "Oh, I think something is about to happen." A strange premonition made Anna turn her head. "Gareth Calhoun, how dare you do this to me!" Someone's suddenly loud female voice boomed across the room. Both Gareth and Anna immediately tensed, because they knew exactly whose voice it was. Oh, yes, but it was certainly not a good time for this person to be here. There was silence at the table. The chairman and his wife remained silent in bewilderment, waiting to see what would happen next. As if on cue, everyone looked toward the door. A woman's silhouette was approaching the table with a confident gait. Oh, it seemed that an unpleasant situation was brewing. Gareth and Anna felt it especially keenly. "Wasn't I supposed to be your wife?" came like a thunderous question from the uninvited guest. After saying that, the girl took off her headdress. A furious Linda Becker appeared in full glory. She pointed her finger angrily at Gareth and asked why he'd married her best friend. Ah, the chairman and his wife seemed confused by Linda's spectacular appearance. They couldn't figure out who this woman was or what was going on. And Anna herself was confused. She didn't understand how Dina could have gotten here. The main question that troubled Anna was, what did Linda want here? Gareth was the most worried, though he didn't show it. He knew Dina's temperament, and he knew that her appearance here would not bode well. The man looked at Linda with tension and concern. What's she up to? Holy crap, she managed to sneak into InFinance's main office! At this time, Linda's anger and irritation were only gaining momentum. She turned sharply to Anna and called her friend a cheap little girl. Anna looked at Linda in confusion and didn't even know what to say to her. "Principal Calhoun, what is the meaning of this?" inquired Mr. Bowie in a stern tone. Gareth stood up from the table and tried to assure the principal and his mistress that this was all just some misunderstanding. Linda, wasting no time, walked over to Gareth and touched her hand to his chest, running her fingers down his shirt. Giving a pleading look, the girl asked Gareth if he could talk to his guests later. But for now, pay attention to her. Anna felt somehow uncomfortable. However, she realized that there was no point in getting upset and resentful in this situation. Gareth pulled Linda a little away from him, and turning to Anna, asked her to take a walk with the chairman and mistress. Well, Anna had no choice but to agree. "We are very embarrassed that this scene interrupted your meal." Anna awkwardly addressed the Korean guests and suggested that they move to another place. There, the girl promised to explain everything to them. "Miss Calhoun, I hope you'll be able to explain everything to me," Mr. Fedrick said in a stern tone. God, he looked darker than a cloud at that moment. Linda Becker heard the man's words and tensed at the fact that he called Anna Mrs. Calhoun. She couldn't believe that Anna could really marry Gareth. Anna had to think frantically about how to get out of the situation and what to think of. But there was no time to think. She had to get the guests out of here as soon as possible. But before Anna could even head for the exit, Linda stopped her with a sharp slap. Oh, that hurt! But why? The chairman and his wife froze in shock. My God, events seemed to be gathering momentum. Anna spun around and leaned against the table from the powerful blow. Linda stood behind her and yelled at her, calling Anna a bitch. "Shame on you, your best friend! You stole my man!" Anna's so-called friend hissed indignantly. "Husband," Miss Melanie repeated in surprise. The chairman looked sternly at Gareth and asked if he could work out what was going on. Anna wanted to say something to Linda, but the words seemed to stick in her throat, so much so that the girl couldn't utter a word. Linda grabbed Anna's arm, but finally Gareth couldn't stand it any longer and decided to intervene. He pulled Linda back sharply and she loosened her grip. Anna was still a little horrified. The events of the day had unfolded so rapidly that she hadn't even had a chance to realize what was going on or why Linda was acting this way toward her. Gareth gave Linda an angry look and coldly asked how long this was all going to go on. He held her hand tightly, letting the girl know that she should cool down a little. Linda stared at Gareth in bewilderment. She looked into his eyes and did not find the same delight and tenderness in his gaze. It was a cold and icy gaze. Linda, who was used to Gareth's unconditional attention to her person, couldn't understand the reason for this sudden coldness. When had he changed so much? Anna only thought painfully about what was her fault, that this wasn't the first time Linda had hurt her like this. Why? Twice Anna had suffered the wrath of her friend. Not to forget that first slap on the day Anna got married. And now, Linda indignantly asked Gareth to let go of her hand. She declared that she wanted to teach that bitch a lesson. Yes, there was a peculiar atmosphere in the dining hall at that moment. Everyone present had their own thoughts about what was going on, but no one dared to interfere. Everyone was watching the protagonists of the conflict, Linda, Gareth, and Anna. Linda gave a theatrically tearful look and declared to Gareth that he couldn't leave her, and she was the one who should be his wife. Gareth lowered his gaze. Yes, he had once dreamed of having this particular girl as his consort, but not now. Things were different now. Linda no longer evoked the feelings he'd once had. "So why did you marry my best friend?" Linda continued to wail. Tears were running down her cheeks. But Gareth realized that Linda had never loved anyone but herself, and those tears were just regret for lost opportunities. Anna held onto her cheek, which was hot and red from the blow, and had absolutely no idea why Linda was crying. Anna was clearly the one who should be crying today. Resentment and pain tormented the girl, but she kept silent. Gareth glanced fleetingly at Anna. Somehow it hurt him, too, to see her suffering. This fragile girl, carrying his child, didn't deserve such treatment and suffering. For a while, everyone suddenly fell silent. There was an awkward silence in the hall. The word was Gareth's, and he repeated himself again, asking Linda to stop acting like this. Yeah, Linda found it hard to believe that Gareth was treating her like that. Without paying attention to anyone around her, Linda apologized to Gareth. Frederick and Melanie Bowie felt very uncomfortable watching the whole scene. Gareth sensed the tension that had formed and realized that something had to be done about it immediately. The man turned to Anna and again asked Anna to walk with the chairman and mistress. "I hope Director Calhoun will explain the whole situation to us. Otherwise, my company will refuse to work with a person who undermines people's trust," Mr. Frederick said sternly. Gareth watched disappointedly as Anna and the Bowie couple left, followed by the assistant with the contract in hand. Oh, one person had ruined all their efforts in an instant. Melanie, as she left, thought sadly that somehow Anna had seemed to her a sincere girl. I hate to be disappointed. It was a shame that Anna wasn't at all what Melanie had first thought she was. Melanie Bowie sighed disappointedly. This whole situation was very unpleasant for her. Yes, of course, few people would like to feel cheated. Gareth Calhoun decided to wait until Anna and her guests had amicably left the room. When everyone had finally left, the man paused for a brief pause before he started talking. "What, Milan couldn't keep you away? Decided to go back?" Gareth asked grimly, turning away from Linda. Linda came closer and, clinging to the man, began to justify herself. The girl admitted that she was wrong, and now she didn't need Milan or even a modeling career. The only thing Linda wanted more than anything now was to marry Gareth and give him a child. "And I sent Anna to you as a present," the girl added in conclusion. Oh dear, I think Anna heard that. Linda pressed herself against Gareth's chest and asked how he could marry the gift and miss the giver. The girl pointed out that she was already back, so Gareth could let the gift go. "A present?" came Anna's voice suddenly. Gareth looked around worriedly and Linda visibly tensed. Anna walked in and looked confused at Gareth and her former friend. The girl wondered what they meant. Linda was utterly annoyed. She was disgusted at how pathetic Anna looked right now. But what annoyed her more was that the upstart seemed to be getting the better of her. Gareth was uncomfortable with the position Linda had put him in with her action. It was hard to imagine how Anna felt at that moment. "Gareth, I love you, honestly, I love you," she said, clinging to the man. But he clenched his teeth and kept silent. Anna, on the other hand, quietly asked what happened next. Without opening her eyes, Linda answered Anna's question by turning to Gareth. She was surprised that Gareth had accepted a night with her best friend as a gift from her and hadn't thanked her in any way afterward. "Gareth, you can't do this to me! She's just a gift, and I'm your girlfriend!" Linda kept talking nonsense, as if she didn't know what she was saying. Anna was the only one who was hurt the most by her words. Tears in crystal drops began to drip from her eyes, running down her cheeks, straight to the floor. "A gift! So you thought it all out from the beginning," Anna said bitterly quietly. The realization of everything that was happening hurt the girl's soul. It was simply impossible to believe that the girl, whom she considered a friend, simply broke her life like that. Gareth looked at Anna, and his heart just flipped. She stood there so defenseless, like a little kitten, and Gareth felt just as guilty for what had happened.
Oh shit! How did this happen?
"Gareth, look at me. You shouldn't have married her. You have me. I'm here now. You'll divorce her. We'll get married and have babies," Linda persisted, trying to get Gareth's attention. "Linda!" mumbled Anna through her tears. With a shaky gait, the girl approached her false friend. Right now, Anna wanted to hear Linda answer one question she had. "Why?" asked Anna. Linda furrowed her eyebrows. For some reason, there wasn't an ounce of regret or compassion in her, only one of unmitigated anger. Anna repeated her question again and wondered why Linda had done this to her. I wondered if she and she weren't friends at all. Oh, so many memories together, good ones in Anna's opinion, suddenly floated in her mind. Hadn't she and Linda been childhood friends? Oh, was it all an illusion that only Anna believed in? Why did she do that to her? Gareth looked at both Anna and Linda, and he was also curious to know the answer to that question. Except that the anger in Linda's gaze said that she definitely had her own motives for doing so. "Linda, answer me. Why are you doing this to me?" asked Anna desperately once more. There was still no answer, and tears of frustration continued to roll down Anna's cheeks. Linda looked at Anna with disdain. She didn't understand why she was asking. Linda thought that Anna was just playing innocent, and it made her feel disgusted. Her gaze was full of contempt. Oh, I think something special suddenly caught Linda's eye. So special that her eyes literally lit up. God, there was one incredible heart-shaped pendant with a blue crystal inside it around Anna's neck. Ah, it's the ocean heart that Linda wanted. But why does Anna have that piece of jewelry? This pendant became a point for Linda, and she finally answered Anna's question. The girl gritted her teeth and said that she had done that to her friend because she was taking away everything she loved. "Why? Are you still asking?" Linda asked, still with coldness in her voice and with a certain irony. Then the girl just boiled over. She yelled at Anna that she was fed up with her pity. Anna looked at Linda in a stupor. It was hard to recognize her once best friend in that screaming, crazy girl. Oh, how it hurt. Anna didn't understand what kind of pity Linda was talking about. She had never noticed it in herself. Linda decided to tone down the harsh tone a bit and suddenly asked Anna if she thought anything was better from her. "So what's going on now? Or do you think you've done nothing?" she asked wryly. She didn't understand why, but Anna suddenly started to justify herself, even though she shouldn't have done it, and especially not in front of Linda. The girl expressed regret for what was happening, but admitted that she had never treated her friend with pity. Shivering, Anna bitterly declared that she thought of Linda as her sister, the one she could be with in fire and water. Anna firmly believed that even if the whole world turned its back on her, Linda would not betray her and would always be there for her. The words of both girls gave Gareth something to think about seriously. Though he'd been thinking a lot about everything that had been going on lately, Linda seemed to be completely oblivious to the meaning of the words Anna said. "That's enough! There's no point in discussing this. You haven't even noticed that you make me sick," Linda said dryly and without emotion. Words like drops of bitter poison spewed from Linda Becker's mouth. She unashamedly declared that she thought Anna was the kind of person the whole world would turn its back on. "Even when you were born, you were abandoned! Even if someone takes you into a family, you will be abandoned!" She continued to wound an already driven Anna to the edge with her words. Linda also took the opportunity to remind Anna that her lover Danny had left her for money. Now, in Linda's opinion, more people will give up on Anna. By those words, she clearly meant Gareth. Linda was sure that his silence indicated that Gareth was on her side. "Kitten," was the only word on Gareth's mind at that moment as he looked at Anna. Anna, on the other hand, wished for the umpteenth time in recent memory that this was only a dream. Unfortunately, however, it was her painful reality. The life, which seemed to be slowly starting to get better and resemble a family, was once again destroyed. From the emotional shock, Anna rested her hands on the table. It seemed to her that it was even harder to breathe. Gareth looked lost. He knew he had to support Anna and get Linda to shut up and leave, but for some reason a kind of stupor possessed him at that moment. All he could do was touch Anna's shoulder comfortingly with his hand. But even here, Linda decided she had the right to intervene. She reminded Gareth of her presence and asked him not to do it. Anna couldn't stop crying. Today she had met a new, painful feeling, the bitterness of her best friend's betrayal. Just what to do with it all, the girl didn't understand yet. Gareth took his hand off her shoulder. All the words were gone. He couldn't find anything to comfort Anna or help him resolve the situation. Anna felt like the third extra here. She decided she shouldn't stay in this place and slowly wandered toward the exit. As if in some kind of fog, the girl walked under the impression of today's events and under the weight of her own thoughts and resentments. Linda looked angrily at her recent friend. At that moment, the girl thought it was her victory. Anna walked on without turning around, but Linda couldn't let the girl go so easily. It wasn't in her nature to keep silent, even if there wasn't anything to say. Gareth remained silent. God only knew what was on the man's mind, and when he would finally do something to stop this circus. "Bitch decided to just leave!" Linda grinned angrily, shouting to Anna in pursuit. "Anna, don't pretend! Deep down, you wanted this and you got it," she persisted. Linda blamed Anna for taking her boyfriend away from her and marrying him. "We're even!" she shouted to Anna. Anna chose to ignore those words. And what was there to say to that? Gareth clenched his fists nervously. "Linda, that's enough," he said in an orderly tone, turning to the girl. His voice was cold and so harsh that she flinched. After saying that, Gareth turned around and followed Anna. He needed to talk to her urgently and calm her down. Linda couldn't give up so easily. She ran after Gareth. The girl collapsed to the floor and wrapped both arms around Gareth's leg, begging him not to leave her like this. Linda decided that after all her words and remarks and boorishness, she could somehow convince Gareth not to leave her. Perhaps it would have worked before he'd known Anna. But now Linda's words only irritated Gareth. "I was wrong, and I realized it. I tried to call you, but I couldn't. I wrote letters, and they kept coming back." She made ridiculous excuses as she continued to assure Gareth that Anna didn't love him, and he didn't need to drag this marriage down. Linda asked hopefully if they still loved each other, but Gareth glared angrily and asked Linda to leave. His words were so cold and harsh. Linda couldn't believe that it was Gareth, who had been crazy about her not so long ago. "Gareth, how can you chase me away?" asked Linda in surprise. Gareth only now realized that everything he'd ever felt for this woman had been nothing more than simple attraction. Desire for her body. Passion. Now she didn't even evoke pity in him. Only contempt. As she continued to kneel at Gareth's feet, Linda begged him to marry her. She assured the man that she had already understood everything and endlessly confessed her intense love. Gareth was disgusted by such an imposition. Linda had become disgusting to him. "As soon as you put Anna in my bed, it was over between us," Gareth replied coldly. He remarked in an indifferent tone that Linda had miscalculated this time. "Out!" yelled Gareth, whose patience was coming to an end. With a sharp movement, he pushed Linda off his foot. Yes, he'd better not be here right now. Linda had never felt so humiliated as she did now, but she couldn't just let him walk away and wipe his feet on her pride. "Gareth, don't force me!" she shouted after the departing man and rose from her knees. Gareth Calhoun stopped. She seemed to be overreacting already. The girl seems to be getting too caught up in her games. "Oh, and what are you going to do about it?" Gareth asked ironically. Linda reminded Gareth about the contract that Gareth's company wanted to sign with Korea. She also remembered to mention that the chairman and his wife had seen everything. Linda decided to pull out her last trump card and started with blackmail. She threatened that she could go and tell them everything, in which case Gareth's company's money would be burned. Gareth sighed tiredly. Wow, she'd thought of everything a long time ago, and she was happy about it. I can't imagine how he could have missed the woman's true nature before. Linda saw how Gareth tensed at her words and realized that she had found the pain point that needed to be pressed. "I'll explain how Anna seduced my man and married him to me," the girl added with a wry smile, noting that the chairman was unlikely to cooperate after that. "Threatening me?" asked Gareth. Linda reached for the man in hope. She snuggled up against his back from behind and wrapped her arms around him and confessed that she just loved him. Yes, her love may have been peculiar, but Linda was still crazy about this man. Oh, the smell of him. All she was thinking about now was how much she wanted him. Linda was burning with passion for Gareth and couldn't think about anything else. "Is that what love is like?" wondered Gareth. He stated that the whole thing sounds ridiculous. After saying that, he just roughly pushed Linda away from him. The contempt in his soul was now mixed with a kind of hatred. He didn't want to see or hear her. Throwing Linda a scornful look, Gareth added that she looked pathetic now. Well, he had nothing more to add, and Gareth decided not to linger around the crazy woman. Linda ran after Gareth, begging him not to leave. But the man was completely indifferent to anything she said. Gareth realized that today's dinner was already ruined. Now he had to think about how to fix it. Gareth looked at his bodyguards, and they understood him with a glance. The boys blocked Linda's path and told her she should leave. "If you resist, we will have to use force because you are trespassing," one of the guys threatened. Linda was furious, but there was nothing she could do in this situation. Gareth, meanwhile, approached Sid. He held out his hand to the guy and asked if he'd written everything down. Oh yeah, this guy was definitely on point. Of course he wrote it all down. Sid handed the boss the tablet with the recording. Gareth's eyes lit up. He tossed the gadget around happily and remarked, "That's just great! Headmaster, mistress is in the restroom," Sid added quietly. He realized the girl couldn't be left alone in there, and Gareth more than anyone else would be able to calm her down. As hard as it was, Gareth just had to be there for her right now. Yes, Anna really was in the restroom. She was sitting on the floor against the wall, completely devastated and frustrated. Her soul was torn apart by the realization that she was just a gift from his girlfriend to Gareth. God, how cynical! How did it happen? And what did Anna do wrong in her life that she was just given to a man like that, like a thing? How does one give a person a gift? Why would the girl Anna considered her best friend do this? Why would she do this? Gareth's voice came from outside the door. He called loudly to Anna. Finding one locked door, Gareth began desperately knocking and begging for Anna to come out. Anna looked up in surprise. Gareth? Why is he here?" The girl cringed even more in despair at the sound of his voice. Did Gareth really know everything? Maybe that was why he'd bought it. It turns out they knew everything from the beginning. Only now did Anna realize what a fool she'd been to think the world was a beautiful place. The company's hallway was abuzz. Everyone was gossiping and discussing today's situation. Rumors were spreading among the employees at the speed of light. Gareth stood outside the women's restroom stall and tried to reach Anna. No matter how hard he tried, there was silence behind the door. Gareth understood perfectly well why it was so. Anna had every right to be angry and resentful. Desperate, Gareth sighed heavily and asked Anna for forgiveness. Sid stared at his boss in bewilderment. He'd never seen Gareth like this before. Usually a rock man, cold and unemotional. The female employees, who were gathered around him like gawkers, were also surprised by Gareth's behavior. Even apologizing didn't help Gareth get Anna to at least respond. He knocked and knocked on the door, but all his attempts came to naught. What to do? What to do to get her to open the door even for a moment? Gareth thought for a moment, and then he couldn't take it anymore.
Anna, will you stop it?
Gareth shouted emotionally and yanked the doorknob as hard as he could. Oh, what's that? It seemed Gareth had overdone it a little. The knob on the door couldn't withstand the man's pressure and broke. The metal piece clattered to the floor, falling near Gareth's feet. Anna flinched and stiffened. The door to the restroom opened. Anna sat on the floor and looked confused at Gareth, who stood across from her. Their gazes crossed. "Kitten," he said softly. Ah, how much excitement and tenderness there was in that one word. Anna felt at that moment that he was not quite indifferent to her, as she had previously thought. Without turning around, Gareth told Sid to lead everyone away and leave him and Anna alone. The boy rushed to immediately carry out the principal's order. Sid turned to the crowd of office gawkers and motioned for everyone to leave. Yes, people were in no hurry to get out, as they were all wondering how this story with the chief was going to end. Gareth looked at Anna worriedly and motioned for her to get up and walk with him. With those words, he held out his hand to the girl. Anna stared at the man in a stupor. Go with him! I wonder where he was going to take her. Doubts tormented the girl's heart and soul. She could not be sure of anything at all. It seemed to Anna that she had nowhere to go and nothing to do. Gareth wasn't going to wait for Anna to ponder for ages. He took the initiative and took Anna's hand in a confident motion. The girl hadn't expected it. Quickly but gently, Gareth helped her up off the floor. Gareth pulled Anna to him and hugged her tightly. He promised that no one else would be rejected. Oh, it all happened so spontaneously that Anna couldn't immediately recover. Ah, how good and safe it felt in his strong embrace. Anna had probably never felt like this before. If you want to cry, cry, don't hold it in, Gareth said. A warm wave of a feeling unknown, until then swept through the girl's body. The man's words echoed warmly in her soul and made her feel something incredible. Did she finally have a man in her life who really needs her, and next to whom she cannot be afraid to be who she is and show sincerely her emotions? Like a lifeline, Anna clung tightly to Gareth's jacket. Ah, in this big world, she had a shoulder to lean on for the first time. I guess sometimes you can afford to be weak. Anna decided to take the opportunity and Gareth's permission, and just today to cry into his vest. And the girl let out her emotions and sobbed. She cried loudly, and there was a sea of tears. But along with those tears, little by little, it seemed that the pain was going away and relief was coming. Gareth remained silent. He realized that such emotions and pain should not be allowed to be stored in his heart. The man waited patiently for Anna to let the pain out. Anna, on the other hand, mentally promised herself that she would never allow herself to cry in front of Gareth again. The girl decided that as long as she and Gareth were bound by a contract, she would try her best. But suddenly, Anna recoiled from Gareth and pushed him away from her. "Sorry, I stained your shirt," she said quietly and lowered her gaze to the floor. "It's okay, you'll wash it," Gareth replied with a sneer. The girl looked at her named husband in surprise. Anna stated that she wanted to thank Gareth in some way and asked if she could buy him a new shirt. "I'm afraid you won't have enough," Gareth grinned. "Ha! What an arrogant man!" Anna is outraged by his response. It's unthinkable to hear him say that. Gareth suggested that if Anna was so embarrassed in front of him, she could make up for it with a daily dinner. "Ha! You don't like it, do you?" replied Anna. But Gareth emphasized that what mattered to him was that the food was at least edible. Realizing that the girl's condition had finally stabilized, Gareth reminded her that it was already time to head back. Many thoughts were on Anna's mind at that moment. But she had to follow her inner promise, and of course, the contract. So he and Gareth set out to solve the problem that had arisen from Linda Becker's appearance at today's luncheon. Sid watched the boss and Anna with amusement, and was glad that the director had managed to get along with the young mistress after all. Soon, Anna and Gareth returned home. The girl had barely had time to enter the house before the butler came down to meet her. Anna, surprised, looked up. Gareth came down from the second floor as well. He was frowning and puzzled. His expression said that the man was worried about something. Gareth walked past Anna and headed for the exit of the house. Anna only followed him with a surprised look, but did not dare to ask what was the matter. When Gareth left, the butler explained to Anna with a smile that the gentleman had just gone to see the Korean chairman to explain today's incident. Oh, now Anna realized what Gareth was so deeply concerned about. I could still see him walking to the car through the window. I wonder how he'll get out of this story now. This news has already reached the chairman. She called and gave the headmaster a whipping, the butler also reported. Granny? Anna wondered. The butler briefly recounted the conversation between the boss and the chairman. Madame Tracy was very angry about the situation. She called Linda Becker a real punishment. The chairwoman told Gareth that she would not support his position if he did not get the situation under control. Tracy Calhoun told Gareth to quickly fix it and analyze it for himself. It was rare to see the chairwoman as angry as she had been during that conversation. Butler remarked that it was the first time she had ever had such a big fight with the principal. After such a story, the man informed Anna that a room had already been prepared for her and she could use some rest. Anna quickly went to rest. This day had been a shock for her as well. She wanted to rest both physically and mentally. Upon entering the room, Anna immediately flopped onto the bed. Oh, what was that she heard? Sir, what is it? The butler asked someone. Was it really Gareth who had returned so quickly? Anna held her breath and listened. The mere realization that Gareth was at the door made her heart race. Yes, that was Gareth. Anna heard him ask the butler to tell her grandmother that the Korean representatives were standing their ground and that it would not be resolved so easily. The butler suggested that Gareth take the young mistress with her to explain everything, but the man objected that, in his opinion, Anna could not be asked to do such a thing in her condition. The man stated that he would think of something. The door to Anna's room opened quietly. Gareth's silhouette was visible, and he could hear him letting the servants go. After that, he entered the room. Gareth, gloomy as a shadow, perked up as soon as he saw Anna lying on the bed. As if sensing his gaze, she fidgeted in her seat. God, Anna felt his piercing gaze on her skin and was afraid to move. She was bedridden and barely breathing. Gareth walked calmly to the shower. A moment later, the man had already succumbed to the jets of warm water and was trying to wash away all his worries and intrusive thoughts about everything. But they persisted in getting into his head. Gareth wondered if taking Anna with him again might result in another injury. No, he couldn't let Anna experience pain again. The image of the girl in the restroom kept coming back to his mind. He remembered the empty, disappointed look in her eyes. No, there was no way Gareth wanted Anna to feel that way again. He promised himself that he would never let Anna suffer. Like that, all absorbed in thought, Gareth didn't notice how quickly he had showered. Anna had been listening intensely to every sound the whole time, and she hadn't dared to turn that way. Wow, he'd decided to take a shower right here. The last time he'd done that was after the wedding. The girl froze. It was unclear to her what Gareth was up to, and it made her very excited. Anna didn't know what she was feeling. She probably wanted the man to hug her. The girl heard quiet footsteps approaching. Was he really finished so quickly? Oh, he sat on the bed? Looks like he decided to stay here? What was he up to? Anna couldn't relax for a second. God, he seemed to be lying down next to her. Anna shuddered involuntarily. She experienced a whole range of sensations, from embarrassment and excitement to interest and fleeting desire. Oh, did he really decide to sleep with her? What can we expect from this unpredictable man? I mean, he usually sleeps in his office. So why did he suddenly decide to come here tonight? Anna had a lot of unanswered questions. Gareth, in turn, was also a little worried. He wondered why Anna had curled up like that. The girl instinctively felt his gaze on her again and twitched. Gareth noticed this and assumed that Anna was awake. He looked intently at the girl and felt that he was not mistaken in his guess. Gareth touched Anna's shoulder and pulled her to him. He turned the girl around to face him and, pulling her against his body, hugged her tightly. Oh, I think his hand slid just below her waist down her thigh. Anna was silent. She could hear Gareth's heart beating, and at the same time her own heart was thumping loudly and frantically in her temples. Oh my God, what is he doing? Ah, that soft ivory skin, just perfect. What muscles! Anna thought for a moment that she was going crazy. A light, warm breeze blew into the room through the ajar window, fluttering the sheer curtains. Gareth covered himself and Anna with a thin blanket. The girl lay beside his chest and dared not even breathe. Ah, how pleasantly he smelled. And in general, this whole environment was quite peculiar and stirred her imagination. The girl's thoughts ran through her head like mad, one after another. She didn't know how to behave or what to do, but suddenly Gareth spoke. He told Anna that the chairman and his wife were very angry. As it turned out, Gareth had gone to them to explain the whole situation, but they refused to accept him. Their assistant relayed that they're disappointed. My grandmother is gagging, Gareth exhaled. Anna seemed to realize that Gareth needed support. Well, at least she could listen to him. Gareth admitted that that contract with the Koreans meant a lot to In Finance. According to him, it's not only a few billion a year, but also the cooperation with Korea that would give the company a leg up. Anna inquired about what might happen if it suddenly doesn't work out, and Gareth replied that if it didn't work out, the rest of the company's assets would suffer. So, for the sake of this contract, my grandmother and I have carefully considered everything, but in no way did we expect this outcome, Gareth added. How so? Asked Anna in bewilderment. Gareth didn't answer that question, but only gently touched the skin of her face with his finger. Why did he do that? The man gently ran his hand over the girl's nose as if he were treating a small child. Anna's heart was beating a drumbeat from these touches. Her heart was pounding so hard that it felt like it was going to jump out. Gareth hesitated. He could feel her heart beating fast, like that of a small, frightened bunny that had suddenly fallen into the teeth of a wolf. My spouse doesn't realize her man is on edge right now, the man said with a sigh. Anna was silent, and it seemed to Gareth that she was afraid of him. But why? At that moment, it seemed to the girl that Gareth was incredibly handsome. These thoughts frightened Anna. She didn't want to get burned again, or to be deceived. Ah, but those eyes, those lips! It's impossible to look at him indifferently. Anna squeezed her hand. It was clear that she was worried and nervous. Her body shuddered. It was unclear whether it was from the closeness of the man or from the breeze that caressed Anna's naked legs with gentle touches. Gareth looked into the girl's eyes. It seemed that his gentle and piercing gaze penetrated into the innermost depths of her soul. Anna couldn't look away. Somehow she didn't want to. The man touched her chin lightly with his fingers. Anna's lips opened, and her body felt hot. Gareth didn't look away, and brought his face even closer to Anna's. Oh, how close her lips were now. Remembering that kiss in the car while she slept, Gareth could hardly contain himself from doing it again. God, no. It was getting harder and harder to hold back. As if in some kind of fog, Gareth was closer and closer. Anna could already feel his breath on her lips. Gareth's heart seemed ready to jump out of his chest at that moment. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Anna herself really wanted him to kiss her. But she wasn't ready to fully admit it yet. 1 millimeter away, and he would have touched his lips to hers. But at the last moment, Anna turned her face away from Gareth's. The man froze in place. What was going on? Why did she pull away? Me, I'm only a contract wife. Why should I understand anything? Anna said suddenly. Of course, to hear such words from Anna at this moment was the last thing Gareth had expected. They were his words. He'd said them to her. But why did they hurt so much now? Gareth lay back and closed his eyes. He paused briefly to recover and let his heart normalize its rhythm. "Don't worry, I won't pester. I think a lonely man needs an equally lonely man," Gareth said after cooling down a bit. Anna remained silent. She agreed with his words. At the moment of heartbreak, no one could use a reliable shoulder and support. Gareth suggested that the girl rest and after dinner go for a walk together. Oh, did he really ask her to go for a walk? What did he mean, just a walk, or was it a date? Anna didn't wait for specifics. I think Gareth had fallen asleep. Wow, that was fast! Looks like he's really exhausted. With those thoughts, Anna turned to Gareth. It was a pleasure to be with him, no matter what she said. She'd never felt so comfortable and safe with anyone before. The wind continued to play with the sheer curtains, rushing in through the window in a fresh, caressing stream. Anna decided not to leave and stay in Gareth's arms for a while. But just this once. Even if she did decide to leave now, it wouldn't be so easy to do so in the strong arms of a sleeping man. They slept until almost evening. As planned, Gareth went for a walk with Anna. The evening was warm and moonlit. It was a pleasure to walk. Oh, I think Gareth took Anna to some clothing store. As soon as they entered, she immediately noticed the manageress, who was directing the employees and telling them to clean up the store. Gareth's arrival could not go unnoticed. Of course, he immediately won all the attention of the women in the store. And how could such a tall, handsome man be deprived of women's attention? The salesman and the manager, however, noticed that he had not come alone. Gareth was a recognizable figure in town, and the fact that he had come with a girl was clearly a cause for discussion. Anna caught a bunch of surprised looks. Yes, because she came into the store with Gareth Calhoun himself, director of the In Finance Group. The store manager was alarmed. Of course, she had heard that the director had arrived at the main office, but she hadn't expected him to come here. The woman immediately called the store staff with her and led them to the customers. Such an important customer needs to be served to the highest standards. The superintendent and her assistants approached Gareth and bowed to greet him. Gareth nodded in response and asked the women to bring something from this season's collection. Then the man turned to Anna and looked up at her appraisingly. "What are you looking at?" Anna muttered unhappily. But Gareth decided to leave that question unanswered and, continuing to stare at Anna, asked the salesman to bring the smallest women's size. The girls immediately went to look for the right thing. While Gareth and his companion waited for them in the hall, it was important for them to discuss and ponder about the girl next to the headmaster. Gareth sat down on the couch and suggested that Anna pick out something that would suit her. Anna did not like this idea very much. She even wanted to resent it, but decided that it would not cost her anything if she tried on what they brought her. Gareth remained seated on the couch while the girl went to the fitting room. Anna, contrary to Gareth's expectations, took only a short time to try it on. Soon she showed up in her new clothes. Gareth, who had been sitting tucked away on his phone, barely heard the quiet footsteps and immediately looked up. His fictitious wife, like a princess, looked simply gorgeous in her new outfit. Gareth looked back at the girl and opened his mouth in surprise. Wow, this new look suits her. So delicate, just adorable. The perfect color blended perfectly with the girl's light and delicate skin, and the dark, long hair against the background of the light dress attracted Anna's eyes even more. The legs are sufficiently covered. The outfit is beautiful, appealing, and at the same time not vulgar or provocative at all. The consultants of the store did an excellent job. Gareth was pleased. He looked at Anna once more. She wanted to look at her again and again. Gareth smiled. He then looked at the salesman and asked him to pack this dress. "See if there's anything else you like. There are clothes here, bags on the second floor, and shoes on the third floor," Gareth suggested, and asked Anna if she liked something, to take it and not to save money. Anna smiled. Well, the girl decided, since Gareth had given her the opportunity to vent, why not? "Okay, I'll go then," Anna said and went to the clothing racks. The store staff, watching the visitors, began to discuss Anna. They were incredibly curious. Who was this girl for the director, and why was he so kind to her? Both girls were terribly jealous of Anna. Anna stopped at one shirt and looked at it appraisingly. Sounds like this is the one. Without thinking long, the girl pointed her finger at the shirt she liked. and informed the consultant that she had chosen this one. Across the room, Anna turned to Gareth and asked him what size he was. Gareth got up from the couch. He noticed that this store knew his size and asked the girls to bring a shirt in his size for him to try on. The girls looked at each other in surprise. They were astonished that the girl had called the principal by name. God, who was she to him? They were so curious. Reluctantly, Gareth unbuttoned his shirt and took it off. That muscular body needed to be exposed for as long as possible to enjoy this sight to the fullest. Gareth's relief could drive any girl crazy. Many dared not even dream of a man like him. Soon he was already wearing the new shirt Anna had picked out for him. "How was it?" asked Gareth, presenting himself in his new outfit in front of Anna. Now it was her turn to look at him from top to bottom, or bottom to top. Anna declared that he looked good in that shirt. But something seems to be wrong. It needs to be fixed right away. Anna will do it quickly. The girl walked over to Gareth and stood on her toes. His tall stature didn't allow Anna to reach where she needed to go so easily. Anna reached her arms around his neck and wrapped her arms around him. With a light, careful movement of her hands, Anna adjusted the collar of Gareth's shirt. Even those innocent touches of Anna's hands were driving Gareth crazy. He looked into the girl's eyes. What did he want to read in them? It seemed that Gareth was starting to lose his head around this girl. "Now that's great," Anna summarized and smiled. Gareth smiled back at her. Anna couldn't know what he was thinking, but it seemed to her that he was looking at her with interest, and not at all like a mere contract wife. The girl's hands were still around Gareth's neck on his collar. He could feel the warmth that came from her slender, graceful fingers. Anna kept her gaze on Gareth's neck. God, where did this overwhelming desire to touch his skin come from? Anna lowered her hands and froze. She was confused by her own thoughts. Her hand lingered on his chest in the area of his heart. Oh, how hard it was pounding.
Gareth grabbed the girl's arm!
Anna shuddered. They were both unknowingly driving each other crazy. Gareth turned to Anna as if he wanted to say something to her, but immediately fell silent. Where had all his confidence and determination gone? Oh, was he blushing? Was Gareth Calhoun embarrassed by her touch? Unbelievable.
Gareth, just no nonsense!
Mentally pleaded Anna, and a blush broke out on her cheeks as well. Gareth, meanwhile, didn't seem to be letting go of her hand. He kept meaning to say something, but didn't dare. "I actually," Gareth continued. His voice was so excited. The man fell silent again. How hard it was for him to say what he had decided. Anna stared at Gareth in bewilderment. His excitement was transmitted to her as well. What was he going to say that would make him so nervous? Like some kind of slow motion, it seemed to the girl that it took forever for him to gather his wits. And at the very moment when it seemed that Gareth would finally speak, the red-haired beauty Margot appeared from nowhere. "Oh, Principal Calhoun, what a coincidence!" she said in surprise. She stepped between Gareth and Anna and theatrically marveled at this unexpected encounter. Anna lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Gareth was angry that this madam had shown up at such an inopportune moment. The man asked Margot how long she had been here. The girl replied that she hadn't been here very long. Margot seemed to look very pleased. Like a sly fox, she was pleased and amused by the principal's disgruntled face. "I can barely find time to go shopping, and here you are." Margot sighed and remarked that meeting Gareth at InFinance's head office was quite expected. "Since that's the case, how about a drink?" she suggested. Gareth looked at Anna questioningly, as if inviting her to go. The girl was ready to do as he said. Margot left the store, and Gareth and Anna followed her. The sales clerks bowed respectfully to their dear guests. When the visitors left, the saleswoman asked the manager who it was. "Questions? Questions? There's no need to ask them. When you came to the company, weren't you told?" The manager snapped back glumly. Meanwhile, our company amicably went to the nearest cafe. "I'm curious. What's your connection?" Margot asked immediately, as soon as they sat down at the table. The girl turned to the director and remarked that now that the agreement was signed, he had no reason to hide his secret from her. Anna and Gareth looked at the girl in surprise. "A secret?" Gareth interjected with a smile. Then he turned to Anna and emphasized that the first thing to do was to ask his wife if she wanted to reveal the secret. Anna was ready to fall under the ground from his words at that moment. Margot's eyes almost popped open at what she heard. She had expected to hear anything. But the fact that Anna was Gareth's wife was unbelievable. "So, the wife in those pictures online is you!" the red-headed beauty exclaimed, rounding her eyes in surprise. She turned to Anna and exclaimed questioningly, rather than Gareth talking about her. Gareth calmly pointed out that the secret would have to be made public sooner or later. How else could he explain to people that there was one more Calhoun? Margot waved her hand and asked to be given some time to digest it all.
Did you just call her wife? And what son?
Margot couldn't move away from the shock. She sipped her coffee cup, and Gareth emphasized that it was too early to talk about a son. Watching Margot empty her cup in quick sips, Gareth added that he would love the girl too. Margot drank her coffee in one fell swoop and thumped the cup on the table. What a piece of news! What a secret! Who would have thought that today Margot would find out the real scoop? Gareth wondered if Margot had come here for shopping. And the girl replied that since the negotiations with Gareth's company had ended successfully, she had been given the opportunity to rest. "I negotiate with you so much, and I've never won once," Margot remarked sadly, taking her head in her hands. She did look a little frustrated and tired. Gareth replied that it was common, and with a smile he pointed out that old man Margot had never won either. Just then a waitress came over and placed a glass of water on the table. Gareth watched her every move intently. "Oh my God, what is it?" There was a black hair on the saucer next to the cup. "Oh, that's just disgusting." Gareth immediately became a misophobe. He was disgusted to even look at it, let alone touch it or drink it. The man glanced at Anna. She was enjoying her hot drink as if nothing had happened. Gareth shuddered with disgust at what he'd seen on his saucer. He grabbed Anna's hand and asked her not to drink it, but to make it at home herself. Then he added that it was getting late, and they should be getting back. He grabbed Anna's arm and told her to drink it herself at home. Margot looked at the couple and was still under the impression of the information she had recently received. "All right, I'm going to go have fun," she said, and stood up from the table, having correctly understood Gareth's hint that it was time for them to say goodbye. As a farewell, Margot suggested to Anna that if she had a chance, they should go shopping together tomorrow. Anna looked at Gareth and asked permission if she could agree to the proposal. "You can," Gareth replied magnanimously and turned away. Anna asked Margot to call her tomorrow, and the girls said goodbye in a friendly way, agreeing to meet tomorrow. Then they left the cafe, and Anna and Gareth walked down the alley in their own direction. Margot stared at them for a while longer. Gareth Calhoun, the armor has cracked," Margot thought to herself. "May I congratulate you?" was the question that was swirling around in the girl's head. The next day, Margot was already waiting for Anna at the appointed place, not far from the mall. Puzzled, Margot looked at her watch and was surprised to note that it was already 9 o'clock, and Anna was still gone. Yes, Margot went shopping like she was on the catwalk. This girl's taste can't be denied. A gorgeous figure and excellent taste help Margot to create incredible images and look amazing at any time, wherever she is. "Sorry I'm late," came a familiar voice nearby. It was Anna, running as fast as she could to meet Margot. Margot looked at the girl in surprise. She still couldn't believe that this girl was the director's wife. Anna stopped a meter away from Margot and panted. She had been in such a hurry that now she had to catch her breath before she could go anywhere. "I never thought Gareth Calhoun would get married," Margot stated without preamble. She looked at Anna and praised her, saying that she was far from a failure since she had managed to become the wife of the president of InFinance. Anna let her words pass her ears. She had already caught her breath and was now looking at Margot with a smile. "Let's go shopping," suggested Anna, noting aloud that she hadn't walked here yet. "So I'm hoping for you," Anna added in a friendly manner, and smilingly took Margot under her arm. This gorgeous woman, who seemed cold and unapproachable, was somehow trustworthy. "Okay, I'll look after the pregnant one," Margot sighed doomfully. Because Anna hadn't even realized that Gareth had called Margot as early as 6 in the morning and asked her to take care of his wife. Have a good time this day with Anna. Make sure she's safe. And if anything happens to her, you're on your own," were his morning instructions. After that call, Margot couldn't sleep a wink. Now walking with Anna, Margot realized that Principal Calhoun seemed to really like her. The first thing the girls did was to go to the jewelry store. There were already visitors here besides them. Their eyes just ran over the jewelry counters. Anna tried on delicate flower-shaped earrings. Such earrings were perfect for a cute flower-like girl. Margot chose a more luxurious piece of jewelry. It was a ring with a large stone. Such jewelry was just the style of this fiery redhead. Then they went to the clothing store. That was the place where they could both have a good time. Anna and Margot immediately began to look at the racks of fancy clothes. The store staff lowered their eyes understandingly. Oh, it's so girlish to relax while shopping and try on a whole bunch of things. Soon, Anna looked like a lady. A magnificent dress with an open back only emphasized her beautiful figure. Her hair was tucked back, revealing her thin, snow-white neck and shoulders. The plume of the dress flowed across the floor in a long tail, as if beckoning her to follow. Margot, in contrast to Anna's gentle image, had chosen the image of a femme fatale. However, her fiery hair made any image of her a femme fatale. The high, seductive slit on the skirt of the dress offered a view of her long legs. Wow, it was amazing! The salesman fell in love with both of the girls' looks. Ah, they're a sight for sore eyes. They're gorgeous. Anna hadn't felt this good in a long time. Having recently lost her best friend, it seemed for a moment that she had found a new friend in Margot. 2 hours later, a little tired but very satisfied, the girls finally left the shopping center with successful purchases. Margot suggested that Anna go somewhere to rest. Oh, I think Anna saw someone familiar nearby. Is that Melanie? It's definitely Melanie Bowie, the chairman's wife. But where did she come from? I think Anna spotted Mrs. Bowie just in time. She also saw a car coming right at her. This is bad. Melanie's in danger. I have to help, shouted Anna, and sprinted from her seat toward the chairwoman. Margot didn't even have time to think straight. Anna sped toward Melanie Bowie at full speed. Margot shrieked in surprise. Everything happened so quickly that no one even had time to realize anything. Anna ran up to the chairwoman and sharply pushed her aside. Only she didn't realize how it would turn out for her. Saving Melanie, Anna didn't think that she would be hit herself. And then she realized. But the car was coming straight at her, and there was no way to prevent the inevitable. The car didn't stop, and the impact landed on Anna's legs. The girl fell on the road and hurt herself very badly. God, it hurt so much. The realization of what had happened did not come at once. The chairwoman looked at the whole picture in shock. She realized that Anna had just saved her by putting herself at risk. All this happened in a split second, and Mrs. Melanie, from shock, did not immediately understand what to do. Anna's breath hitched. A sharp pain pierced the girl, echoing the spasms in her stomach. Anna twisted in pain and clutched her stomach. It was only at that moment that she was truly afraid. Only when she felt the pain did she remember that she was pregnant. Margot stared at the girl in horror. Her heart seemed to stop at that moment. Oh, God, what was she going to do now? My baby! Anna cried out in despair. God, she was shaking. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Finally, Margot too came out of her daze and shouted all the way to Anna. Dropping the shopping bags, the girl rushed to her friend, who could not get up from the asphalt. The chairwoman also ran up to the girl. She said in despair that she was so sorry. Ah, if only time could be turned back and a little more careful, all this might not have happened. Anna couldn't react to the words, much less respond. She was shaking with pain. Woman, she just saved you. Is it hard to call her an ambulance? Asked Margot indignantly, who had just run up to the scene. Yes, my car isn't far away. It'll be right over, replied the chairwoman in confusion. Margot, my stomach hurts. Save my baby. Something is wrong with him, Anna repeated in horror, feeling that something that could not be fixed had already happened. Margot tried to take as calm and confident a tone as possible and reassure Anna. She assured her child would be fine. God. And suddenly the image of Gareth came vividly to Margot's mind. If anything happened to the baby, he'd be furious for sure. Damn it! In finance office building, Gareth was just about to have a meeting. All the board members were already gathered in the hall. It was going to start any minute now. And then Gareth Calhoun's phone rang. Seeing who was calling, he couldn't help but pick up the phone. Gareth had to take the call right in the hall in front of everyone. What? Was all he could ask. And in a moment he became darker than a cloud. The audience was left to guess who had called the director, and what could have been said to him that was so important that he changed so much in his face in a matter of seconds. A moment later, Gareth was running for the exit, to the stunned looks and cheers of those present. Sid called out to the president, but he was already gone. Gareth's assistant remained standing in a stupor. Everyone else was equally confused. What the hell had happened? Sid's insides just went into overdrive. He had to find out what was wrong. "The meeting is over. We'll update you later," he informed everyone and gathered himself to leave following his boss. Gareth, meanwhile, was already flying at full speed in his auto. He pressed down on the gas pedal, pushing it to the max. He felt that the car was still not going fast enough, even though it had already exceeded the speed limit. Within minutes, he had already arrived at the right place. Emergency clinic. He was just here a little while ago. Anna was sitting in the ward on a hospital bed. Next to her was the chairwoman and Margot. Mrs. Melanie thanked Anna for saving her. The woman could not imagine what would have happened to her if Anna had not been there. The girl smilingly replied that anyone would have done the same in her place. "What are you talking about? You know how it could have turned out," Melanie objected. "What if the blow had come not in the leg but in the stomach? Do you think the baby would have been all right?" added Margot sternly, amazed at such levity on Anna's part. Anna sighed. Margot was right about something, of course. But it wasn't in Anna's nature to just stand by and watch when another person was in danger. Are you all right?" shouted Gareth, rushing into the room like a wild wind. His sudden and abrupt appearance and his scream startled everyone in the ward at that moment. "Speak of the devil," Margot muttered under her breath. "Principal Calhoun," wondered Melanie. "Gareth?" said Anna, dumbfounded. Gareth ran over to Anna's bedside and took her hands in his. He was breathing hard, sweat dripping down his face. Anna had never seen Gareth so agitated. "I'm fine," Anna replied fearfully. It pained her at the mere thought of how Gareth had to feel, that he looked like that. Gareth knelt beside Anna's hospital bed and gazed intently into the girl's face. It seemed to him that Anna was averting her gaze, and the man was already afraid that something might have happened to the child. Was his guess right? What Gareth did in the next instant made Anna freeze in place. God, what is he doing? Gareth lowered his head to the girl's belly and listened. He was startled to realize that he couldn't hear or feel anything. It was silent, and that silence frightened him. Anna couldn't understand what he was doing and mentally called Gareth a fool. Margot turned away in thought. The chairwoman looked at Gareth and Anna in bewilderment. Margot couldn't believe she was looking at Gareth Calhoun. God, where had the smart, calculating man she'd known gone? Anna and Gareth stared at each other in a stupor. An awkward silence hung in the chamber. "Are you not feeling well after all?" Gareth asked suspiciously. Anna nodded her head negatively. Margot had already drawn her own conclusions about it. She realized that Gareth cared about this girl. If he wasn't afraid for Anna, he certainly wouldn't have done something like this. "Does it hurt somewhere? Should I ask for an examination?" asked Gareth anxiously. But Anna assured him that everything was fine. Anna whispered, drawing Gareth's attention to the fact that the chairman's wife was also present. Gareth looked around, and only now noticed that Miss Melanie Bowie was indeed here. "Mistress, where did you come from?" he wondered. In a somewhat guilty voice, Melanie Bowie said that Gareth's wife had saved her. Melanie expressed her deep regret, because in her opinion, Anna had been hurt because of her negligence. "Don't talk down on yourself, please. My wife helped you, so it must be fate." "Are you hurt at least?" Gareth asked, and suggested that Melanie call a doctor. Melanie stated that she was fine. She also suggested that Gareth should not hesitate to contact her if he needed anything. The woman glanced guiltily at Anna once more. She was ashamed now that she had thought badly of this beautiful girl during dinner. "I think I'll be going," said Mrs. Melanie and started to leave. Gareth offered to escort the chairman's wife out, but she declined and suggested that he'd rather keep his wife company now. Margot never ceased to be amazed. The woman Anna had rescued wasn't so simple. Margot wanted to discreetly leave right behind the chairwoman. But Gareth wouldn't let her go quietly. "Margot, thank you very much for looking after Anna," he said reproachfully. Margot realized that she needed to go as quickly as possible before her boss's anger erupted. "Don't blame me. And good," she said, and told him to call or text her if he needed anything else. After saying that, she quickly disappeared behind the door. Gareth barely had time to give her a disgruntled look. So it was just the two of them. Anna looked at Gareth questioningly. He continued to hold her hand in his, as if he was afraid she'd run off somewhere. Anna blushed and took her hand away. Gareth couldn't understand why she was constantly avoiding him. He was bitter about it. "The chairman's wife and I," Anna began, wanting to explain to Gareth how things were and what had happened. But the man interrupted her abruptly, asking Anna coldly who had authorized her to do so. Anna did not understand the essence of the question and looked at Gareth dumbfounded. His tone frightened the girl. She felt like a delinquent schoolgirl. And why is he angry? Of course, it's understandable that Anna did it without thinking of the consequences. But in the end, didn't the chairman's wife become kinder? After all, if we help Mrs. Melanie, we'll be able to get the chairman to like her. Oh, right! Anna realized the reason for his anger. He must be angry about the baby. "I'm sorry," Anna said quietly, lowering her head guiltily. Gareth was angry with Anna. All he could think about at that moment was that the idiot was imagining things again. God, she's acting like a child! Gareth approached Anna's bedside once more. In a stern voice, he told her not to get up for a few days. Gareth thought it would be better to stay in hospital for a few days. Anna looked fearfully at the man. There was a look of despair in her eyes. Why was he doing this to her? After all, everything ended well in the end. The girl sighed and turned away from Gareth. Gareth didn't know what to say. For a while, he just stared at Anna in silence. It's really good that it ended that way. But it could have been otherwise. It was hard for Gareth to imagine that in one moment he could have lost both the baby and Anna. The silence in the hospital room was broken by Sid's loud shout. He opened the door abruptly and called out to the headmaster and Mrs. "Speak," Gareth said dryly, and looked questioningly at Sid. The boy hesitated. In his mind, he could tell that the atmosphere was tense. He wondered what had happened. The doctor said Mrs. Child is perfectly fine. The impact landed on her leg without hitting her abdomen, Sid reported in a trembling voice. Ah, God, this was the first time he was caught in such an awkward atmosphere. Side felt kind of uncomfortable. "Stop mumbling. I scared you so bad," Gareth asked in a chilling voice. The chief's tone made Sid even more nervous. However, the guy pulled himself together and stated that it turned out that the car that hit the lady belonged to the same subsidiary company. Gareth stared at the guy in surprise and wondered what kind of company was this. "Grey Purr," Sid replied. "The guy told me that this company manufactures face cream, and this year they won the tender, getting the right to supply it. Grey Company is a subsidiary of a well-known financial group. Its assets are more than $10 billion. Sid also learned that the head of the company now intends to make a move within finance. Sid also said that their president, Adrian Gray, wants to meet. Gareth interrupted the guy by repeating the president's name. "Adrian Gray?" he interjected. "President Adrian found out that Madam was hurt. His assistant already called," Sid explained. "He wants to meet Anna?" asked Gareth, perplexed. Anna couldn't understand anything at all. Sid replied that the gentleman wanted to come to the hospital in person and apologize. Anna stared at Gareth in surprise. What does all this mean? Gareth couldn't understand it himself. It was not clear why, but he had a sudden bad feeling. Gareth didn't want that man dating Anna. Somehow he felt that if he and she met, he might lose Anna. Should I trust my gut? Why and where did these strange thoughts suddenly come from? Gareth had no answers to these questions. Anna watched Garth and saw how worried he was. The girl couldn't understand what was wrong with him. The girl smiled and wanted to say something to Gareth, but he abruptly cut her off halfway through. "You shouldn't! President Gray must be too busy to be distracted by such a trifle," he said, and turned away toward the door. "The wife is not well. She needs rest," Gareth added and left the room. Sid and Anna looked at him in surprise. Anna was concerned about Gareth's condition. What was wrong with him? Why had he suddenly darkened so dramatically? The Gray Purr firm? Adrian Gray? It was familiar to Anna from somewhere. She'd heard it somewhere before. "I can't remember. I don't know him. Why visit me?" Anna spoke indignantly to herself. Sid looked at the mistress in bewilderment. God, what was the matter with her? Meanwhile, in Adrian Gray's office, the man was preoccupied with his business and was thinking in parallel that his personal visit to Anna was quite logical. Only one question troubled him. Why was Gareth Calhoun hiding his wife so carefully? The more Adrian thought about it, the clearer he realized that he needed to find the answer to that question at all costs. Adrian Gray is a handsome and successful man who is spoken of with respect and honor in famous circles. He wondered to his horror. What was Gareth's agenda? Does he really have something to hide? Adrian stated that Gareth should realize that they are not without education. Since his subordinate had caused the harm, he, as chief, should take responsibility. Besides, after all, they had a goal of working within finance. Adrian promised to bear all the expenses if Gareth agreed to come to tea. Adrian's aide said he understood and promised the president to make arrangements. After that, Adrian apologized, citing urgent matters, and said goodbye to his subordinates. In this company, it was customary that no one had to be told twice. Everyone understood everything perfectly well without explanation. And so it was this time. Adrian's subordinates quickly left the office, leaving the chief alone. For a while, Adrian just sat there, absorbed in his own thoughts. He had a lot to think about. On Adrian's desk was a portrait that was dear to his heart. The man took a quick glance at it and held out his hand. "Amber, tell me, will I meet her again?" Adrian asked, gently wiping the picture frame. "What is this photo? Is that really Anna?" But he called her Amber. If it's a different girl, why does she look so much like Anna Dickinson? What's the uncanny resemblance? Looking at the portrait for the umpteenth time, Adrian wondered if Amber had sent him that girl in her place so he could love again. He had been asking himself that question a lot lately. Suddenly, there was a knock on his office door. Adrian Gray flipped open the picture frame and invited him in. It was his assistant who came and reported that Director Calhoun had accepted his offer, but said it was not proper for guests to be invited, so he was already expecting Adrian at the hotel. Adrian was pleased in his heart, but without giving any sign of it, he asked his assistant to tell Gareth that he would be there without being late. The assistant immediately went to carry out the chief's instructions. Dorian Gray was very pleased. In his heart, he was simply jubilant. He got up from his desk and walked leisurely to the window. Finally, the thing he's wanted for so long is about to happen. The long-awaited meeting with Mr. Gareth Calhoun was coming up. Well, it wouldn't be long now. A strange smile played across Adrian's face. For a while, the man stood at the window and pondered. He was already excited about the upcoming meeting. Meanwhile, Frederick Bowie called Anna at the hospital. He definitely wanted to thank Anna for saving his wife. The man noticed that they were now at the hotel and asked if it would be convenient for Anna to come over. No problem. It's no problem for me. I'll be right there," the girl replied without further thought. Finally! Even though she's in the hospital, she's better with the chairman and his wife. The girl was very happy. Anna decided that this time everything should work out, and she would be able to go to her mother. These thoughts warmed her soul. The girl was already all excited and decided that she would have to buy some food for her mom. She would be happy. Except there was one more intrigue. Gareth and Adrian, two men who liked Anna Dickinson. And soon they will finally meet. This meeting will definitely change something in each of their lives. But are they ready for this change? So Anna must go to the spouses of Bowie. The girl decided not to waste time and immediately went to them. When she arrived, Anna mentally noted that the building was very large. But where was the elevator? The girl looked around, puzzled. After wandering the hallways for a while, she found the elevator. Oh, I think someone's coming down the hall. Someone Anna couldn't see.
Oh my God, that's Adrian Gray. What is he doing here?
The man was just passing the elevator when Anna entered it. He only caught a glimpse of her. Adrian thought he saw the same girl. Maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was her. Adrian Gray looked back sharply and glanced at the elevator, but the doors had already closed and it was gone. Still, the man decided he should trust his eyes. Yes, he was almost certain it was her he'd just seen. Though maybe I was just imagining it? Adrian sighed. He had to entertain the thought that he'd just imagined the girl. But assuming she was in that elevator, where did she come from and what were her reasons? Meanwhile, Anna had already reached the 6th floor. The girl tried to cheer herself up and calm herself down. Anna tuned that this time everything would work out. And for everything to be just so, she just needed to calm down. Soon she was at the door of the restaurant. The assistant chairman invited her in respectfully.
Chairman, mistress, I'm here!
Anna echoed, barely entering the office. Miss Bowie immediately walked over to Anna and hugged the girl. Honey, you've had it today, sighed Melanie in a sympathetic yet guilty voice. The woman also added that it was very dangerous and it only worked out with God's help. I am very angry at your antics yesterday. We are going back to our homeland today, Mr. Frederick announced sternly. Anna flinched a little at his unexpected voice behind her back and turned around. But after listening to my wife, I'm convinced you're not playing around, so I'll give you a chance to explain, the man immediately added, softening his tone a bit. Anna is visibly revitalized. Great! It meant she had a chance to make things right. All right, I'll tell it to you like it is. Anna reacted in a flash and walked over to the chairman. An hour later, that's how it was, Anna said with her eyes downcast after her long and capacious story. Anna admitted to the Bowie couple that she and Gareth are married, and they are indeed having a baby. She also stated that Linda Becker's words are partially true, but that's not all. The girl admitted that her best friend, Linda Becker, set her up and robbed her of everything on her biggest day. Poor child, Melanie said quietly, and looked sympathetically at Anna. Anna smiled and said that Gareth Calhoun turned out to be decent and wouldn't give up on her, so they got married. Although they've spent us, I'm now pretty sure director Gareth Calhoun loves his wife very much. Melanie addressed her husband. Shifting her gaze to Anna, the woman also stated that she now believes their love is genuine. Anna wanted to reply something to her words, but didn't have time as the chairman interrupted her. So you really like him then? Asked Frederick. Oh, Anna didn't seem to have expected such a question. It literally threw her into a stupor. What should I say to him? Does she like Gareth? Like who? After all, he and she are just a contract couple. Anna suddenly remembered moments from the beginning of their relationship, the wedding and the first wedding night. She also remembered how caring the man could be at certain times, how gentle and sensual he could be. She remembered how Gareth could support her and comfort her. So did she like him? Well, perhaps Anna had an answer to that question. After going through many memories in her head, the girl declared with certainty that she liked Gareth Calhoun. That seemed to be the answer the chairman and his wife wanted him to give. They were smiling. Really, there were certain buts with Anna. Only the girl realized that it was inappropriate to voice them now. She lowered her gaze and thought. According to the girl, liking and sympathizing are different things. They've heard more than once that the best food is right here. It turned out that rumors are not lying, Melanie said. Frederick Bowie, in turn, also noted that not only the food, but also the interior is top-notch here. The chairman's wife enthusiastically emphasized that they had tasted the best food in this city. But it was only you and I enjoying our meal that made Mrs. Calhoun accompany us, Melanie observed with embarrassment. Anna smiled and replied to the chairman and mistress that they could always count on her. Oh, Adrian, who ironically was sitting behind the wall in the same restaurant at the time, heard Anna's voice. He even seemed to be a little taken aback by it. Was that really the girl's voice? For a moment, Adrian thought he was going crazy. Hallucinations? He asked himself anxiously. The man seemed puzzled by what was happening. The images of the day when he had damaged that girl's car were suddenly so vivid in his memory. For some reason, Adrian remembered everything in such detail, every word and movement she made. The man couldn't understand what was happening to him, and why all his thoughts were constantly about that girl. Just at that moment, the man Adrian had scheduled a meeting with here approached. "President Gray, what a nice meeting." Adrian was greeted by the guest who entered. With a confident gait, Gareth Calhoun arrived to meet Adrian Gray. The territory of the town belongs to the Calhoun family, and we, in our right as host, are pleased to welcome you, Gareth said in an equally confident voice, and emphasized that they couldn't help but greet President Gray. "Principal Calhoun is so courteous. I should first apologize for the situation with your spouse," Adrian replied and rose from the table. "That was awful! I'm sorry." Adrian apologized and respectfully extended his hand to Gareth for a conciliatory handshake. The men shook hands firmly. Gareth Calhoun replied to Adrian that there was nothing wrong and asked him not to worry about it. They looked into each other's eyes for a while. Each of them was thinking about something different at that moment, forming a first impression. "This Adrian Gray is as good as me," thought Gareth. "This Gareth Calhoun looks more imposing than they say," thought Adrian. While the men were just about to start talking, Anna and the Bowie couple continued their conversation over the meal. Melanie listened to Anna's story and said that she would never have thought that the girl had had such a difficult childhood. The woman suddenly asked if Anna wanted to find her biological parents. In Mrs. Melanie's opinion, Anna may have been left behind because of the desperate situation. "Even if I do meet my real parents, the woman who raised me I will never leave behind, because she will always be my mom to me," Anna replied quietly. This topic seemed to touch the very heart and soul of the girl. Anna became a little anxious and squeezed her hand nervously. The girl then confessed that more than anything, she wished her mom was doing well and happy. The chairman and his wife stared at the girl in amazement. For a while, they didn't even know what to say to her. "Darling, she's so sweet," Melanie smiled at her spouse. Frederick replied that in his opinion, with a wife like Anna, Calhoun's company would only prosper. Anna laughed embarrassedly. Of course, after everything that had happened lately, she was pleased to hear such words. A little while later, Anna apologized and said she had to excuse herself to the restroom. Anna exhaled a sigh of relief as she approached the basin. As she washed her hands, she thought at the same time that she had been lucky this time. Well, the hardest part was over, I guess. Anna really hoped that this time there would be no problems or unforeseen situations. It seems the girl wasn't alone in the restroom. Someone was watching Anna intently from afar. "Oh, Adrian again!" He stared at the girl's silhouette and couldn't believe it. Was it really her? Anna suddenly felt uncomfortable. She felt someone's gaze on her back and froze in place. But she wanted to see if her gut had deceived her. Anna looked back. "I thought I was mistaken, but you really are here." Adrian addressed the girl once he realized she had noticed him. Anna stared at the man in bewilderment. What was he doing here anyway? "Here we meet, special girl." Adrian smiled and looked questioningly at Anna. But Anna looked at him as if she were seeing him for the first time in her life. She looked at him as if she were seeing him for the first time in her life. At that moment, Adrian wanted to fall under the ground. It was the most embarrassing thing he'd ever felt in his life. However, the man pulled himself together and smilingly continued to look at Anna. He still hadn't given up hope that she would remember him, but it seemed to be a vain hope. Anna stared at Adrian in bewilderment, with a faint feeling that she had seen him somewhere before. Adrian mused aloud that she seemed to have forgotten him again. Anna looked at the man with some curiosity. She couldn't remember him. Adrian gave the girl his name for the umpteenth time and noticed that he and she had met twice before. Well, at last! It seems that after his words, Anna's memory finally started working properly. "Ah, so it's you!" she shrieked in surprise. Without thinking long, Anna wondered if he had come here to give her the money back. Adrian was taken aback by this abruptness. The man felt depressed. "Ah, she's only interested in money every time." With a grim look, Adrian reached into the breast pocket of his jacket, intending to pull something out. Anna froze in anticipation. "Here's my repair fee. Please accept it," he said, and held out the card to the girl. Anna only opened her mouth in surprise. It was the first time she'd seen someone who was so fiddling with money. Adrian looked intently into the girl's eyes, and handing her the card, declared that he and she were now even. Meanwhile, Gareth was already getting nervous waiting for Adrian in the restaurant's VIP room. The man was beginning to feel annoyed that Adrian had been away for so long. For a moment, it seemed to him that the man was testing him. Gareth's mood was getting worse by the minute. Taking a small sip from his glass, the man thought of Anna for some reason. He wondered what she was doing right now. Gareth thought about calling her. Thinking about the girl lifted his spirits. Gareth even smiled. Well, he decided to give her a call. With those thoughts in mind, Gareth rose from the table. Gareth decided to call Anna outside of this room, so he stepped outside. Walking down the hallway, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "I don't need a card. Reimburse me in cash." Someone's female voice, very similar to Anna's, requested. Gareth listened and tensed. He walked over to the restroom and peeked carefully behind the door. Yes, he was not mistaken. It was Anna's voice. Why was she talking to Adrian? Gareth heard Adrian Gray apologizing for not having that much money with him. "Then I'll take from there and return the rest," replied the girl. Then she smilingly declared that only after that would she and he be even. Adrian looked at Anna with undisguised interest. He didn't even try to look away. Gareth didn't fully understand everything yet, but he seemed to have made his own conclusions about the situation. But it seemed that he'd interpreted the conversation and the situation as a whole in his own way, and not in the right way. Gareth Calhoun felt cheated at this moment. Anger was coming over him. However, he decided not to give away his presence just yet. The man was literally shaking with anger. Having made some conclusions of his own, he abruptly turned around and walked away from the restroom. He seemed agitated. "Will you tell me your name now?" Adrian asked Anna. It was only when the girl wanted to voice what her name was that she suddenly realized that she just couldn't do it right now. Oh God, the words were sticking in her throat. She clenched her teeth and lips together and looked at Adrian dumbfounded. "Sorry, urgent business!" Anna shouted, running away towards one of the stalls in the restroom. It's that damn toxicosis again! Anna felt so bad she felt like her soul was turning inside out. Adrian remained standing there in a kind of incomprehensible stupor. He didn't understand what was going on at all. And why did this girl run away again? Very strange. For himself, Adrian Gray has concluded for the umpteenth time that this girl is very unusual. Just then, while Adrian was pondering, his assistant came over and informed him that Principal Calhoun had some business to attend to and needed to leave immediately. Adrian grinned and suggested that in that case, they should go too. "Girl, I'll definitely see you again." Adrian made a mental promise to himself as he walked away. She had definitely left a mark in his heart. And now he wouldn't give up on this stranger so easily. Anna was barely conscious of the sudden nausea. This toxemia was the devil's work. Now that she felt a little better, Anna stepped out into the hallway of the restroom and sighed. Stepping out, the girl looked around in surprise. Adrian Gray wasn't here anymore. Anna looked at the card the man had left her and thought for a moment. It's not all bad after all. Today, I managed to get along with Bowie's family and close the car debt. As it turns out, there are still good people in this world, she thought. Now she finally remembered Adrian Gray. After all, men who don't throw words into the wind are remembered faster. When Anna finally felt normal, she headed back down the hall to the Bowie family. "Chairman, Madam Chairman, I didn't expect to meet you here. I would like to apologize." Anna heard a familiar male voice as she approached the door. The girl entered the hall and froze in a stupor on the spot. Meanwhile, Melanie and Frederick Bowie looked at each other and smiled. Melanie whispered to her husband that Gareth didn't know that Anna had already done everything. "Gareth Calhoun!" Anna marveled when she saw him in front of the chairman from Korea. The girl stared at the man puzzled, trying to figure out what he was doing here and why he was here. Anna looked at Gareth and wanted to briefly explain everything to him, but met the man's gaze and immediately stopped talking. Oh my God, his eyes are just burning with some kind of incomprehensible anger. What's wrong now? Anna couldn't understand what had happened to make Gareth so angry. Why? Did his anger have something to do with her? Gareth took his eyes off the girl and, turning to the Korean representatives, noted that Anna still required bed rest on the doctor's recommendations. He expressed his intention to pick her up and then visit the Bowie couple in person. "Of course, finally it's our fault," Frederick replied. In that case, Gareth got ready to leave, promising to give them a tour sometime in farewell. Exiting the building, Gareth roughly dragged Anna by the arm towards his car. "Gareth Calhoun, what are you doing? Let me go!" Anna was indignant, but he had no intention of loosening his grip. When he got to the car, he opened the door and pushed the girl in. It seemed he could hardly control his emotions after seeing her in the restroom with Adrian. Anna flopped down on the seat and squirmed in fear. God, what was wrong? Why was he being so rude? Coming to her senses a little, the girl asked Gareth what was wrong. "Who gave you permission to go out? Weren't you told to rest properly?" Gareth asked in a cold tone, not answering Anna's question. "I am," Anna started to say confusedly, but immediately fell silent as Gareth wouldn't even let her say a word. "Yeah? Me what? Who authorized it?" he asked angrily, staring at the girl. He seemed to be ready to burn her with his gaze. Anna felt scared, and at the same time she was angry too, as she didn't understand the reason why he was treating her like this. "Hey, Gareth, why are you getting angry? I'm here to talk to the chairman and his wife. Isn't this for you and the company?" she asked indignantly. Gareth squinted his eyes suspiciously and wondered if Anna hadn't run away from the hospital to see another man. A mute question froze in the girl's eyes. Was he crazy? "With someone else?" she asked, dumbfounded, wondering if she had heard it. I wonder who he means. Chairman Frederick is a man, of course, but he's in his 50s. Besides, the chairman was with his lovely wife. No, I don't think he meant him. That's absurd. When she looked at Gareth's eyes again, Anna flinched. Why was he looking at her like that? Didn't she have the right to see people? Anna turned away from the man and in an already calm tone asked Gareth to explain what she had done wrong. But the man, in his still cold voice, said that it was his concern, not hers, and there was no need to pry. Anna heard his menacing voice, and yet she couldn't understand a thing. The girl looked at her fictitious husband, her eyes rounded in surprise. But when the chairman had asked her if she liked Gareth, she had remembered him in a different way. Where had his kindness and concern gone? "Does this concern you? What right do you have to pry into my business?" Gareth Calhoun could not calm down. The man stood at her open door and stared silently into Anna's eyes. God knows what he was thinking when he acted like that. Anna couldn't believe that the man in front of her was still the same man she had known before this whole situation. What had he just said? So it's none of her business? That's right. He said all the right things. 1,000 thoughts raced through Anna's mind. Yes, she was just the girl Gareth had mistakenly made a baby with and had been forced into a contract marriage. Of course. And how could she have her own business? Well, fine. Since he said so, Anna decided that meant she wouldn't pry into his business anymore. With these thoughts, she got out of the car. Gareth watched her every move. I think he was finally starting to realize that he'd overreacted. "Then I'll stay out of your business again. Satisfied?" said Anna with disappointment in her voice. The girl then made a respectful bow and mused aloud that she suddenly remembered that she had to go to the hospital to get an injection. Gareth didn't know what to say now. He felt both anger at Anna and guilt at himself for not being able to control his emotions. The man just remained standing silently by his car. Anna wished him well and went in her own direction, never once even looking back in Gareth's direction. The man nervously clenched his hand into a fist. In desperation, he struck his own car with that fist. His feelings were literally tearing him from the inside out. Gareth himself didn't realize what he was feeling or why it was manifesting itself so vividly. Before, he had successfully controlled any of his emotions. He seemed to have offended her. Only Gareth didn't fully understand whether it was anger, resentment, or jealousy that dominated him. He wasn't quite ready to admit the latter, even to himself. But the thoughts persistently tormented the man, and he was even angrier that he didn't have all the information. I mean, somehow he missed the moment when Anna met Adrian. When did that happen? Under what circumstances? So many questions, and not one answer. Gareth's mind went back to the conversation between Anna and Mr. Gray. He'd still looked at her with such concern. Shit! Gareth mentally cursed. Anna walked down the dark evening alley and stopped near a street lamp. She had finally moved farther away and now could at least vent her emotions a little. The girl wiped her tears. It was a shame. She had wanted to do what was best, and she had succeeded. Why was Gareth so angry? Did she deserve to be treated like this? Tears in small crystal droplets remained on the girl's hand. Anna tried to stop herself. Why am I crying? She asked herself mentally. It's absurd to cry over Gareth Calhoun, isn't it? And yet the tears continued to flow with resentment and injustice. Late that evening, Anna went back to the hospital. The girl went up to her floor and walked down the corridor, wrapped up in her own thoughts and worries. The incident with Gareth was still on her mind. Anna took slow steps and wiped her eyes, which were still moist with tears. Oh, Gareth's bodyguards again. Here we go. Nothing permanent. Seeing the familiar faces in black suits, Anna immediately put a mask of calm and happiness on her face. Mistress, you must be tired? One of them asked. Anna only smiled back, glad they hadn't had time to notice her tears. The men invited her into the room and opened the door in front of Anna. When the door first opened, Anna already sensed something was wrong. Her instincts were right this time too. As soon as the door to the room opened, Anna's mouth opened in surprise. This didn't look like a hospital room at all. What Anna saw looked more like a room in a nice hotel. Everything was sparkling and shiny, and it was completely new, including the furniture and even the chandelier. Anna stopped in shock and hesitated to enter her chamber. Somewhat perplexed, the girl jumped back out into the corridor and looked at the room number sign that should have been above the door. Was this really her room? Anna lifted her head and looked at the numbers. Everything is as it should be. 3rd floor, room 303. That's right. It's her floor, her door, and her room. No mistake. Headmaster? Anna was even more surprised to see Gareth Calhoun walking in her direction. What was he doing here? Anna looked at the man indignantly. Frowning her eyebrows, the girl wondered why he had come here. Gareth didn't answer her question, but looked at Anna gloomily. He was still looking at her with a look of incomprehensible discontent. The man stared at Anna with his piercing and cold gaze. He seemed to be trying to look straight into her soul, but Anna did not look away. She looked into those eyes without any fear now, for she realized that she had nothing to fear, for there was no guilt behind her. Gareth looked into her large, clear eyes and suddenly remembered how defenseless she had been in front of the car. He realized that he had hurt her, but he wasn't ready to admit it, because he was very tired of thinking about the conversation between Anna and Adrian. Gareth lowered his gaze and walked past the girl straight into her room. Wow, he ignored it, Anna thought. His behavior was making her angrier and angrier. Hey, why did you come into my room? Anna shouted and rushed after Gareth. On emotion, the girl ran into the ward and froze in place. She wanted to indignantly say something to Gareth, to chase him out of the room, but what she saw completely confused the girl. God, what was he doing? Gareth stood in the middle of the room and unashamedly took off his shirt. Oh, his shoulders, that broad back. Anna cried out loudly. Her scream must have been heard by many who were being treated on the same floor. Why are you taking your clothes off? Anna asked in shock and covered her eyes with both hands so she couldn't see it. Oh, she seemed to be blushing again. Even her ears were red with embarrassment. Smirking, Gareth replied that he was undressing because he was going to bed. Continuing to speak in an even and calm tone, Gareth admitted that after Anna left, the chairman invited him back and signed him off. The Korean branch, after receiving the agreement from the chairman, became more productive because the ambassador personally gave the go-ahead for our company. Gareth continued to narrate. Anna listened to him with her back turned and without removing her hands from her eyes. Wow, that's great, she thought, and immediately pulled herself back, deciding it was none of her business. Gareth also picked up on the fact that Mrs. Melanie said she was very grateful that Anna had explained everything to them. After these words of his, Anna opened her palms slightly and looked through them. Gareth noticed this and hummed contentedly. Anna heard his approaching footsteps. Gareth's footsteps came closer and closer. Anna was beginning to feel uncomfortable and hesitated to take her hands away from her face. "They're still in town," the man said and fell silent. Anna stood still for a while, not looking. Seems quiet. Maybe he'd already gone to bed, or maybe he'd left. Anna spread her fingers and looked straight ahead. Oh, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. God, Gareth was standing right in front of her. The man took her hand and stated that since Bowie was still in town, their game should be in full swing. "Do you understand?" he asked, and took Anna already by both hands. He came right up to the girl's face, and Anna's heart started pounding like crazy. "Full throttle?" questioned Anna in surprise, not realizing what his words meant. Anna suddenly thought she understood everything. The girl mentally suggested that Gareth might have come here because of the chairman and mistress. But even though it's a play for the public, there was no reason to come here. Who was there to put on a show? Anna stared at Gareth, who continued to hold her hands. Gareth moved closer to Anna's face and looked intently into her eyes. He was also smiling. What's that all about? First he was angry with her, letting himself act out with Anna, and now he's trying to get close to her like this. "Come rub my back," Gareth said, as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the shower room. He just never ceased to amaze her. Anna didn't know what else to expect from this man. She just stared at Gareth with her mouth hanging open. No, she's definitely not going to do it. No, and no again. Absolutely not. With these thoughts, Anna knelt on the floor, as if in some kind of despair. And Gareth, reaching the door, only turned and asked the girl calmly not to forget what he had just said. "Why did everything turn out this way?" asked Anna quietly. Her eyes were filled with despair and incomprehension. But the man simply replied that it was a production with all its implications. Anna looked up and without any embarrassment loudly called Gareth a demon. The man turned away and said flatly that he was her husband. Anna realized that she had to listen to him, even though she knew in her gut that it was a setup. A setup. Soon there was the sound of water running in the shower room. Anna had to take a shower with Gareth. She rubbed his back with a washcloth, trying to turn away from him and not look at him. But still, it was impossible not to admit that he had a gorgeous body. And what smooth skin. While Anna couldn't make up her mind whether it was God's punishment or grace, Gareth secretly looked at her and smiled. Finally, the bathing procedures were completed, and they stepped out of the shower room. Gareth put on his robe and threw a towel over his head. Anna exhaled tiredly, relieved that it was finally over. "Oh, I think someone called Gareth." He answered the call, and Anna listened. He looked a little puzzled. Anna wondered who had called him. Maybe it was work. Before she could even think about it, a towel thrown by Gareth flew in her direction. The towel flew straight to Anna and hung over her head. "Dry your hair," Gareth said carelessly. He's so unbearable. Who the hell did he think he was? Anna's indignation was boundless, but she was still very patient. His voice and demeanor suggested that he was still angry with her for something. But Anna was already racking her brain to figure out what he was so angry about. In a few minutes, they were on the terrace. Gareth sat down in a chair like a dignified gentleman, and Anna rubbed a towel through his hair, trying to dry it. Well, his antics had worn her out today, so Anna was eager to rub him to death. The girl was doing her best to use the towel on Gareth's head with a nonchalant face. Gareth could even feel the pain already. In a stern tone, he told Anna to dry better. How many requests? The girl replied angrily. A few more minutes passed in this intense, hand-drying mode of hair drying. Anna put the towel away and noticed that his hair was almost dry. Without thinking long, the girl decided to go back to the ward. "Where are you going?" he asked Gareth as if he were some self-proclaimed lord and told her to sit down next to him. These words almost made Anna explode with indignation. "Am I his servant? Not at all," she said, mentally indignant. The girl continued walking, not intending to obey. "You'd better sit next to me, or it'll be worse," Gareth Calhoun said, a little more affectionately, but with emphasized menace, without taking his eyes off his work laptop. Anna thought she felt his chilling gaze on her, and his voice sent shivers through her body. She didn't understand why, but this time she decided to listen to him and sat down in the chair across from him. Was she now enslaved to the man she'd signed a contract with? For now, Anna was still patient. She decided she could tolerate more for now. "I'm not done yet. No one gave you permission to leave." "Oh, by the way, are you afraid to go home alone?" Gareth asked after a short pause. "Ah, there you go, pushing the hurt so hard." Lowering his head, Gareth wondered if Anna thought that if she went back now, her in-laws wouldn't despise her and her mom. Anna was taken aback by this. She looked at the man questioningly. He was right. The girl realized that if she returned home without Gareth Calhoun, she would be hounded. Oh, and he knows everything! It made her angry, but he was right. However, despite his rightness, no one gave him the right to command and behave in such a boorish manner. Anna got up from her seat. With a threatening look, the girl moved her chair closer to Gareth. "You think that I'm a gutless turtle? Don't you dare laugh!" Anna shrieked indignantly. Gareth only snorted contemptuously and grinned smugly. The man replied that he had been silent and that these assumptions were all her fantasies. Just when Anna wanted to say something, Gareth suddenly softened his tone and asked her to better help him with his notes. He opened the right program in his laptop and with a concentrated look started looking for the right column. Anna looked at the man and involuntarily held her gaze on his face. Wow, he was handsome after all. Gareth noticed her gaze from the side and turned to the girl, staring at her with a question in his eyes. Anna looked away quickly, and as usual, her flushed cheeks revealed that she was still looking in his direction. Gareth was so pleased with her ruddy cheeks. A kitten, he thought, and smiled. So, after scrolling down the huge table to the right place, Gareth finally stopped the cursor. "Go ahead," he said. The man took some time to explain. After outlining the most important things, Gareth asked if Anna had written down the essentials. No answer? I think something's wrong." Gareth looked at his assistant and noted that Anna was already fast asleep, covered by her notebook. He called out to her several times, but she only mumbled something unintelligible through her sleep. Gareth pulled the notepad away from her face. Yes, she's sleeping peacefully. A sound sleep. So sound, in fact, that her facial muscles relaxed, and Anna slept with her mouth open, sniffling softly. Gareth called the girl's name once more, but as he had once before been able to ascertain in the car, her sleep was very sound, and the girl did not respond to his call in any way. "This baby drools in her sleep," Gareth said, glancing at her. The sight didn't bother him, the misophobe, or even disgust him. On the contrary, for some reason he found himself thinking that it looked cute. In a second, Gareth was squatting next to Anna's chair. With his hand, he carefully wiped the saliva from the girl's lips. "Don't," Anna murmured quietly through her sleep. Gareth pulled his hand away. He felt uneasy. He was afraid he might wake Anna and she would see him like this, kneeling in front of her. No sooner had he fully withdrawn his hand than Anna, through her sleep, suddenly caught his finger with her lips. "Rulechka, you don't have to run away," she said as she continued to sleep. It seemed that the girl was dreaming a dream where she was eating with appetite. Gareth froze in place. She spoke so suddenly, taking his hand in hers for a roll, that the man broke into a sweat. "All right, well, we gotta get a grip." The man bent over Anna and gently lifted her under her head with his hand. Gareth picked up the girl as if she were nothing and carried her back to the room. Ah, she was still sleeping peacefully, and she didn't even raise an eyebrow when Gareth picked her up. Gareth looked at the girl's sleeping face and admired her. Ah, so cute when she sleeps. God, her face so close and those lips, it was crazy. Now it was Gareth's turn to blush. He was only embarrassed by his own thoughts, which were bothering him. Oh! Anna suddenly grabbed him by the edge of his robe. Don't be mad, the sleeping girl muttered again. What is she dreaming about? What's bothering her so much? Gareth suddenly remembered everything he had said to her today, the way he had been harsh and even rude to her. The man was ashamed of himself for remembering all the words and the tone in which he had spoken to Anna. Ah, but did this girl deserve to be treated like this? Gareth berated himself for his weakness, for not being able to control his emotions. Yes, he was guilty in front of this fragile girl. Gareth himself could not understand why he was so angry. The man carried Anna to the bed with guilt. Gareth gently, so as not to wake her, laid the girl on the bed, and lightly touching a strand of her hair, mentally wished Anna pleasant dreams. Oh, how he loved her smile. Gareth looked at that peaceful face and couldn't resist touching that soft, snow-white skin. The man gently stroked Anna's cheek, a finger touching her lips. Oh, again Anna started mumbling through her sleep. Ha-ha! And again she mentioned the knuckle. Yes, Gareth wished this girl would always smile. He took one more look at that pretty face and turned off the lights in the room. Soon after, Gareth lay down next to Anna himself. Yes, he was incredibly happy to be sleeping next to her tonight. Somehow Anna gave him a special warmth that he had never felt with anyone before. Good night, kitten, the man wished mentally and plunged headlong into his special sweet sleep. Of course, when he closed his eyes, he dreamed that he was dreaming about Anna. And so he did. In this dream, they were happy, holding hands and admiring the sunset. Gareth didn't want to wake up. He wanted this dream to last as long as possible. The next few days after that night in the chamber together, Anna and Gareth spent in the company of the chairman and his mistress. All the days were terribly exhausting for Anna. Gareth Calhoun was always bawling like a child. Sometimes Anna was saddened by the realization that this was just a performance for the Korean representatives. One day, the girl was so exhausted that she fell asleep more soundly than she always did. Even if the apocalypse came, Anna would sleep through it. Oh, what's wrong with her face? Oh, yes, it was Gareth and his shenanigans again. One lipstick did the trick, and Anna woke up in battle paint like a member of the ancient tribes. "Gareth Calhoun, you idiot!" Anna shouted as soon as she saw his artwork on her face. Oh, and today's the big day, by the way. A helicopter would be arriving any minute to pick up the Bowie family. Well, it was time for the Calhoun family to see their dear guests off. The two families stood across from each other near the helicopter. Mr. Chairman smilingly invited the newlyweds to be sure to stop by for a visit if they were ever in Korea. Mrs. Melanie smiled. She was in complete agreement with her husband. "Good thing you and your wife had fun," Gareth remarked, shaking Frederick's hand in farewell. Frederick Bowie, in turn, emphasized that he was very pleased, as during this time he had time to get to know their family better. Melanie hugged Anna with parental warmth and also asked her to be sure to come visit. "Of course, mistress. Don't worry about us," the girl smiled. Then Anna turned to the chairman and said that he and his wife had to be healthy by the time they arrived. The kitten really knows how to get along with people, Gareth thought. "All the best happiness to you and Gareth Calhoun," said Melanie Bowie, already inside the helicopter. The engine started, and the blades of this huge bird spun very quickly and noisily. The helicopter took off into the sky. The Bowie couple could still see Anna waving at them from the window. Anna thought about Melanie's words. Happiness with Gareth. Is it possible? You can think different things, but whatever it is, the contractual task has been completed. "What are you frozen? Let's go already, or aren't you going home?" Gareth asked, looking at the girl who stood there in a daze. His words made Anna immediately perk up. Did he say home? Would Anna finally get to see her mom? After saying that, Gareth walked quickly back into the building. Anna tried to catch up with him, and on the way asked him not to go so fast, because she was pregnant and could not keep up. No sooner had they returned than Sid was already waiting for them. The guy reported that Margot was here to see the president. Gareth made a surprised face and asked what she wanted. Anna, on the other hand, was glad she'd come. And then everyone heard the clacking of the heels Margot usually wore. "Long time no see, Gareth, Anna." The red-haired beauty greeted the family with a smile. Oh, wow! Margot was as usual in her repertoire. Her long, beautiful legs, as seen through her short shorts, beckoned, attracting the eyes of everyone who saw them. Only Gareth, used to her revealing outfits, didn't even look at her. He wondered why Margot was still in town when all the business was done. "I wanted to go for a walk with your wife, can I?" the girl asked. "Great, let's do it!" Anna agreed cheerfully, not waiting for an answer from Gareth. Margot looked at Gareth enigmatically and said triumphantly that since Mrs. Calhoun agreed, there was no need for modesty. Immediately, without wasting any time, Margot had the guards pick up her things in their suitcases and carry them away. She wanted to have a shopping spree. Gareth turned away silently, mentally resenting the fact that he hadn't actually agreed for Margot to go with them. In the meantime, Margot and Anna were already enjoying the shopping and each other's company. After a while, he and she were on their way in the car. Anna suddenly wondered if Margot thought it was strange. The girl asked what exactly Anna meant. The fact that In Finance stands in one city and the family homestead in another, Anna replied, and looked at Margot puzzled. "Eh? What Gareth didn't tell you?" Margot asked. Anna replied that when it comes to that, Gareth goofs up every time. But Margot emphasized that since Gareth hadn't mentioned it himself, it didn't matter. In addition, Margot remarked, she hadn't heard that Anna had ever been interested in that. Margot, tell me! Anna did not relent. She also added that if Margot didn't tell, she would be nervous. The girl wanted to know the answer to her question by all means. Oh, Margot was so embarrassed. She would have liked to share the information she knew, except she realized that since the principal wouldn't do it, Anna probably shouldn't know about it. God, but that's the way she looks. Those eyes! It's very hard not to be influenced by them. Anyway, you're his wife. You're carrying his child and you're doing well. It's an old case, better to stay out of it. Margot sighed. Anna thought about it and tensed up even more. What do you mean, an old case? Although we haven't known each other long, you're a good person. So, listen to me. Stay out of it. When the time comes, then you'll know, Margot replied cryptically. But Anna was not satisfied with the state of affairs. She was not satisfied with her friend's answer. What do you mean you don't know either? Anna asked in surprise, trying to get an answer out of her. But Margot only grinned and said that this method of manipulation didn't work on her. Anna frowned. She had been figured out. Too bad it didn't work. The girl closed her eyes and plunged into thought. I wonder what this was all about. Why the sudden secrecy? Anna took a moment to picture Gareth Calhoun and his grandmother. I wonder if their family is really hiding something. After a day filled with emotion and shopping, Anna finally returned home to the Calhoun mansion. Judy Bradbury met the girl at the door. Wow, it was impossible not to notice how much the girl had changed. This was definitely not the Anna she had met when she first met her. Now she was a lady in an exquisite outfit, with neat hair and stylishly chosen accessories. Anna's image was complete from top to toe. The girl literally glowed and looked like a new doll from the box. "Mistress, you're back! You must be tired," Judy said thoughtfully. Anna agreed that she was a little tired, but couldn't help but admit that it had gone pretty well in the end. Helping Anna take off her shoes, Judy wondered where the gentleman was. Anna answered that he had some business to attend to at the company, and Gareth went straight there. Anna had barely had time to set down her bag and take off her shoes before a cup with a hot drink was brought to her. The girl gratefully accepted her tea, but something suddenly caught her attention. Right near the entrance on the nightstand, she suddenly noticed some kind of envelope. I wonder what kind of letter it was. Noticing Anna's perplexed look, one of the girls informed her that she had been sent an invitation in her name today. "In my name?" interjected Anna in surprise. Without thinking long, the girl sat down on the couch and began to tear open the envelope. She was curious, but at the same time very excited. What could be in it? When she opened the envelope, she was very surprised. Contrary to the maid's words, it was not an invitation at all. Is it a hospital card? Anna took the sheet in her hands and began to read it carefully. It seems that what Anna read really surprised her. The first thing that caught my eye was the name Linda Becker. Anna continued reading, trying to make sense of the letter and why it had been delivered to her. It was strange, because all the masks had been removed. So why had Linda shown up again? The painful memories of how much pain this man had caused her suddenly flashed through Anna's mind. Well, what did she want again? Anna couldn't understand why this man was still following her. These memories and thoughts made Anna feel sick. When one of the maids noticed the change in her face, she asked if she was all right. Anna replied that she was fine, but decided that it would be good for her to lie down. After saying that, she immediately wanted to lie on the couch. But before she could even lean in, her cell phone in her bag began to play. Anna pulled out her phone and was surprised to note that someone was calling her from an unknown number. What was that? Who could it be? The girl took the call and answered the phone. "Anna, it's me, Linda. Can we meet?" Came a familiar voice in the phone receiver. Anna tensed when she heard her former friend. She had not yet had time to get away from the letter she had received, and then the call came. The last thing Anna wanted to do was meet this person. She didn't even want to talk to her. The person who had ruined her life, and for some unknown reason reminded her of his existence every now and then. Why? In a cold tone, Anna replied to Linda that she was not at home, but she claimed she saw Anna come back. What's this all about? Is Linda spying on her now, too? "Anna, I don't have long to live. I'm dying," Linda whimpered into the tube in a sad and quiet voice. The girl also added that she would like to see her friend just one more time before she passed away. Anna frowned. Was she trying to trick her again? Linda kept talking and remarked that she had sent Anna her card. According to the girl, she was suddenly diagnosed with a brain tumor, and even if it is removed, there is a huge risk of becoming a vegetable for the rest of her life. "I don't have long left. I'm sorry for doing this to you. Anna, it's just one meeting. I really mean no malice," Linda continued to insist. Anna went into a stupor. Linda's words about the tumor disturbed her very much. Her common sense immediately shut down, and she still chose to trust. "Where are you now?" asked Anna. Linda replied that she was now near Anna's house, at a Michelin restaurant. It was enough for Anna to rush out of her seat in a second and grab her purse and run to the place Linda had indicated. The maids didn't even have time to ask the lady where she was going. Only at the door did Anna deign to turn around and shout that she was going to the Michelin restaurant. She said she didn't need an escort and promised to call if anything happened. A moment later, Anna was already running headlong to meet her terminally ill friend. It seemed to the girl that she couldn't see or hear anything. Anna wanted nothing more than to give her friend the support she needed right now. Where the recent resentment and anger had gone, Anna knew how to forgive. "What a good friend! I knew you wouldn't leave me!" Linda Becker smirked. As she ran toward the restaurant, Anna spotted Linda Becker from afar. The girl stopped for a moment and thought for a moment. Linda sat at a table by the window and examined herself in a small mirror. The girl painted her lips with bright lipstick and admired her reflection. Anna mentally noted that it didn't look like Linda had a tumor at all. She looked cheerful and didn't look sick at all. Anna walked over to Linda's table and set her purse on the table. Taking a seat across from her, the girl asked Linda in a cold tone why she was looking for her. Linda made a hurt face and asked Anna why she was talking to her like that. The girl also remarked that Anna used to be different. Anna furrowed her eyebrows and looked sternly at her former friend. Linda caught her gaze. She was too cunning, however, and realized that Anna's anger could not hold for long, and soon her friend would thaw, and everything would be as Linda needed it to be. "Would you like something to drink?" Linda inquired. Anna said no, and wondered if she had called her over to reminisce about old times. Without waiting for an answer to her question, Anna emphasized that everything good between them had stopped the day Linda had set her up. "Anna, I know you hate me, but the alcohol clouded my judgment that night. I didn't do it on purpose." Linda excused herself. Anna asked her ex-girlfriend not to quibble. She stated that she remembered very well what Linda had said about it being a cold calculation. Anna also added that no one will contact her again and asked the girl to speak immediately what she needs. Linda only smiled bitterly in response to her words and let a tear fall. Then she collapsed on the table and sobbed bitterly, or pretended to sob. Anna looked dumbfounded at the girl and recoiled in shock. Why was she crying all of a sudden? Linda continued to sob to the entire restaurant, and Anna looked around and noticed that many diners were already paying attention to their table. Even the waiters who were serving food and drinks stopped in a stupor and watched Linda's hysterics. What a shame, Anna thought, and squirmed with embarrassment. It seemed to her that at that moment everyone was looking at them and judging them. Linda Becker, if you want to cry, be my guest, but then we'll talk another time. Anna turned away. Linda, still in tears, wondered if Anna thought she was pretending to be sick on purpose to make her friend feel better. Oh, yes, of course, that's exactly what Anna thought. After all Linda had done, only a fool would believe her. However, Linda held out the hospital discharge slip to her friend and asked her to see for herself that it was the plain truth. Anna rounded her eyes in surprise. So what does that mean? Could she really have cancer? With these anxious thoughts, Anna took the paper in her hands and began to look at it in detail. Shivering and crying, Linda apologized to Anna again. I know I have no right to say this. I betrayed our friendship, and God punished me for it, and punished me rightfully. Linda repented. I just wish I could figure out if it was true, or just another one of her traps. Linda said that she had had time to rethink a lot of things during that time. Anna looked up and decided to listen to what she was going to say next. Linda admitted that she finally realized that she had overstepped her bounds and compromised the most important and pure feelings in her life. Anna didn't know what to say to that, so she continued to remain silent. Linda Becker, on the other hand, continued to shed bitter tears. She lowered her eyes and remarked that she knew it was too late, and realized that Anna blamed her and hated her. I don't hope for your forgiveness, but I believe we can put a stop to it, she said, and reached into her purse for something. Linda took a package out of her purse and said that she wanted to give all the money she had earned in Milan to Anna's child. Anna looked up and stared at the girl in surprise. I guess Linda Becker could be expected to do anything, but not this. She wiped away her tears, and Anna froze in indecision, unsure of how best to proceed. Oh, and it suddenly occurred to me that they say some people are kinder before they die. Maybe it was the same with Linda? Anna thought about the fact that Linda was her childhood friend. And what if she just stumbled, hurting others and herself? Well, there was probably no point in bringing it up again. Okay, let's not in front of people, Anna asked, and remarked that she didn't need the money. The girl suggested that Linda would be better off keeping it for her treatment. Anna also added that from now on they were even with her. Oh, suddenly Linda took Anna's hand. She wondered if Anna would forgive her. Anna took her hand from her. Linda Becker looked dumbfounded at her former friend. Not the reaction she had expected from her. Anna had definitely changed. Linda Becker, so be it. I don't want to be your enemy, but I don't want to be your friend either, Anna summarized. After that, the girl stood up from the table and grabbed her purse. Linda watched her actions in bewilderment. Yes, it was hard for Linda Becker to accept the fact that Anna could express her opinions so freely. Anna, on the other hand, had a hard time with the whole thing. It still hurt her to see the person who had done that to her. Anna had nothing more to say, so she turned around and silently headed for the exit of the restaurant. Oh dear, but what happened in the next instant made Anna look away. The girl turned around and froze in a stupor. What she saw made her speechless. Linda jumped up from the table and dropped to her knees on the floor in front of Anna. Oh, what the hell is she doing in public?
What are you doing? Get up!
Anna said, dumbfounded, leaning over to her friend. Linda was stubbornly adamant that she wouldn't get up until Anna forgave her. I don't have much time left. The doctor said the operation should be done within a month. But it's useless. Anna, it's my fault. Forgive me. Let me be your friend for at least a month, Linda begged on her knees. Anna was silent. There were many contradictions in her mind about this person. "Oh, what's it going to be, Anna? I mean, she set you up." While Anna was thinking, Linda wasted no time and assured her friend, even swore that she would never again interfere with her happiness or do anything bad to her. "This is my last wish! Please help me!" Linda cried out in desperation, forcing more tears out of herself. All the guests in the restaurant were already throwing slanted glances in the girl's direction. Some didn't understand why Anna was stubborn and unforgiving when they even knelt down in front of her. Someone assumed that the girl with the disease, that is, Linda, could be just an actress. "Anna, I'm really guilty, but I'm only begging for 1 month, to be near you to see how happy you are." Linda couldn't calm down. That's right, she's only asking for 1 month. But why hasn't Anna said no yet? Probably because the girl had much more goodness in her heart than resentment and anger. Anna asked Linda to stand up and said that she agreed to her request. "I forgive you," she added. Linda looked at the girl with eyes full of gratitude. She immediately threw herself into Anna's arms and began to thank her incessantly. "I've known since I was a little girl. You're the best!" cheered Linda to the entire restaurant. All the guests sighed and sighed, marveling at the ending of the story and the girl's friendship. And only Anna wasn't yet sure if she'd done the right thing by letting Linda Becker back into her life. The moment of joy and happiness finally subsided a bit, and Linda released Anna from her embrace. Anna asked the girl what she planned to do. Duplicating Anna's question, Linda replied in a thoughtful voice that she planned to make up for lost time this month. According to the girl, she spent so much time traveling around the world, and only towards the end of her life realized that the place where she wanted to stay was this city. It was her dream because here, in this city, was where Anna was located. Linda remembered that before all this, she and Anna had slept in the same bed and even ate noodles from the same bowl. Anna remembered all this too, and could not understand how her friend could so easily cross their friendship in an instant. Linda also noticed that she still remembered that she had bought 2 pairs of gloves with her first paycheck. With these words, the girl looked at her hands. "1 pair for myself," she said, and held out her hand to her friend. Why was she just now starting to remember all this? "1 for you," Linda added, still continuing to hold her arm outstretched. Anna looked at the girl in surprise and didn't understand whether her words were sincere or not. Was it true that she regretted her disgusting actions? Yes, now, looking at Linda, Anna was suddenly immersed in a long-ago memory associated with her. They were very young then. Linda presented Anna with a beautiful box tied with a red bow and wished her friend a Merry Christmas. Anna was so happy about her gift. She had wanted gloves for a long time. And that night, Anna hugged Linda and told her that she and Linda would be sisters for life and would never part. Anna was very surprised that after all this time, Linda still remembered everything in such detail. She had not forgotten that difficult and hard time. Anna gave in and extended her hand toward Linda's arm. The 2 friends were reunited again. They were now touching one palm to the other, both crying with their eyes closed. Anna felt so bitter. Why was Linda only now realizing the value of that relationship? If she hadn't acted that way, they might have had a wonderful relationship. Anna's cell phone rang in her purse. The girl wiped her tears and answered the phone. "Hello? Madam, the gentleman asked me to tell you to eat without him," Anna was relayed over the phone. "Then I won't come either. I'll share a meal with Linda Becker," Anna reported back. The girl also noticed that she and Linda hadn't eaten together in a long time. Linda seemed very pleased with this turn of events. Anna hung up and put the phone away. And then Linda suddenly suggested, since they had decided to eat together, that they change seats. For some reason, this proposal didn't seem strange to Anna, and she didn't hesitate to agree. Holding hands, the reunited friends went looking for another restaurant. Soon the girls drove up to the new restaurant Linda had suggested. Anna accepted her choice, as she realized that her friend had been to such places more often and knew a lot about them. Linda Becker commented that this particular restaurant had amazing food, and in her opinion, Anna had to love the ambience. Linda suddenly turned her attention to a kiosk not far from the restaurant. "Wait here. I remember you liked the sugar chestnut," Linda said suddenly. Anna was once again surprised. Wow, I'm surprised Linda still remembered that. When Anna was little, her family was so poor that her grandmother made roasted chestnuts and sugar on New Year's Day. Every year, Anna and Linda would seek out a secluded spot together to taste the chestnuts. Ah, how quickly the time flew by. Anna wondered if these chestnuts would be the same as they were when she was a child. You came here too? A familiar male voice suddenly sounded behind Anna's back. The girl looked back.
Oh, Adrian? What's he doing here?
Oh, yes, Anna replied, confused. Adrian smiled contentedly. He was happy that she finally remembered him. However, his joy was premature. Anna couldn't remember his name. The girl stood for several minutes trying to remember the man's name, but it was all in vain. Adrian Gray, the man said instead of Anna, slapping himself on the forehead. He emphasized that this was the 4th time they'd met, as if he wanted Anna to feel ashamed that she had such a short memory. At least this time will you tell me your name? Adrian asked, hopefully. How embarrassing. My name is... the girl began, when suddenly Linda, walking with her purchase from the stall, called Anna by name. Linda Becker, seeing from afar that Anna was not standing alone, suddenly stopped. She looked closely to see who her friend was standing with. The man looked very familiar. Isn't that Adrian Gray by any chance? The girl thought. Adrian, meanwhile, hearing Linda's call, asked in surprise, Anna? Your name is Anna? Yes, my name is Anna, the girl replied with a smile. The girl then picked up on the fact that a friend was calling for her and awkwardly apologized and let her know she had to go. Since we're meeting again, why don't we go together? Suggested Adrian. Anna was alarmed by this suggestion. She wanted to say that it wasn't a good idea, but she didn't finish her sentence because Linda came up at that moment. President Gray? Where did you come from? Linda inquired in surprise. Adrian couldn't seem to recall that he and this girl had met before. He looked questioningly at Linda, hoping she would give him a clue. And Linda recalled that she and he had crossed paths once at one of the banquets. Adrian became very curious about the whole thing, and especially that a girl like Linda knew someone like Anna. Now he wanted to know more about it. I already asked, but I'll ask again. How about we all spend some time together? Adrian suggested again, looking at Anna. Linda looked at them both dumbfounded, shifting her gaze from Anna to Adrian and vice versa. Anna wanted to answer no, but again Linda interrupted her. Good! How can I refuse you? The girl interjected into Principal Gray's conversation with Anna. Let's go! Adrian beckoned the girls to follow him. Anna willy-nilly wandered after them. She walked beside Linda and tried to understand why Linda had agreed to this Mr. Gray's proposal. As if reading Anna's thoughts, Linda suddenly turned to her friend and winked, explaining that the doctor who would be performing the operation was a good friend of Adrian Gray's, and she might benefit from getting to know him better. Okay, for Linda Becker's sake, Anna sighed doomily. Adrian walked along smiling contentedly. His only thought was that he would finally be able to get closer to this girl, whose name he had learned today. Linda, what are you frozen for? Anna wondered. Her friend smiled back enigmatically and followed Anna into the restaurant. Already in the restaurant, the honored guests were invited to go to a free table. President Gray and his companions were seated at a large round table. First of all, without wasting time, Adrian asked Anna if she was a local and what she did for a living. He had longed for this meeting to find out more about her. Anna was perplexed as to what kind of questions he was asking her. Linda intervened again and replied that Anna had started working at In Finance. What are you doing? Said Anna, perplexed. And so, Anna and I are local, but have lived almost all our lives here, Linda continued, ignoring her friend's glances. Adrian was thinking of his own. He was mentally glad that now that he knew her name, he could make inquiries about Anna on his own. Oh, suddenly Linda got up from the table and, apologizing, announced that she needed to leave for a while. Anna wondered if she should come with her. Somewhere in her heart, she didn't really want to be alone with Adrian at the table, but Linda smiled and replied that she could handle herself. You two eat for now. I'll be right there, the girl said, and retired in the direction of the ladies' room. Walking out of the banquet hall, Linda smiled with a full mouth. Oh, she seemed to be very happy about something. What was the reason for her joy? However, upon seeing Gray's guard, she immediately made a serious face. President Gray has ordered you to disperse. There's a large flow of people here. You're in the way. She addressed Adrian's bodyguards. The boys looked among themselves in surprise. Well, the girl's words seemed to have had an effect on the guys in suits, and they dispersed without a second thought. Linda waited quietly until she was alone in the hallway. As soon as the guards left, the girl immediately reached into her purse for something. Oh, what is she doing? Linda pulled out her phone, turned on her camera, and opening the door to the banquet room carefully, took a few shots of the table where Adrian and Anna were sitting. Oh, how insidious! So that's what it is! Linda, pleased with herself, caught some very lucky shots of Anna and Adrian clinking wine glasses and smiling. Without knowing the whole backstory, you'd think it was a couple at a romantic dinner. Ha! Linda gloated, anticipating what she'd get with these pics. This is it! She would be able to get what she wanted, any way she wanted. Anna, you have such a short memory, and you don't know how to draw conclusions. You're so dumb. It's a piece of cake to fool you. Linda hissed happily to herself. After the work was done, she returned to the table as if nothing had happened. Soon after Linda returned, the dinner was already coming to an end. They all walked out of the restaurant in a friendly manner. Ah, Adrian Gray, I feel so bad about the other day now. Anna addressed the man. Linda's ears perked up and she wondered. She was terribly curious about the day in question. The fact that they had seen each other before made her uneasy. Oh, Linda was filled with black envy. She thought Anna had been incredibly lucky. Well, how did she manage to get mixed up with two powerful men at the same time? It was a shame that Anna couldn't read her so-called friend's mind at that moment. Linda was going to give her problems, and she would try her best. Anna, Mr. Gray is not only the president of the company, he's one of the country's first diamond bachelors. And with such a biography, Linda said enthusiastically. Anna asked in surprise, wondering if Adrian wasn't just the president. There's nothing out of the ordinary. I'm pretty much new to all this. Adrian replied modestly and smiled. On such an occasion, Adrian asked the girls not to refuse his request and let him give them a ride home. Linda smirked. The fact that they were being given such a favor suggested that Gray was very interested in Anna. Oh, well, how can I say no to you? Linda couldn't resist answering for the two of them once more. So, where should I drop you? Adrian asked animatedly. Anna stood confused. It was only Linda who pulled her acerbic smile back onto her face. That's great! Anna's just without a car, she remarked as if nothing had happened. Anna looked at her questioningly in shock at Linda's words. What does all this mean? What was going on? The girl felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong. Adrian smiled contentedly, mentally glad that he had a chance to get to know this girl better, and that he would be able to do so without prying eyes and ears. Meanwhile, Linda leaned over to her friend and whispered in her ear that she needed an injection. The girl, pretending to be upset, said she couldn't give Anna a ride. And besides, she thought that Adrian Gray was a reliable person. Anna didn't know what to say. She didn't like this whole situation, but she seemed to be at an impasse. Anna, don't be stubborn. I'll worry if you go home alone. I'd rather have Mr. Gray give you a ride, Linda said, and nudged her friend toward the man. Her shove made Anna lose her balance and fall right into Adrian's arms. God, what on earth was going on? Anna felt ambivalent about what was happening. She sensed a trick from Linda with all her heart, but she didn't yet understand what it was. Are you okay? Adrian inquired caringly, holding Anna from falling. Well, Anna had no choice but to say that she was, in that case, counting on Mr. Gray. Adrian replied that he was honored. The girl felt resentment. Anna didn't understand why Linda had pushed her. Oh, how could it be so? And Linda was already standing far away and indifferently observed the embarrassing position in which she had put the person in whose friendship she had sworn only a short time before. A two-faced fox named Linda Becker hid her cell phone behind her back. That camera gadget promised to bring the girl back to the life she dreamed of. Thinking that nothing and no one would stand in her way now, Linda smiled triumphantly. Oh, yes, Anna's fate was in her hands. Soon, Adrian's car sped away from the restaurant. They stopped at a red light. Anna was so embarrassed that she decided to start the conversation first. I'm so embarrassed. You're so busy, and here I am, she began in a guilty voice. Adrian Gray smiled and said that he was happy about it. Somehow Anna wasn't relieved by his words. It was as if some tension hung in the air. Adrian turned to Anna and, looking intently into her eyes, reiterated that he was honored to help his mistress. Anna didn't understand why, but it seemed to her that Adrian Gray was looking at her so strangely every time. It was a look that made her want to run away. Are you making fun of me? Asked Anna, embarrassed. She guessed that Adrian might be making plans for her, but she was already married. Mistress Anna, don't worry, everything is fine, Adrian reassured the girl. Anna could see Adrian's eyes in the rearview mirror. God, he just wouldn't take his eyes off her. It was impossible not to notice that he was looking at the girl all the time. Oh, Anna wanted to jump out of the car on the fly. God, what to do? The girl froze. With a sideways glance, she saw Adrian turn in her direction and was already looking at her unashamedly. He looked at those lips, those eyes, those facial features. How painfully familiar everything was to Adrian. He suddenly saw Anna not in the black dress, but in a completely different outfit, the one his beloved had once worn. Madness! Adrian was brought out of this state by Anna's voice, who asked him what was wrong. Yes, looking at Anna, he saw her as Amber, his beloved Amber. For a moment, Adrian's eyes went crazy. He almost believed that Amber Vault was sitting next to him. The traffic light is green, 8 seconds to red. Adrian's car moved off the lot. Anna even shuddered. He looked at her again in a way that made her want to fall through the ground. Was I imagining it? Thought Adrian. He drove on automatic, just mechanically turning the steering wheel. All his thoughts were occupied with Anna. It had been a long time since he had felt as excited as he did today. The man could barely keep himself from expressing his emotions and feelings right now. Oh, God, his chest tightened, so tight that it was hard to breathe. Adrian felt like he was running out of air. Yeah, since Amber's death, his heart had never beaten so fast. But because of that girl in the seat next to him, it was happening again. The meeting with Anna seemed to Adrian like a gift from above. He mentally asked Amber if this was her way of reminding him of herself. Was it a gift from her? Oh, because Anna is just like Amber, like 2 peas in a pod. Is there such a coincidence in life without the intervention of something from above? Adrian answered that question, and he was completely satisfied with it. At the designated spot, Adrian's car finally stopped. Adrian got out of the auto and helped Anna out. Thank you. I'll be going, said the girl, and nodded her head respectfully. Adrian stared at Anna with his piercing gaze without saying a word. God, why did it feel like he was trying to see into her very soul? She looks just like Amber, Adrian thought to himself. Anna froze for a few seconds under the influence of those hypnotic blue eyes. However, realizing how unseemly it all looked now, the girl apologized and said she had to go. No, don't go! Adrian tried to stop the girl with his mind. Oh, I didn't want to lose her again. Anna, however, turned around and walked briskly in her direction. Yes, President Gray is so tactful and courteous, but the girl couldn't help but wonder why he was looking at her like that. Maybe she should be more careful with him. Adrian looked sadly after the girl who was leaving and wanted so badly to stop her. What's wrong with me? Adrian didn't understand. It was strange to him that he was so intemperate. The man looked up into the evening sky and wondered. Was it because he missed Amber so much? Anna returned home in the late afternoon. The stars had long ago dotted the sky. Anna opened the front door with some apprehension. For some reason I felt so uneasy. The house was dark. Lights were off everywhere. Anna entered the house and looked around in surprise. Oh my God, what happened? Why is this place such a mess? The girl froze at the door, hesitating to go any further. Who knows what might be waiting for her there? Moonlight creeping in through the window drew Anna's attention to the broken telephone that lay in the middle of the room. Anna's heart was racing fast and frightened. What was going on here? The girl froze and held her breath. "Back?" asked Gareth in a grim and cold tone, standing at the window. All the attendants in the form of the maid girls had gathered on the first floor. After these words, Gareth Calhoun turned and gave Anna a chilling look from head to toe. Anna looked at the man confusedly and felt somehow guilty in front of him, even though she had done nothing criminal. "What happened?" asked Anna. The maids looked fearfully at the mistress. One of them only mentioned Mr. Calhoun's name and then stopped talking, but Anna didn't need to say anything. She looked at Gareth worriedly. Is he very angry again?" Gareth looked Anna straight in the eye and told everyone to get out. The maids, trembling with fear, immediately obeyed his order. "Gareth, why are you still awake?" Anna asked the question that first came to her mind. Gareth only turned his head slightly in her direction and still icily inquired where she had been. "I came and you're gone!" the man shouted with anger and a kind of desperation. Anna froze in place. She was frightened. Gareth slammed his hand angrily on the window. Having already turned fully to the girl, he asked if Anna hadn't understood the question. "I'm asking where you've been and with whom?" Gareth glared angrily. Anna was in no hurry to answer. She realized that Linda was Gareth's ex. She realized that Linda was Gareth's ex-girlfriend. However, Anna still decided to be honest and admitted to being with Linda Becker. The girl added that she had agreed to go for a walk. As Anna said this in a shaky voice, Gareth stepped closer to her. He grabbed her shoulder sharply so that Anna cried out in pain. Looking into the dumbfounded girl's eyes, he wondered if she held him for an idiot. "Have you seriously been seeing Linda Becker?" Gareth interjected incredulously. Anna didn't understand what had happened to this man. His gaze made her feel as if a viper was looking at its prey. "Come on, don't you want to do it the nice way?" "A nudge?" Gareth said rudely and shoved Anna. The girl collapsed on the couch. She was terribly scared to realize what she had done. "Are you out of your mind?" yelled Anna. The one was taken aback by the question. Gareth suddenly said that he seemed to be spoiling Anna, and she was getting more and more insolent each time. With those words, he tugged at his tie, loosening it. Anna said he was crazy and asked him to let go, but the man continued to hold her hand tightly and replied that he was indeed crazy, but only because he allowed her so much. A little earlier, Gareth had come home and, not finding Anna, had asked the maid if she was back yet. The maid replied that Anna had informed him that she would be late for a meeting. Gareth reacted calmly and asked the girl to cook for Anna what she liked. The maid smiled, thinking that the gentleman definitely cared about his spouse. At that moment, Gareth got the message. He was sent a photo of Anna in a restaurant with Adrian Gray. They were smiling at each other and drinking wine. Gareth was shocked by this photo. "What the hell is this news?" A bunch of questions popped into the man's head at once. Why are they together? Why is she smiling? What is Anna even doing with Adrian in the restaurant? Did she really go on a date with him? Out of anger, Gareth squeezed the phone so hard that the screen instantly cracked, unable to withstand such force. He was furious. Gareth's self-esteem was so wounded that he seemed ready to destroy anyone he could get his hands on. He was angry that Anna hadn't broken up with him yet and had already found someone else. In anger, Gareth tossed his phone aside. The memory of it made Gareth look like a demon. Anna looked at the man fearfully and asked what he was going to do. "Of course, to fulfill marital duty," he replied coldly. Anna looked fearfully into Gareth's eyes and whispered quietly in a trembling voice that he really had lost his mind. "Until what month did the doctor say it's okay to be sexually active?" Gareth clarified to the butler. "3rd through 7th. The man replied with embarrassment. In a firm tone, Gareth ordered the butler to prepare a bath for his mistress. What's he up to now? The butler immediately agreed to do his master's bidding. Small, clear crystals of tears rolled from Anna's eyes. She stared at the powerful man and couldn't understand what he was trying to accomplish. Oh, did he enjoy hurting her? The delicate flower in the girl's soul seemed about to wither from such a harsh character of the man called Anna's husband. It didn't take long at all for the maids to get everything ready for bathing the young mistress. Soon Anna was already sitting in the bathroom, and her hands were rubbed with the girl's fragrant soap. It would seem that in such an environment one could only enjoy and take pleasure. But Anna didn't care about that. She sat with her head buried in her own thoughts. Oh, Anna didn't understand why Gareth was so angry. She was getting terribly uncomfortable at the mere thought that they would actually do what Gareth had said. Before the girl could even take all the proper procedures, the door to the bathroom suddenly opened. The maids froze in surprise. Anna stared fearfully at Gareth, who had entered like a hurricane. "Everybody out!" the man commanded in a loud, cold, commanding voice. Oh, that tone was not one of disobedience or discussion. Gareth stood at the door, so cocky and angry, it was getting scary. His shirt was completely unbuttoned, and a predatory glint glinted in his gaze. The maids quickly left the room, leaving Anna alone with Gareth Calhoun. Anna froze in the hot water and waited fearfully for what would happen when the door slammed shut behind the maids. God, what is he doing? When the door closed, Gareth looked at Anna and frowned. His eyes seemed ready to sizzle her. "Gareth, what are you doing?" Anna couldn't help herself. The man left the question unanswered. He only silently tossed Anna a towel, signaling that her bath was over. The girl climbed out of the bathroom and wrapped herself in a towel. She was afraid to even look at Gareth. So, in order not to meet his cold gaze, she just decided to close her eyes. Gareth wasted no time. He picked Anna up deftly in his arms and carried the light as a feather to somewhere else without saying a word. Of course, the speculation painted Anne with definite pictures of what this man was going to do. "Gareth Calhoun, you lunatic! Let me go!" the girl shouted and pounded her little fist on Gareth's back and shoulders. In a couple of seconds, they were already in the room. Gareth immediately put Anna to bed. "You're definitely going to hurt the baby that way," she emphasized, realizing where this was going. But Gareth didn't seem to be about to back down from his plans and intentions. God, how many contradictions there were in just one man. His gaze and voice were rough, while his movements and touch were careful and gentle. "I'll be gentle," Gareth promised, looking into Anna's fear-filled eyes. Then he kissed her lips passionately. God only knew how long Gareth had dreamed of this. The whole situation with Anna and Adrian was just a good excuse for him to finally get what he wanted. Anna still didn't give up trying to push the man away from her, even though he didn't make her unpleasant. The girl was ashamed to admit, even to herself, that she herself wanted this closeness. But in her heart, she felt that it was all wrong and should not happen like this, against her will. "If you don't want to hurt the baby, don't fight it," Gareth whispered in her ear. Tears came to the girl's eyes again. She was in a completely hopeless situation. Oh, why was it like this? Why was this situation again, when nothing depended on her, and even the word no would mean nothing? All Anna could do was at least rest her hands on Gareth's body, so that he would touch her less. Everything else was irreversible. Anna closed her eyes and just surrendered to the process. Helplessness was what she felt at that moment. Gareth, on the other hand, was ruthless. He called her an obedient kitten and continued to do his thing, slowly and measuredly, as if enjoying every movement. Yes, he took his time, which was agonizing for the girl. "Gareth, what an asshole you are," Anna said exhaustedly. But he didn't pay much attention to the discontent. Looking intently into Anna's eyes, he declared that she belonged only to him. Gareth ordered that Anna should not even dare to think about other men. There was no telling how much time passed. Anna didn't notice when she fell asleep. Gareth left shortly afterward, leaving her alone in the room. Upon waking up, Anna noticed that she was alone. Sitting up on the bed, the girl mentally noted that she really was relaxed with him. As promised, Gareth was gentle. Somehow Anna had no resentment toward him. Rather even on the contrary. The girl thought for a moment. And the night the numbers were mixed up, Gareth Calhoun was gentle too. Nothing's changed since then. Even today, even though he was angry, Gareth hadn't made a single move to make Anna uncomfortable or hurt. Strange speculations began to visit the girl. Anna wondered, what if he cared for her? Anna caught herself at these thoughts and felt ashamed. What was she even thinking about? Of course, the girl immediately turned on her common sense. Reasoning with her mind instead of her heart, Anna wondered how Gareth could even have feelings for her. While the girl was thinking, the maids entered the room. One of the girls announced the doctor's arrival and offered to help Anna get ready for the examination. Anna inquired, "What about Gareth?" The maid could not answer the question at once. She seemed puzzled about something. Anna was sometimes stupid, but this time she guessed everything herself, and that guess made her feel very uncomfortable. Anna quickly jumped out of bed and left the room. She ran down the hallway, mentally calling Gareth a bastard for just doing the deed and leaving. Now Anna had only one goal. She had to talk to him at all costs. The determined and angry girl ran down the corridor to his office. Anna stopped at the door and hesitated for a moment. She wanted to knock, but when she heard the woman's voice, she changed her mind. "Gareth, you finally remembered me," some stranger was saying to Gareth. Anna was taken aback. Who could it be? "Do you know how much I missed you?" The girl behind the door continued to coo in a pleasant voice. "Uh-huh." Gareth's voice was subdued and cold, but that didn't make Anna feel any better. Now she was puzzled about one thing, whose voice was there at the door. Which woman did it belong to? Among other things, it bothered Anna that Gareth was letting her talk like that. It suggested that they must have an unusual relationship. What if he has a sweetheart? Anna was completely confused. If her guesses were correct, how could she explain his actions? Why, in that case, had Gareth allowed himself intimacy with her? Anna had more questions than answers so far. Now, hearing the woman's voice there in Gareth's office, Anna didn't want to look for answers. She was just bitter and wanted to cry. The girl stood in that long corridor, not herself. Where did these emotions come from? Why suddenly the actions of this man and everything connected with him could not leave Anna indifferent? Anna, what are you doing?" Anna said in her thoughts to herself, touching her fingertips to her cheek. She tried to calm herself down. After all, what was the big deal about Gareth only having a lover? "So why are you crying, Anna?" Probably because of the way Gareth treated her. Of course, she tried to make herself believe that she didn't care at all what Gareth was doing with the other woman. But that wasn't really the case. Anna was actually very hurt by all of this, especially after what had happened with Gareth behind the bedroom door. Why did Anna's heart ache so much? The girl leaned her hand against her chest. She still did not dare to knock. The determination with which she had come to his office was gone. Suddenly, the girl heard stomping in the hallway. Oh, it was the maids running. Seeing the mistress, who was holding her heart, they were terribly frightened and ran to Anna faster. The girl saw the maids running towards her and secretly wiped away her tears. When they got closer, Anna turned the other way and declared that she had changed her mind and was now ready to go to the doctor. "What's the matter with mistress?" One maid asked the other in a puzzled manner. The girls looked at each other and were silent. So Anna was safely examined. After that, the doctor concluded that the baby was fine and strong. The man recommended Anna not to worry and suggested that the bonding between husband and wife in the second trimester is even good for the baby. "Between husband and wife," Anna repeated thoughtfully. The girl couldn't understand how Gareth could leave her like this, despite this one, so necessary bond between husband and wife that the doctor had said. Someone's measured footsteps were heard nearby. Anna heard quiet voices about the maids whispering that the headmaster had come in. That's what happened. It was Gareth. He had come to tell Anna to go to bed early, emphasizing that he wouldn't be back tonight. The girl, however, only turned away from the man in silence. There was an awkward silence in the room. Even the maid standing at the door was uncomfortable being here. Yes, the atmosphere was oppressive. Gareth clenched his fist nervously. He had his own thoughts about Anna's behavior. Somehow he thought she was acting this way because she was disgusted with him. And he couldn't understand why. This outwardly cold man was completely absorbed in the experience. He was very curious as to how long Adrian Gray had been in town. But he was especially worried that Anna might have made a final decision to leave him. These dark thoughts were the main reason why the man was so ostentatiously cold. He frowned and turned away. Gareth didn't wait for Anna to speak. He walked silently out of the room and slammed the door loudly behind him. So loudly that the maids and the doctor, still in the room, flinched. "Mistress, we will go. Rest," he pronounced the doctor. Afterward, he and the maids left the room, leaving Anna alone. In proud loneliness, the girl was left lying in bed. The recent events prevented her from resting peacefully. The girl tossed and turned from side to side and could not sleep. For a long time, Anna just lay there staring at the ceiling. The thoughts constantly swarming in her head finally exhausted the girl. When she was tired of tossing and turning on the bed, Anna got up and sat down. No matter how hard she tried to push Gareth out of her mind, it was all in vain. She thought of him again and again. Where did he go? Maybe to the woman he was talking to behind the door of his office? Why is it so disturbing? A bad feeling settled in Anna's heart. It seemed to her that Gareth's phone call with the stranger had been very important and fateful for her. Suddenly, Anna's cell phone vibrated on the nightstand by the bed. I think someone sent a message. I wonder who it could be. The girl picked up the phone. Indeed, an email arrived. No known sender. What do I do? Open it? When she decided to read the message, Anna was very surprised. What was in that letter that made the girl's eyes round so much? In the screen of her own phone, Anna saw something that made her heart clench with pain. The phone fell out of the girl's hands, and she froze in a sort of stupor. Of course he has another woman, was the thought that pricked the mind with a needle. On the screen of the phone that lay on the floor was a picture of Gareth and a girl. "Oh, Linda Becker, is that you?" At that time, Gareth had just arrived at a late-night establishment. He sat down near the bar and waited for someone. "Well, I'm here. Talk," he said, not even turning his head as he noticed a familiar silhouette with his side vision. Linda stood in the doorway. "You sly, sly vixen," Gareth inquired without further ado about Anna's relationship with Adrian Gray. The girl approached the bar with a leisurely, confident gait, clomping her high heels, and stopped. Gareth furrowed his brow and stared down. He wanted to hear the answers to his questions and leave. Linda wasn't in a hurry to reveal her cards, though. "What's up, Gareth?" she asked with a pretty face and a concerned look. Yes, the girl decided not to be modest with her outfit for the evening. The deep cleavage said that Linda had definite plans for this man tonight. Oh, those long legs once kept Gareth awake. And tonight, Linda was clearly expecting to win a man's heart with them, except that Gareth Calhoun hadn't expected her to be the one to show up for the meeting. He frowned unhappily and sighed. Placing his glass on the table, the man wondered if she had pretended to be another person to draw him out. "You're incorrigible," he stated coldly and headed toward the girl. Linda froze in place and looked at Gareth with a guilty, loving look. Of course she was going to get him back by all means. But contrary to her expectations, the man did not approach her, but walked past her defiantly. A look of incomprehension froze on the girl's face. She began frantically going through the options in her head, how to make him stay and listen to her. God, if he left now, there might not be another chance. Linda couldn't just let him go when he'd already come to this meeting. Well, we gotta get him to stay. We must make him interested. She realized that was only possible if Gareth gave in to her emotions. She might know just the thing to get him going. "Aren't you wondering what those lovebirds were talking about?" asked Linda intriguingly. I guess her trick worked. Gareth stopped. He had already realized that he shouldn't trust this person, but his heart needed information. He was willing to stay for that information, even though Linda was its source. "Have a seat," the girl invited Gareth generously as he looked at her. Linda promised to tell him everything over a glass of wine. Oh, how honest those lying eyes could be to someone who didn't know Linda very well. Even Gareth, though, who had a lot of experience with this person, still fell for her tricks so ridiculously. "You're not going to find out just like that. No one can tell you." The girl was adding fuel to the fire, teasing Gareth into not thinking about leaving. Gareth was angry. Emotions had overcome the balanced and sensible man in him. Yes, he would stay, and he would definitely listen to Linda. Anna was still unable to sleep in the bedroom. Nothing could distract her from her anxious thoughts. What she had seen in the letter from the anonymous man today kept the girl awake. Ah, it looked like it might be a sleepless night, and Gareth had told her not to wait up for him. Oh, suddenly the bedroom door creaked open. Anna froze on the bed, trying not to even breathe. She sensed that it was Gareth coming in without even looking at the door. Yeah, that's definitely him. The girl tried to pretend to be asleep. Huh, she even drifted off to sleep, as if she had been dreaming for a long time. Gareth came to the bed and stopped next to Anna. For a few seconds, he just silently admired her. Then he sat down next to the sleeping girl. Gareth didn't know that her dream was just a game. The man couldn't take his eyes off that sweet, sleeping face. Never before had he experienced such a sensation. No matter what Anna did, he still felt a rush of tenderness when he looked at her. The light, smooth, and soft skin of her face seemed even purer in the darkness of the bedroom. Her long eyelashes, neat eyebrows, and soft lips beckoned with her beauty. Gareth could smell her delicate scent, and sometimes he thought he was going to go mad. Even the fact that she slept with her mouth open didn't repel him, but rather pleased him. The kitten sleeps ugly, he thought, looking at Anna. Anna, who of course was still awake, suddenly felt the warmth of the blanket on her. Had he covered her up? But why would he do that? Oh dear, but the hiding didn't end there. Suddenly, Gareth's hand touched the girl's face. Anna's heart nearly stopped at that. She wanted so badly to chase the bastard away. But the game had already begun, and she had to play it to the end. Gareth was taken captive by his senses at this point. He stared at those lips and could hardly control himself anymore. No, Gareth, it's so hard to hold back. Anna's asleep, and a light kiss wouldn't disturb her, he thought, and leaned in close to her face. Those sweet lips filled him with a desire that ignited a fire in his body. However, Gareth couldn't afford more than a kiss. Today he couldn't afford it. The man only lightly touched her lips with his lips and kissed the girl gently. Then he got out of bed and quietly left the room. Ah, at last, Anna could breathe freely. After all, she'd been as tense as a guitar string the whole time. God, he'd kissed her! Anna blushed and covered her face with her hands. What on earth was he doing? Sid, has everything been sent? Gareth asked as soon as he entered the office. The guy replied that the materials had already been mailed to him. I'd like to ask. I've been working overtime for a month now. Sid started to sound unsure, but the chief simply replied to keep him going. Gareth sat down at his desk and opened his laptop. What was he going to do? Deftly clicking his mouse, he quickly opened his inbox. How is that possible? Gasped Gareth, looking at the monitor. Oh, his rounded eyes spoke of utter amazement. You bet! There was a picture on the monitor of a girl who looked just like his Anna. How could such a thing even happen? Gareth's astonishment was unparalleled. Well, it was probably worth finding out more information to understand everything. Gareth opened the file and read that the girl in the photo was named Amber Vault, and she was 23 years old. She was a very successful and multifaceted person, as well as the eldest daughter of the Vault family. It was also revealed that Amber had been sick since her childhood, was engaged to Adriano, and died in her 20th year of life. The dossier revealed that after the death of their daughter, the Vault family sold their business and moved. After reading that, Gareth was literally thrown into a shiver. Many things were now beginning to clear in the man's mind, but now he needed more time to sort it out properly. Gareth had learned that Amber had been incredibly talented since she was a child. Except he was most shocked to learn that Adrian Gray's fiancé had died. How so? Gareth looked rather puzzled. Now he was pondering whether it was possible that Adrian had taken a fancy to his kitten just because of their similarities to Amber. It seemed like a pretty plausible theory. Now, realizing the whole situation, he began to worry even more about Anna. Stupid girl. Did she even know about his intentions? God, now Gareth has added to his problems and worries. And the scariest thing to him seemed to be that Amber had died 2 years ago, and Adrian was starting his life over. Somehow it's very strange that this Mr. Gray seems to appear in their town out of thin air. As an experienced, mature man, Gareth had little faith in such strange coincidences. After a long night, morning finally came. Gareth had already left for work. Anna had just woken up. Seeing that the young lady had quickly dressed and tidied up, the maid asked where Anna would like to go today. Anna told me to get the car ready as she was going to company. The maid gave the girl a surprised look. After all, in her situation, it was best to stay at home. Anna stopped and wondered where Gareth was. She guessed that he'd gone to the office at the crack of dawn. Indeed, the maid confirmed that the headmaster had already left. Looking at the puzzled mistress, the girl suggested that she rest for a few more days. "No," Anna answered emphatically. The girl wanted to go to work while her belly wasn't so visible yet. For it had been so long since she had been in the company. However, going to the office, the girl decided for herself that no one should find out about her situation there. So Anna dressed today in such a way as not to arouse any suspicion. The girl wore a light short dress, and in addition covered herself with a jacket as well. When she arrived at the office building, she froze in uncertainty in front of it. So, having gained confidence, Anna made up her mind and entered the building, clomping her low heels. This was what she was so afraid of. Barely crossing the threshold of the office, Anna heard whispers behind her. "Look! Isn't that the director's keeper?" someone hissed. Another girl asked her to keep her voice down, fearing her friend would be fired. "If the opportunity arises, I will definitely marry him," the first one declared. Anna quickly reached the elevator and pressed the call button. A herd of sheep, the girl thought with a smile. As she waited for the elevator to arrive, someone's familiar female voice called out to her behind her. Anna looked back. Yeah, it's Margot. Wow, she was as gorgeous as ever. A stunning dress emphasizing her figure in the most advantageous places, skillful makeup and styled hair. All this made Margot inimitable. Anna inquired of Margot what fate had brought her here. Margot indignantly replied that her boss had invited her here. "Didn't you sign a contract with InFinance?" Anna asked. Margot said that was correct, explaining that this time she was just an observer. "Aren't you aware that Mr. Adrian Gray is here?" wondered Margot. Oh, that information surprised Anna a lot. The girl mentally noted that if Adrian and Gareth were together, there would be trouble. "Ah, you don't know anything at all," Margot grinned. And the girl explained that one reason why Adrian's company was growing so rapidly undoubtedly lay in Mr. Gray's genius. And the other reason is that his family is in the military administration. "Got it now," clarified Margot. Anna's face was still bewildered. She wasn't quite sure why Adrian and Gareth had met after all. Was it really to work things out? Margot stated that Adrian's grandfather still held his position. Having said that, Margot wondered if Anna understood now. "Gareth is going to clear things up with Adrian Gray's grandfather?" Anna asked in surprise. Margot hadn't realized it would be so hard to explain such obvious things. She wanted to run away, looking into the dazed eyes of Anna, who couldn't put 2 + 2 together. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." Anna scratched the back of her head guiltily, glancing at the expression on Margot's face. "Gareth, why do you have such a stupid wife?" mentally wailed Margot. Having pulled herself together again, Margot pulled herself together and further clarified that Adrian, although he was doing business on his own, his position was not determined by money alone. According to the girl, the business values not only his commercial status, but also his political status. "Got it now?" asked Margot once again, sighing heavily. The girl looked at Anna hopefully and apprehensively at the same time to see if it had finally gotten through to her. God, she didn't get it again. Margot saw the innocent and stupid look in her eyes, and she shuddered. How could she explain simple things several times and then be met with Anna's bewildered look? "Ha ha!" Anna was staring at Margot with her eyes wide open like a cute kitten. Yes, she didn't understand much of what was said. Meanwhile, the elevator had just pulled up and the two girls entered it. 23rd floor. There was already a guard standing just outside the elevator. They were waiting for Anna and Margot. According to one of the guards, Mr. Calhoun ordered them to be escorted to the conference room upon arrival. "There's Gareth, and how did he guess we were coming?" wondered Margot aloud. The girls walked down a long corridor accompanied by 4 guards. Margot knocked lightly on the door, and they were immediately invited in. "Principal President Gray, hello." The girls said hello, each in their own way. Both Adrian and Gareth looked at Anna at the same time. Gareth's gaze was especially intense. He seemed to follow her every move. His gaze seemed to burn through the girl. Anna shuddered involuntarily. It was so hard for her to look him in the eye, so Anna looked away sharply. Margot noticed this and wondered. She wondered why Anna was acting like this. "Is Director Margot interested in this matter as well?" Gareth turned to the girl in surprise. "My grandfather said, 'If Gareth Calhoun gets into trouble, you've got to see it.' And here I am." Margot laughed back. Mr. Adrian Gray smiled involuntarily. It was hard to say that Gareth was in as good a mood. He was constantly on edge, trying to keep track of both Anna and Adrian's emotions. And what Gareth was noticing disturbed him greatly. It was hard for the man to concentrate on his work, seeing that Adrian kept his eyes on Anna. What was on Gray's mind? "President Gray, meet my consort." Gareth hastened to introduce Anna. The girl was even more surprised by these words. It was the first time Gareth had introduced her like that in front of strangers, even though this information was supposed to be secret. Adrian continued to look at Anna without taking his eyes off her. He remarked aloud that Mrs. Dickinson looked very much like his old friend. Adrian smirked. He was pleased that he'd made some early inquiries yesterday. Mr. Gray had already been informed that Gareth and Anna had married because of a baby they'd accidentally made. And Adrian didn't understand what kind of feelings there could be if Anna was even running away from the wedding. After Gareth introduced Anna, he told her to sit next to him. The girl lowered her head obediently and did as the director said, sitting down nearby. Adrian mentally concluded from Anna's behavior that she looked intimidated. And if that was the case, he thought Anna shouldn't be with Gareth. Margot watched with a faint smile. The tense atmosphere in the conference room suggested that something was brewing between these people. Margot had time to draw her own conclusions about this amazing trio. As she assessed the situation, she mentally noted that Anna, Gareth, and Adrian seemed to be in a love triangle. Yes, that's quite a situation. Meanwhile, Mr. Gray pointed to the presentation and asked what Principal Calhoun thought about it. "You've got to be kidding, President Gray. My family holds the entire market in this town, and your company wants to cooperate," Gareth said in surprise, and asked if they were willing to take a loss. "Still, I'm ready," Adrian replied calmly and with a smile. "Since that's the case, I'm not sure what will follow my refusal, but my family is also prepared for any outcome," Gareth emphasized. Gareth Calhoun seemed to be up to something. He grinned slyly and squinted his eyes. "Gareth Calhoun, what's with the sly look?" Mentally puzzled Margot. She suspected that Gareth must be up to something. Anna could also feel the tension, a dark cloud hanging over everyone in the conference room. Adrian and Gareth looked as if they weren't discussing business, but as if they were ready to kill each other. Margot tensed up. She began to realize that the situation was getting out of control. The girl quickly started going through her options in her head about what to do. She seemed to realize that Anna needed to be led away from here. After all, it seemed that it was Anna who had become the stumbling block between these men. "Anna, come, keep me company," she exclaimed without long thinking, and without giving Anna a moment's hesitation, quickly dragged the girl by the hand toward the exit of the hall. "Margot's no fool," Gareth thought to himself, mentally commending the girl for doing exactly that. "She's so cute," Adrian thought in turn and smiled. As soon as the 2 girls were out the door, Adrian Gray immediately became serious. With a cold expression on his face, he asked Gareth to state their terms. "You're not saying you're just going to share a piece of pie for nothing, are you?" questioned Gareth suspiciously. Adrian smirked. "Mr. Calhoun, you are not a shallow man. Since that's the case, let's drop the unnecessary talk. I have a favor to ask of you," he added. After a long pause, Mr. Gray finally voiced his condition. and his request was that the director involve his wife in this collaboration. Gareth looked at Adrian with disdain.
What the hell was he up to?
Adrian Gray, there you have shown yourself. Gareth thought to himself. Ah, the atmosphere was so oppressive. Margot sighed heavily as she and Anna walked out the door. The girl then looked at Anna and wondered if she knew Adrian Gray. Why would I? We crossed paths a couple of times, Anna replied in surprise, not understanding why such questions. Margot noticed, however, that it seemed to her as if they had known each other for a long time. Looks like you're a tidbit, so be on the lookout, Margot recommended thoughtfully. Stepping away from the subject of Adrian and Anna, Margot gushed that she made sure that Mr. Gray and Calhoun were ready to work, even though Gareth wasn't happy. My boss is hoping to work with Gareth, so I'll stick with you. Margot winked at Anna. Now Anna realized why Margot had suddenly gotten so close to her. I'll be off. See you later. Margot smiled sweetly as she said goodbye to Anna. Anna just looked at her and thought. Suddenly Anna realized that Margot was not so bad. Beautiful, intelligent, rational. One could only dream of such a friend. Perhaps because of her appearance, people around her misunderstand her. Anna looked at this stunning woman with admiration. Suddenly the girl wondered who the director of Gray Purr Company was. It was amazing to Anna that he saw such a charming deputy every day and could remain calm. While Anna and Margot were in the hallway, Adrian and Gareth continued to talk about the collaboration. Oh yes, they were getting on Adrian's request to involve Gareth's wife in this collaboration. In everything else, Adrian was completely satisfied with everything, and he had no other suggestions or changes. This made Mr. Calhoun even more alarmed. He concluded to himself that this man was serious about taking Anna on. Gareth wasn't going to let him do that. Therefore, the director, smiling victoriously, said that Anna was only an assistant and could not interfere with the cooperation. It's not a problem. I told you we're fine with it. The people on my team are professionals. We need your influence in the Middle East and Africa, Adrian Gray replied. Then he smirked cheekily and wondered if Principal Gareth was so tense because he was afraid his wife would be taken away from him. Gareth became nervous, but tried very hard not to show it. He paused for a moment and folded his hands in a lock. Was Adrian Gray really testing him? A rival on the personal front only served to encourage Gareth. He decided to respond with dignity and not be provoked. President Gray, you're such a joker. I'm very flattered that you like Anna. It proves once again that I have excellent taste, Gareth said with a smile, and looked intently into the eyes of his partner and rival in one person. Shortly before meeting Adrian Gray, Gareth had a serious conversation with his grandmother. We've been waiting for this for a long time, and we finally got our chance, Madam Chairman remarked excitedly, and stressed that Gareth simply had to build a relationship with Mr. Gray. This contract must be signed by anyone of any value, she added sternly into the receiver to her grandson. Yes, grandmother, Gareth replied. Thinking back on that conversation, Gareth weighed his every word before giving Adrian an answer. He informed Mr. Gray that Anna was now pregnant, adding also that if it wouldn't interfere with Adrian, they were in agreement. You won't blame us for showing affection in front of you, will you? Asked Gareth with a sneer. And you're a joker too, Principal Calhoun, Adrian muttered quietly under his breath. All right, it's a deal, the men said to each other in one voice as they stood opposite each other. At the conclusion, they shook hands firmly. And each one tried to squeeze as hard as he could. What a manly competition! After the negotiations, Gareth went straight to visit his grandmother. He entered the house and went straight to her study. The maids ran after him, trying to stop him, saying that he couldn't go in there because the mistress was busy. Let her come in, came Grandma's imperious voice from behind the door. Grandma, why are you so insistent on working with Gray's company? Asked Gareth angrily right from the doorstep, opening the door abruptly. Our family owns energy resources in the Middle East and Africa. Everyone in China just wants to cooperate with us. So why do we need the Gray family? He inquired as he entered the office. Grandma noticed that despite all of the above, the other partners had no support in the military administration. Are you saying that if I hadn't called this morning, you would have refused to cooperate? She asked, puzzled. After a brief pause, the woman took off her glasses and looked intently at her grandson. The chairwoman really wanted to know why Gareth was so against cooperating with him. She assumed that Adrian simply didn't like Gareth. Gareth only mumbled in response. His grandmother interpreted his silence as disagreement with this version, so it gave her an excuse to change her version. If not, could it be because of Anna? She asked. The chairwoman went to the window and looked thoughtfully somewhere in the distance. If I remember correctly, over a month ago you were against your wife and marriage, she reminded him. Yes, Gareth remembered it all perfectly well himself. And then Grandma said something that surprised Gareth. It turned out she knew that Adrian's fiancé looked exactly like Anna. Gareth went into a stupor. How did she know about this? What was this all about? Suddenly, Grandmother turned to Gareth. She asked if he wasn't curious how the two girls were related. Gareth asked his grandmother indignantly, wondering if she knew something he didn't. Granny smiled enigmatically. That was a wonderful girl, she said, and looked wistfully somewhere in the distance, immersed in memories. Mrs. Chairman then began to tell what she knew about Amber Vault. According to the woman, Amber rarely appeared in public, but that was enough to get a sense of her awesomeness. Grandmother told Gareth that young Amber was envied by many. Gareth, do you know why I insisted on your marriage to Anna? She suddenly asked, turning around. Gareth waited silently for what was about to be revealed to him. His grandmother explained that she had done it because when she saw Anna in the hospital, she thought her eyes were blurry. The woman vividly remembered that day in minute detail. Then, glancing through the bars of the hospital room window, she thought, this just can't be happening. There was Amber in the room. At least that's what Grandma thought at the time. But when they told me her name was Anna Dickinson, I knew right away, the grandmother admitted to Gareth. Gareth flared up. He thought the whole thing was absurd. According to Gareth, the Vault family had only one daughter. A second daughter was out of the question. Yes, there are such coincidences in the world, so it is unknown if she is related to the Vault family. Grandmother remarked again in a cryptic voice and turned back to the window. However, if such a connection was all there was, then by Anne and Gareth's marriage, Granny was going to establish a strong bond with this influential family. Of course, compared to the Calhoun family, the Vault family has little influence, but it was known that their lineage was very ancient. In the Vault family, the wife is the head. For the Calhoun family, it's only a matter of time before that happens, the grandmother emphasized. On the other hand, if Anna isn't related to their family, then when the baby is born, you can just divorce her, she added calmly. Gareth looked at his grandmother with bewilderment. What was she even talking about? How could one speak so easily about a person's fate? The grandmother, in turn, looked at her grandson suspiciously. You don't have any feelings for her. Don't you care how this ends? She asked. Ah, had Granny known how things had changed since Gareth had thought that? The chairwoman wondered why Gareth had come here in a hurry and was interested in all this. Gareth was in no hurry to answer. He asked how they could now find out if Anna had anything to do with the Vault family. Granny Tracy replied that we could just leave it to Adrian Gray. Is there anyone in this world who cares more about this than he does? She asked conspiratorially. Still, the woman didn't understand what was happening to her grandson. She remarked aloud that Gareth had never been so impulsive before. The grandmother wondered what had happened to him. Nothing, Gareth replied briefly. Unexpectedly, Tracy stated that she had heard that Gareth had been seeing Linda Becker again. Gareth froze in place. That's how it is. How did she even know that? Mrs. Chairwoman emphasized that her opinion had not changed about this person. Grandmother thought that Linda was very cunning and calculating, and hoped that Gareth had already seen it for himself. Yes, I won't spoil anything, Gareth promised. Her grandson's words reassured Tracy. That was the tone in which she recognized her Gareth. Now she didn't have to worry so much. By the way, Grandmother noted that it was noon and time for lunch. As of today, Gareth has more things to think about. Granny sat down at her desk and sighed tiredly. I'll be off, Grandma, Gareth said and walked out of her office. As soon as Gareth left, a maid came up to Tracy and asked why Mrs. Chairman was talking to the gentleman like that. Tracy furrowed her eyebrows and put her glasses back on. The woman noticed that her grandson from childhood considered himself superior to others. Yes, the traits of an ambitious leader who does not tolerate objections were evident in him from a young age. In Tracy's opinion, some of the facts were worth turning over a bit to get Gareth to act. "Looks like we need to get to work on his parenting," she remarked with a smile. Gareth walked out of his grandmother's study a little upset and tired. Oh, how he didn't want this Adrian to get mixed up in their lives. The man felt that it wouldn't lead to anything good. A new workday has arrived. Anna decided to head to the office for work again today. Just as she entered the building, she realized immediately by the enthusiastic gasps and looks from the women that followed her that the principal had also entered. Of course, as soon as Gareth Calhoun appeared at work, everyone immediately started fawning over him. The women greeted the director, bowed and marveled at his handsome appearance today. Anna's back felt him move closer. A shiver ran through the girl's body. Anna looked up sharply and met the chilling gaze of her fictitious husband. God, those eyes seemed to pierce through with their coldness. "What are you sneaking up on?" Anna asked, confused. Gareth flashed his eyes in her direction. "Follow me!" he commanded imperiously, and grasping Anna's arm firmly, dragged her somewhere behind him. From such unexpected abruptness, Anna did not know what to do or say. She only heard the chuckles and hisses of the female employees behind her back, who thought that now Anna would definitely be fired. One of them even remarked that it had been the same with the previous manager. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Anna resented him on the way, but he dragged the girl into the office and told her to close the door. "Oh, what's he doing?" Once outside the closed door, Gareth seemed to have completely lost control of himself. He grabbed Anna's hands and held them up, forcing her against the door. Anna's purse fell to the floor right at her feet. "When did you have time to conspire with her?" Gareth asked, leaning in close to Anna's very face. God, what was he even talking about? The girl looked up and looked helplessly at Gareth. There was desperation in those eyes, but she seemed to slowly begin to understand what he meant. Gareth looked at the girl expectantly, demanding an answer. Anna closed her eyes and thought. She seemed to remember something. Yeah, because just recently a girl was seeing someone at the hospital. Anna was visiting a friend there. Or rather, the one she once considered a friend. Linda, I'm so sorry. I've got a lot on my plate. Do you want me to go to chemo with you? Anna asked Linda, coming to her room. But Linda immediately began to wave it off and assured her friend that she shouldn't do it. Anna was very surprised by this. Isn't that what Linda asked her to do on the phone? It's strange that she doesn't want it so badly now. However, Linda explained her decision with the fact that Anna was pregnant and needed to go to such places less. She assured her friend that she would go herself, as her treatment was just beginning and everything was not so terrible. By the way, Linda also mentioned that while she was waiting for her friend, she had heard that the Gray family wanted to cooperate with In Finance. Anna confirmed it, surprised at how quickly the news had spread. She also noticed that everything was just finalized, but the nuances were still to be agreed upon. Then, after this, if you go, on any outing will you take me with you? Asked Linda, looking pitifully into Anna's eyes. Is Linda up to something again? What other kind of outing did she have in mind? Anna wondered. But Linda suddenly began to act as she had always done in order to achieve her goal. She began to plead with her friend in the most sincere voice possible and took her hands in her own. Linda felt sorry for him, saying that she had only a month left and begging him to let her spend that month with Gareth. Anna was shocked by the words. However, Linda was not going to back down. To finish her friend morally, she began to cry. According to the girl, if this last wish of hers came true, then she would have no regrets. Anna looked at her former friend confused. Did she really love him that much? After all, if she did, why not say yes? Anna thought about the fact that she and Gareth were together because of a coincidence. Just contract spouses. But the girl's heart just couldn't find a place. She didn't know what to do. Anna was distracted from her memories and asked Gareth not to worry, saying that she would stay out of his way. "What are you talking about?" boiled Gareth. Anna was taken aback by his shout. She didn't understand the reason for his anger. After all, she thought her answer should make him happy. Anna tried to free her hands from his grip and asked him to let her go, but the man wouldn't do it. The girl made a sharp jerk, but still remained captive in his grip. She indignantly asked Gareth what the problem was in the first place. She reminded him that when they had gotten married, Gareth had made it clear that they were bound only by the contract and should not interfere with each other. Gareth took the girl by the chin and looked intently into her large and deep eyes. "Looks like you've already planned your escape," he remarked and smiled with a squint. Gareth stated that he didn't recall anything about staying out of each other's way. "Then let's live up to the status of a company director's wife," he said, and ran his hand under Anna's jacket, taking her by the waist. "Spouse, it is your responsibility to please your husband," he whispered in her ear. Anna tried to stop Gareth, telling him he was crazy and reminding him that they were in company. "Stop it!" she cried out desperately, and Gareth finally let her go. Turning away, the man emphasized that if Anna did anything wrong during their marriage, she should remember that her mother's life was entirely in his hands. Anna slowly slid to her knees. Tears streamed from her eyes. Looking after the man as he walked away, she tried to figure out what place he had in her heart. Why was he acting like that? He was too hot or impossibly cold. Anna didn't understand anything at all. Calhoun Manor. Anna and Garth gathered together at the dinner table. Everyone ate their food in silence, and no one dared to strike up a conversation first. "You're in a position. You shouldn't be playing golf," Gareth still spoke up. But Anna was stubbornly determined that she would really like to see it. She thought that if you don't overexert yourself, exercise is good for the baby. Gareth slammed his palm sharply on the table. Then he got up from the table and said that he was full. It seemed that Anna's words had a negative effect on his appetite. Yes, this man liked things to be the way he wanted them to be. But that didn't work with Anna. The girl was left to finish her lunch alone, and Gareth went off somewhere. She didn't actually feel much like going to that golf outing, but Anna realized that she had already promised to take Linda there. Soon there was a meeting at a country house with a large golf course. Anna was already in place in a lovely outfit. When she saw herself in a new and unfamiliar image, she noted that the skirt seemed a little short. She didn't realize how much it looked good on her. Yes, the skirt was very short, but what beautiful, long legs it exposed. The girl changed and went out of the locker room. For some reason, Anna had a strange feeling that there was someone behind her. God, was someone following her? Her thoughts led Anna into the darkness of horrors, and for some reason she thought she was being followed by a ghost. Oh no, not that. Come on, Anna, you have to reason logically, putting aside ridiculous fear. "Anna," came a low whisper behind her, which seemed rather ominous to Anna in this setting. "Oh my God, what is it?" The girl felt hot, then cold, and she shuddered. Cold terror ran up her spine at the sound of something calling her name. Anna was afraid to even look away, so uncomfortable was she. However, overcoming her fear, the girl still decided to look back. Turning around, the girl was simply stunned. It turned out that her fear was completely unfounded. It was Linda Becker. In strange, unusual clothes, the girl stood looking at Anna. Anna admitted with a smile that her friend had really scared her. The girl gushed that she was just about to go to Linda's place. "Linda, you look wonderful in any clothes," Anna complimented, happy that it wasn't a ghost behind her after all, but an ordinary person. "Anna, I'm so grateful. But will it be all right? You're his wife, aren't you?" Linda said, trying to feign embarrassment and awkwardness. Anna replied that she did not see it as a problem. The girl emphasized that she and Gareth have no feelings, and they got married only because of the baby. Anna, do you really think so?" Anna's words, however, gave Linda hope. Now she thought that she had a chance to get what she wanted and win back Gareth's affection for her. If I succeed in seducing Gareth, the Calhoun family's daughter-in-law could easily switch, Linda thought, and smiled smugly, feeling confident in her abilities. Meanwhile, Anna looked at her watch and noticed that it was time to go. She asked Linda to stay here for a while, and then she was ready to go to her guests. "I'll be back soon," promised Anna, running out of the locker room. Linda waved to her friend, mentally anticipating her own victory. Well, now, left alone in the locker room, the girl decided that it was her finest hour. Now it's my turn, she thought, and started to take off her outer clothes. What is she up to, that sly fox? At that time, Gareth was waiting for his beloved outside. He looked around in full parade, all handsome, worrying about where his kitten had gone. Finally, with his side vision, the man saw Anna's silhouette in the distance. He looked at her, and it was as if his insides were shattered. God, you can't take your eyes off her. She's adorable. Anna ran up to Gareth and stopped beside him, flapping her big eyes confusedly. Barely containing himself, Gareth turned away. He was afraid he wouldn't hold back if he stared at her for too long. "Adrian Gray will be arriving shortly. Since you're pregnant, enjoy the walk," he said, standing with his back to Anna. If only someone could have seen Gareth's face at that moment, he would have been surprised that the man was blushing with embarrassment. Anna seemed even lovelier than ever in this outfit. Anna looked at Gareth in bewilderment and didn't understand what he was doing. Just then, a golf cart pulled up with some people in it. Mr. Gray must be one of them. Yes, that's what it turned out to be. Adrian arrived in the first car. He got out of the car and immediately greeted those present and apologized for the delay. That man looked pretty good, too. You seem to be in a good mood today, Gareth observed as Adrian stepped closer to them. Adrian smiled and replied that the weather was just fine today, and his mood was good also because they were hosting him. It seems that Adrian also noticed the charming Anna in the beautiful outfit. He couldn't take his eyes off the girl either. The man couldn't help himself and heartily complimented that Mistress was incredibly suited to the outfit. Anna looked fearfully at Adrian and blushed. She realized the possible consequences of such a compliment, and even from this man. Gareth seemed ready to sizzle Adrian at that moment. His gaze flashed with angry lightning, but he couldn't afford to quarrel with someone so important to their company. Anna thanked Adrian for the compliment and politely shook his hand. The gesture threw Gareth even more off balance. He was out of his mind. Of course, it was hard to hide such emotions, especially from Anna. The girl realized that if she didn't do something right now and didn't switch Gareth, she would be in trouble. Anna pointed out to the men that the weather was so beautiful and clear and suggested that it was a wonderful moment to stretch. Adrian and Gareth met their eyes. Two powerful, successful, and opinionated men dueling, looking into each other's eyes. Yes, they are ready to warm up. Then go ahead, the men said in one voice. Oh, Anna thought it smelled like fried food. Looking at the guards walking in 2 rows, the girl mentally noted that all this preparation somehow resembled the beginning of a battle. Well, she wanted to hide somewhere out of harm's way. So Anna decided to go to Linda's, worrying that she was all alone there. "Linda, let's go for a walk," she suggested, entering the locker room. Strange. The room was completely empty. No one. I thought Anna said to wait for her here. It's not clear where she could have gone. Anna left the manor after changing her clothes and headed for the lake. She thought about the fact that Linda must have left without waiting for her. Oh, the phone rang unexpectedly. A call from Margot? Anna picked up the phone and answered her newfound friend, hiding under a beach umbrella. "I heard you were begging to go golfing with me," Margot asked in a rush, and informed her that she and her boss were also here in Zone 2. Margot wondered if Anna had succeeded in begging Gareth. "You're here too?" Anna was surprised and excited at the same time. "Yes, my boss is having a ball, and I'm so bored by myself, and I just remembered that you should come. I don't think Gareth is with you, so come and see me." Margot invited the girl over. However, Anna replied that she couldn't come because she needed to be where she was. In that case, Margot said that she would come to her herself. Anna hung up the phone, still continuing to be surprised. Yes, the call from Margot had been very unexpected. Someone capable of managing such a flighty deputy is an unusual person, Anna thought as she sipped her juice through a straw. Not 5 minutes later, Margot appeared on the horizon. Already from afar, the girl waved happily and called out to Anna. When she saw Margot, Anna spurted juice from her mouth, almost choking on it. It was because Margot's breasts had immediately caught her attention. Oh, they're huge, Anna thought, embarrassed. Quickly pulling herself together, however, the girl asked Margot if it was okay that she was here. Anna asked if it was normal for a company deputy to run away. Margot calmly replied that her boss could handle himself. "What I am and what I am not makes no difference," she added. Margot had made the point that it would be better for Anna to worry about her own affairs rather than her own. "Why should I care?" wondered Anna. "Anna, I don't have many friends, and you are my friend. When you saw those women hitting on me, you reached out to me. I don't like many people," Margot admitted, and added that she considers Anna her friend. Having said that, the girl leaned back blissfully in her chair and closed her eyes. "And you?" she asked after a short pause and looked at Anna with one eye. Anna didn't expect such a question, and certainly didn't expect that such a gorgeous girl could consider a friend like her a friend. The girl was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. Margot found the silence lingering. Didn't Anna want that kind of friendship? "If you don't want to, forget I said that," Margot said, and rested her hand on the table, about to stand up. Anna finally came to her senses. She didn't want Margot to leave. The girl put her hand over her arm and held Margot back. "I didn't say I didn't want to," Anna quickly began to justify herself. In fact, she just dreamed of having a good friend like Margot. Anna thought she was simply amazing and sincere. Margot looked intently at Anna. Who would have thought that these two girls, completely different in all norms and parameters, would be friends? Looking at the confused Anna, Margot smiled. She was so pleased with the girl's simplicity. Anna looked at Margot confusedly and asked why she was laughing. Margot replied that she finally understood why Gareth Calhoun had a crush on her. Wiping away tears from laughter, Margot told Anna that she was very funny. Anna only glared silently at Margot and flapped her long black eyelashes. Margot's words puzzled Anna. What do you mean in love? Did she really know what she was talking about? Anna herself was sure that her fictitious husband loved only her heir. While Anna was talking to Margot and thinking that Linda had gone home without waiting for her in the locker room, Linda herself was still on the estate. She had her own special plans. The girl swam out of the pool, brushing the water off her dainty feet. She envisioned Gareth, whenever after golf, coming to the pool to swim. She sat in the pool in a seductive, brightly colored swimsuit, thinking that all she had to do was wait, and then everything would work out. After a while, she noticed at the opposite end of the room 2 male silhouettes heading in her direction. Well, the target is close. Remember the sun. Here comes the ray, Linda thought. The girl took in air and dove into the water. Gareth and Adrian were heading towards the pool. "President Gray, I don't recommend it, because I swim 100 meters in 48 seconds, Gareth said importantly, taking off his cap. He also stated that this record was set by him personally 5 years ago. "Yeah? That's good, because my 10-year record was 40 seconds, smirked Adrian victoriously. Gareth felt like falling through the ground. Did he say that arrogantly on purpose? Thought Gareth, already regretting that he had spoken of records. It looked like he was facing a worthy opponent. However, Gareth didn't consider himself a loser either. He had a determined fighting spirit. "Then let's compete." Once again, they both uttered the same phrase in the same voice. Soon the men removed their outer clothing and began to prepare for the swim. Both Gareth and Adrian, barefoot, made their way to their starting positions with a confident stride. Here they each took their pedestal and prepared to jump. So different. But what they had in common was their beautiful bodies. "Then let's begin," suggested Adrian confidently. His body was simply beautiful. Relief muscles testified to the man's good physical fitness. He was determined to win and was ready to begin. No problem, replied Adrian just as confidently. His physical preparation was just as good as Gareth's. Adrian, too, was fully confident of his victory. Ha! I'm definitely going to make it, Gareth thought and put on his underwater goggles. Adrian put on his goggles and thought about the 48 seconds Gareth had told him about. Yes, Adrian mentally noted. Even 10 years ago, he had swum better. On your mark, the referee commanded, and the men bent down. Adrian's face expressed complete confidence, while Gareth's face was as focused as possible. March! Came the judge's loud command, and the men jumped into the water. It seems that they even touched the surface of the water at the same time. The water splashed in different directions, and the men began their swim. At first, neither of them yielded to the other. Adrian and Gareth both swam at the same level, raking intensely with their arms. God, how long had Linda been underwater for all this time? She let the air out to sink practically to the bottom. From there, she could see when the guys would swim over her. Oh, there, she finally spotted Gareth swimming. The girl prepared to take action. Gareth, she thought dreamily, looking up. So Linda had a plan, and she was about to carry it out. The girl pushed off the bottom with her feet and swiftly began to swim up towards Gareth, who had no idea what awaited him. Oh, she had clearly timed the moment, and just as Gareth sailed right over Linda, she banged her head sharply against his body. Gareth stopped and looked around. Adrian, puzzled, also stopped and asked what was wrong. Gareth replied that he seemed to have just snagged something. Adrian Gray looked to the side and noticed a small crater, which meant someone was underwater. Damn, who the hell is that? Gareth thought, puzzled, and immediately ducked under the water. Ah, what a surprise it was to see Linda Becker slowly going down. What was she doing here anyway? At this time, Anna and Margot were talking outside, unsuspecting of anything. Suddenly, Sid jumped outside and told the lady that the director had hit someone in the pool. Margot was shocked by the news. Anna was equally stunned. The girls just couldn't believe it was true. Margot was just stunned. What do you mean he hit her? What is this? A macho fight in the pool? Let's hurry up and go, Anna said as if out of breath. She walked quickly toward the pool, unable to feel the ground beneath her feet. Anna had only one thought in her mind. Gareth wasn't hurt, was he? At the halfway point, Anna quickened her pace. The excitement came on her with renewed vigor, robbing her of her sanity. When she reached the manor house, the girl ran. Margot shouted after her, asking her to wait, and tried in vain to catch up with Anna.
Ah, Anna finally made it!
But she didn't dare to go inside. Linda's voice was clearly heard outside the door. Oh, there she was! Anna took a breath from her run and listened. Gareth, I was so scared! Ah, I thought I was finished! Linda wailed. As Anna came to her senses, Margot finally caught up with her from behind. The girl reproached Anna that pregnant women should not run so fast. Anna! Called out Margot to the girl, but she stood immovable, as if clinging to one spot. Anna moved closer to the glass and rested her hands on it so that she could hear and see better, and continued to be a secret bystander to this interesting scene. Gareth, when you saved me, I realized everything. I realized that I still cared about you, Linda kept saying like a madwoman. Adrian was also just an observer. But besides Gareth and Linda, he noticed something else with his side vision. Ah, he saw through the window that Anna was seeing it all. Adrian could see the worry in her eyes and the pain. Linda continued to lash out at Gareth. She believed that Gareth had pushed her away on purpose because he was expecting a baby with Anna. Gareth, I don't blame you. I want to be with you without any status, she declared, and touched the man's wet chest with her hand. Gareth, I really love you, Linda confessed, and ran her hand over his cheek. Ah, she was almost certain that just a little more and he would give in, unable to resist Linda's charms.
Come on, give up!
The girl mentally pushed the events. Linda was counting on a passionate kiss from her savior. Oh, she even set her lips and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. No, Anna whispered doomedly, standing behind the glass. God, for some reason it seemed to Anna that they were about to kiss. Oh, she couldn't bear to see it. Don't! Anna screamed with all her might, and without expecting it of herself. The voice of her heart drowned out the voice of her mind. Linda opened her eyes dazedly, returning to the harsh reality. Yes, it looked like her plan had just been mercilessly ruined by the one she had high hopes for. Adrian felt as if he were one of the characters in an entertaining melodrama. How could he have gotten caught up in such a maelstrom of events? Gareth was also brought to his senses by the young mistress's scream. Oh, had that just saved him from making a fatal mistake? Or had he not intended to kiss anyone at all? Anna stood there wondering how to proceed, while Margot stood behind her, trying to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. What's a quadrangle? She thought in shock. It was only after a couple of minutes of awkward silence in the pool hall that Anna slowly began to realize what she had just done. Ah, it was unexplainable, as if in a state of affect. In the moment, Anna didn't even realize what she'd done. All eyes were now on the young lady in the dress standing behind the glass. Anna squeezed her eyes shut, and tears came to the corners of her eyes. She felt so bad. It was hard to put into words. I gave my consent to Linda, didn't I? So why is my heart so resistant? Was the question swirling around in Anna's head as she decided to just run away from here to somewhere far away? Margot rushed fearfully to follow. In his heart, Gareth was very happy that things had turned out this way. Now he seemed to realize that he cared about his kitten. Linda was simply furious. She cursed Anna in her mind for setting her up because of her contradiction. But there was no turning back time, and now she had to think how to turn the situation in her favor. Adrian couldn't figure out what was going on. Since he was not aware of the causes and effects of everything that was happening, the man thought it would be best for him to go and check on Anna and how she was doing. Let's go, he said briefly, and the guard helped the gentleman wipe himself and dress. Anna ran out of the room and into the street. She was not herself, and she needed to get some fresh air somewhere away from all this. Margot ran after her. Strangely enough, the pregnant Anna was running very fast so that she couldn't catch up. Margot pushed on at a run and finally managed to catch Anna's arm. "Wait for me!" she shouted in desperation. Anna stopped, and Margot stood behind her. She felt sorry for the girl, but she also wanted to know what was going on. Adrian hid behind one of the columns and decided to secretly eavesdrop on the girls. Oh, I think Anna's crying. The girl was trembling and didn't even want to turn around. She asked Margot for advice in a quiet voice. Linda doesn't have long to live. She has cancer, and it's right to help in this situation. She loves Gareth, doesn't she? Anna started to say. But Margot, I can't! I can't! She continued to say, sobbing. Anna looked into Margot's eyes, trying to find some saving advice in them. Margot was surprised by those words. She realized that Anna really needed a friend with a clear head. Perhaps now would be a good time to be one. So first Margot decided to comfort Anna in some way. She cautiously called out to her and touched her shoulder. Silly little girl, you're too kind. That's why you're so vulnerable, Margot said sympathetically and hugged Anna. She continued to sob on Margot's chest. Margot consoled Anna as best she could. She told her not to worry and promised that from now on she would never let anyone hurt her. Adrian watched from afar, still unnoticed. How he wished he could be in Margot's shoes right now and comfort Anna. But it wasn't possible at the moment. And besides, he realized that this girl still had something for Gareth. All the while, passions were running high in the pool. Gareth suddenly stood up abruptly, and Linda stood up following. She could feel the man starting to get angry. And you've thought of everything. Waiting for me? Gareth asked grudgingly, and wondered who had let Linda in here. The girl began to beg Gareth to listen to her. She assured him that as soon as she explained everything, she would leave immediately. Anna brought me. Didn't she give you a heads up? Linda asked, playing genuinely bewildered at the top of her voice. Gareth was taken aback by those words. He grabbed Linda's arm and asked her again what she had just said. She said you're just contract spouses, and after the baby is born, she'll leave the family. Linda twisted Anna's words around to suit her. In addition, the girl pointed out that Anna knew that she and Gareth loved each other. Linda emphasized that Anna wants Gareth back with her. At any rate, she's going to leave, and there's nothing wrong with refreshing our feelings beforehand. Gareth, I'll give you a baby too, Linda said, hoping that her words would melt the ice in the heart of the man who had been so attached to her. Gareth was upset and angry at the same time. Oh, what a good girl Anna was, he thought. He was amazed that she had planned the retreat in advance, even though the baby hadn't even been born yet. Gareth let go of Linda's hand, pushing it away in frustration. Hey, by that gesture, the girl realized that she was taken after all, and that Gareth had fallen for the story. Gareth, don't leave me! Listen to me! She pleaded. Linda has now decided to maximize her portrayal of herself as a victim who simply succumbed to circumstances. Gareth, I don't know what Anna tracked me down for, but I really love and can't be without you, the girl confessed, and claimed she was even willing to date in secret. Linda also said that she was willing to wait for her and Anna to divorce. In addition, she even promised to take the baby when Anna gave it away after the divorce. Gareth looked at Linda, and a volcano began to boil in his soul. I won't disappoint you, Linda whispered quietly, appreciating his silence in her own way. With those words, she pressed herself against the man and tried to hug him. Oh, but things didn't go according to plan here. Gareth shoved her away from him. Linda shrieked and lost her balance from the sudden jolt. She collapsed onto the chaise lounge, and the pain of disappointment and incredible anger settled in her heart. Linda consoled herself, however, that even though it hadn't turned out the way she had planned, she thought the plan had been half successful. Anna, you're a crackpot! I, Linda Becker, will wipe you into powder, the girl promised herself. All the anger she had inside her was addressed to only one person, Anna. Only in this girl Linda saw the root of her problems. Margot finally managed to calm Anna down a bit. After a heart-to-heart talk and a comforting hug, Margot asked if Anna was finally feeling better. Ta nodded silently, wiping the remaining drops of tears from her eyes. When Margot realized that Anna had calmed down and could talk adequately, she asked her to tell her now in order. Linda and Gareth were dating. Anna began her story from the beginning. And Anna went on to say that Linda Becker had decided to give Anna her keycard as a gift to her lover that very evening. Because of this gift to him, I got pregnant. Gareth Calhoun forced me to marry him so the baby would be born in normal circumstances, Anna continued. The girl went on to tell how she had learned that Linda had been diagnosed with cancer and only had a month to live. Linda also told Anna that she still loved Gareth very much. Besides, Gareth didn't look like he was fighting back, Anna said with a sad look in her eyes. And you? Asked Margot expectantly. Anna, on the other hand, sighed heavily and replied that she had agreed to Linda Becker's entreaties. It's only right that things go back to normal, isn't it? Asked Anna sincerely and childishly naively. However, just as sincerely, Anna would like to know why her heart hurts so much. After all, according to the girl, she does not love Gareth at all. Crying again, Anna confessed to Margot that she had loved someone else before she married, but he had left her for money. But I don't feel anything for Gareth. I shouldn't, should I? She persisted. What a fool you are, Margot said quietly, and stroked Anna's head, gently and affectionately, like an older sister. Anna! Someone's angry female voice called out to the girl. Anna looked around fearfully. It was Linda, who was mad as hell. She stared menacingly at Anna and asked, What is this all about? You agreed to give me Gareth back, so what the hell are you doing? Raged Linda, rebuking Anna without hesitation. Anna stood silent. She didn't know what to say after the outpouring of emotions. She's Gareth Calhoun's legal wife. Some leftist mistress demanding his lawful wife stay out of it? Wake up! Margot intervened in the conversation, seeing that Anna couldn't handle it on her own. Linda was outraged that Anna had a female protector. Who are you, anyway? This is our business and none of your business, she said in a raised tone. Margot advised Linda in a calm voice to come to her senses. If you're so tough, then go to Gareth. Ask him to divorce Anna to marry you. All you do is play on feelings. You used Anna once, so you're going to use her a second time. Margot continued with a smile. Linda realized that she had been figured out and that Anna's patroness was far from stupid. In anger, Linda called Margot a name and decided to use the tried-and-true method. "Ah, my head! Anna, it hurts so bad!" Linda turned on the actress again. She grasped her head and asked if Anna was angry with her. The girl started to lash out, saying that wasn't what she meant after all. "Well, I just wanted to fulfill my dreams in the allotted month," Linda explained in a trembling voice. Anna looked at her and couldn't believe that one could be so duplicitous and gain people's trust like that. Linda rushed toward her friend and began begging Anna not to be angry with her for the sake of their good relationship. "I don't want to lose you!" exclaimed Linda desperately and tried to approach Anna. Margot, however, did not allow herself to be taken advantage of her newfound friend's naivete and kindness this time. She blocked Linda's path, covering Anna with herself. "This is your problem. Anna has nothing to do with it," Margot said sternly. So it looked like Linda's strategy wasn't going to work anymore. Realizing this, Linda felt terribly angry. Her anger was growing in her heart for Anna, and even more so because now she had someone to protect her. Margot gave Linda a hard look in her eyes and urged her to keep it simple and stay away from Anna. "Come on, Anna," she said, and putting her arm around the girl's shoulder, led her in the opposite direction from Linda. Ah, how good it was that Anna had now found a true friend, without calculation or hypocrisy. But Anna's soul was still tormented by doubts. Her good heart gave way to a guilty conscience. Anna asked Margot if she thought it would be better. "So what if she dies soon? We're all going to die sometime. So what now? Is everyone allowed to demand other people's husbands?" Margot wondered sincerely. Yes, it was good that at least someone's common sense prevailed over emotions. Anna lowered her sad gaze to the floor. She didn't understand why she felt so much sympathy and pity for Linda, who had deceived and betrayed her more than once. But as sorry as she felt, Anna still listened to Margot's words. "Damn," Linda thought to herself. Oh, how angry she was. She was filled with hatred and frustration that such a good plan had gone so stupidly wrong. And only Adrian Gray, the secret observer of the column, couldn't get enough of how good Margot was. The man admired the way she had come out of the situation with dignity. "Mrs. Margot is very good," he thought to himself, and decided that it was time to leave. Linda remained standing between the columns for some time, thinking up a new cunning plan. In the meantime, Anna and Margot had gone outside. They noticed that people were gathered at the main entrance to the manor, so they decided to come closer. Looks like Adrian and his entourage were just leaving. "President Gray leaving already?" Anna asked from afar. Adrian looked at Anna worriedly and replied with regret in his voice that he had to go now. Oh, just at that very moment Gareth came up as well. Anna asked him quietly, "What about the contract?" "None of your business," he replied dryly. Why is he always so contradictory? It's always cold and then fire. "Anna, that's not what you should be thinking about. I don't mind asking you for your conjugal duty again," he whispered in the girl's ear, and Anna's cheeks flushed brightly. Anna recoiled from Gareth in surprise. Everyone in the room looked at them in bewilderment. Adrian was annoyed by Gareth's brash, demonstrative behavior. It seemed that Mr. Calhoun wanted to do just that. But Mr. Gray knew how to keep his temper, so he didn't even give the appearance of being affected by anything. "I have heard that Mrs. Anna is an excellent florist, and I've just purchased a villa that grows lush wildflowers. I hope the mistress will not refuse and accept my offer to admire them," Adrian inquired. Anna's eyes fluttered open, not knowing what to say to that. Oh, I wish he hadn't suggested it, she thought, mentally fearing Gareth's reaction to the suggestion. "Since Mr. Gray invites me, how can I refuse?" replied Gareth to everyone's surprise. "Waiting for you, then," Adrian said. Yes, there seemed to be an unseen tension constantly hanging between the two men. There was a sense of invisible conflict and constant rivalry. Soon Adrian Gray got into his car and drove off in a long motorcade. Gareth, Anna, and Margot stared silently at the string of cars as they drove away. As soon as the cars were out of sight, Gareth sneaked a glance at Anna. She was smiling now and looked quite normal, though until an hour ago, Gareth had seen her completely different. He wondered. What was it then? Gareth squinted conspiratorially and remembered how Anna had behaved there behind the glass when he'd pulled Linda out of the pool. Is what Linda said really true? He thought, puzzled, remembering the girl's words. Then things take a whole different turn. What if she liked him too? Gareth's thoughts were very disturbing and made his heart beat more and more. He looked at Anna and immediately a pulse went through his body. How incredible she was. Gareth went crazy just looking at her. Oh, looks like he couldn't help himself. One moment, and Anna was already in his arms. The girl even shrieked in surprise. God, what's he doing? As if weightless fluff, the man lifted Anna in his arms and without a word carried her into the house. What are you doing? Cried Anna, waving her thin arms and trying to break free from Gareth's strong arms. Margot watched in confusion. Ah, a man in love often does strange things without thinking that there is someone else around. I'm sorry, Anna. I can't help you this time. Take care of yourself, Margot shouted guiltily to the departing sweet couple. Gareth, put me on the floor, exclaimed Anna indignantly as he entered the house. But Gareth didn't think to listen to her. He only quickened his steps and was soon outside the bedroom with Anna in his arms. Gareth opened the door with his foot and entered the room. What are you doing? Continued Anna's indignation and lashing out. Gareth's mind felt as if it were clouded. He tossed Anna onto the bed. The girl softly plumped on the pillows and closed her eyes. Of course, she was well aware of what would follow. Is that really what you want to ask now, wifey? He inquired, without taking his eyes off her surprised and frightened eyes. Anna turned away abruptly and said she had no idea what he was talking about now. Gareth blocked her movements with his strong body. Ah, there was just no way out of this. Gareth glared at the girl with his penetrating gaze. He asked if it was Anna who had given it to Linda. Gareth wondered if she regretted it. Anna froze in a stupor. How did he know that? Had Linda really told him all about it? Anna turned away and replied that she did not wish to discuss it with Gareth. You don't want to? Then your body will tell me everything, Gareth said with a smile, and with a slight movement of his hand, he untied his tie. Anna wondered dumbfoundedly if he was going to do this in broad daylight. She jumped up and sat down on the bed. Gareth threw off his tie and began to take off his jacket. Seems like you were going to beg for mercy, he said conspiratorially, and tossed his clothes on the floor. Anna froze, and Gareth caught her with one hand on both of her arms. A wave of heat traveled through the girl's body. Then she shuddered as Gareth touched her fingertips gently with his lips. One finger he trapped between his lips, unwilling to let go. Gareth struggled to keep his grip on himself beside Anna. Don't, thought the girl and looked at him pleadingly. Gareth couldn't read minds, so he wasn't going to back down. He put his hands behind her head and placed her on the pillows. The girl cried out and squeezed her eyes shut. Anna turned her head away from Gareth, and tears sprang from her clenched eyes. Gareth hovered over the girl and stared at her, not understanding why his actions were causing such strong emotions. Anna, you're an idiot! Don't get it? Such words were spinning around in his head, but of course he couldn't say such a thing out loud. The man leaned over and called Anna's name quietly. He seemed worried as he did so. Anna was surprised at the change in Gareth's voice. She opened her eyes and looked at him questioningly. What was he going to say? Why the long pause? Gareth looked into Anna's eyes, and the words seemed to stick in his throat. He hesitated to say what he'd been thinking about all this time. His mind was urging him to tell Anna that he loved her right now. Yes, this was such a good time. Anna froze in place, unable to move. The look on Gareth's face, and the fact that he couldn't gather his thoughts to speak, puzzled Anna. She was both worried and incredibly interested. I love. Gareth finally dared to begin, but still couldn't get the phrase out all the way. Oh, because just at that very moment, someone called out loudly to Gareth from outside the door in the hallway. "I want to talk to you. Can I come in?" came Linda's voice from outside the door. Both Anna and Gareth froze in place. Oh, what an awkward moment. Anna looked excitedly at the door. I think something's going to happen. Just then, another woman's voice sounded. It seemed to be Margot. She was apparently trying to stop a distraught Linda. Margot told her to scram, repeating that Gareth didn't have time for him. But Linda was not the kind of person to be chased away so easily. "Who the hell are you to stop me?" she shouted back. After a moment, Linda did get her way and burst into the room. "I'm sorry. I couldn't keep her." Margot smiled guiltily as she peered through the open doors. Linda, on the other hand, froze in a stupor at what she saw. There was an awkward silence in the room for a while. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Linda clenched her hand into a fist nervously. The fact that Anna was in this room with Gareth, and on the bed, was driving her out of her mind. The girl glared angrily at Anna. Oh, how Linda wanted to throw her out! She glared at her former friend and felt no guilt at all for her past misdeeds. On the contrary, she saw Anna as a liar. And that innocent, silly face was a storm of anger in Linda's soul. Linda was also very affected by the picture she saw, because Anna herself had told her that she had nothing with Gareth Calhoun, but the things tossed carelessly on the floor said something else. Linda knew exactly what they were going to do here. "Anna, you made me do it! Don't be surprised at my cruelty later!" Linda thought angrily to herself, and began to search in the recesses of her soul for the most elaborate plans for her upcoming revenge on her friend. Gareth looked at Linda unhappily and asked in a cold tone who had authorized her to enter. "I'll go," Anna said quietly, and gathered herself for the exit, realizing that she really would rather not be here right now. The girl got out of bed and quickly slipped past Linda on her way out with a disgruntled face. When Anna came out, Gareth took out his lighter and, getting a fire, lit a cigarette. Linda looked at the man confusedly and was about to say something, but Gareth interrupted her at half a word. "Name your price," he said in a chilling tone, blowing smoke. Linda began to play innocent herself, asking how Gareth could say such a thing about her. "Do I look like that kind of girl? Gareth, I just don't want to let you go," she started to yelk. Gareth sighed heavily. He emphasized that if Anna was an idiot, it didn't mean that he was an idiot too. The man emphasized that he had long ago understood all of Linda's machinations perfectly well. "Linda, you and I have discussed this before, and I've been very patient with you," Gareth piped up. "But my patience is not unlimited," he added in a cold tone and flashed a stern look in the girl's direction. Gareth asked if Linda hadn't come here to talk. The man then emphasized that if Linda wasn't going to say something new, but was going to repeat herself, then she should get the hell out of here. The girl began to beg Gareth not to send her away. She tried to force pity, reminding him that they loved each other. She fell at the man's feet and grasped his knee with both hands. Gareth glanced at Linda, unperturbed. He didn't hesitate to remind her that it was she who had given him the gift. Gareth thought it was ridiculous that she was trying to do something now. "You think I'm going to give in to your entreaties so easily?" he asked. After a short pause, still not waiting for a sane answer, the man emphasized that Linda's time was up, since she hadn't said anything new. He told her to get the hell out of here. "Gareth, don't do this to me!" she screamed while two guards tried to drag her out the door. Meanwhile, Anna walked outside and approached Margot. Margot sighed heavily and remarked that she hadn't thought it would turn out this way. The girl apologized, stressing that she had wanted to delay Linda so that Anna and Gareth would have time to reconcile. However, she hadn't thought it would turn out this way. Anna heard Margot's voice, but she didn't even listen to her words. Her mind was on something else entirely. She was thinking about what Gareth wanted to say to her in the room. The beginning of that sentence seemed very specific and implied an obvious continuation. But whatever he had been trying to say then, Anna was now thinking about the fact that he had stayed there with Linda after all. In Anna's mind, she had some not-so-nice associations about that. Margot noticed that Anna was too absorbed in herself. She thought she should distract her friend in some way. After a little thought, Margot suggested that Anna go to the flower market together and have some fun. In her opinion, the weather was just right for it. Or, alternatively, she invited Anna to her place for a drink. Anna hesitated. The suggestion puzzled the girl, and she looked questioningly at Margot. "We're friends," Margot said with a smile, thus answering Anna's perplexed look. "Don't worry. Even though I have more brains than she does, I cringe at the thought of putting a knife in my friend's back," Margot admitted sincerely as she hugged her friend. Anna smiled. She believed this girl. Sometimes a person's appearance can be so deceiving. Sometimes looks can make it hard to make the right conclusion about someone when you first meet them. Anna happily agreed to Margot's proposal. The girl confessed that although she had seen a different side of Margot, she liked her too. "Go home!" came the voice of Gareth, who had come out of the manor just then. Anna and Margot flinched with surprise. Gareth Calhoun came out, accompanied by his guards and looking somewhat menacing. What had happened in there that had changed his mood so much? Anna didn't blindly obey his order. She said that she and Margot had agreed to go to the flower market. However, she also noticed that they were not going to do it in Gareth's car. "Okay, Sid will go with you," Gareth replied condescendingly. Except that Anna didn't want such inappropriately imposed company tonight. She told Gareth that it was not necessary and that she just wanted to rest. Besides, she reminded him that Margot would be with her, and that, in her opinion, was enough. Evening came. As soon as it got a little darker, the stars immediately began to dot the sky. The girls came to Margot's house. "To tell you the truth, I don't come here very often," Margot admitted with a sigh. According to her, she almost always lives anywhere but here. Upon entering the apartment, Anna took a quick look around and mentally noted that it was quite cozy. "I only come here at times when I'm feeling down. You can see the whole city from here," Margot said with a strange wistfulness in her voice, looking out the large panoramic windows. Margot confessed that when she feels bad, she just sits by the window and watches the busy streets. She watches the stream of people hurriedly crossing the road and then slowly moving about their business. "Don't believe me. Take a look for yourself." She invited Anna to look too. Anna walked leisurely to the window, and what she saw incredibly fascinated her. The many lights of skyscrapers and high-rises filled this city. Even in the evening, everything seemed lively. There was a certain magic in this picture that attracted the eye and mesmerized. For a while, both girls just stood silently at the window and enjoyed watching. And although the city was very noisy, Anna noted that she had a feeling of incredible calmness. It seemed that in an instant, all problems were forgotten. Margot's phone rang unexpectedly, and she went to answer it, apologizing. "Hello? Huh? How did you know she was here?" Margot asked someone in surprise. When Anna heard these words, she realized that she was the one she was talking about. The girl looked back at Margot and asked her questioningly. Margot explained that Adrian Gray had just called to invite her and Anna to lunch tomorrow. According to Margot, he wanted to talk to Anna about something. Anna wondered why Mr. Gray would want to invite them. Margot thought it was a little strange, too. She asked Anna if she had noticed that Adrian was treating her differently. Anna had really noticed that from the beginning. "I don't know why, but he and I run into each other every time, and we don't have time to talk every time," she observed. "You haven't tried to find out why?" asked Margot, taking the girl by the shoulders. Since Anna didn't understand what her friend was getting at, Margot decided to explain everything herself without any unnecessary preamble. The girl said that she hadn't wasted any time and had found something. "You may not believe this, but you look exactly like Adrian Gray's dead fiancé, Amber Vault, like 2 peas in a pod," declared Margot emotionally as she showed Anna a printed dossier with Amber's photo. Anna was simply stunned by this news. She looked at the photo for a while, not believing her own eyes. "How can this be? It's nonsense!" she exclaimed in surprise, snatching the sheet from Margot. Margot noticed, however, that she was surprised to hear it herself. Now that explained why Adrian's face changed when he saw Anna. President Gray has loved Amber all his life, and even though his fiancée passed away 2 years ago, he is still just as devoted to her. Anna said, puzzled, and thought about it. Much was now clear to her in Mr. Gray's conduct. Of course, that soul-searching gaze of his was trying to find Amber in Anna. That's why Adrian looked at her like that every time. Anna thought that perhaps it would be hard to find a man so blinded by love in the whole world. Margot distracted Anna from her thoughts and asked if her friend wanted to talk to him. If not, Margot suggested that she just call him and refuse to see him. "No, let's go. I'm very interested," Anna replied. In that case, Margot suggested that she take a bath immediately and go to bed, or her skin would be dry by tomorrow. She went briskly to the door, taking Anna with her on the way.
Margot, I'm on my own. I've never taken a bath with anyone before. This is new to me,
said Anna confusedly. But Margot replied with a smile that it wouldn't work that way. "We're best friends, and best friends always take a bath together," she added in an unappealing tone. "Ha ha!" Anna was even more embarrassed during the swim than when she saw Margot with her form in all its glory at the golf club. A new day was dawning. Early in the morning, both girls went, as planned, to meet Adrian Gray. "Sorry I'm late," Margot asked politely as she stepped into Adrian's office. The two friends were like two complete opposites at this meeting. Margot, the gorgeous lioness, and Anna, the modest, sweet doe. Adrian didn't see a problem with their lateness, noting that he himself had just gotten there. "I took the liberty of inviting you to meet me and treat you to lunch. I have a favor to ask of you." Adrian began the conversation as everyone settled into their chairs. Margot asked the president not to languish, but rather to speak up if he had anything to say to them. "I know that Mrs. Anna Dickinson is the adopted daughter in her family," he informed at once. "I don't know if Mistress would agree to a DNA test. Still, there are a huge number of people in this world who look alike, but you and Amber are too much alike," he stated, turning to Anna. "I'm sorry, but I decline," Anna replied, without even taking a second to think about it. Adrian stared at the girl in surprise. He didn't seem to expect her to answer like that. Looking at Adrian's puzzled face, Anna clarified that she didn't care who her biological parents were. Anna thought she had only one mom, and her name was Shanna Dickinson. There was a moment's silence in the office. Margot decided to break the oppressive silence. She told Adrian that they had come here out of curiosity about Amber Vault. With the information that Gray had been her fiancé, Margot realized that they'd like to hear about his fiancé. Adrian Gray hesitated. He was probably wondering if he should even be having this conversation right now. However, after a little thought, he decided to still tell a few facts from his and Amber's past, since the girls were so curious. Looking at Anna, Adrian noted aloud once more that she did look a lot like Amber Vault. Anna was wary of this display of his. Noticing Anna's reaction, which was hardly positive, Adrian apologized to her for not holding back. "Face to face, I think we'd both think we were looking in a mirror, don't you?" asked Anna. Adrian smiled back and casually remarked that Anna and Amber's personalities were completely different. In the man's opinion, they would definitely not be confused in life. "If M were alive, she'd be 23. Cancer by horoscope," Adrian said. Oh, those words seemed to catch Anna's attention. She was a Cancer, too, and she was 23, just like Amber. What a strange coincidence, Anna thought. According to Adrian's story, Amber was amazingly talented and gifted from birth. At the age of 4, she already knew 2 foreign languages and could redraw several classics. And by the age of 10, Amber had already begun to create her own creations. She went to school early. Already at 16, she got her master's degree, but because of her poor health, she was forbidden to go abroad, so she studied here. Adrian recounted with a special thrill in his voice. He went on to tell us that M, despite the ban, went to the U.S. for a 6-month exchange program in her second year, where she blossomed in just 6 months. Tears came to Adrian's eyes as he talked about his beloved. It was obvious that he was in great pain from the loss. The memories only made his soul ache. The girls listened with admiration, not daring to utter even a sound. Mr. Gray, however, paused, for he could not continue speaking because of sudden tears. "Don't cry. What happened next?" Anna asked in an attempt to comfort the man. Margot was also eager to continue the story, so she asked Adrian not to stop. "Lost control. I'll continue now." He quietly excused himself. Adrian went on to reveal that he met M when she was just a toddler. However, the man admitted that the next time they met much later, she was already an incredible beauty. "I waited so long for her, and I finally did. When she turned 19, we got engaged. But her health deteriorated, and within a year she couldn't stand. She was bedridden," Adrian said painfully. "She kept asking me to," Mr. Gray began again and fell silent. "Amber had always considered herself indebted to someone. She said that her life was compensation." Amber also asked Adrian to be sure to protect her baby sister. This is how Amber Vault's life came to a premature end. However, she left behind only good things. "There isn't a second one like it in the whole world," Adrian said thoughtfully, looking somewhere into the void. "Ah, even Margot cried after such a touching and heartwarming story." As she wiped away her tears, she noticed that Amber had been incredible. Anna lowered her sad gaze. Margot suddenly asked Adrienne if he loved her very much. Margot asked Adrienne if he loved her very much. "Are you going to keep your love for her all the time? Or are you going to bury the feeling?" Margot continued her interrogation. Adrian wasn't quite sure why she was doing this. He glanced warily at Margot, and their gazes crossed. And then Anna decided to intervene. She pulled Margot back, noting that her question was not quite tactful. "The future is unfathomable. I can't be sure of my own words. I can only say one thing. My feelings for her still haven't changed," was Adrian's reply. Well, now it all made sense to Margot. The girl remarked aloud that she had assumed that the reason for cooperation with InFinance was the similarity between Anna and Amber. Anna was not herself. She thought with horror why all the spears were flying in her direction when she was not guilty of anything. Adrian made a request of Anna. He asked her to be lenient with the Vault family if she ever met them. "The Vault family has not been able to accept M's departure. If you happen to meet them, please, for my sake, be gentle with them," Adrian asked again, paraphrasing the first request. "Uh-huh," Anna replied with a smile. Shortly after meeting Mr. Gray, Margot and Anna drove back home. Upon entering Margot's apartment, Anna immediately plopped tiredly on the bed. Margot kindly offered Anna an apple, and she didn't refuse. But Margot was surprised that Anna ate so much and didn't get fat. She even reminded her friend of how much she had eaten during their meeting with Adrian. Oh yes, Anna herself was surprised at her appetite. She had never complained about her appetite before she was pregnant, but now the desire to eat was her eternal companion. "If only I've gotten better. See for yourself," Anna said, and headed for the large, full-length mirror against the wall. Oh, it was only now that Anna noticed how much her belly had grown. Wow, it had really rounded out. "Oh, the belly has grown," Anna remarked in surprise, as if she had forgotten that it was quite natural in pregnant women. "Had too much to eat?" asked Margot. "Stomach higher! It's a baby! I haven't looked at my stomach for a few days, and now it feels like it's just huge," Anna explained, surprised herself. She grimaced as she looked at her belly in the mirror and rejoiced that it had indeed gotten bigger. "It's been over 3.5 months. What's so unusual?" she wondered aloud. It seemed to her that Anna was talking to her as if she were a fool, for this had never happened to Margot before. InFinance office. "Director, you were right. After leaving, Mr. Gray arranged a meeting with Mistress and Margot the very next day. The three of them had lunch, and afterwards, Mistress left with Margot," Sid reported to his boss. Gareth remarked aloud that Adrian had purposely distracted him with this collaboration, and his true goal had originally been Anna. However, Gareth wasn't too worried about that. He said that the man who challenged him should be prepared to be dealt with. Leaving his office, Gareth announced that he would be heading to the lounge after lunch. The boss told Sid to order that fresh juice and fruit be sent to his wife. Of course, Sid immediately declared his willingness to comply with the order. Finally, no overtime, thought poor Sid tiredly. There was already a sleepy atmosphere in Margot's house. Anna seemed to have fallen asleep after a busy day. Margot was sitting by her bed with a magazine in her hands. The phone suddenly buzzed. It was Anna's phone, Margot noted, glancing at the table next to her. With a quick glance, Margot noticed that Linda was calling Anna. What else did she want? The girl, not thinking long, decisively rejected the call. Margot was already well aware that a shameless woman like Linda would bite off her elbow. But this persistent person wouldn't give up. She called Anna's phone again and again. Margot concluded that Linda was too active for a dying woman. Seeming to read what was in her hands, Margot's gaze was particularly drawn to something. As it turns out, Margot was able to get Linda's radiology report. Oh, that's so Margot, that's so smart! To check something out, the girl pulled out her phone and opened the phone book. Yes, it worked out much better than expected. Linda's attending physician's name was on the report, and Margot was pleased to note that Daryl Snow was an old acquaintance of hers. What luck! At the first opportunity, Margot dialed the number of her acquaintance. Darrell, it's me, Margot. I've got to talk to you. Did you recently have a patient admitted with a brain tumor? She asked flatly, and Dr. Darrell replied that such a one had indeed been received. But he specified that the woman was so old that there was no point in surgery, and so they offered her conservative treatment. The man then inquired as to the purpose of Margot's asking about it. I saw something and thought I'd let you know, Margot admitted honestly. After a little narration from Margot, Dr. Darrell literally went into an indescribable rage. Bastard! What a bastard! Who set me up? It doesn't matter. I'll come to China myself and deal with it, he promised emotionally. That was the reaction Margot had expected. It worked out just fine. Well, at least now she knew Linda's diagnosis was false. Margot smiled victoriously. The girl looked at her naive friend, who was still asleep, and thought. Anna had to be so lucky to be friends with such a vile and despicable person as Linda Becker. And Linda hadn't even been ashamed to cry, begging for Gareth. Margot had a plan to teach that rascal a lesson. Oh, I wonder what Margot is up to. I explained everything to Gareth, but he said you've done a lot of wrong, and he won't forgive you that easily, so he's going to test you repeatedly. If you love him, it's worth trying again. By the way, after lunch, Gareth will go to boxing, and only Sid will be with him. Such a text Margot wrote from Anna Linda's phone. Margot was completely pleased with herself. She wanted wholeheartedly to help Anna put her sneaky friend in her place. Anna, meanwhile, was slowly beginning to wake up. How long did I sleep? She asked as soon as she rubbed her eyes a little. Margot replied that she had only slept for an hour. She then carefully handed Anna the juice, explaining that it was Gareth who had handed the juice to her along with the fruit and said that Anna would have to drink it after bedtime. Yes, he is like that. Really cares about our child. Worries if something is wrong, Anna remarked. Margot sighed doomedly. She couldn't understand why Anna couldn't understand such a simple thing. Anna drank the juice in quick sips, not even realizing with what feelings Gareth had sent it to her. If he was only worried about the baby, then... Margot thought, but didn't speak aloud, deciding that Anna would have to come to that on her own. Finally coming to her senses a little, Anna wondered how it was that Gareth knew she was at Margot's. Thank goodness you're awake. By the way, he asked me to tell you that if you don't report to the company after lunch, it will be a truancy, Margot replied. The news so dumbfounded Anna that she spurted juice from her mouth right at Margot. Truancy, she repeated in shock. Well, Anna had to accept the fact that Gareth had gotten what he wanted. Margot, will you drive me to the company? It's a long way to the company, and I don't have any money with me. Gareth will surely deduct it from my paycheck. Anna started to persuade her friend. Of course, Margot couldn't refuse her. She asked Anna with a smile to hurry up and get ready, thinking about what a nice little girl she had made friends with. Anna rushed off to pack. Oh, just thinking about it makes me angry, Anna said, running back and forth. Training was already in full swing at the boxing club. Gareth was pounding the punching bag with his left and right. He seemed to be working hard. What's up with the principal today? He's never hit a punching bag like that before, one of the guards remarked in surprise. Sid, too, was watching this overly intense workout in a stupor. Yup, only Sid was almost certain that the boss was boxing so hard today for no other reason than because of Mistress. Sometimes it was even hard to keep track of him, so fast and active were his movements. God, he must have used all his muscles today. He was using his arms and legs. Gareth was boxing with fury and not sparing himself. And the last kick was especially strong. So strong that the punching bag could not withstand such force and broke off from its mount, flying off to the side. Sid watched in shock. He was beginning to wonder if the report was the reason for all this. Meanwhile, Gareth had finally let off all his steam and finished his workout. The sweating man was immediately given a towel. Gareth asked Sid what time it was. He replied that it was almost 5 o'clock, the end of the working day. "Mistress, I won't have time to warn you," Sid thought regretfully. Gareth, on the other hand, indicated that he would take a shower, and after that they would be going out. On the way to the shower, Gareth was suddenly hugged from behind by someone. "Gareth, I've missed you so much," Linda sang from behind in a familiar, soft, and sweet voice. Gareth wasn't particularly happy about this unexpected encounter. The man looked back and asked angrily how she'd gotten here. "Gareth, enough of the tests. I've realized my mistake. Let me be with you tonight, okay?" Linda began to plead, shifting her eyebrows guiltily and looking into his eyes devotedly. "You didn't answer my question," remarked Gareth angrily. Linda in the rabbit costume looked just silly to him now. However, the girl herself was counting on a different effect. She began to lie that she'd just gotten a job here and had only done it for Gareth. Linda asked to believe her and stated that she wouldn't even mind giving herself to Gareth right there. Gareth smirked. "So you want to service me?" he asked abruptly. Linda didn't even expect him to switch and change moods so quickly. The girl replied that she would really like that. In addition, Linda emphasized that she had been preparing, and tonight Gareth would have a real woman. "Is that so? You won't regret it?" Gareth asked slyly. T.A. replied with complete confidence that she would never regret it. Those eyes, you could see, were ready for absolutely anything. "And whatever I do to you today, do you agree?" Gareth clarified, flashing a strange look full of vengeance. Linda hugged the man from behind even tighter and reiterated that she would not regret anything. The girl emphasized that she would agree to absolutely anything he wanted. "I want to be yours, and I want to have your baby." Linda stretched dreamily, closing her eyes. Oh, now she had hope. No, even confidence that Anna would be removed from the horizon. Yes, Linda was determined to get back what was originally hers by all means. Gareth went from words to action. "Oh, what's he doing?" The man took the rope and tied Lynn's hands behind his back. The girl was surprised that Gareth liked such games, however. She still reiterated that she was ready for anything. "Since you wish to please, I'll do anything to fulfill your wish," Gareth said conspiratorially, and emphasized that after tonight, he and Linda would finally be even. The girl squinted dreamily. Gareth, on the other hand, having finished tying up, turned to Sid. "I remember Amin was training with me. Tell him I'm in the break room, got a present for him," the boss asked. Linda felt uneasy. She wondered why Gareth was calling others here. She felt uncomfortable because she was wearing so few clothes. And then a terrible realization came to Linda. She looked at Gareth in shock and wondered what kind of gift she was talking about. It seemed only now that she realized the situation she was in. God, was Gareth really going to give her to another man? Linda couldn't believe it. She started screaming, begging Gareth not to do this to her. Linda tearfully said that Gareth couldn't do this to her. Her eyes were full of fear and terror. Gareth paid no attention to her lamentations. "You liked giving presents so much, didn't you?" he asked snidely, and declared that now it was Linda's turn to be a present. "Gareth, don't leave me!" the girl cried in despair. "It's not like this. It wasn't supposed to be like this," she cried out in a trembling voice. Oh, just at that moment, the very same boxer, accompanied by Sid, entered the hall. The man was in good physical shape, but he was terribly unattractive. A huge wart on his forehead and a large nose were the first things that caught his eye. This is for you. Don't worry, she's clean. You did a good job of boxing with me. It's a reward, Gareth told the man, nodding his head toward Linda. The girl looked fearfully at the one for whom she had been designated as a gift. An animal fear coursed through Linda's body. God, it seemed to her that it was all a dream or just a joke. But the drooling, ugly boxer was proving with his entire appearance that no one was going to joke around here. Linda realized she was in a desperate situation. God, she didn't want to feel those dirty and disgusting hands on her. Tears sprang from her eyes.
Gareth, you're awful!
She shouted desperately after the man who was leaving. She hoped Gareth would come back and say he was joking, but he didn't even look back as he left. Meanwhile, Anna was getting ready to leave. It's been half an hour already, and not a single car has stopped, the girl thought with annoyance, standing on the side of the road. Damn, that scoundrel took my car. No doubt he did it on purpose. Anna was angry at Gareth in her thoughts. A sports car passed the girl and stopped nearby. Anna? Where did you come from? Someone's familiar voice suddenly asked. Oh, Anna knew who that voice belonged to. She looked excitedly at the driver of the car. Yeah, that was her ex, Danny. Oh, why did he have to be the one to drive by? Anna noticed that Danny wasn't alone. There was a girl in a rather revealing outfit sitting next to him. Why did he even say hello to me? Anna puzzled to herself, hoping he would just leave, and that was it. But that wasn't the case. Danny decided to keep talking. He asked why Anna was alone. The boy assumed that she must be divorced by now. I didn't expect you to get divorced so quickly, he snickered. Danny's companion decided to turn the attention to herself. Danny, honey, didn't you say you only wanted to spend the day with me? Why are you talking to someone you don't understand? The girl chirped in a thin voice. What's wrong with you? That's my ex. I love you now. The guy replied and defiantly moved closer to her for a kiss. Anna wished she hadn't seen it all. Ah, how vile Danny seemed to her now. Now she was glad she hadn't married him. Anna concluded that while Gareth's temper wasn't great, Danny's was much worse. He could kick it across the Pacific, she thought, and imagined this beautiful picture in all its glory. Anna's fantasies made her laugh. The girl couldn't help herself and laughed. Danny and his girlfriend looked at Anna with surprise. They didn't quite understand the reason for such behavior. Anna noticed these leering looks and awkwardly coughed. The girl replied that Danny should not worry, as she and her beloved husband are doing well. Anna emphasized that they are as far as the moon before the divorce. And you go with your girlfriend. Good road, she added calmly. Danny looked at Anna with disbelief. He said she didn't have to pretend to be strong and independent. After all, in the guy's opinion, if Anna were doing well, she wouldn't be standing here alone. Anna, if you want, I can give you a ride. I still remember where you rented the house, he offered.
Anna, seriously, no sneering!
Danny couldn't seem to settle down. It seemed like he was really mocking. Danny looked at Anna, waiting for her answer. The guy stated that although there was nothing between them for a long time, he was ready to take care of her. According to Danny, in memory of the past, he just couldn't leave Anna here like this. The girl stood at a loss. Why was he attached to her? It was so awkward and unpleasant for her. Oh, I think this scene had an audience. Sid and Gareth had been watching this conversation from their car for some time. What a mouthful, director, Sid remarked ironically, turning to his boss. Yes, very interesting, he replied. Anna, you don't have to be brave in front of me. We're not strangers. You're so afraid of losing face. Danny couldn't stop himself. The guy reminded that he and Anna have known each other since high school, and he knows her character very well. So, in Danny's opinion, there was no need for all this. He asked if Anna was short of money and offered to help with that. Well, at least by feeding her. He mockingly suggested we part on a good note. Anna was silent, but in fact a hurricane was raging in her soul. She wondered if she could make a scandal or even destroy it. Anna just wished someone would give her a knife right now. Yes, for a moment, the girl even imagined how things would be if she had a weapon.
No, 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 and no! Anna, these are definitely not your methods!
The girl jerked involuntarily at her own thoughts. Oh, I think there's a notification on her phone. Who could it be? Wow, it's a text from Gareth. Do you need any help? But you owe me dinner, he wrote. Anna was very happy deep down inside. After all, she'd just been dreaming of that scumbag Danny Gareth to put in his place. The girl smiled mysteriously, realizing that her salvation was very close. Danny Vent, you're very unlucky, Anna thought with a smile, anticipating a quick payback for all his taunts. Danny seemed to smell something amiss as well. He asked Anna what she was laughing about. Anna, meanwhile, was already writing her reply to Gareth.
Yes, hurry up! The better you do, the more food I'll cook,
she promised. Clutching the phone tightly to her, Anna replied to Danny that she didn't need anything from him. Anna asked that he'd better go off on his own with his girlfriend. And my husband will pick me up later, she added.
Oh, and he's so busy! I tell him don't come to pick me up. I'll get there myself.
Anna turned on her acting skills to the fullest. Ah, and he's still in a sports car, and you can get it dirty and scratched around town. The girl continued to play to the audience. Anna, do you know why I liked you? Despite your problems, you had a way of turning everything inside out and letting dust in your eyes. Danny smirked, clearly not believing her words and thinking they were made up. Anna was boiling with anger. Yes, she definitely wanted to carry a knife and explosives. She really wanted to take that arrogant bastard's life. Sid, who had been watching from the car and heard everything, could barely contain himself from laughing. Meanwhile, the situation next to Anna was gaining momentum. Danny, why are you messing around with her? His young lady intervened again. She reminded the guy of his own words that Anna was just his ex. Yeah, it was obvious the girl was liking it less and less. What are you worried about? Look at her! Where does she get off with you? Danny threw in Anna's direction with a sneer. Anna didn't know what to do. Gareth was not there. She had to think how to deal with the situation and get out of it with dignity. She glanced at Danny's companion and noted to herself that the girl seemed jealous. She glanced at Danny's companion and noted to herself that the girl seemed jealous. Anna, for the sake of our past feelings, I'll even turn a blind eye to how fat you've gotten, Danny said, wanting to finally finish the girl off. And then the guy had to interrupt his mocking monologue. A fancy car pulled up next to him and honked its horn, and Danny and his new date immediately looked out of the car. It was impossible not to pay attention to such a car. Lamborghini is a car that attracts many eyes everywhere it goes. As soon as the car was parked, enthusiastic cheers erupted from everywhere. After all, many people knew that this was a very expensive car, worth about several $100 million. The first to get out of the auto was the driver. He went to the back door in order to open it for his boss. The gawkers gathered around to see who was the owner of such a prestigious car. Oh, there was a man's foot showing. Wow, what a handsome boy! Were whispers everywhere when they saw Gareth Calhoun. Gareth got out of his sports car in an expensive suit, manly and expensive-smelling. Smiling sweetly, he walked in a measured gait toward his wife. Even Danny's companion couldn't stay indifferent at the sight of the man. She stared at Gareth from the car, oblivious to the fact that Danny was sitting next to him. It seems he's hit her right in the heart, too. Oh, Gareth, what a heartbreaker. Anna watched Gareth's every move mesmerized, realizing that he had finally come to save her. When he came as close as he could, Anna froze. She stared at Gareth, breathless, inwardly delighted that such a man belonged to her. Anna, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Gareth apologized sincerely, gazing intently into the eyes of the one that had already managed to sink so deeply into his soul. People were trying to consider who was so lucky to be the lover of such an influential and successful man. Anna still thought Gareth's behavior was a game. She was even a little angry with the man for the fact that her heart almost believed this game of Gareth's. Gareth noticed the change in Anna's mood and wondered why she was angry. I had things to do. That's why I was delayed. Still mad? He asked, so that everyone could hear him, and immediately promised his wife to make it up to him right today. Do you want me to buy you a car or a few mansions? How about it? He continued with a guilty face. Or maybe you want me? He asked without an ounce of embarrassment, straight in the forehead. Anna was taken aback and confused by this directness. People were already staring and listening to them from everywhere. God, why was all the attention on them? The girls sighed at such a romantic scene. Many envied Anna's luck and wanted to switch places with her. Even Danny's girlfriend seemed ready to die of envy. She thought it was unfair that such a man could choose such a simple girl. Danny's smug face disappeared without a trace. Gareth stared intently at Anna, paying absolutely no attention to anyone around him. Anna was embarrassed. That penetrating gaze was making her a little uncomfortable. The girl blushed and was confused. Gareth couldn't hold his temper any longer, but he didn't need to. He leaned toward the girl and captured her lips, lavishing them with a sweet kiss. Anna felt strange. For a moment, it even seemed to her that this kiss didn't feel like a game at all. What if he didn't want to kiss her for the public, but because his heart told him to? Yes, people looked at this romantic picture and sighed with emotion. What a sensation Gareth made with his actions. The reactions of the crowd were radically different. Someone was happy and delighted. Someone was angry and envious. But one thing was certain. There were definitely no indifferent people left. Anna held her breath at the man's hot kiss. She still couldn't believe that Gareth had actually kissed her. Naughty girl, have you forgotten what I told you? Gareth asked reproachfully, yet affectionately. He reminded her to close her eyes when kissing. Otherwise, he threatened the girl that he wouldn't hold back and eat her in front of everyone. Who let you be so cute? Gareth asked, and touched her cute little nose with his finger. Anna took another look at the man to make sure it wasn't all a dream. Oh, wow. Gareth actually took the plunge to kiss her in front of everyone. Gareth Calhoun then looked guiltily at Anna and asked if she would forgive her husband. Anna didn't know what to say, but she was very grateful that he had come to her rescue when it was simply necessary. Otherwise, Danny wouldn't have fallen behind so easily. If you still haven't forgiven, I can continue to compensate, he added conspiratorially, leaning right up to Anna's very face. It was a real torture for the girl. Her body, her whole body, reacted to this man in a special way. As soon as he was closer, her heart beat faster or stopped beating altogether. Blushing, Anna replied that she forgave Gareth. Danny watched from the sidelines, puzzled. He couldn't hear everything Anna and her husband were saying, but what Danny saw was enough to confuse him. "Anna, you're just lucky!" he thought angrily. Danny was getting nervous, so nervous that he couldn't even start the car right away. It was then that Gareth finally turned his attention to him as well. "Oh, this is Mr. Danny Vent," he addressed the boy. Danny started to feel uneasy. Gareth decided to teach the underdog a lesson and thanked Danny profusely for not marrying his Anna. "I'm very grateful to you," Gareth said haughtily and looked down at Danny, smiling. Gareth then asked if Mr. Venta had already run out of money. He asked him to just let him know if there was a shortage. Danny turned pale. So embarrassed was he. Gareth was good at embarrassing people. When he said that, he turned to Anna. Gareth again came as close to the girl as possible and touched his finger to her lips. His spontaneous tactility embarrassed the girl and made her blush. "Anna, if you don't like someone, I'll make it up to you," the man promised. Yes, behind him, Anna felt as if behind a stone wall. That's how a real husband should be, so that next to him there was never a feeling of fear or danger. "Tell me what you want to do to him, and I will," Gareth offered again. The man then began to list his options. He could fire Danny from the firm, or he could tarnish his name. Those options made the guy shudder. Where had all the eloquence he'd been so eloquent with before Gareth's arrival gone? Gareth stared at Anna, waiting for her to answer. One word from her was enough, and he would do it immediately. "Okay," Anna replied somehow uncertainly and thought for a moment. Gareth looked at Danny. He looked like he was about to fall through the ground in fear. Anna pondered what punishment would be best for her ex. She had a lot of options. Oh, yes. Now it would be possible to realize everything that the girl dreamed of a little earlier when Danny was bothering her. Danny stared doomedly into the void, not daring to even look in the direction of the one he'd just mocked. His companion stared at Anna with pleading eyes and undisguised envy. "If I say I don't like this car and I want to wreck it?" Anna suddenly gave out and pointed her finger at her ex's car. Both Danny and his girlfriend were stunned by these words. They froze in horror, waiting for Gareth's reaction to this. Gareth only looked back toward his motorcade in silence and gave a single snap of his fingers. And at the same moment, men in suits came out of the cars with huge hammers in their hands. Ha ha. It seemed like they knew about this wish of the mistress in advance and had prepared a special tool in advance. The guys calmly approached Danny's car and started pounding the car with hammers. The guy couldn't even move from shock at first, and his girlfriend jumped out of the car in horror without even opening the door and started calling for help. Gareth smiled contentedly, watching quietly the bustle around him. "Kitten, did I do a good job?" he asked. "Yay!" Anna replied, shocked by everything that was going on. She didn't expect her request to be taken so literally. In a few minutes, Danny's prestigious car was just a memory. Now his car looked more like a sloppily opened tin can. The guy fell to his knees in helplessness. The spectators gathered around the show were in no hurry to leave.
"The director of In Finance got married!"
was the news on everyone's lips. No one seemed to pay much attention to the accident with Danny's car. Anna sat down in Gareth's car more satisfied than ever.
"I got my revenge!"
she exclaimed happily and smiled. "Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what he would have gotten to in his bullying." Anna thanked her husband. Gareth, on the other hand, remarked that his entire dinner with Anna had definitely been worth the whole spectacle. Gareth's words flustered the girl a little. "I'll do the cooking, but will you eat?" she said, and remarked that she cooked worse than his cooks. Gareth glanced fearfully at Anna. Is she going to cook even worse than those noodles? He thought, already a little regretful that he had suggested cooking to Anna. But now Gareth had no choice. Anna, on the other hand, motioned that she would make a grocery list and asked that Sid buy what he needed. "Yes, mistress," the boy readily replied. All this time, Linda was going through the worst moments of her life. What Gareth had put her through, she wasn't going to forgive for anything. Her hands were shaking and her body was aching, but she blamed Anna for everything, believing that she had told Gareth something to make him leave her there. She couldn't accept the fact that Gareth could reject her gift of his own free will and give it to another man instead.
"It's Anna! It's all because of her! I wouldn't be in this situation if it weren't for her,"
Linda thought. Oh, her face was bruised, and she looked pretty bruised. Pulling her raincoat over herself, Linda walked down the street, heading toward the road to hail a cab. What is everyone talking about so vigorously? Linda thought she heard Gareth's name. The girl listened. Yes, that's right. Everyone was talking about Gareth and how handsome he was. In addition, Linda also heard talk of Calhoun's young spouse.
"How lucky she is! I'm jealous! My idol got married, that's it! My heart is broken!"
Linda heard scraps of conversations at every corner, so the girl had to find out what was going on right away. Linda ran up to one of the girls and snatched the phone out of her hands.
"What did you just say? What's up with Gareth Calhoun?" she asked.
The girls looked at Linda dumbfounded. She seemed kind of loopy to them. "Who are you anyway? Can't you watch the news yourself?" one of them asked in surprise. The second, however, explained that now the whole city was talking about it. It was on everyone's lips that the director of In Finance had revealed his wife, whom he had previously kept carefully hidden. And also on the agenda was the news that Gareth Calhoun, for his wife's sake, had trashed her abuser's car. Linda found fresh articles with pictures on the internet. Anger enveloped the girl's soul. She thought indignantly about how Anna had dared to do such a thing. Linda didn't think Anna deserved what she had gotten. Linda clutched the phone in her hand with anger. This should all be mine, she thought, and tried to throw the phone to the ground with frustration. Hey, what are you doing? The girls exclaimed in one voice. As they tried to stop Linda, they inadvertently pulled off her hood. And then many people were horrified when they saw Linda's face. You bet! It was all bruised! Linda sharply threw her hood back on and hurriedly left the place. The girl quickly ran away. Only those who saw her looked at the girl in surprise, thinking she was a freak. It is not known how long Linda ran. But finally, tired, she stopped in the middle of one deserted street. The girl stopped to catch her breath and rest. Anna was still in her head, just as the desire for revenge was still in her heart. Yeah, Linda was sure she and Anna weren't done yet. And just as the girl was about to continue her desperate run, it suddenly hit her. That's right. She knew who could help get revenge on Anna. Surely no one could be better than the offended Danny. Linda grinned evilly. Oh yes, she was already anticipating that Anna would soon get her revenge. Linda pulled out her phone and found Danny's number in her phone book. Oh, had she really decided to push him on this? Cunning as a fox, Linda knew just what to push so he couldn't refuse. Danny, she humiliated you and you're just going to swallow it? She coaxed the guy. He was very surprised by the call. After all, he thought Linda was Anna's best friend. Ha ha! I was wondering if you'd like to join me in teaching Anna Dickinson a lesson, Linda inquired. The girl began to press Danny, saying that Anna had betrayed not only him, but her best friend as well. In Linda's opinion, this can't be let off so easily. When she arrived home, Anna started cooking dinner as promised. She started by peeling and chopping the onions. Fortunately, cutting onions today didn't make Anna cry. But there was still something that made it hard to concentrate fully on the process. Anna felt Gareth's gaze on her constantly. It was very confusing. The man sat there pretending to read a newspaper. In fact, he was only looking at Anna. Why is he staring at her so intently? Yeah, that look definitely made her uncomfortable. All Anna could think about was doing the right thing and making sure she didn't make a mistake. Because of the constant wondering if Gareth was looking at her, Anna was constantly distracted. And so, distracted once again, the girl put the knife wrong and cut her finger. Oh, that hurt! Anna immediately threw the knife away and jammed her finger to stop the blood. In a flash, Gareth was at the girl's side. He immediately took her hand and examined it for the seriousness of the wound. I'm clumsy, Anna smiled awkwardly. She was a little ashamed of herself. But what was it that Gareth had suddenly decided to do? The man took Anna's hand gently and drew it to his own. He leaned her cut finger against his lips, closing his eyes. Gareth, don't, the girl asked, but the man seemed pleased with any show of concern in her direction. The butler watched the couple with amusement. He could see from the height of his years that there was definitely a special bond between the two of them, though not everyone was ready to realize it. Despite everything, dinner was still ready on time. I made a simple home-cooked meal. You don't like that sort of thing, Anna remarked a little guiltily. I see, Gareth replied somewhat dryly and coldly. Anna thought sadly that all of Gareth's tenderness had suddenly evaporated. Not very good indeed. Gareth voiced his verdict after trying one of the dishes. He pulled some kind of green leaf out of his dish and placed it on Anna's plate. This is for you, he said. Anna, however, declared that she would like meat. And then the girl noticed that the meat had disappeared. Strange, because just now there was a whole plate of meat. Yeah, there's only 3 miserable pieces left on the plate. It's a sad sight. Anna realized with horror that Gareth was about to eat all of her meat. Oh no, she couldn't let that happen. The girl quickly started transferring the remaining pieces from the communal dish to her plate. I could just see the chopsticks flickering back and forth. There was one last piece left, and Anna was sure she would get it in time, but something unpredictable happened. It turned out there was another bidder for the meat in the form of Gareth. Oh, and it just so happened that Gareth and Anna's chopsticks were both picking up the same piece at the same time. That's the situation. No one clearly wanted to cede the meat to the other. Gareth and Anna looked up and stared at each other. Mine, declared Anna with a furrowed brow. Gareth replied flatly that he had taken the piece earlier. You already have! The girl couldn't stop resenting him, but Gareth didn't see it as a problem. He stubbornly wouldn't give up that last piece. "Where did the meat from your plate go?" wondered Gareth. "Where?" Anna asked, just as surprised, and let her guard down. She hadn't realized Gareth could be so devious. He'd deliberately said it to distract Anna. And while she was thinking of what to say, he snatched the last piece of meat off the plate. "Cheated!" the girl mentally resented as she watched her named husband devour her meat without the slightest hesitation. Oh, how angry Anna was with him. "Gareth, you bastard, my meat!" she thought with tears in her eyes. But Gareth apparently decided to change his mind. "It's bland. I won't have it," he said, and put a piece of meat on Anna's plate. Gareth then looked condescendingly at the girl and emphasized that all the meat was hers, and she could gobble. Anna's eyes lit up with a joyful glint. At last she would be able to eat her favorite meat. Only the butler was like a silent observer. He stood like a statue or a piece of furniture, so that no one paid attention to him. The man, looking at the way Gareth was treating the young mistress, thought that someday the master would pay for his indifference. Gareth, meanwhile, did notice the butler. He asked the man to bring more refills. Shortly after dinner, Gareth and Anna went for an evening stroll, accompanied by 2 of his guards. "Brother Sid, finally the mistress and the headmaster have mended their relationship. A few days ago we all thought they were finished," one guard whispered to Sid. Sid remarked that he didn't know that and said that the principal was still sensitive about Madam's safety. The boy advised his partner to keep an eye on Anna. "Yes, Sid, I remember," Robert replied, and reminded the boy that Mistress doesn't like to be followed. In his opinion, Mistress and the headmaster are so different. She likes to go everywhere alone more, unlike Gareth. Robert confessed to Sid that he was very afraid of being fired. "You just need to protect her. The rest doesn't matter. Got it?" Sid reassured Robert and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Otherwise, you'll be swamped with overtime." He added immediately, "I could tell by the look on Sid's face that he was already experienced in this matter." "If you're tired, let's take a break," Gareth suggested when they had already traveled quite a distance. However, Anna replied that she wasn't tired. The girl confessed to Gareth that it just felt like her stomach was bloated. She shared her observations that her belly grows day by day. "Really?" asked Gareth without hiding his excitement and mortification. So he decided that Anna could use a rest after all. So when he reached the nearest bench, Gareth carefully sat the girl down on it. He moved closer and gently leaned his hand on her tummy. "Right, compared to a couple days ago," Gareth started to say as he continued to keep his hand on Anna's stomach. The girl immediately blushed as red as a tomato and asked Gareth embarrassedly what he was saying. The man took another worried look at Anna and informed her that he and she would be traveling together tomorrow for a checkup at the doctor's office, right after all the business. Anna looked at Gareth puzzled. He no longer intimidated her or pushed her away. Now she could feel his concern. Indeed, they looked like a normal married couple now. Swinging on the garden swing in the moonlight, they both thought about how nice it would be if it were like this every day. Sid and Robert watched the couple admiringly from the sidelines. "They have such a loving relationship," Robert quipped. "I hope so," Sid replied and thought for a moment. The next morning came, and Anna and Gareth went to the hospital as planned from the evening. Anna was sent for her first ultrasound today. The doctor gently guided the machine over her abdomen and studied the information on the monitor. "Congratulations to you," the doctor said after a brief manipulation. "I'm going to have a son," Gareth exulted in his heart. Outwardly, he did not give away his feelings. Only a restrained smile could show that the man was really happy. "This is so incredible," Anna said quietly. For her, all these feelings and emotions were new and unusual. Anna, thank you," came another voice from the door. Everyone looked in surprise to see who had come in. That's Gareth's grandmother. She came to visit the hospital to personally support and thank Anna. "My good girl. You are a great girl." The chairwoman praised the girl and asked her not to go to work for the time being. The woman was worried that Anna's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and it would be more and more difficult for her to walk. Therefore, she wanted Anna to stay at home and rest. Grandma, Anna doesn't have that much time, and yes, tomorrow we are officially contracting with the Gray family, Gareth interjected. Aw, his words seemed to get Anna a little excited. Gareth walked over to his grandmother and, putting his arm around her shoulders, remarked that Anna was very keen to attend this evening. Yes, we as a family should come together, Anna agreed as well. Well, since they were going there after all, Granny had advised them to increase the number of guards and helpers to prevent the inevitable from happening. Anna, did you think I wouldn't find out that you were deliberately refusing security guards? Tracy asked Anna sternly. She threatened that the girl wouldn't leave the house if she did that again. Anna lowered her eyes guiltily and apologized, assuring him she wouldn't do it again. Yes, Grandma. I'm not going to move a step away from her now. Will that make you feel better? Interjected Gareth again. Grandmother only shook her head. She emphasized that Gareth would soon be a father and should have his own head on his shoulders. Anna and Gareth looked at each other. Great, they thought in sync. Danny Vent's work office. The man came to work in the morning as usual and was surprised to see that the workstations were empty and no one was in the office. Moving deeper into the room, Danny encountered one employee with a box of stuff in his hands. Ooh, what's going on? Director Vent, I'm going to go take care, the man said. Wait, and you're going to leave? Inquired Danny, perplexed. The man just walked past his boss in silence. Danny reminded him that the contract clearly stated that if he left, he would lose all the money. Mr. Vent, the decision is yours. If you don't want trouble, then pack up as soon as possible, because this office has already been transferred to another owner, the man said sympathetically. These words sounded to Danny as unexpectedly as a thunderbolt out of the clear sky. Well, that's news to me. I mean, if you think about it, up until a couple days ago, Danny's company was fine. How could such a turnaround have happened in that time? Danny just couldn't believe it. All the man's thoughts were reduced to only one person. Danny decided that his guess was right and there could be no doubt. Be that as it may, he realized that he needed to pull himself together and think of a way to solve this problem. Oh, just at that very moment, he got a call from Linda. What good timing. Danny was surprised by her call, but he picked up the phone. Danny Vent, so do you believe me now? Linda asked as soon as he answered. The girl asked him if he realized who caused his firm to collapse. What a sly fox. Never misses an opportunity to take his own. You mean Gareth ruined my company because of Anna? Questioned Danny, puzzled. Then he went into a screaming fit. Danny thought he was talking nonsense because he thought it would take a lot of money to ruin the firm. Ha ha ha! How naive! Linda laughed right into the tube. She asked Danny not to continue, ironically noting that his $100 million wasn't worth Gareth's little finger. Linda reminded Danny how he had gotten rich and asked if he was willing to cooperate. Linda emphasized that they had to get justice and revenge together. Danny was silent, and Linda couldn't stop giving him pro-arguments. Anna insulted me and owes you a debt. She is no longer a clerical rat. She is the wife of the director of finance. Linda pressed him vigorously. To finish the guy off, Linda stated that she wouldn't have tolerated such a thing. There was a moment's silence. Danny didn't need much time to think about it, though. I'm with you. He agreed decisively. Linda was satisfied with the outcome of her conversation with Danny. She hung up the phone and smiled smugly. Now she could count on her revenge on Anna to take place after all. What I couldn't get, you won't get, much less get, thought Linda. Oh, she seemed to be in a determined mood. What are you up to, you sneaky fox? Calhoun Manor evening. Anna entered the house and noticed a maid placing a huge gift box on the table. Anna looked at the box in surprise, not realizing who it was meant for. What is it? The girl inquired of Judy. The woman explained that it was the gentleman who had asked that Anna be given this custom-made outfit, made especially for her. According to Judy, the box contained a dress from an Italian designer. She emphasized that the craftsman sewed it for 2 days and 2 nights, trying to make it in time.
Mistress will be the most beautiful at this banquet. This dress will definitely cause a sensation at the party, Judy declared enthusiastically. Since you tell it like that, let's see what's in it. Anna was interested. Soon Anna was already dressed in her new outfit. Wow, this dress really did fit her perfectly. All the advantages of her figure were successfully emphasized by the style, and everything that needed to be hidden was perfectly hidden by the specially provided elements. Anna was just thrilled with what she saw in the mirror. She was very pleased with her gift. "It suits you very well," came a sudden voice behind her back. Anna froze in place. The girl looked around sharply and saw Gareth. He was staring at the girl, and he didn't even think about averting his gaze. Gareth's shirt was unbuttoned, exposing his muscular torso. "Gareth!" Anna called out loudly to the man when he got too close to her. But the man only silently touched her back with his hand and then helped her zipper the back of her dress all the way up. "Thank you," the girl thanked quietly. Gareth gently took Anna's hand in his palm and stroked her delicate fingers. Yes, he could have enjoyed touching that velvety snow-white skin for hours. "There's something missing on your beautiful hand," he remarked, and covered each finger of the girl with tender kisses. Anna stared at Gareth in surprise. Her heart began to beat faster, as it always did when he touched her. Gareth took out a ring with a large and beautiful stone, carefully placed it on Anna's finger. Then he wrapped both hands around the girl's arm and even felt a slight shiver. Anna was at a loss. It was so unexpected for her that the girl could not find words. "The ring!" The girl stretched out in amazement, finally coming to her senses. Gareth, in response to her amazement, decided to surprise Anna even more by putting his hand in hers. He handed the girl a box containing another ring and froze in anticipation. "He wants me to put a ring on it for him, too," Anna finally guessed as she looked into Gareth's eyes. The girl carefully pulled a man's ring out of the box. What an exciting moment it was for her. A moment that any girl would dream of. Anna carefully slipped the ring onto Gareth's finger with trembling hands and a blaze of embarrassment. Yes, it was like a scene from a movie. It seemed to Anna that this particular moment was more likely to be called a wedding than the formal event she'd had with Gareth earlier. Gareth looked at Anna intently and wondered if she had exchanged rings with anyone before. "No," the girl admitted honestly. She looked into his bottomless eyes and declared that he was first. Gareth leaned toward Anna as if he were going to kiss her, and the girl's cheeks flushed scarlet again. Anna was still embarrassed to have him so close. Gareth was still smarting at this reaction of hers. The girl couldn't understand what strange feeling had settled in her heart, but she knew for sure that she had never experienced anything like it before. For a while, Gareth just looked at his lovely wife and admired. After a little while, however, he suggested that they should complete Anna's image and jokingly poked his finger into Anna's forehead. The girl stared at Gareth in bewilderment. His erratic behavior was sometimes completely confusing. Anna obediently went to complete the image. After about an hour, she returned to her husband. Gareth looked around and froze at what he saw. He seemed to be speechless. Anna was incredibly beautiful. In addition to the beautiful dress, the girl had a wonderful hairdo. The girl looked like a princess today. She combined both natural modesty and beauty, and her clothes and hairstyle only emphasized what Anna was generously awarded by nature. "My wife is the most beautiful today," remarked Gareth sincerely, as he admiringly inspected Anna from head to toe. Anna Dickinson looked at the man with completely different eyes for the first time in a long time. She seemed to realize that Gareth was becoming more and more trusting and sympathetic to her. The girl came down the stairs, and at the bottom, Gareth gallantly offered her his hand. How pleasant his touch was. Anna felt safe next to Gareth. Soon, the director's car pulled up to the place where the event was to be held. "Principal Calhoun has arrived!" People began to chatter as they saw his car from afar. Adrian Gray glanced puzzledly in the direction of Gareth's car. The man had been here for some time now, awaiting the arrival of his dear guests, and especially Anna. The principal's car drove into the yard and slowed gently in the parking lot.
Gareth was the first to come out and opening the door to his wife. He immediately gave her his hand. As befitted a model married couple, Gareth and Anna walked together to the others. She held the man's hand, and it was hard to assume that the two of them were in an arranged marriage. It looked as if they really did have feelings for each other. "Your appearance in my house has made everything sparkle with new colors," Adrian remarked as soon as the Calhoun couple came closer. "You are so polite, Mr. Gray," Gareth replied for two. Anna noticed that Mr. Gray was not meeting them alone. Next to him was a pretty young girl. I wonder who she was to Adrian. Anna smiled embarrassedly and spoke to the stranger. She apologized for being late and hoped it hadn't hurt them too much. "Well, come on, we're just getting started," the girl replied calmly. In the meantime, Adrian hospitably invited the dear guest to proceed to the house. Anna headed towards the house, glancing back once more to look at the stranger on the way. "This girl is Adrian Gray's companion?" thought Anna, puzzled, giving her a quick glance. In the house, in the large hall, quite a few people had already gathered. Adrian Gray stood behind the podium and began his speech. "Thank you all very much for taking the time to come to this banquet in honor of the agreement between In Finance and Gray Poor. As soon as I arrived in town, Gareth and I became instant friends, and the success of our arrangement was obvious. If I've missed anything, correct me," Adrian continued. At the conclusion of his speech, the man once again expressed great thanks to all those who had arrived and passed the floor to Gareth Calhoun. Now Gareth came to the podium and took his place of honor. He expressed his admiration for Adrian's hospitality. Gareth also emphasized that he had been in this city for a long time and that many people knew his temperament. "I'll say this. If I want a sip, I'll share it with Adrian Gray. Gentlemen, are we clear now?" Gareth asked and looked intently into Adrian's eyes. Anna thought only of that stranger. For some reason, Anna got the impression from the girl's appearance that she was the king and all the others were villains. She barely had time to think about it before a stranger immediately approached her. Oh, Anna didn't expect that. "Mistress Calhoun, I will be taking care of you today as well. If you need anything, don't hesitate to speak up." The girl offered Anna a sweet smile. "Bro said you're the most important guest tonight and you can't let anything happen to you." She immediately added and took Anna's hands. The words embarrassed Anna. So that was it. Turns out this girl is just Adrian's sister. Anna felt embarrassed by her own thoughts about her. And then the stranger is finally Libby Gray, and I'm Adrian's little sister, she added. Kataya remarked that even though this is the first time they are seeing each other, there is a feeling that Anna is a long-time acquaintance of hers. Anna smiled demurely. "Thank you, I agree. Now that In Finance and Gray Purr have started working together, there's no need for all that ceremony, Mrs. Gray. Just call me Anna," she suggested to Libby. Libby was cheered by these words. "Then down with all that! I heard you're 23 and I'm 22 this year, so there's no need to call me Mrs. Gray. Just call me Libby," the girl asked. Anna agreed with a smile that there really was no need to be ceremonious. "Anna," Libby said, and looked at her new acquaintance with pure sincerity. "Libby," Anna quickly picked up and laughed happily. That's how the two young girls met. All the while, Gareth and Adrian stood together behind the podium. The crowd of guests were actively talking about something, creating a buzz. Anna and Libby were already a little lost in the crowd. Anna was especially shocked by the crowd and the noise she was in. She felt uncomfortable in this noisy crowd. "Brother said you can't worry about the baby right now because of the baby," Libby remarked, and suggested that Anna had better go rest somewhere. Anna was very grateful to her new acquaintance for such a suggestion and care. The girls immediately decided to leave the hall. Finding a place away from everyone else, the girls sat down on the comfortable couches across from the bar. "I hope my appearance doesn't bother you too much," Anna asked, embarrassed. Libby hesitated for a moment. "No, I apologize for my tactlessness. At first glance, you do appear to be a copy. But if you look closely, you'll realize that you're not," she pointed out. Libby then thanked Anna for deciding to come. noting that Sister M's departure was a big blow to everyone. "But next to you, it's starting to feel like she's still here," the girl said thoughtfully. "If it really makes you feel better, then it was worth it," Anna smiled. While the girls were chatting sweetly, another guest suddenly approached them. "Curious, Mrs. Calhoun has secluded herself with Mrs. Gray," she remarked wryly. "You're so lucky to pop out and marry a man like that. Any girl would want to be in your shoes," the blonde said with undisguised envy in her voice. Anna raised her eyebrows unhappily. It looked like her dearest husband had made a lot of jealous women. Oh, Anna didn't like that kind of situation. Libby decided to stand up for Anna. "Mrs. Milo, right?" Libby asked, and emphasized that Mr. Calhoun was very lucky. She emphasized that he had been searching for the one and only for 28 years and had finally found her. "Oh, I understand you really want to support Principal Calhoun's wife, but why humiliate him like that?" The blonde girl wouldn't budge. "Since your families are now cooperating, I suppose you are compelled to please Mrs. Calhoun in every way possible. But can I speak as I am?" continued Milo sarcastically. Gareth, who was standing nearby, became alert when he heard his last name. Libby was slowly boiling over at such insolence from the blonde, but the girl seemed to be getting into the swing of things. "Really? I wonder who's using who. I guess it's the principal who decided to make a name for himself at the expense of his wife, huh?" asked Milo. "Pfft, definitely," another madam said ironically, walking over to her blonde friend. Libby glared angrily at the girls. Her eyes flashed with sparks of anger. Her patience was wearing thin. "Let them chalk it up to whatever they want," Anna stated calmly. Not a single muscle trembled on her face. Apparently, the girl had already gotten used to all sorts of troubles in her life lately. Anna emphasized that she didn't mind giving up her seat if the girls were so bold, but she expressed uncertainty whether they would be strong enough to hold on to their seats. Gareth was proud of Anna for saying that. He was happy that his kitten had finally learned to let go of her claws. "Well said!" Libby complimented her newfound girlfriend and smiled. But the ladies didn't seem very happy that their words were rebuffed. Apparently, girls were not often put in their place in this life. "But I don't see you guys going after Calhoun. But you've been mobbing a pregnant woman. You should be ashamed of yourselves," Libby said reproachfully. The girls didn't know what to say to that. Apparently, their meager vocabulary was limited only to poisonous words. Without thinking long, they just turned and walked away, so as to attract less attention from the guests. Libby and Anna smiled contentedly at each other. Each of them was pleased that they had gotten the two splinters off so nicely. Anna thanked Libby for standing up for her. "You're the hostess of this evening, and you're supposed to be hospitable to everyone. But you still stood up for me, even though I'm no better than them." Anna stood up from the couch and expressed her gratitude and emphasized her pleasure. "Always a pleasure, Anna," Libby smiled back. Meanwhile, Gareth and the guard were surreptitiously watching the very girls who had literally just harassed Anna and Libby. "Do you know what to do?" Gareth asked quietly. "Yes, Director." The guard replied just as quietly, smiling conspiratorially. Anna was still sitting on the comfortable sofa by the bar. It was quiet and peaceful here, except for those two girls. The girl had even managed to eat in the meantime. "Oh, I think someone decided to keep her company." Anna turned around warily, noticing that someone was coming in her direction. "Oh, it's Gareth." Anna looked at the man in surprise and wondered why he was here. Gareth touched her cheek gently with his fingers. Looking intently into the girl's eyes, Gareth stated that he had already missed her. As he said this, Gareth touched his chin. Anna was puzzled by these gestures. Was he flirting with her again? The two girls, noticing how Gareth treats his wife, nearly burst with anger and jealousy. Libby decided to turn to Gareth since he was coming up. She told him how carefully and with care she had looked after her mistress. Then she asked if she could now hope for Gareth's favor in their joint cooperation. "Sure, no problem," the man replied. In Gareth's opinion, it's nothing compared to the well-being of his child and wife. The blonde and brunette, who continued to watch all of this, just couldn't believe their ears and eyes. Gareth realized the impression his actions were making on his wife's envious friends, so he continued in the same vein. He complimented his wife on her good behavior and advised her to keep it up. The man then emphasized that Anna was his wife, and no one dared bully her. Gareth deliberately said it especially loudly so that those who should have heard his words could hear him. Then he leaned over and quietly added that if it happened again, that Anna should immediately direct them to him. "Better let them pester me," he said, and treated Anna to a small cherry tomato. All Anna could do was savor the treat and silently agree with Gareth's words. Eating her small tomato, the girl looked at her husband as he left. So he knew it wasn't easy to be a director's wife, she thought. "You two seem to really like each other," Libby remarked with a smile as she walked over to Anna. Anna didn't agree with those words in her heart. It seemed to her that love was a long way off, because Gareth just did whatever he wanted. After sitting for a while longer, Anna turned to Libby and admitted that she was very tired. She asked if there was somewhere to catch her breath. Libby offered to take Anna to her room.
The family is fabulously wealthy to build such a villa in this part of the city. When the rumors started that an unknown person had purchased a villa here, it set everyone on edge. I never thought I would end up here," Anna reasoned aloud as she climbed up the stairs.
Libby confessed that her brother had wanted to move here for a long time, and so had been carefully preparing for it. Libby led her guest to her room and remarked that it should definitely be quieter. She asked Anna to call out to her if she needed anything.
"Okay, you can run away,"
Anna replied. Libby left, and Anna was left standing at the door in thought. She was really quite tired of all the hustle and bustle. She just wanted to be quiet and alone. Anna entered the room and breathed a sigh of relief. It was quiet, clean, and peaceful. It was just right. The girl stopped at the door and looked around. This room was quite cozy. Silence at last, thought Anna. Robert, who had followed the lady, inquired if she would like to take a break here. Anna sighed meaningfully and lowered her gaze. She replied quietly that she just didn't want to be an inconvenience. Robert didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Libby is, after all, the hostess of this evening and Mr. Gray's companion. The female guests are on her conscience, Anna began to explain. The girl thought that if Libby gave all her attention to her, it would be like Anna was taking advantage of her position. The reason Anna didn't want that was because Gareth had just signed a contract with the Gray family. And if Anna caused trouble for that family, it would be Gareth who would pay the price. "So that's what you were thinking," Robert remarked understandingly. Now he was the only one who noticed that the mistress had really changed a lot. And it wasn't just her appearance that had changed, or rather, it wasn't just her. So, walking around the room, Anna's attention was attracted by a bookcase. The girl came closer to examine the works displayed there in detail. One book in particular stood out from the rest, so Anna was immediately drawn to it. I wonder what kind of book this is. The girl took the tome in her hands with interest and opened it. On the very first page was the title and author's signature. Anna realized that this book had been written by Amber Walt herself. Well, it turns out she was very talented indeed. The girl decided to take a quick look at the pages. She flipped through the book, reading the lines one by one. Anna couldn't stop reading. In fact, the further she read this book, the more and more interesting it became. Something made Anna wonder and worry. I don't know how or why, but an inner voice tells me that I have a missing little sister, and I may not get a chance to protect her. So I dedicate this book to her. I hope someday she will find it and know that I think about her all the time, is what Anna read. The reading made the girl shiver, and everything seemed to swim in front of her eyes. Tears came to Anna's eyes. Where did this strange feeling come from all of a sudden? But suddenly Anna was distracted from her reading by a woman's voice very close by. "Libby? Honey, how come we haven't had a minute to talk today?" the woman said, clearly expecting to see the mistress of the room. Anna looked around and saw a complete stranger. The woman seemed literally shocked at the sight of Anna. She covered her mouth with her hands and began to sob. Oh, what kind of reaction is that? By the way, Anna was even a little confused. How could it be? the woman exclaimed and fell to her knees. She couldn't contain the emotions that were overwhelming her to the brim. The guard and Anna looked at all this in a stupor, not understanding what was wrong. "Mistress, are you not well?" asked Anna worriedly, and, quickly putting the book back on the shelf, ran to the stranger. Anna leaned over the woman and tried to comfort her, but the woman continued to cry. "I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you. I wasn't feeling well, so I asked Libby for permission to rest here temporarily," the girl explained. The unfamiliar woman raised her eyes and looked intently at Anna. Ah, there seemed to be a sea of pain in those eyes. Anna froze in a stupor. She couldn't understand what was going on here and why this woman was looking at her as if she had known her whole life. Suddenly, the stranger threw herself into Anna's arms. Oh, she was sobbing so bitterly that Anna was embarrassed to deprive her of that embrace now. The woman only began to calm down a little at Anna's shoulder. "Madam!" Richard exclaimed anxiously and rushed to the girl, intending to help her. But Anna shook her head negatively, letting him know that everything was all right and that she could manage on her own. Anna somehow realized how important it was now not to reject this woman. Soon, the stranger herself finally came to her senses. She let go of Anna and apologized embarrassedly. It seemed only now that the woman was beginning to realize the whole situation. "I don't even know who you are. She began to say, stammering. "My name is Anna Dickinson, and you, Auntie?" asked Anna with a smile. "Anna Dickinson. So your last name is Dickinson." The woman stretched out her speech in a puzzled manner. "My name is Amanda. I'm Aunt Amber." The woman introduced herself with bitterness in her voice. Oh, now Anna was beginning to understand the reason for this woman's such an unusual reaction in her direction. Amanda looked at Anna's stomach. "You're in a position, perhaps like 4 months pregnant," she suggested aloud. Anna lowered her gaze and smiled. She touched her hand to her belly and confirmed that she was indeed almost 4 months pregnant, and added thoughtfully that the days were flying by. "I'm sorry for losing control of my emotions," Amanda apologized again. The woman then explained that she had come here for Libby's jewelry. As it turns out, she makes jewelry for Amanda's family. Amanda herself was just passing through, so she decided to stop by. "When I opened the door, I thought I had," Amanda started to say and cried again. "You just look so much alike that I'm afraid if my older brother's wife saw you, she wouldn't be able to stand it," the woman remarked through her tears. Anna only listened in silence and didn't even know what to say. Amanda apologized for the indelicacy, but still couldn't resist asking how old Anna was. Anna answered honestly that she was 23. Amanda's eyes rounded with shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Is that so?" the woman exclaimed, and rushed toward Anna again. However, the girl smiled embarrassedly and began to wave it away, saying that she hardly had anything to do with their family, and it was all just a coincidence. Oh, Anna heard Libby's voice. She seemed to be right on time. "I told you to let me know when she would arrive so I could meet her in the lobby, didn't I? What's not to understand?" The girl grumbled unhappily to the maids in the hallway. Amanda, hearing Libby's voice, began excusing the maids, saying that she had decided to go up on her own without warning anyone. "If anyone is to blame, it's me," Amanda admitted with her head down. Libby, on the other hand, rushed to apologize to Anna, assuring her that she hadn't known about her aunt's spontaneous appearance. But Anna calmed them both down, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. "You didn't want me to come to your room because Anna is here? I'm sorry, Libby, I'm so impatient. I decided to wait for you here, but I didn't even think." Amanda turned to Libby guiltily. So that's how it was, Anna thought and smiled. The girl stood up and asked not to fight over her, remarking that she didn't mind at all. Anna stated that she was glad she did. "I got a little bored and my auntie kept me great company, since my guard is not good at conversation," she added. For Robert those words were a blow to the heart. "Now I know the meaning of my existence. I'm just a scapegoat," he thought sadly. Libby looked at Anna and her aunt and realized more and more that the case was a mess. It was clear that Amanda was interested in Anna. Ah, the girl was very worried about this, because her older brother had strictly forbidden her to let anyone from Amber's family near Anna. But God, Libby had never imagined it would turn out like this. A wave of panic came over her. What was she going to do now? To get away from her emotions, Anna decided to go out to the balcony and get some fresh air. It was already dark outside. The fresh, warm breeze enveloped the girl with its weightless tenderness. The girl walked to the edge of the balcony and admired the evening view. The stars had already dotted the entire sky, and the month had reached the very center of the sky. Ah, it was beautiful. Why alone? Weren't you with Libby Gray? Came Gareth's voice suddenly from behind the girl's back. Anna simply mumbled in response. Do you believe in fate? She asked as the man walked over and stood beside her. Gareth hesitated for a moment. After a short pause, he asked Anna why she had suddenly decided to ask about it. I met with Amber's family. Even though I've said more than once that I have nothing to do with them, they don't seem to believe me, Anna said thoughtfully. The girl then confessed that in Libby's room, she had come across Amber's book that she had given her. Anna also shared with Gareth that after reading the first page, a very strange feeling appeared in her chest. Maybe it's not true, but it seems to me that fate is the hand that nudges us and makes us move, develop events. The girl expressed the thought and tiredly closed her eyes. Gareth put his hand on Anna's head and gently stroked her hair. The touch gave her goosebumps again. Gareth asked why Anna was so against their family. The girl didn't know what to say to that question. She looked longingly at the sky and thought. Perhaps the reason for this reaction lurked somewhere in the darkest corners of her soul. Would you behave the same way if there were others in their place? Gareth inquired. Anna was puzzled by the question. And one should want to be related to them? Questioned Anna perplexedly. Gareth noted that anyone else in her position, with nothing under their belts, wouldn't have missed the opportunity to suck up to Amber's family. After all, the dead girl's family had a legacy behind them. They may not be rich anymore, but a poor aristocrat is still an aristocrat. So why are you avoiding them? Gareth asked again. Anna wasn't sure if she should tell him. After all, the girl was afraid that if she said she was doing it for her future after the divorce, he might get angry. Anna was stumped and didn't know the right thing to do. After a long pause, the girl finally decided to voice her answer. She laughed and said that she just suddenly believed in fate. Anna, wouldn't dream of it. I know what you're thinking, Gareth said confidently and looked at the girl suspiciously. He took Anna by the chin and made her eyes look directly at him. The girl flapped her long eyelashes in confusion, trying not to look away, and then Gareth couldn't help himself. He moved closer to the girl's face and kissed her lips passionately. Anna instantly blushed to the tips of her ears. Gareth kept kissing her while holding her neck with his other hand as if he was afraid she'd run away. But Anna didn't think about running away. She just didn't understand why he was doing it here and now. She didn't want to get away from Gareth, but she was confused by his spontaneous impulse. She literally couldn't say a word as Gareth clutched her tightly in his arms and restrained her lips in a kiss. The girl's eyes went blurry. How could she explain his behavior? There was no need to play in front of anyone now, so why was he kissing her so passionately? Anyway, Anna had a rather interesting habit of opening her eyes when she kissed. For some reason, Gareth was losing control from that look. And this time, having distracted from the kiss, and for a moment catching a deep look of her beautiful eyes, he again could not stand it, and covered the girl's eyes with his hand. Then he leaned over her. Anna could feel his excited breath on her face. It was the breath of a man who could hardly contain his passion. I won't let you escape, he whispered, and once again dug into the girl's lips with his hot lips. Don't believe me. Try it, he added quietly in a whisper, moving closer to the girl's very ear. Let's see if you can escape my hands, Gareth said in a confident tone. Anna couldn't resist such pressure. His embrace, his breath, his touch, his voice, all of it enveloped her in an inexplicable warmth that she didn't want to get out of. Who would have thought that someone else would have witnessed the eager embrace and words? This someone had been standing quietly outside the door for some time, watching the couple. Oh, that's Adrian. But what's he doing here? There was a longing in the man's eyes so deep that he seemed about to drown in it. An ocean of unbearable pain swept over Adrian Gray as he watched Anna succumb to the arms of another. He still couldn't accept that having found a girl so much like Amber, there was no way he could conquer her soul. Soon the event came to an end. Gareth and Anna returned home together to Calhoun Manor. Gareth had barely gotten out of the car when he was immediately surprised to note that Anna was already heading towards the house. The man only gave her a surprised look. As soon as we were home, she kicked his slippers off. He thought, watching Anna walk away from him. Help me get there. The boss addressed Sid quietly. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Sid didn't quite understand the chief. What was he already up to? Seeing some confusion in the guy's eyes, Gareth wondered if he wanted overtime. The boy only mumbled something back. Quick! Don't piss me off! Gareth began to boil and nearly sizzled his assistant with a glare. Sid was thrown into a fever. Yes, the boss had a way of looking that instantly forgot any misunderstanding. Yes, Director, replied Sid readily. So the guy was forced to obey his boss and fulfill his rather strange and unusual request. Gareth climbed on top of the unfortunate Sid, and the latter dragged him towards the house. Careful, master, Sid asked as the boss almost fell over. Anna heard those words and became wary. She wondered what was going on in there. The girl slowed her pace. She stopped and waited for Sid and Gareth to come a little closer. What's wrong with him? Anna asked worriedly and stared at the boy in surprise. Sid explained with a smile that the headmaster had had a little too much alcohol today. Anna was confused by these words. She watched in a mute stupor as her husband staggered toward the house, holding on to his aid. The girl couldn't understand how this could have happened at all, because just now he had been sober. At least, that's how it seemed to her. When Anna finally entered the house, Sid was already coming down from the second floor. The boy's appearance and condition puzzled the girl. Anna asked Sid why he was so out of breath. The boy stopped beside his mistress and sighed heavily. He really did look exhausted and tired. I've got overtime. I'm leaving the director to you, he quickly reported. This all seemed increasingly strange. Anna didn't understand what was going on and sensed some kind of trick. Mistress, the headmaster won't let us near you. He said he's waiting for you, the maid informed as she approached Anna. Anna's surprise was unbounded. She realized that something was definitely wrong here. She felt that Gareth had already thought of something. Well, she had no choice but to go with the maid to Gareth's chambers. Get out, all of you! Came a loud male shout from outside the door. It seemed to be Gareth really rampaging. Did he really have too much to drink at the party? Anna entered the room and stopped at the door, looking confusedly at Gareth's bed. Wife, he exclaimed. Yes, Anna replied quietly. Gareth was lying on the bed with his clothes on and looked like a very drunk man. He squinted his eyes and declared that he only wanted Anna and that everyone else was superfluous. Anna glanced at Gareth unhappily. She was perplexed by the fact that he was acting like a 3-year-old toddler. 3-year-old Calhoun. She grumbled to herself in a low voice. Gareth didn't seem at all concerned about his reputation at the moment. It looked as if he didn't understand much. But did he really? The two maids, having finally tormented their master, approached Anna. Mistress, the headmaster requires only you. We have done all we can. Now we leave him in your care, the girls said with their eyes downcast. Oh, Anna didn't want to be here alone with him. There was fear and confusion in her eyes. Wait! Don't leave me here! She exclaimed. But the girls had already disappeared behind the door. Gareth was pleased. He tried to lie there without giving the appearance that he could hear and think perfectly well. Let's see, kitten, how you groom me, he thought smugly. Oh, the man was in an excited anticipation of finally having them here alone. Anna realized that she had been left alone with this problem in the form of a drunken Gareth. She looked at him doomedly and frowned unhappily. Drunkard, Anna thought angrily as she watched him sprawled across the bed in his clothes. For some reason, she was angry that she was here now. She was also annoyed at her own helplessness. The girl turned away abruptly and headed for the door. All right then, let him sleep like this, she thought in her heart. Gareth felt uneasy. He was beginning to worry that the kitten had decided to leave him like this. The man began to realize that his plan was about to fail with an incredible crash. So he began to think frantically about how to make her stay. He had to make her decide not to leave. An unexpected loud sound suddenly made Anna stop. The girl looked back sharply. Turning around, Anna was taken aback. It appeared that the sound was Gareth falling out of bed. The man was half on the bed, the other half on the floor. Anna stood there in a kind of shock. There was silence in the room for a while. The girl just didn't know what to do. She looked around helplessly. There was no one and nothing that could help her in this situation. Anna sighed doomedly. She knew it wouldn't be right to leave Gareth in this state and in this position. She also knew that she would have to lift the man herself. Be that as it may, she still pulled it off, and against all odds got Gareth back into bed. The cunning Gareth exulted in his heart. The plan had worked, and Anna was sticking around after all. For a while, the girl was at a loss. She was a little discouraged by the state of affairs. After all, now she had another task before her. She needed to help Gareth get rid of his clothes. However, Anna didn't know if she should even start that. The girl was tormented by doubts. She struggled with herself. Common sense tried to prevail, assuring her that Gareth was unconscious, and there was no one else around. With some apprehension, Anna hovered uncertainly over the man. Finally, overcoming all her doubts, the girl dared to undo the button on his shirt. The very fact that she was doing it made the girl blush with embarrassment. Anna closed her eyes. It was getting to the third button. Anna did it slowly. Her fingers trembled at times, and she was very tense. She tried not to look at how little by little that beautiful torso was being stripped bare. All the buttons are safely undone. Wide breasts, firm abs, smooth skin. You couldn't take your eyes off of it. Anna seemed to have trouble holding herself together when she saw him, too, even though she couldn't admit it to herself. Oh, yes, but it was a shame Gareth had a great body. But the most interesting thing awaited the girl ahead. For after his shirt, she had to take off his pants. Oh, no! At the mere thought of it, Anna froze in a stupor. She only touched the belt of his pants, but she could not unbutton it at once. The girl seemed to blush from top to toe. So embarrassed was she. No, this is too exciting. I'm too pregnant for this, she thought, frantically trying to cover her face with both hands. There's a way out. You could just close your eyes. It seemed to Anna that such thoughts were appropriate in this situation. So, the girl squirmed and fumbled to reach for the belt of Gareth's pants. It seems to be working. It didn't take much effort for Anna to find the belt. She managed the buckle rather quickly and safely. The man was left in just his pants. Now it was just a matter of undoing the button on his pants. With one deft movement, Anna was up to the task in no time. The girl's eyes were still closed. She didn't dare to open them even for a second. But it was getting hotter the further it went. Anna started to unzip the zipper. What's this here? The girl thought, and was immediately thrown into a fever. She ventured to open one eye a little, but as soon as she did so, both her eyes opened wide with surprise. Motherfucker! She thought, dumbfounded, impressed by what she had seen. For some reason, Anna could not come to her senses. She was so shocked by everything that happened that at first she even found the strength to move. Shame on you, she thought, and turned sharply away from the man, making a desperate dash to run away from this place. But Anna wasn't meant to escape him. As soon as she thought about it, Gareth was ready. He grabbed the girl's arm and held her close to him. Anna, blazing with shame, looked dumbfounded at Gareth. Did you like it? He asked with a sly squint. Anna couldn't say a word. The only thing she was thinking at that moment was that Gareth was shameless. So you're not drunk? Anna asked in a shaky voice, still hesitant to look at Gareth. Gareth wondered with a sneer if Anna thought a couple of drinks would knock him off his feet. Anna felt so stupid. She sighed doomedly and lowered her eyes. Gareth, on the other hand, smirked smugly. He so enjoyed watching the girl's behavior. She fascinated him with her directness, her naivete, her simplicity. With a deft movement, he pulled Anna easily to him. Oh, Anna didn't expect that at all! In an instant, she was in his arms. Gareth was so strong that Anna looked like a small, weightless flake in his arms. "You can't escape me," Gareth said in a quiet but commanding and confident tone, taking a strand of her silky hair in his hand. Anna felt his breath on the skin of her face again. Oh, I think it was starting to fog her mind. Anna's cheeks flushed, and she closed her eyes, wondering if Gareth was going to kiss her now. Her heart raced and her body shuddered. Once again, Gareth, like a skillful tempter, did not do what was expected of him. He only whispered in Anna's ear for her to help him take a bath. "I don't like it when outsiders do it," he added quietly and looked intently into Anna's eyes. The girl flapped her big eyes confusedly. She asked again what he meant. "What, upset?" he grinned, making Anna blush again. "Not at all!" exclaimed Anna, and tried to push the man away from her with both hands. Oh God, was Gareth a fool? Anna felt more and more like he was just messing with her. Once again, the girl decided to leave. She made a tug, but Gareth took her hand again and pulled her to him. The passionate kiss didn't last long. Anna was once again captivated by his soft lips. Oh, and it was looking more and more like Anna was losing her head around this man. In fact, she was. She wanted to dissolve in his arms. Ah, to hell with me, thought the girl. But she really didn't want to do anything to free herself from those touches and kisses. They were driving her crazy. After an interesting evening and not the most restful night, morning finally arrived. Anna woke up in a good mood and, after getting dressed, went outside. She took in the fresh morning air with pleasure, thinking about how wonderful the weather was today. She closed her eyes dreamily and sank into her thoughts. But no matter what Anna tried to think about, all her thoughts turned to Gareth's kisses last night. Oh, it had been so exciting, but at the same time so pleasurable. What am I thinking about this early in the morning? Anna fought herself back and immediately opened her eyes. Just at that moment, Robert approached. "Mistress, the headmaster asked me to tell you that you may go out for a walk," he informed her, and inquired where Anna would like to go. Anna, on the other hand, thought about the fact that Gareth had 7 Fridays in the week. The girl was often puzzled by such spontaneous decisions of his, and gave unnecessary reasons for thinking. For some reason, Anna thought Gareth might just be taking pity on her for helping him take off his clothes. The memories of last night swirled around in her head, keeping her awake. The girl was silent, and her appearance alarmed the already worried Robert. Anna didn't understand why those images kept running through her mind. She shook her head desperately, trying to get rid of the intrusive thoughts. Anna finally remembered that Robert was nearby waiting for her answer, and turned to the guy. She answered that she would be happy to go for a walk, but she didn't know where to go. The girl decided that she really needed something to distract herself to get last night out of her head. They say a new mall opened up with a bunch of luxury stores. Maybe the missus would want to go there? Robert suggested an idea. And Anna didn't have to think long. She gladly agreed to this option, dropping tears over her poor purse in advance. Robert, however, immediately consoled the lady by cheerfully informing her that the butler had given her a credit card in advance, and Anna would be able to pay for all her purchases with it. "All right, let's move out," said Anna with determination. Her eyes burned with a gleam of excitement from the anticipation of the upcoming walk. Grabbing the map from Robert, Anna rushed to get ready, dragging a frightened and somewhat sluggish Robert with her. It wasn't long before they were at the mall. Anna was impressed that there were already so many people here. She stood at the entrance for a while, looking around with surprise and delight. Anna loved shopping. Shopping made her happy and relaxed her a little. Today, no sooner had they entered the first store than the girl's eyes were drawn to one thing. Anna's hand immediately reached for her purse, but just as soon as the girl saw the price, she immediately yanked her hand back. "Expensive!" she thought. Anna didn't think she had the right to afford a purse that was valued at the size of her annual salary. Yes, it's just incomparably expensive. Anna only smiled embarrassedly and thought she should get out of here. "Excuse me, are you Anna?" Someone's male voice asked behind me. Anna looked back. She confirmed that the man was not mistaken and looked at him questioningly, as if wanting to ask who he was. "We've come to meet you by order of the president," explained a serious man in a suit with glasses. "He told me to accompany the lady for the safety of herself and the child," he added. Anna looked at these young men in bewilderment. As it turned out, there were several of them. Robert didn't seem to quite understand what the matter was either. Anna had already guessed whose people they were, but to confirm her guess, she still decided to ask who their president was, and the man replied that they worked for Adrian Gray. Well, now everything became clear to Anna. The girl understood that this mall belonged to Mr. Gray. Anna smiled embarrassedly and thanked the boys for their concern. At the same time, Adrian was on the phone with a certain Uncle John. "I understand your feelings, but if you hurry, you could scare her away. Then she'll definitely be hiding from you," Mr. Gray said. "Adrian, I completely understand. It's only been the last 2 years that your aunt has been pining for Amber so much. Even though Anna has nothing to do with our family, we agree to accept her as a named daughter," John replied, and asked if Adrian could arrange for them to meet. Uncle John emphasized that it would be a great happiness for them, though at the same time he realized what a misfortune it would be for Adrian himself. "We're very sorry Em never became your wife. It's our fault," he said sympathetically. After a short pause, Adrian replied that he would try to think of something. "But I don't promise she'll agree. After all, she's not the type to seek riches," Adrian remarked. In his opinion, this girl might need a very different approach. On this uncertain note, the men ended their telephone conversation. Adrian hung up the phone. Talking to Amber's relatives was killing the man. It was very hard for him, because even in death, the memory of Amber never faded. Everything literally reminded him of her. Sometimes Adrian felt like he was going to lose his mind. There was a knock on Mr. Gray's office. The principal invited him in. "Did Amber's family call again?" asked Libby in a concerned voice as she entered her brother's office. Adrian was so devastated that he couldn't even look up. He answered that this was already the 20th call from them. "I don't know how much longer this is going to go on." He sighed tiredly. Libby looked sadly at her brother and apologized. He replied that it was no big deal, and at the same time asked how Anna was doing. Libby walked over to Adrian and gave his tired shoulders a little squeeze. "Don't worry. She has a large escort, plus an aide and security with her," the girl replied. "Brother decided to have lunch with Anna at noon," asked Libby with a smile. Then she leaned over and asked Adrian in a conspiratorial tone if he was in love. Adrian, who until then had looked completely devastated and tired, suddenly perked up and revived. The man abruptly pulled away from his little sister and in an angry voice asked her not to start. What kind of reaction? Libby wondered and looked at her brother suspiciously. "Okay, I should be going now," she said and turned sharply and headed for the exit. However, when she was already at the door, she could not refrain from making a face at her brother and showing her tongue. "Shoo!" Adrian exclaimed indignantly and threw a book in his sister's direction. It didn't hit the target, but Adrian managed to get rid of the annoying person. "How can you? Everything is wrong," Adrian thought, left alone with his own oppressive thoughts. Anna continued to wander around the mall. An entire delegation of guards gathered behind the girl, causing almost all the visitors to gasp in surprise. "Who is it?" was the question on the lips of many. Of course, an ordinary person would not walk around with such an escort. Anna was tired of everyone's attention and curious stares. She suggested looking for a place to rest. Turning to the guards, the girl said that they shouldn't be on guard at all, and that they could go somewhere to get some air. They obediently agreed. Anna had finally managed to find some privacy. She plopped down on the chair and exhaled heavily. Anna was very tired. "Mistress, this is for you," Robert said kindly and handed Anna some sort of box. Anna stared at the guy in surprise. "Me?" the girl asked in a stupor. She then accepted the box and immediately opened it. Oh, it was a set of interesting figures. "Wow, what favors, thank you," Anna thanked, looking at each figure with wonder and admiration. "You like that sort of thing, don't you?" remarked Robert embarrassedly. Anna replied that she liked that kind of thing and thanked the boy profusely again. "President Gray, Mrs. Anna is resting inside," someone said nearby, and Anna along with Robert immediately turned their attention in that direction. "I know," Adrian replied. "Adrian Gray? You?" Anna wondered. "Anna," the man said quietly and looked at the girl. Then he smiled awkwardly and, apologizing, asked if he could call her that. Anna calmly remarked that he already had. "Apparently you have some business with me," the girl suggested. Adrian felt awkward again. He remarked aloud that Anna didn't seem very happy to see him. "You won a lot, President Gray." Anna grinned back. Adrian only smiled. "Ah, what else could he do?" The man inquired if he could ask Anna a question that wasn't quite right. "I didn't quite understand what happened at the mall. I could have left, but I thought you'd be upset," Anna said without waiting for a question. The man emphasized that this was not what he wanted to ask. But he hadn't dared to ask his question yet. Adrian looked eloquently at Robert, thus making it clear that he would not ask questions in front of outsiders. Anna understood that look without words. She turned to Robert and, handing him back the box with the gift, told him he could go. Adrian looked at the girl thoughtfully, gathering his thoughts. "Anna, if I told you that I could help you leave the Calhoun family, what would you do?" he finally managed to ask. Anna was taken aback by the question. There was no way she had expected to hear it. For a moment, Anna thought it wasn't real and that she'd just heard it. Had Adrian really said he wanted to help her get away from Gareth Calhoun? The girl didn't know how to react to these words. She was silent for a moment, thinking about the right way to respond. When she came to her senses a little, Anna asked Adrian not to make any more jokes like that. Then she said that if that was all, she would go. But just as Anna turned around to leave, Adrian took her hand. Anna was a little taken aback by this behavior, but the girl was even more taken aback by Adrian's words about knowing about Anna and Gareth's contract. Oh, he said he knew their secret. The girl froze in place, waiting to see where he was going with this. Adrian remarked after a short pause that he said it without malice and just wanted to help. The girl stared at him in surprise. What was he talking about? It didn't settle in Anna's mind that Adrian could know everything. Now she was pestered with questions. How did he know about this? It was as if Adrian Gray had read her mind. He replied that he had his own connections. "Or do you think my military connections are a joke?" he asked in all seriousness. "You were, after all, looking for a way to avoid marrying him, but for lack of strength, you had to marry him," Adrian remarked. Moreover, the man also added that although Gareth treats Anna well, it's all just because of the baby. Anna looked at Adrian with different eyes. It was as if she had heard him confirm her own hunches about Gareth. All she could think about now was that everything Adrian was saying was true. Anna immersed herself in memories of her shared past with Gareth. And remembering all her worries, her pain, and her tears, she drew some not entirely comforting conclusions. The way Gareth had behaved to her at the time suggested to her that they'd really only married him for the baby. But there are always two sides to every coin. Anna suddenly realized that without realizing it, she was suddenly thinking about the meaning of this marriage. And now, after many days of marriage to Gareth, she wondered if the baby was the only reason he was with her. After all, the way he'd been acting towards her over time told a different story. What if Gareth had another reason besides the baby to be near her now? Anna felt that this man cared for her as much as she cared for him. It would be interesting to know what Gareth Calhoun himself thinks of all this. The whole time Anna was talking to Adrian, Robert couldn't find a place to sit. He was worried and paced back and forth in the hallway from one wall to the other. It bothered the boy that Mistress wasn't out yet. He wondered if she was all right. But anxiety overcame common sense. Robert felt an electric shock at the thought. What if it's not all right?
It's like he's been doused with cold water. After all, he's responsible for Mistress's safety. If something happened to her, he would be fired, and that would be the best-case scenario. Fortunately, Anna's safety was not threatened. She was still standing next to Adrian, still pondering his words and her feelings for Gareth. Adrian lowered his gaze and emphasized that Anna couldn't stand up to the Calhoun family as they were too powerful. However, Adrian believed that if he interceded, they would think twice and not fight the Gray family. You want to do your best to help me. You're even going to pick a fight with Gareth. But what do you want in return? Anna asked. She realized that nothing in this world is done for nothing. Every action has a price. The girl then reminded with a smile that she was an ordinary commoner who had nothing. Adrian laughed. "Ha ha, in return, you think you have what I want?" he asked. There was a definite subtext in his words. But Anna didn't quite understand where he was going with this. She was both curious and scared at the same time to find out what he wanted in return. Adrian, however, replied to his surprise that he just wanted to help. "Consider it help from Amber. She'd be very happy," the man added. Adrian emphasized that if Anna agreed to his proposal, she could have complete freedom as early as tomorrow. The girl was silent. Mr. Gray did not know how to interpret this silence or how to react to it. So he looked at Anna questioningly and asked again if she needed help. Surely for Anna, such an offer was quite tempting. However, such offers are not answered right away. It always takes a little more time to weigh up the pros and cons. After all, Anna realized that Adrian and Gareth's relationship was obvious. They are two enemies to each other under the guise of comrades. She also realized that either of them could act recklessly, bringing disaster with them. Anna was afraid, knowing that both could commit an act that would condemn her mother to live in the wolf pit called the Dickinson family. Anna couldn't do that. It was a risk she couldn't afford to take. There was no way in the world she wanted to put her mother in danger. Anna realized very clearly to herself that this could never be allowed to happen. "Don't worry about it. I'm not going anywhere right now," she replied firmly to Mr. Gray. Adrian seemed very surprised by that answer. He had definitely expected her to agree. So Adrian felt like asking her why she had refused. After all, the man first thought that Anna was happy about his proposal. So what was the reason for the refusal? Anna's answer puzzled Adrian. Suddenly it hit him. Oh, but this realization did not comfort Adrian at all. On the contrary, they made him very upset. The man suggested that Anna was starting to like Gareth Calhoun. Anna lowered her gaze. Perhaps her silence was telling Adrian something. "Anna," he said quietly, as if trying to get through to the girl to clarify her answer after all. And Anna already knew what to answer. "Is there any place in this world where I will be as welcome? This child is not only mine, but Gareth Calhoun's, and he is his heir. The Calhoun family has kept the scandal from erupting," the girl explained. She also emphasized that as soon as she gave birth, their contract would be over and Anna could be free. And besides, Anna didn't know if anyone else would have helped her in this situation. She also realized that the Calhouns were doing this for the sake of the baby. But also the girl was sure that once the baby was born, they would get what they wanted and let her go. Adrian was silent. He was lost in his own thoughts and did not understand whether Anna had feelings for Gareth. If she didn't, he might have had a chance to get closer to her. Anna smiled at Adrian and said there was no need to worry. Among other things, the girl remarked that the fact that Adrian knows about their contract with Gareth doesn't give him anything. She stated that she would support lying with Gareth to the media anyway. "It's an agreed condition," Anna emphasized. 5 months compared to years of torment. "Isn't that nothing?" she asked. Well, Adrian didn't have a valid argument for that. "If it's your choice, I respect it, but if you need help, find me right away," he said. Adrian promised not to interfere as long as Anna was happy with everything. Adrian Gray admitted that he had never made promises to anyone. Amber had never demanded them from him, so the man decided to do it for the first time. Yes, he decided to make a promise to Anna. A promise that would last for the rest of his life. "Good, I remembered!" Anna smiled and thanked Adrian.
Adrian coughed awkwardly. He stated that he had a request, but Adrian didn't know if he should say it out loud. Anna looked at the man with a willingness to listen. After a little thought, Adrian asked Anna if he could be her friend. "I'd be only too happy to, President Gray." The girl agreed with a radiant smile. The man asked Anna to just call him by his first name. "Adrian," Anna pronounced and smiled even wider. Shortly after that conversation with Adrian Gray, Anna finally went home.
Mistress, you're back!
Cheered Judy. Barely Anna had time to cross the threshold of the house. The girl turned to Judy and asked her to remove her gift. The woman opened the box and began to look at what was inside in amazement. "What is this little bald figure? And you like that?" she asked the girl in surprise. "But she's so cute." Anna smiled and cradled the figure in her arms as if she'd never seen anything better in her life. Anna looked at the closet, which was already full of everything she could find, and remarked aloud that there was too much junk in there. The girl told Judy to put her beauties in place of that junk. "But they cost millions." Judy was taken aback. "It's so great that Mistress liked it." Robert let a tear escape without hiding his emotion. Judy, on the other hand, was shocked by the whole thing. She couldn't understand. Could Anna really like this? Well, the woman had no choice but to comply with the young lady's request and put her gift where she wished. Just then, the phone rang. Robert picked up the phone and turned to his mistress. Anna looked at the boy warily. What other unknown number is calling her?" The girl decided to pick up the phone after all. "Anna, do you know Linda Becker? If you want her to stay alive, bring 1 million, someone on the other side said. Anna was stunned by what she heard. She was so shocked that she could not answer anything. "All right, suit yourself," the girl was told again. There was a threatening silence. Anna thought it was all an evil joke. The intruders, on the other hand, seemed to be beginning to worry that their scheme would fail. "I'm hanging up," Anna said. But the criminals didn't want to end the conversation so easily. "Hey, wait! She's really going to die!" they threatened Anna. "Who are you, and how does her life relate to me? Laugh it up!" the girl replied. Robert liked the course of this conversation less and less. He quietly inquired of the mistress what the matter was. Anna didn't answer anything. She only heard her former friend asking for help in the phone receiver. Yes, it was really Linda's voice. Was she up to something again? Anna didn't know if she should even believe what was happening, if it had anything to do with Linda Becker. "Anna, it's my fault! I'm so guilty!" wailed into the tube Linda. The girl said the intruders demanded to tell where Anna's mom was, but he remained silent. "They won't let me go. Quickly come and save me," continued to beg the former friend. The words about Mother Ann had affected the girl. She was frightened. When it came to the dearest person in her life, Anna simply could not afford to stand idly by. But there were a lot of questions. Who are these people calling, and what does it all mean? Why would they want her mom? As if reading Anna's mind, Linda reported over the phone that her kidnappers had said that Anna's mom knew something, and now they were demanding her whereabouts. Anna silently digested what she had heard. "Bullshit," she said after a brief moment of thought. "What could my mother possibly know that? Linda, you've fooled me twice. Do you think a third will come out too?" Anna wondered, turning on common sense. The girl noticed that Linda had always lied to her, and therefore her credibility was exhausted. After that, Anna decided to end the conversation and just hung up. She started her shtick again. Does she seriously think I'm such a fool? Anna was indignant in her thoughts. Then the girl turned to Robert and Judy and said that they were free to go. Anna herself needed to rest, so she went slowly to the second floor. But no sooner had she passed the first staircase than the phone rang again. Anna was angry. Was it Linda again? But this time, a friend sent her a text message. "Anna, you're taken. You didn't get caught, but don't you really want to know about your real parents? By the way, when we were little, your mom told me something." Was just part of that message. Anna frowned. Was this a joke? She didn't want to believe Linda. The girl decided she shouldn't take her word for it this time either. She locked her phone and went on her way, but suddenly the phone rang again, alerting her to a new message. How annoying, Anna thought in her heart. She pulled out her phone again and prepared to read the next nonsense. But what came to the girl horrified her. It wasn't a text message at all. Linda sent Anna a picture of her mother. Anna was thrown into a fever. There was no way the girl could understand how and why her mom was around this villain. And then the call from Linda already rang out. Anna flinched. "Is this your jokes again?" she shouted into the phone to Linda. "It's nothing like that. Your mom missed you so much. That's why I invited her over," Linda replied in a calm voice. She then asked Anna if she loved her mother. The girl stated that Anna's mother was her mother now and asked if her friend would like to meet her. "Linda Becker, where's your heart?" Anna asked in a trembling voice. She already wanted to cry at the helplessness Linda made her feel. "Do what you want with me, but why are you touching my mother? It's not human. Why are you taking revenge through her?" Anna tried to get through to Linda's conscience. "Where is she?" she asked Linda. The sly fox smiled calmly and replied that Anna's mother was at her place right now. Linda promised to reunite mother and daughter if Anna brought in 1 million. "And if you tell Gareth or call the police, then you'll have to pick up her cooling body," Linda threatened. It seemed to Anna that all this was some terrible dream and was not happening to her. But the voice of her mad friend on the phone brought her back to the cruel reality. Anna's only thought was where to get the million. Of course, she was determined to save her mother. At that moment, Anna wanted to howl with despair. She didn't know what to do, but cry not to cry. But it was necessary to think how to solve the problem. Anna tried to find a solution where to get 1 million. She might have been working all this time, but Gareth had never paid her wages. Oh, that money would come in handy! She went up the stairs and sneezed loudly. At this point, Gareth, for some reason, suddenly felt as if someone was scolding him. Robert called out to his mistress and asked her worriedly what was wrong. He asked if Anna was unwell. Oh, the girl, hearing Robert's voice, suddenly thought he might be able to help her. Anna immediately rushed over to the guy and stunned him with a strange question. She asked him how much cash he had at home. Robert was shocked, but he found something to answer Anna. "Madam, didn't the principal give you a credit card? It doesn't have a limit on it, and you can withdraw cash," the guy quipped. Right, the card! Anna had forgotten all about it. As much as she wanted to spend Gareth's money, she didn't have a penny herself at the moment. The girl mentally apologized to Gareth for the fact that she would have to borrow money from him for a while. But Anna decided that she would pay him back later. "Get the car ready! I have somewhere to be!" she ordered Robert and quickly rushed to get ready. Anna dealt with the money issue decisively and without delay. Soon the guards brought a deliberately packed suitcase with money. "All right, let's move out," the girl said firmly and headed for the car. A crowd of guards with suitcases followed her. On the way to the car, Anna decided to call Linda. After dialing the number, the girl said that she had the money and that she had not called the police. Anna asked Linda to let her talk to her mom. "Okay, say a few words to her." Linda turned to Anna's mother. The woman had absolutely no idea what was going on. But one thing she realized for sure was that it was her daughter calling. "Anna, where are you? Linda came in unexpectedly this morning, saying something had happened and you were out of town. And she came to get me to help you." Shanna rambled into the phone in a worried voice. Anna did not know how to inform her mother that she was in danger. Meanwhile, her mother kept talking. "Why did Linda say you couldn't be reached? What's the matter, Anna?" The woman was perplexed. And then Anna realized that Linda hadn't said anything to her mom. Well, it was probably for the best. After all, Anna knew that if her mother found out that her beloved Anna had kidnapped her, she would be very hurt by it. Linda decided to cut off the conversation between Anna and Shanna abruptly. She snatched the phone from the woman's hand, startling her. "I don't trust you!" Linda shouted at the top of her voice to Anna. She ordered the girl to come to the address alone and unaccompanied. Anna tried to reach out to her friend. "Linda Becker, okay your heart? But where did your brain go? How am I going to get there if I can't drive? I'm pregnant. How am I supposed to carry suitcases to you? The girl resented and asked Linda not to overstep her boundaries. Oh, it seems that this conversation did not remain private, and Robert discreetly heard some details. I'm overstepping my bounds. What should I do? Linda said with sarcasm in her voice. The girl then emphasized that she likes to go over the top, and always does. Anna, stop acting like a saint! I'm sick of it! Linda wailed into the phone like a madwoman. That's enough! You can bring just the driver! Linda finally condescended and immediately threatened that if Anna thought of bringing someone else along, lest she be surprised at the consequences later. Ah, how much hatred Linda aroused in Anna, who by nature was not capable of hatred at all. Ah, she would never want to mess with Linda Becker in her life, but her mom had to be rescued right away. So, Anna had to order all the guards to stay and not accompany her further. But, mistress, the headmaster has ordered me to follow you, Robert called out to Anna. Anna looked around and asked if he knew how to drive. Robert replied that he had 2 more exams to pass, so he's not fit to be a driver. All right, no calling the police without my orders, understood? I'm going there and back, Anna said firmly. She looked very excited. Robert only stared at his mistress in a stupor, thinking that this time he would definitely be fired. Ah, he knew that something terrible and illegal was going on, and he also knew that Anna should not be left alone. Meanwhile, Anna was already rushing briskly down the road to Linda's house with the ransom. Fear for the life of her dearest person drove her on. The girl felt as if her thoughts were going to blow her mind. The excitement swept over her head and didn't let go for a second. Ah, if only she could share her worries with at least someone. If she could, she would certainly find someone to turn to for help. But to risk her mother's life was simply unacceptable. If only Gareth were around. Anna was sure that this man, more than anyone else, would be able to handle the situation in the best possible way. She drove and thought about what Gareth might do if he were in her shoes. Time flew by like a second in her anxious thoughts. Anna stopped at the place where Linda had told her to go. As soon as Anna pulled up, she immediately dialed the criminal's number. Okay, I'm here. I have the money on me. Come out and get it. In my position, suitcases will not lift, reported the girl on the phone. However, Anna specified that first she would like to see her mother. Otherwise, the deal would not be made. The girl wanted to make sure that her mother was okay and that those fools had not harmed her mother. How clever of you. I'll send someone for you right away, Linda replied haughtily. Anna's mother seems to have finally begun to realize that Linda is up to something naughty. She wondered why the girl was doing this to her best friend. The words made Linda's face twist. She clenched her teeth nervously and could barely keep from bursting into a huge wave of rage. What the hell is a best friend? Her? Best friends always steal the ones they love out from under their noses? Linda yelled as if out of breath. She screamed so loudly that Shanna recoiled in fright. Ah, she'd never imagined that the girl she'd always thought was the sweetest creature would show her other face. Oh, as it turned out, Linda was a terrible person. But for a long time she could hide it well behind a mask of duplicity. It just struck the woman to the core. Well, did I turn out to be right? Came a familiar male voice from around the corner. It was Danny Wendt. God, he decided to tangle with that con artist after all. She's freaking rich, the guy remarked as he entered the room. Shanna was stunned to see her daughter's ex-boyfriend. God, was that even possible? Danny Wendt, have you both betrayed Anna? The woman asked in horror, already knowing ahead of time that the answer to her question was in the affirmative. Betrayed? Danny grinned haughtily. Of course, he was far from considering himself guilty. The guy was good at blaming everyone and everything for his problems, but not himself. The guy claimed that it was Anna who betrayed him when he left the country. With those words, he reached out to put his arm around Linda's waist, but he barely even had a chance to touch the girl before Linda pulled him back sharply. What are you doing? Linda asked Danny indignantly. Ah, the guy's gestures seemed to make her angry. She clearly didn't want him around her in anything more than a sidekick. Denny reminded the girl that there was a pact to get the money and fly away from here somewhere far away together. Linda Becker!
I did everything you wanted me to do. What? After you get the money, you're just going to leave me? Danny asked, and eyed the girl suspiciously. She clearly didn't inspire much confidence even in him, but Danny was so stupid that a fox like Linda would have no trouble fooling him. Danny Vent, do you naively think you're going to get me? You're just a pawn, the girl thought. She realized that she needed a little more time in the right role. She had to be patient for a little while longer until Anna could be destroyed. Well, don't. We're being watched, she asked the boy quietly, thus extricating herself from the situation. Shanna watched in a stupor, still not believing that such creeps had been a part of her daughter's life for a long time. This man who promised to take care of Anna for the rest of her life, and the girl who called herself Anna's sister. Meanwhile, Danny saw no cause for embarrassment. He admitted that he'd had his eye on Linda for a long time, but she'd slipped him Anna. Danny himself thought Linda was much better. Linda urged the boy to take his time for now. She said that Anna had already come and brought the money. The girl offered to take the ransom first. Tears welled up in Shanna's eyes. It hurt her to think about how her poor daughter had been living all this time. Danny's already out on the street. He brought 2 other thugs with him, just in case. The guy told those 2 to take the woman out first. The 2 scum immediately went to fulfill the task. Shanna thought in horror about what would happen next and how to be. The woman thought that all this was happening because of her own fault. After all, she had trusted these shameless men and involved her daughter in all of this. Soon there were more people in the courtyard. "Here's the money, where's Mom?" Anna asked in a cold tone. "Oh," she spotted Danny. His appearance surprised Anna. She certainly hadn't expected to see him here. He called Linda dear and asked her to take her time. Those 2 together? You can't expect good things from this dubious couple. In Anna's eyes, this guy finally drowned himself in mud. The girl realized that this scoundrel seemed to have had a hand in her mother's kidnapping, too. "The creatures!" the girl exclaimed, no longer able to contain herself. Helplessness and hopelessness swept over Anna. "Don't talk. Where's the money?" "Shut Anna up," Linda said with a chuckle on her lips. The man in the suit held up the money. Anna looked menacingly at the criminals. "Until I see my mother, you'll get nothing. I want to see her," Anna exclaimed. Linda and Danny looked at each other. There was something unkind, even sinister in those looks. Linda made a snap of her fingers. And at the same moment, Anna's mother appeared from around the corner. The bastards were pushing the woman unceremoniously, regardless of her age. "Mother!" cried Anna desperately. How painful it was for her to look at her mother. The woman was tied tightly with a thick rope, and one of the thugs was leading her, constantly reminding her to move her legs faster. Shanna looked very frightened, but as soon as she saw her daughter, life and the light of hope flashed in her eyes again. Anna trembled and tears came to her eyes. She wanted to beg her mother's forgiveness. She wanted to beg for forgiveness from her mother. In turn, the mother blamed only herself, thinking that it was because of her stupidity that her daughter had gotten into so much trouble. "Okay, you met now the money," Danny reminded with a nasty smile. Anna was just about to hand over the money when suddenly she was stopped. "God, what's going on? Why can't you just stop it all?" "Wait," Linda asked suddenly. Anna became wary. What else had that rascal come up with? The girl smiled slyly and suggested that this might be the last time the 3 of them would meet like this. Then Linda suggested that we have a drink and go our separate ways. A guy with 3 shot glasses on a tray was already standing next to her. "Anna, now we're even!" Linda declared, and looked intently at her former friend. There was so much malice and cunning in those eyes, and no matter how much evil Linda had done, she felt like it wasn't enough. Anna frowned and wondered how much longer Linda would keep saying that. The girl wondered if Linda had decided to set her up again. The mother cried out in horror that Anna should not dare to drink, for she was carrying a child. The woman wished so much that it was all just a dream. But then Danny intervened, and the harsh reality echoed painfully through Shanna's body. He told the woman to shut up, called her names, and kicked her with unbelievable violence.
It made Anna's blood run cold with horror. How she wanted to see the bastard get what he deserved. Except Anna wasn't in a desperate situation. There was no one to stand up for her and her mother here and now. The woman fell to the ground like a hamstring. Danny, on the other hand, only smirked evilly. "What a pity, forcing me to hit you. Well, you'll be more obedient next time," he said without a shred of regret for what he had done.
"Danny, you bastard!" Anna screamed out of control with tears in her eyes.